Inside the ruins of Reifenheim, the capital of the Antares Empire, demonic monsters are ravaging the entire kingdom. And although the soldiers are like ants against these creatures, they are still fighting off the terrifying otherworldly beings. 2 million soldiers and thousands of magicians died, with many more still injured. But humanity still has one last hope to fight off the evil Demon King, and everyone is confident that he will be defeated by the true hero. The scene then cuts to the heart of the great demonic palace, known as Garak Hall of Abyss, where humanity's supposed hero, known as Alex von Hallane, faces the Demon King, who's just chilling on his throne. As for this demon guy, he is Reifenhard, the emperor of the Antares Empire, who seems quite annoyed after hearing all the righteous bullshit from these so-called heroes. One of the heroes among the party, known as the Sword Saint Cyrus, gets all fired up. With his sword crackling with intense energy, he vows to eliminate the Demon King and put an end to the Dark Empire's history. The already annoyed guy gets even more irritated when Cyrus calls his Antares kingdom a Dark Empire. Then there is this muscle-bound warrior, known as the Martial King Teslan. This guy is convinced that once they eradicate the Demon King, all the corrupt monsters will vanish from Antares. But Reifenhard just laughs inwardly. He thinks it's funny, because he has done nothing more than simply showing the demons how to live like humans. And now that they're retaliating after being mistreated for centuries, the humans are whining about it like a bunch of bitches. After leaning forward a bit, he asks if they've succeeded in defeating his 4 heavenly kings. To his query, Cyrus smugly speaks up once again, saying those stinky orcs were nothing more than cucumbers for his sword. When Reifenhard catches wind of his orc warrior Tathid's fate, he just gets even more ticked off. Seems like he has got a soft spot for his people, and he sees orcs as nothing more than innocent hunter-gatherers, not the monsters humans make them out to be. But when this beefed-up gorilla tells him that the troll king Athelka also bit the dust, Reifenhard practically starts blubbering like a toddler. He admits trolls look scary, but they are all about nature and spirituality. Looks like the poor Demon King is on a streak of disappointment, because Saint S. Flynn also admits that the evil dwarf who worshipped the god of darkness has also been taken down. After hearing this, the guy just grabs his forehead in sheer disappointment. But this time, he seems more bummed out by the fact that these idiots think that everyone except the 12 gods they worship is just plain evil. And as for the last heavenly king, this light mage known as Jade Archlight claims he has also sent the dark elf women beyond the boundary with his magic. Well, killing a sexy hot elf with pointy ears was the last straw, and the guy just explodes in frustration when he realizes he has lost his sweet Cirrus as well. The party tells this fuming king that the dark elf was a demon who had fallen to the dark side, and they feel no compassion for such creatures. Once again, the guy just facepalms himself, trying to knock some sense into this racist party. Like, come on, having darker skin does not automatically make you a villain. Also, her tan complexion can be blamed on humans directly, who kept cutting down all the trees where the elves lived, leaving them with nothing but barren lands, and no shade to cover themselves from the sun. Honestly, after seeing things from this Demon King's angle, I am starting to think the real demons are the ones prepping to take down the king. And by now, Reifenhard has realized that reasoning with these hobos is like talking to a brick wall, especially when the hero of humanity starts blabbering the same old righteous spiel. So, he is gearing up, ready to face off with the hero. You see, Reifenhard is just trying to lend a hand to these otherworldly species, who are living like nothing more than slaves. But since he cannot convince humans to see things differently, he decides to take on the role of the Demon King himself. And boy, does he unleash a terrifying amount of energy. The ground shatters, and the entire party of righteous heroes gets scattered like ants. After becoming the incarnation of evil, or at least that is what these heroes think of him, we learn that he was just an ordinary great mage. Well, being great is not exactly ordinary, but you get the idea. Anyway, he noticed that creatures like elves are just seen as mere servants by the humans, only known for their long lives. The dwarves were turned into slaves who were good with their hands and mining, and orcs were always used only for menial work. Maybe the trolls had it the worst, who were hunted down and used as ingredients for healing potions. As much as other humans are cruel maybe, he was different. He lived with them, learned about their natures and cultures, and he happened to learn all kinds of magic from elves and sorcery from trolls. By combining this knowledge from these species, he was able to reach the 10th circle of magic for the first time in history, which is the highest form of magic that no human has ever achieved. After spending a good amount of time with these creatures, his perspective totally changed. Even though he saved them from human tyranny, humans kept sending knights to raid their colony and loot their lands. So, they ended up moving from place to place constantly. In the back and forth of these fights, they unintentionally took over human territory while saving their own lives. The place grew bigger and bigger until it became what we are now calling the Antares Empire. But their peaceful kingdom turned into a bloody mess when they did not fight back against humans. Reifenhard could not stand seeing his people getting killed anymore. To save his empire, he is now ready to do whatever it takes. As the hero rushes toward him, the dark mage just kicks the shiny guy, sending him rolling on the ground like a fidget toy. The hero ends up a gruesome mess, which clearly shows just how powerful this demon king really is. And after that one single blow, he is pretty sure that these guys are just speck of dust compared to his power. But it looks like there is another man to deal with before Reifenhart can rest again, and this guy is known for his strong physique, burning with fire and ready to change the tide of the battle. Dude wastes no time and lunges at the mage, but his first punch just shatters the ground. Just as the fiery guy marches forward to grab the mage once again, Reifenhart slips out of the building. But his escape proves futile, because the fiery monkey quickly catches up to him. Seeing his doom hovering above him, the mage braces himself for the blow. As the swing of the gorilla's hand gains momentum, it ignites with fire and hilariously connects with poor guy's head, leaving him with tears in his eyes and blood about to gush out of his mouth. Despite having a little fountain of blood gushing from his head, this guy still has the audacity to challenge the gorilla once again, and even the bulky dude has also starting to think that Reifenhart might actually have a really strong body. But strong, my ass. As we take a clear look at this wannabe magician, his height has shrunk from his broken spine. Blood is leaking out of his head, and he is pretty sure he is going to die at this rate. I guess my man is not really cut out for the whole villainy stuff. Anyway, just when the gorilla starts to crackle with his fire power once again, ready to give a final blow, the poor mage mumbles out few words and accepts his defeat. But his voice is faint to the point that it doesn't even pass through the gorilla's thick skull. Since everyone believes that Reifenhart is the one who is influencing those creatures to get violent, Teslan decides to kill him for good, to make things right once again. But as you already know, the mage did absolutely nothing other than show the monsters how to live freely, a life without slavery. Since this gorilla cannot understand that they are just fighting for their freedom, the mage decides not to give up, and starts going absolutely nuts. As a last resort, he pulls out this ancient relic out of his ass, which basically has the power to shatter even the reality itself. It is called the Eye of Time and Space, and it is his final gambit. I guess this artifact does indeed pack some punch, considering how the gorilla is losing his bananas after seeing it. I mean, we can clearly see where his shock is coming from. This little ball-like thing can actually make regression back in time possible, a phenomenon that totally defies the laws of nature. After introducing his little toy to us, he proceeds to activate it, and the gorilla just lunges at him on the spot, not wanting to let him activate the relic. It becomes a race against time, with Teslan coming from one side, and Reifenhart about to activate his device. Just as this ball is on the verge of activation, the gorilla enters the scene. As soon as he hits the blob of fire, an explosion of bright light takes place. We can see both of them suspended in the air, and in the next moment, they are enveloped by an eye-blinding sphere of light. The scene then shifts to a very tranquil countryside, a complete contrast to the chaos we witnessed earlier. We are shown a wooden house, sunlight streaming through the window. Inside, a man is slowly waking up, muttering to himself if he is still kicking. Seems like the time regression worked, but my dude's clueless about where and when he has landed. Plus, he cannot remember if this place or house rings any bells. Anyway, he gets up, feeling the strength and muscle he is packing. But despite his ripped physique, he is kinda grossed out by all these muscles. In his mind, a mage should be about magic, not bulging biceps and scars. Back in his old body, he had no trouble catching the eye of elf girls with his looks. But now, he is worried he will not be as attractive with this jacked up body. But most scary of all is that his face has also changed completely, and the only reason he could think of for this is that he has failed in proper time and space regression. But when he delves deeper, he notices these familiar thick eyebrows, a stubborn mouth, and the only thing that comes to mind is the Indomitable Martial King Teslan. Just as he is trying to wrap his head around the situation, a creak of the door interrupts, and in walks another behemoth, trying to squeeze through a normal-sized door. With a grin as wide as his chest, he tells our bewildered hero it is time for some hardcore training outside. But our guy is thrown off by this giant he has never seen before. He cannot help but blurt out with his shaky voice asking who the heck is this man. He almost has a mini heart attack when the big man leans in closer, telling him to cut the crap. But our guy insists he is serious, which only annoys the big dude even more. The hulking monster reminds our hero that he has pulled the amnesia act twice before to dodge his training. And since he is not in the mood for excuses right now, he simply grabs the boy's head like he is picking up a potato and starts dragging him outside for his scheduled workout. That is when Reifenhart realizes this must be the legendary guy, the ultimate martial artist of all time. That's right, he's the former martial king, Gerard. I guess we all know by now why the previous owner of this body used that amnesia trick. And after strapping the poor lad to the tree and taping up his noisy loud mouth, he proceeds to pick up a bamboo stick and decides to commence the training officially. The poor guy can do nothing but brace himself for his doom. And as you might have guessed, the big guy smacks the boy right in the gut, tears streaming down his face, veins bulging all over, and drool escaping from his mouth. He has no clue what he did to deserve this punishment. The master unleashes a barrage of stick strikes all over our hero's body, who is just thinking about the elf women he loved while taking his last breaths. It seems the master has started to entertain the idea that our hero might not be lying about the amnesia thing. He figures, since their training trademark is basically idiotic and excessive, it would not be surprising if any trainee suffered from short-term memory loss. Plus, even he himself has lost his memories a few times back in the day as well. But don't you worry, the old man has got it all figured out. He is convinced a few more of his blows will eventually make our hero feel better. But I am pretty sure this weakling mage is really not feeling that well. While dishing out his beating, the old man also imparts some wisdom, telling him that only weak humans rely on weapons instead of brute force. They make excuses about their weak physique, but in this old man's eyes, those people are just making excuses because they could not overcome their weakness. Martial artists train hard to overcome their physical limitations. While the poor dude is crying his eyes out, the master goes absolutely bonkers, bulging with sheer determination as he insists that the more you beat up a human, the stronger they become, just like steel. But as the boy is feeling absolutely annoyed to hear the man's stupid logic, this giant fuck gives yet another brutal whack to his face, hammering his point home that our hero is definitely on track to become that indomitable steel. He just keeps pounding away while spouting the same nonsense, and all that's left on our poor hero's mind are the blissful days of the past that he spent in the embrace of his pointy-eared sexy lady. By the time the sun has almost gone down, Reifenhardt's body is entirely broken, his skin looking like a baked potato and steaming off his body, wondering why the hell he had not died after that much of a beating. He sits back up, surrounded by all the bamboo sticks that had been on his body. Anyway, he bids a final thanks to his master for that beating before heading back. The night has finally descended, and there we see a steaming hot bathtub filled with herbal water. Inside, taking a good rest after that hectic day is our hero, bewildered to find himself sitting in a bathtub of healing potion. He has heard of queens bathing in milk for great skin, but this is on a whole other level, especially since a bottle of this stuff costs 10 silver coins and he has got a whole tub of it. So, he seriously asks the old man what's up with this medicinal bath, and the old man simply replies that after enough hammering, steel needs to be cooled down. At this point, our guy has started to think that maybe this training is not completely stupid. After training all day to the bone, he is recovering quickly instead of falling sick, which would just leave a sturdy body behind. It now makes sense why his spine got crushed by a single palm strike from the Martial King in his past life. At least he is certain he is back in the past, but he is curious about himself in this timeline. He wonders if that version of Reifenhardt still exists, which also makes him curious if two souls can exist in the same time and space. To simplify things, he assumes that either he and his younger version are coexisting somehow, or maybe the Martial King Teslan's soul is inside his younger self's body. The next day rolls in, and the master enthusiastically presents a giant platter of juicy, steamed meat. My guy is forced to chow down on all this deliciousness, and after that hefty meal, they start climbing a literally vertical mountain with a giant boulder strapped to our hero's back, which the old man insists is just a fucking light jog. Next up is balancing on a single finger, followed by heavy pull-ups with the rock still strapped to his back. After a day of such brutal training, he is completely knocked out on his bed, looking pale and exhausted. It's been almost a month of torture after his regression, and he is seriously thinking about running away instead of putting up with all this crap. He is also thinking right now about his other self in this world. He remembers that teenage Reifenhardt's still hustling to become a magician, so they are not likely to cross paths anytime soon. But when he thinks about Teslan taking over his body, all he can picture is the Martial King grinding his frail body to the bone to bulk up, using the monstrous training regime of the Unbreakable Gym. He would definitely need a master's help for that, no way he could handle it solo. But if he did pull it off, he is pretty sure Teslan would come gunning for him again. Anyway, his first order of business is to get the heck out of this joint. After scanning the area and seeing no one in sight, he bolts, putting all his energy into his sprint, only to be met by his master casually perched atop a rock, blocking his path. The old man reminds him that it's his 9th attempt at escaping in a single month. But the boy finally gathers the courage to speak up, admitting that he is not the legendary Teslan. He admits that he's actually someone who goes by the name of Reifenhardt, who is just a mage, and not some fucking chunk of meat. The old man just chuckles, asking if they are having another late-night story session. Of course, our boy is taken aback by such a response, and that's when his master mentions that this is also the 3rd time he has tried to spin some wild fantasy about himself. Once he claimed to have met gods, and another time he swore he was from a place called Nurim. With a gentle pat on the head, the master commends him for his creativity, telling him to get back to bed. And so, despite failing this time, my guy is still somehow determined to break out of his prison. Another day rolls in, with yet another failed attempt at escaping. And the day after that, he still cannot even catch a break underwater. His master just drags him out of the river once again, telling him to just get better. Finally, he gives up on the thought of escaping. And just as he is feeling miserable for himself, the old man mentions that the gym Unbreakable martial arts have been around for 130 years. Of course, it is only natural that they have seen every trick in the book, and no disciple has ever managed to pull a fast one on any of their masters. Tears well up in our hero's eyes as he comes to terms with the fact that he is stuck here. Thus, he decides to tough it out and complete his discipleship time. That is how he braved the prison of suffering with his heart, and somehow managed to pass 2 years, making so many sacrifices along the way until he finally awakened his aura. It seems staying there for 2 years wasn't all bad after all. He feels pretty accomplished, managing to pull off such a feat while he is only in his 20s. But the old man just laughs it off, saying this was always part of the plan with Jim Unbreakable. He explains that the intense physical training has already boosted his vitality and helped him manifest his aura, and with a twinkle in his eye, he says it is time to move on to the next step. The boy then eagerly asks his master about the next training, wondering if he'll finally start to learn some actual martial arts. With a giant grin, the behemoth of a man mentions they will be sparring with each other. And well, I'm pretty sure this was probably the last thing our idiot hero wanted to hear. But nonetheless, 3 more years pass just like that. And after those well-spent days, the scene cuts to the Vasily Kingdom's southern region, deep in the rough terrain of the Larchid Mountains. There, we see a waterfall, and standing before it is our jacked-up boy. He starts gathering energy in his hand with his Calamity Horn technique. Once fully charged, he takes his stance and hits the giant slab of rock before him. Though he nearly demolishes the slab, it's clear he still has much work to do. Apparently, the Calamity Horn technique involves channeling all your strength into one spot of your body, creating a concentrated aura that looks like a horn. Hence the nickname. Despite making a big hole in the rock, he mentions he still needs to polish his technique to reach the 4th superposition. You see, the final stage of Calamity Horn has 9 superpositions, and a punch that sends 9 ripples can supposedly even kill the gods. The Teslan he knew in his past life had 7 superpositions as his limit, and even Master Gerard could only perform the 8th. Since the old man has gone down to the village for some stuff for the first time, our boy is determined to learn the 4th superposition to get permission to descend the mountain himself. Even though he might have bolted if given the chance before, now that he is set on gaining some serious power, he gets down to practicing. This is also a rare opportunity for him to practice his magic, so he uses one of his spells, summoning up a purple ball and sending it flying towards a nearby tree. Unfortunately, it fizzles out on impact, leaving behind nothing but a few minor burns. It appears that despite knowing how to use magic, his body is not allowing him to harness it completely and is refusing to build up mana inside it. Suddenly, he senses the presence of someone, which is definitely not human. As this unfamiliar figure takes a cautious step forward, it becomes apparent that it's a scrawny orc. Upon locking eyes with our hero, this intimidating creature threatens him, urging the boy to act as if he didn't see him if he values his skin. Since our guy was used to dealing with all sorts of creatures in his past life, he clocks the orc as a young one, probably a fugitive. Since these creatures are sensible type, he knows that the orc will try smoothing things out by talking. So, he surprises the green guy by speaking in the language of grace, asking if anyone is trying to chase him down. After getting startled to hear a human talking in his mother tongue, the orc confirms our hero's statement. To which, Reifenhardt just extends his hand for help, but he is not sure if this creature trusts him. The orc simply says he trusts him since he can see our hero's kind soul, not to mention he can speak the language of grace. But he is worried that helping him will only get our boy dragged into trouble. After being totally blown away by the orc's unsurprising smooth talk, our hero reassures him to just have a little faith. And with that, he starts doing his magical thing, putting up a barrier to seal the gaping hole, assuring the orc that his magic will help conceal his presence. First off, the creature is completely bewildered to see our idiot wielding magic powers. But when Reifenhardt asks why he shouldn't possess any magic, the orc simply reminds him that with his jacked up body, it is pretty hard to believe he is a magician too. Anyway, before vanishing to the other side of the hole, the orc does not forget to thank our hero for his kindness. Right on cue, Reifenhardt hears approaching voices. A bunch of guys are marching down towards our hero, looking quite annoyed at first glance. They rudely address Reifenhardt, asking him if he has seen any young orc nearby. One of them even promises a gold coin for information, though it is pretty clear they are just bluffing, since they do not intend to pay jack shit. But they are not getting anything that easily, since our hero does not intend to play along with their shoddy lies. That is when one of the men notices the orc's footsteps and decides to follow these until the very end. On the other hand, after feeling disappointed in himself for such a half-assed spell casting that did not even erase the footprints, the idiot makes it crystal clear that this is his turf, and he is not letting anyone near. Now, you would think these guys would take a hint, but nope, they are stubborn as mules, especially this dude with the long hair, named Bright. He starts calling our hero a brat, but the guy beside him seems a bit wiser. He points out that the boy does not seem like just any ordinary person. But Bright, ironically not being the brightest person in the room, just keeps on getting under Reifenhardt's skin. He seems quite confident that the stubborn kid could not throw hands against 10 people. Well, our hero said enough of their yapping. He whips out a giant solid rock club with a magical spell, because apparently, his master told him not to use fists on the weak, and using a weapon against them is his version of mercy. So, keeping that in mind, he decides to break every bone with his weapon without letting them die. Although he would mainly been training with his fists, that did not mean the Gym of the Unbreakable did not offer weapon training. As the crowd below gets all hyped up, my man clenches his jaw and goes to town on these guys, swinging his club left and right. Even as they see their friends dropping dead, the other goons decide that it's smarter to attack even harder. Of course, they all meet the same painful fate within seconds. Now, this club is not about fancy combat moves, it is more about rigorous discipline training. But he is not holding back, especially since these guys are mercenaries who make a living by swinging swords. And let me tell you, even though this club spinning technique does not have any fancy defensive moves, he does not need them in the first place. The moment one of these idiots tries to strike him, his sword just bends and breaks, and poor man gets a solid slam over the head. At this point, even the idiot himself is completely bewildered by what's happening. Sure, he gets that he is built like a tank, but bending freaking swords upon impact is just too much for him to wrap his head around. Anyway, even after my man's been swinging his club for what feels like forever, he is pretty sure these guys are not gonna kick the bucket, even if their bones are smashed and joints are broken. After putting them through the ringer, Reifenhart finally calls it quits. But Bright, despite getting his butt handed to him, still has enough strength left to be a jerk with his words. So, my man gives him one last smack upside the head to teach him a lesson once and for all. And would believe it, that final smack seems to knock some sense into the cocky guy, who sheepishly thanks our hero before hightailing it out of there. Now, you would think Reifenhart would be relieved to see them go, but nope. This sadistic guy was having the time of his life beating the snot out of them. And it seems like he is starting to subconsciously absorb his master's philosophy of pounding on others. Anyway, the orc finally emerges from hiding and expresses his gratitude for hiding his behind. And for that, he bows in respect and pledges to repay the kindness. Furthermore, he accepts Reifenhart as his mentor and even goes as far as to put his life on the line if given the chance. You see, in orc culture, a mentor is like a guiding light, someone to be revered, much like how a knight serves their lord among humans. With deep respect, the orc asks for our hero's name. At first, the boy tosses out Teslan, but then he hesitates, takes a moment, and decides to go with Reifenhart Walled Antares. When the orc hears this name, he pledges to remember it for the rest of his days. Then, our hero asks where the orc plans to head off to, considering every place is crawling with humans. The green guy just shrugs and says he is aiming to wander around, searching for a place to rest. If he cannot find one, he would rather wander to his demise than live as a human slave. But then, Reifenhart suggests him to head beyond the Larchid Mountains, a place famous among orcs as the Land of Trails, where orcs live peacefully in hiding, specifically in the Blue Bear tribe. After that, the orc proceeds to walk away to his next destination. But before they disappear from each other's sight, the boy asks about this green guy's name. In response, the orc reveals from afar that he is the son of Crota, heir to Lat's axe, known as Tathit. Upon hearing this familiar name, Reifenhart's memory jogs out, and he realizes that this guy is the same Tathit, who once grew up to become one of his 4 heavenly kings in his past life. At this point, the idiot's feeling a tad sheepish. If the real Teslan had bumped into this orc, he probably would not have lent a helping hand to him. He is now afraid that he might have already changed the future a bit by helping that guy. But despite all that, his heart is all warm and fuzzy to reunite with his comrade. And it is not just Tathid that is making his heart cry, but he also just could not forget about the other 3, the troll, the elf, and even that old dwarf. He is dying to see them again. They were his friends, his family, and everything he had. After that heart-pounding encounter with his friend, another half a year zips by, and winter rolls in. The first thing we see is the master's fist ablaze with fire. With one mighty swing, he sends a fiery blow hurtling towards our terrified Reifenhart, who is giving it his all to block with his spiral guard. Barely making it out alive, he is greeted with a thumbs up from the old man, proud of his disciple for taking his spiral guard to new heights. Feeling all warm and such about how far his student has come, the old man cannot help but remind him of the time he tried to hightail it in the past. And would you believe it, it has been a solid 10 years of apprenticeship since the old man took our hero under his wing. Sure, the boy has definitely gotten stronger, but the master cannot help but notice the guy is still as puny as he was a decade ago. But the boy quickly defends himself, pointing out that he is already 190 centimeters tall. However, the old man just scoffs, considering them as nothing more than rookie numbers. Apparently, a member of Gym Unbreakable should be over 2 meters tall at least. Those 3 martial kings who came before them were like giants in comparison to our hero. At this point, the old man's practically bursting with determination. He shouts at our hero, demanding to know if he is messing up his breathing technique. He is on him like a hawk, but poor Reifenhart cannot help but remember that Teslan guy he met was around 2.3 meters tall as well. So, he reminds his master that it is just a matter of constitution. But as we take a peek into this bastard's head, we can hear him admitting that if he uses the breathing technique now, his body would become monstrous, which is the last thing he would want happening to his body. But surprisingly enough, the master decides to cut him some slack. As long as he is sturdier and more powerful, he does not care. So, Reifenhardt decides to unleash his true strength to prove himself. He awakens his power, leaps into the air, and comes swinging back with his calamity horn. The moment he hits the ground with his fourth superposition, chaos erupts. The ground shakes, everything goes haywire, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. And all the while, the old man's just cackling like a maniac, loving every moment of his student wreaking havoc. After that impressive display of power, his master gives him the green light to venture outside and see the world, and this unexpected gesture catches the boy totally off guard. But the old man confirms it once again, stating that the apprenticeship has ended, and Reifenhardt is now free to live as he pleases. He is free to choose his path, whether it is one of evil or good. It is the little price of training our hero has endured until now, and hearing this, he is totally moved by his master's words. The old man then recalls the advice he got from the third Martial King years ago. First off, he told him to accumulate wealth only through hard work, not by stealing. Secondly, he should stand by the side of the unjustly treated whenever possible. And lastly, he must ensure to continue the martial legacy of the gem unbreakable at any cost. To do that, the master instructs Reifenhardt to instill the teachings into a disciple to pass them down. As the old man tosses a pouch of coins, he advises Reifenhardt to take his sweet time finding a worthy disciple since pure talent is hard to come by. Although the 30 silver coins are enough to last half a year, Reifenhardt's dumbfounded to see that this supposedly rich old coot, who claimed to have a mansion in the capital, could only cough up this measly amount. Anyway, he hands our hero a map to a treasure left at Settlard Mountain. With that, Reifenhardt sets off on his journey. He glances back dramatically, eyeing the mountain, but in the next moment, it erupts like a volcano, giving the dude a literal heart attack. And guess who is behind the explosive farewell? Yep, his master, who tells him not to dwell on goodbyes, to run with determination without looking back, and to take pride in inheriting his teachings. Well, I bet that guy will not be forgetting the chaotic farewell anytime soon. The scene shifts to the town. Inside a hotel, we see the village chief gearing up to face off with a noble, but the guy behind the old man warns that chatting with nobles could be risky. Still, he manages to catch the attention of one of the knights in shining armor. With a bit of reluctance, the old man straightforwardly asks the knight to cough up what he and his bud is owed for their meal. The knight seems pretty ticked off by the demand but reluctantly tosses a ducat anyway, which is the local currency of this continent. However, when the old man checks out the coin, he points out that it is not nearly enough. Well, this prompts the noble to lose his cool, wondering aloud if the old man has ever seen a gold coin before. And to top it off, he throws a solid punch at the old man's face for daring to ask for more money than his social status allows. After taking that heavy blow, the old man and his companions could do nothing other than fume in anger. Apparently these knights are worse than bandits, pillaging their homes and food just for a measly ducat. Then, to add insult to injury, another arrogant voice pipes up, suggesting maybe these regular folks do not deserve any payment at all. The scene switches to one of our hero's memories from his past life, where he can be seen having a blast with the love of his life. There's this one memory that sticks with him the most, where Cirrus compliments him on his sharp, precise, and well-structured body, which can be directly compared to a finely crafted blade. However, in the present moment, the dude is bawling like a baby, kicking himself for looking all ripped and chiseled. Though he's happy about one thing, which is that he's much taller now. Anyway, putting jokes aside, my man is genuinely worried about his girl. He recalls that this is the exact year she'll be auctioned off. But since he can't just storm into the auction hall recklessly, he's stuck with no way to rescue her unless he can scrape together enough cash to cover the astronomical sum it takes to buy a slave. So, to make a quick buck, he decides to rely on his past memories and his current physical strength to raid the ancient ruins before reaching Chatten. The scene cuts back to the arrogant knight from before. Right now, he is inquiring to his trusty mage if he happened to find any leads on the location of the ancient ruins. To which, the magician simply demands more time. This guy is Delphia's mage, specialized in archaeology, known as Todd. Though their motives are still hazy, we can hear this arrogant man dropping a hint about the burial site of some big-shot swordsman, who is known as Sir Claude von Leaders Altian. In any case, let us hope we get some clarity on what these guys are up to soon enough. The next scene cuts to our hero, who had been seemingly wandering around for 3 days. His destination appears to be north, toward the Hatton Mountains, on the Central Road. He is apparently using artificial flashback, a skill from the old legends that lets him revisit memories at any time, and by using this, he is recalling his past adventures at the ancient ruins of the Hatton Mountains. Before his regression, he met a mage named Todd at Delphia's Mage Tower, who told him about exploring those ruins with the Altrian family of knights. Now, it seems our hero is about to cross paths with those arrogant knights we saw earlier. Turns out, he has been there in those ruins in his past life as well and managed to find the real treasure that Todd's party missed. And let me tell you, he is grinning ear to ear, merely at the thought of nabbing all that treasure for himself once again. As the path before him comes to a dead end, he finds himself standing before the cattle village, looking just as good as he remembered. Meanwhile, inside one of the hotels, the people of the village can be seen in panic. It seems that those arrogant knights want a guide to show them the way to the Valley of Death. But no villager wants to go near that haunted place. As they are seething with anger, cursing those nobles, one brave soul decides to step up and agree to go with them. But you can bet his wife and kid immediately talk some sense into him, making him reconsider. But just as he has started to consider staying, the villagers shoot him soul-piercing glares, telling him to stick to his words. But just then, they spot a disgusting face pressed against the window, trying to scare the living daylights out of everyone. The guy immediately grabs his bow and arrow, demanding to know who the fuck this mysterious man is. The dude comes up with a shoddy excuse, claiming he happened to overhear their conversation while passing by, so he decided to volunteer. Somehow, his half-assed story actually works, and he gets a pass to get inside. Everyone in the hall is terrified by his presence, and their jaws drop even further when they find out he knows every nook and cranny of the region. But the villagers still warn him about the dangers lurking there. However, the boy reassures them, reminding them once again that he knows this place like the back of his hand, and not to mention, he has been there before. Almost 50 years ago, there was a king from the Altians known as Claude. At the young age of 45, which is not quite young actually, he managed to awaken his aura and went on all kinds of adventures. His heroic stories were spread all over the Vasily kingdom, but fame often breeds arrogance, and Claude ventured into the Valley of Death with just one servant and ended up meeting his demise there. The problem was that the demonic sword Altian, a symbol of the Altian family passed down for generations, was lost with him, and the efforts to find that sword went on for more than 50 years. As our hero marches forth on the quest with Stefan von Rapanto Altian in search of the lost sword, he cannot help but speculate that this noble might just be the grandson of Claude himself, considering they belong to the same family as the legendary figure who perished in that dungeon. When the guy sees an elf woman getting cozy with her master, I cannot say for sure if he is feeling jealous of their camaraderie. Anyway, he notices there is only one saint in the party named Sillin, who seems quite young. This raises doubts in our hero's mind about whether this young gun can even perform any divine spells. But most of all, he is totally creeped out to see how this seemingly male individual looks so feminine. Just when he decides to talk with Todd, the only person he has seen from his previous life, he hesitates for a moment, unsure if he should interrupt these two, getting all lovey-dovey. But witnessing the affection in Todd's eyes for this feminine guy, the idiot literally creeped out to his core, wondering if this is the same Todd he knew. But then, out of nowhere, this dude catches up to our hero, telling him that the villagers were just scared for nothing about going to the dungeon when they have the kingdom's brave knights accompanying them. Hearing this, Reifenhart just gets totally creeped out by the man getting full of himself, which proves his point clearly that chivalry does indeed make narcissists out of men. Suddenly, they hear violent roars of monsters appearing out of the forest and sprinting into the sky like bullets. And in the next moment, these fury beasts turn their trajectory and start crashing down to the ground, aiming to take down all of these humans. As soon as one of those beasts extends its sharp claw, the cocky knight takes his stance and orders his knights to attack. Almost instantly, Todd unleashes his firepower, turning the entire sky into a fiery mess, while the feminine saint casts her magical spell, boosting every soldier's strength and vitality. Watching this group of knights fight, our hero starts to think they are not that bad after all. But still, they are only good from the perspective of a mage. From a martial artist's view, they are more or less trash. Anyway, just as he glances over his left shoulder, he sees those poor slave orcs in grave danger. Before the disgusting beast could tear those soldiers apart, our hero delivers a solid punch right to that bastard's face. The single punch obliterates the monster into hundreds of pieces, and he is pretty glad no one's paying attention to his abomination powers. At this point, he remembers that villager, and he is pretty sure if that guy had come along on Todd's adventure, the poor guide would have been toast. Seeing how this man is slashing down monsters, seemingly fighting only for himself while his underlings are dropping like flies, our hero's pretty sure this bastard is not a good person. But I guess there is always room for surprises, as this red-headed feminine boy tells our hero to hide to save himself. But just as he is scanning the battlefield, a beast shoots its sharp, metal-solid feathers. They do not even tickle our hero, but when one hits his eye, he is screaming at the top of his lungs from the sheer pain. So, he punches this creature like before, turning it into bits and pieces too. He also mentions that there are only so many tears he could shed, and he has already bawled out enough during his training. After the threat is neutralized, the cocky leader asks for a casualty report, and inquires about the mages and priests. Todd assures him that everyone is safe. Over in the corner, our hero grumbles about how these folks do not seem interested in considering their safety. Anyway, the leader stands tall and hollers in determination after winning that battle, and his whole crew falls in line with him. To savor the moment of triumph, he orders everyone to take a breather before continuing their journey. In that moment, our hero seizes the chance to finally chat with Todd. After giving him props for his efforts in the battle, he casually asks if he is from Delphia's Mage Tower, since his buddy's there too. Todd perks up at the mention of his friend, so the boy further drops the name of his supposed friend, which is not surprisingly Reifenhart. Double Chin immediately gets confused, wondering why a kid like Reifenhart would be friends with a rough and tough guy like our hero, unless there is more to their relationship than just friendship. Anyway, the mage mentions that he has been spending his days learning magic, but it seems this is not what our boy wanted to inquire about. So, he specifically asks if anything weird has happened to Reifenhart in the last few years. To which, Todd simply shrugs, saying nothing much, except his nose bridge is still as high as ever, and just thinking about it gets him all excited. As this dude drools over our hero's original body, my guy can barely contain his anger. With a clenched jaw and bulging veins, he asks if Reifenhart's attitude has changed at all, to which the mage replies he is not really sure, since he has never been that close to that kid. Suddenly, the saint calls the boy from behind, asking if he requires any support, but he responds with a no and directs her attention towards those orcs. He immediately gets on healing them. But just as he was helping those docile creatures, one of the soldiers butts in, telling him that these creatures can just get better by simply licking their bodies so he does not have to waste his energy on them. But despite what others are saying, the femboy keeps on healing nonetheless. It does not take our boy long to realize how kind-hearted he is, unlike these other humans who are the lowest of the low. And let us not forget about this bastard, who is probably the lowest scum. He has really started to get on our hero's nerves with his swagger. In any case, just as he is ordered, he starts giving directions towards their destination. But as he does, we can clearly see that this fucker is definitely cooking something, and even the cocky dude catches on to his suspicious behavior. After trekking for about an hour, the whole party looks like deflated balloons after battling wolves and other monsters back to back. While the leader screams his lungs out in frustration, mercilessly urging his exhausted squad to keep trudging along, my guy can be seen snickering like a devil, intentionally leading them through a tougher path. You see, knights might be arrogant, and priests might be stubborn, but mages are simply narrow-minded and cheap to the bone, and our hero is a mage to his core. I mean, he at least put them on the fastest path possible, and he definitely did not choose this route just to mess with them. After relentless monster fights for the past few hours, the platoon leader finally understands how this place drove Sir Claude to his death. But just when all hope seems lost, the man's face lights up with hope as he finally spots the dungeon before his eyes. In no time, he and his companions burst into happiness, marking the end of their journey to the ancient ruins. After a bit more walking, they finally rock up right before the entrance of the place. And after seeing no traps outside, Todd gives them the green light to enter, and the platoon leader tells his squad to gear up. However, the captain makes it clear that since our hero's work is done, he can head back. But our boy insists on staying outside, claiming that he could not bear going back to the village alone. So, Altion decides to protect him on the way back, just to honor his hard work. But once again, my guy can barely contain his anger upon realizing that this bastard never had considered protecting him on their way back before this moment. In any case, the leader charges his entire squad, and everyone starts rushing inside to defeat the creature who had been sleeping for centuries. Seeing them go in with such flair, my guy just waves his hand with a cocky, mischievous smile, and once he is finally alone outside, he decides to get to work on what he came here for. Right now, this place, the ancient ruins of Palton, is crawling with monsters and spirits. But back in the Silver Age, it was just a regular logistics base, nothing fancy. Even if it was just a regular base back then, the tech in the Silver Age was like something out of a sci-fi movie, which makes it pretty valuable. Once he steps inside, memories of his past come rushing back. He recalls exploring this dungeon with his pointy-eared beauty, who guided him through the uncharted territory and unlocked every secret path. But just as he is getting nostalgic, X-rated stuff starts creeping into his mind. Thinking back on it, it was quite bold of them to literally be fucking around inside a dangerous dungeon. Thankfully, the author has chosen to blur this out, just so you guys can keep your cool and pay attention to the story. Once he gets to the familiar secret door, he tries to work his magic to open it, but the door does not seem to budge with the little magic energy he has. After a bit of struggle, he finally manages to get it unstuck. But before he goes any further, he sheds his expensive coat to keep it clean. Then, before busting through those walls, he gives himself a good stretch. Just as he is limbering up, he hears some pretty intense screams up ahead. Naturally, the idiot is curious why there are screams coming from that way when he clearly saw those goons heading in the opposite direction. As he is thinking, he remembers how this secret path is basically a back door, leading directly to the third floor of the basement. Naturally, opening it means that they are kinda trespassing. Yep, him and the gang of goons ahead are all trespassers now. Since this place is a military building, it is no shocker that the security system would kick in, unleashing all sorts of defenses to repel intruders. Back in the day, he and Cirrus had free reign, so they did not worry about other areas. But now, Altion's group has stumbled into a trap that has dropped them down to the second floor. So yeah, everyone is pretty much royally fucked. And as you can imagine, the poor soldiers are getting torn to shreds inside that trap. And this cocky knight is just standing there frozen in horror, watching his comrades get sliced like cucumbers. The chef in charge of this gruesome vegetable chopping is none other than a behemoth wielding a scythe, towering above them with multiple hands wielding many blades, ready to turn those soldiers into mincemeat. It is pretty clear to the platoon leader that they are not getting out of this mess alive. While the femboy attends to the injured as usual, everyone seems grateful for his help. However, it turns out this guy is not as kind or warm-hearted as we thought. His intentions become clear as he mutters to himself that keeping the soldiers alive is the only way he can survive. He also thanks Double Chin for saving him from the floor collapse earlier, but Double Chin is not sugarcoating anything, mentioning that the danger has not passed yet. And with that speak of devil, a monster crashes the party through the main door, tossing soldiers aside like pebbles. They have no choice but to scramble out of the way, as these monsters seem straight out of nightmares. The femboy works his charm once again, rallying the soldiers with what seems like will and courage. But in reality, he is more like a puppet master, pulling their strings to make them fight. It is not about bravery, it is about using every resource available, even if it means turning them into mindless warriors. As the mindless soldiers advance without their will, Double Chin is blown away by the extent of magic this femboy had to put in, just so he can turn those soldiers into berserkers. In any case, I can tell that these poor guys are about to face their death. On the other hand, this zesty-ass Double Chin guy pulls out some fancy moves to support the soldiers. With his magic, he makes those steel swords float in the air, leaving the monsters completely defenseless. Meanwhile, the elf knight is also fighting, probably on behalf of Altion. Not gonna lie, she has got some solid moves. But despite her flexibility, one blow nearly shatters her bones, sending her crashing into a nearby wall. After that single hit, she's just a bloody mess, and despite being on her last legs, she still asks her master if she was any help. And even though the guy who's usually arrogant and cocky, he responds positively to her question, giving her a verbal thumbs up for her efforts. He also seems to be dishing out some solid moves, slashing down those monsters and leaving nothing but blood with each swing he makes. While the others recognize their master's strength, they cannot help but feel overwhelmed by the looming threat. Still, their leader roars with determination, telling them not to lose hope and reminding them that even Sir Claude, the great knight, was defeated right here. But I guess those encouraging words are about to be pointless, since no one is going to withstand the flames raining down from above. And it is not just any flames, a gigantic monster crashes down to the ground. This hound of fire literally looks like something straight out of hell. With a deafening roar, the hellhound starts smashing down those ordinary soldiers as if they were mere annoyances in his way. But despite facing this hellish creature, Altion encourages his subordinates not to lose their ground. To inject some resolve and a sense of responsibility into the terrified soldiers, he questions if they have forgotten that they are the brave knights of Altion. But let us be real here, this motivational bitch could not do a damn thing when facing off against a monster the size of an airplane, bringing hell itself into existence with each fiery blow. But despite facing such an overwhelming power, this arrogant guy just clenches his jaw out of anger and vows to himself not to be defeated by these monsters. So, he tightly grabs his sword and foolishly marches towards that creature with sheer foolishness in his eyes. He strikes the beast with one of his sword techniques, but he is brutally smacked in return. A mere flick of that monster's finger sends him soaring back to the ground. Even after hitting the ground, he is gliding like a pebble on water. By the time he loses the momentum of the strike, he is pretty much dead, if not entirely. After he is out of the picture, the femboy steps in with his pinky powers, trying to smack the giant beast with his plus-sized weapon. Despite the blow seeming deadly, the creature is just a little annoyed by this sneaky attack. The glare it gives literally leaves the femboy sweating profusely, his hands trembling out of sheer threat. Not surprisingly, the annoyed beast lunges at the red-headed boy, but just as he braces himself for the attack, someone jumps into the scene and smacks the creature right over its overgrown face. That single blow is enough to send the monster flying, and when the pinky raises his head again, he sees bulging muscles and a man who looks nothing short of dependable and heroic. Just as he readies himself to face off with the creature, he is totally startled for a moment because the beast does not seem to be retaliating, and as it turns out, it only took one punch to scatter that beast into pieces. He now has no doubt why he felt the grip of death when he took merely one blow from Teslan back then. In any case, he takes a glance around him, only to see everyone knocked out unconscious. But before going to town with these undead creatures, he decides to move the soldiers aside to prevent them from getting further injured. The Double Chin guy is absolutely boggled out of his mind to see our hero's strength. They are further bamboozled when they see him smashing those monsters into smithereens with just one hand while carrying the injured elf. Once the threat is neutralized, the platoon leader comes back from his unconsciousness, and his eyes nearly pop out when he takes a look around, finding the monsters dead. Naturally, he curiously asks his subordinate what the hell happened, and when he hears all about what went down, he is just shocked out of his mind. He still cannot believe that our hero was the one who cleared the dungeon single-handedly. But he has to face reality. So, with a warmer tone, he respectfully apologizes to our boy in a roundabout way for not recognizing his strength and humbly asks for his name. Just as the boy is about to give out his real name, he remembers that Todd already knows Reifenhart from the Mage Tower. So, to avoid any confusion, he introduces himself as Reifen. While the henchman behind the platoon leader feels suspicious of our hero's identity, the knight seems to totally buy Reifenhart's fake name and further asks about what family he belongs to, but the boy simply states that he does not belong to any. Well, that only makes the already suspicious henchman even more suspicious, entertaining the fact that a strong person could not just be a random regular dude. But just when we thought this arrogant guy had some room to be a good person, he taps our hero's shoulder and gives him props for acting as side helper for the job they had already almost completed. However, Reifenhart is not too pleased with this guy stealing all the glory and lets him know he was barely even a background character in the whole fight. After being rudely flung aside by our hero, the cocky guy gets ticked off, but his henchmen tell him to chill, reminding him that Reifen is just a regular guy, so manners might not be his strong suit. The boss kinda agrees but still wants to know who taught him to fight like that. Reifen just shrugs it off, saying he picked up some moves while wandering around. The fact that he lied is that he wants to keep his teacher's identity on the down low. After all, the guy is famous across the continent, and he does not want to attract any unnecessary attention. At this point, even Altian starts to raise an eyebrow at this guy's stories. But Reifenhart just changes the subject, reminding them they should focus on tending to the injured instead of playing detective. By the looks on the henchmen's faces, you can tell the boy is not slipping past his watchful eyes. Reifenhart reminds them once again to get moving and do their part. Meanwhile, the henchman cannot help but notice how chill our hero is, oozing confidence and all. After putting these attributes together, he starts thinking he might be someone with real clout and maybe even royal from another place. Despite Reifen's younger appearance, the man cannot shake off the feeling that his speech pattern is like talking to someone older. Anyway, the saint barges into the scene, and he appears to be really impressed by our hero's sheer size and height. He then starts bombarding Reifenhart with questions about his origin, his strength, and everything about him. Before we progress the plot further, here is the little short story about this guy. Apparently, Silin Filmarsis had lost his parents early and was raised in the orphanage. There, he got picked on a lot for being weak and pretty. But the sad thing is, it kinda made him long for stuff he did not have, like a strong body and a deep voice. At this point, he even dreamed of becoming a monk, proving their devoutness through their body. However, reality was far from his expectations. His height did not change, puberty never came, and for some reason, his hair grew really fast. As a last resort, he even tried hitting the weights, hoping to change things up. But all he got was more divine power from treating his workout injuries. And right now, that is precisely why he feels so much admiration for Reifenhart's chiseled physique and huge size. After getting creeped out, the idiot makes an excuse to find the exit and starts walking down. But the femboy insists on going with him. However, the hero reminds him that a healer is still needed there to tend the injured. That is when the platoon leader himself decides to go with our hero for the exploration. I guess Reifenhart cannot really say no, so off they go together. As we are strolling along, let us peek into the knight's mind. There we learn that despite his reluctance, he knows he has got to play nice with Reifen since he is going to be a big help in this exploration. He even thinks Reifen must be feeling pretty proud for escorting a knight. Then again, we know that my man could not care less about these goons. Still, this silly knight just does not seem to catch on, and he is just itching to flex his muscles at the right moment so he can make our hero his biggest fan for helping him out. Thankfully for us, his moment of glory is cut short when he takes a firm hit and falls to the ground for a sweet nap. And just as he lies there unconscious, the monsters start to pour out of the tunnel. As soon as they lunge at our hero, my man just turns them into dust with his bare fists. After clearing the path, he proceeds to move forward to check out the loot he is about to snag. So, as soon as he enters the room, he starts rummaging through all the useless stuff in hopes of finding something valuable. A moment later, he stumbles upon a limitless bag, a magic tool that allows one to store items up to 10 times the size of the bag, and the weight will be reduced to a tenth. Not only that, he also nabs a heavenly brazier, a returning dagger, and a magical sapphire, which are all supposed to fetch a heavy amount. After grabbing the treasure, he heads back to the knight who is nursing his aching head, trying to figure out what the hell happened. My man casually puts all the blame on those dead creatures, who supposedly sneaked up on the knight from behind, and knocked him out. Hearing this, the knight reluctantly swallows his pride and painfully thanks our hero for his help. But the boy tells him not to sweat it, since this crazy fucker knows that it's only the beginning of knocking out the poor knight. So, while Reifenhart was swiping all the treasure for himself, he ended up knocking the platoon leader out 3 more times in the process, making sure that he stays unconscious while he completes his business. Surely at this point, even the platoon leader is starting to smell something fishy. Despite being on high alert, he keeps getting knocked out without any warning, and starts to wonder if maybe his body needs a snack. Meanwhile, my man's grinning from ear to ear, having filled up his bag to the max. He eventually decides it is time to head back and come back another day for the loot. So, he tells the platoon leader they have explored all they can, and it is time to return back to the party. After reuniting with the soldiers on their walk forward, the saint asks our hero the same question if he is royal, but his response remains the same, questioning what is weird about a regular citizen being skilled. The femboy points out that his way of talking is really mature, and as a martial artist, he understands that he has to be confident. But he did not expect him to talk so casually with henchman Edward, who is well over 40. I guess he has a point, so Reifenhart decides to keep that in mind, and proceeds to tell the dude that he is just not cut out for great etiquettes. In any case, during their short talk, they have finally reached the door, and as soon as they cross the threshold, everyone's jaws hang in the air when they find this beast right before their eyes. This monster is known as Growlbeast, and simply calling it a giant creature would be quite an understatement. It appears that Reifenhart is a bit confused to see this monster, as he cannot recall this thing guarding these ruins in his previous life's exploration. I guess he has arrived here way too early, and no one has taken this big baddie down yet. Instead of confronting the monster, he suggests the party head back, as it will be hard to take care of that thing with this force. But then, one of the soldiers points out that this monster is wielding the demonic sword Altean. After seeing that sword, it goes without saying that this foolish knight has decided to take that monster down. While our hero insists on going back and preparing before indulging with this monster, the platoon leader refuses to back down. He challenges the monster by raising his sword into the air, and the soldiers behind him do not have a shred of doubt in their leader's judgment. But my man on the sideline cannot help but be creeped out for their foolish decision. As you might have already guessed, the soldiers are getting ripped to shreds by this monster. But Altean recklessly lunges at the monster anyway, only to be met with a devastating blow right to his belly. Blood gushes out of his mouth as he gets brutally smacked against the wall behind him. Despite the bone-wrecking impact, he reassures his concerned henchman that he is alright. And let us not forget about the elf woman, always there to rescue her master from danger. With a godly leap into the air, she swings her sword and strikes the monster. But she is only met with a deadly blow to her side, and blood stubbornly comes out of her mouth despite her best efforts to clench her teeth tightly. In the next moment, the monster decides to kick things up a notch and unleashes a gigantic cannon of fire that eradicates everything in its path. The soldiers try to run out as fast as possible, but there seems to be no hope for these poor fellas. Just as the fire is about to reach our femboy, my guy swoops in at the nick of time and directly takes the fire with his bare hands, dispersing it like it is no big deal. After that close save, Reifenhart does not forget to apologize for jumping in late, as he was startled for a moment. Looks like it is time for our hero to unleash his devastating power on this creature, and by the looks of his face, it is clear he is not going to mess around. He takes his stance and starts to gather his full power to put it to the test and see the extent of his abilities. He admits he would not have taken such a gamble as a mage unless he was sure the odds of winning are 100%. Now that he has changed a bit, he enjoys the thrill of messing with people who might seem more powerful than him. He starts off the fight by just poking the beast. And of course, this wild creature retaliates without a second thought. The demonic sword grazes the boy's shoulder, which is the first time he has seen his body, which can withstand steel, punctured by just a mere graze of that demonic sword. Caught off guard, the monster seizes the opportunity and lands a hit on the hero, making him cough up blood with a single blow. He is sent flying with just a kick, crashing into the nearby wall, destroying it like it is made of Lego. But my man is no ordinary Joe. He is practically the second coming of Giga Chad, or what the kids these days refer to as a Sigma. He brushes himself off from the rubble, assuring the femboy that he was just warming up. This was the first time the redhead had seen the power of an aura user, but let us be real, that's not really all that there is to it. As I have told you many times, my man is just on a whole different level. He is pretty confident that if he had not let his guard down, he could have easily taken that sucker down. As the monster starts jabbering away in its own language, Reifenhart just thinks it is challenging him for spar. So, he gears up and lets loose a flurry of punches, while the beast is not holding back either and retaliates with the same energy. Meanwhile, this once cocky knight is finally getting a reality check. After seeing our hero unleash the power of aura, it has become one of the greatest challenges just figuring out how this seemingly commoner possesses such powers when nobles among nobles failed to manifest it. The more he watches Reifen fight, the more terrified he feels. Even the monster struggles against his punches. He has finally reached his breaking point, and it is only a matter of time before he explodes in tears. And further, seeing our hero pounding this monster like a pizza dough just leaves him in a loop about who the real monster is here. But still, the battle seems far from over, and their hack and slash continues. My man is having the time of his life, finally getting a punching bag to see the extent of his power. With the next blow, he obliterates the hand of the creature in which he was holding his sword. But despite that, the monster seems to be healing rapidly, getting all of its power from the dungeon itself. But whatever the case, this is not nearly enough to make our hero break a sweat. Once he gets near to the creature, he grabs its hand, slam dunks the beast, then gives it a brutal kick to the face followed by a barrage of punches. At this point, even he has started to feel that he is just having too much fun. So, to not spoil himself further, he decides to put an end to this using the Calamity Horn to obliterate the beast in one punch. But he is afraid that using the Calamity Horn will burn down the entire dungeon, and there are other people to consider. Just as he is pondering this escalating mess, Double Chin imparts his wisdom, reminding our hero to use his aura-covered sword. But the boy already knew about such things. The main concern here is that he does not know how to cover his weapons with aura. Double Chin has absolutely no clue what the heck this man is talking about. But the boy confirms it once again, mentioning that all he knows is how to use aura on his body, and this is the only thing his martial clan taught him. That is when the femboy also chimes in from behind, confirming if his body has high durability, to which he confirms immediately. With that in mind, the redhead starts casting one of his spells, which zaps my guy's entire nervous system like a sting bee. After this unwarranted spell casting, the boy goes nuts and flings the monster right into the wall like it is no big deal. Although Riefenhardt can be seen struggling after having that spell cast upon him, the maniac, who looks innocent on the outside, has not even hesitated before casting a divine spell known as Holy Striking, which they only use to cast over metal objects. Seeing this guy getting all fired up after doing something this diabolic, Riefenhardt is pretty sure that this must be a devil with a pretty face. Anyway, he charges toward the monster with his stiff and hardened body, delivering a devastating kick right below the monster's jaw, which is followed by a solid knee smash. And as for the grand finale, he lands a proper divine punch. After that punch, everything freezes for a moment for some dramatic effect, and in the next moment, the giant just explodes, turning into a million pieces while my man stands in his same stance after his final blow. As the remnants of the monster are raining down, yet another dramatic moment begins, and this time it appears that this femboy has finally found the love of his life. Suddenly, Ruin's energy starts acting up, and before you know it, the power that once surged just dissipates, signaling the end of the struggles inside this dungeon. While the femboy looks around bewilderedly, asking for confirmation that everything's over, my man can be heard complaining, telling him to lay off his charm of steel. As the scattered soldiers gather up once again, Altian also stands up with the help of his henchmen. Despite his miserable state, he calls out Rifen for holding back his powers and hiding his true identity. He wonders if Rifen had fun sneering as he watched everyone struggle, but the boy simply lets him know that he never sneered. In fact, he was never interested in anyone and paid no attention whatsoever. So, he wonders to himself why the hell he is being accused of something he never did. But out of the blue, he starts strolling down without a care in the world, which only makes Altian further annoyed, who wields his sword to strike Riefenhardt for not letting him fully show his knightly honor. But my man simply bends down to grab the demonic sword, causing the idiot to lose his balance. The already injured man starts falling off from his high perch like a sack of potatoes. What's even funnier is that our clueless hero wasn't even trying to dodge the attack. He just merely bent down to pick up the sword, only to hand it back to Altian. While henchmen can be seen praising Rifen for his selfless attitude even in the presence of something precious, the knight feels utterly humiliated. Perhaps it is because he thinks he is being handed a victory that should not rightfully belong to him, which is clearly against his honor as a knight. As for our boy, he simply does not want the sword because it is just a second-rate toy compared to what he used to wield in his prime. While Altian is still feeling pissed and fuming, the party proceeds to head out of the place. After that little adventure, everyone finally comes back to Cattle Village, where the villagers are really blown away by the redhead's healing abilities. Riefenhardt finds himself pretty intrigued to see this seemingly straightforward guy pitching in to help the villagers by healing the sick and handing out some cash. The only thing that pops into his mind is that the Phalanx Holy Order is going to get some serious PR mileage out of this femboy's generous acts. I guess this dude is more cunning than our hero gave him credit for. Anyway, after a while, all the knights start riding back home. Along the way, the knight tells his henchmen to keep a close eye on Rifen, to which Edward responds that he is already onto it since that guy definitely is not ordinary. And when we look at Altian's face, I nearly burst out laughing because this guy still wants to prove that he is stronger than our hero. Meanwhile, somewhere on the mountains, we find Riefenhardt once again, and after filling his pockets to the brim, he decides to finally venture out on an adventure in the search of his pointy-eared woman. However, it appears that there is still one trouble that keeps following him around like a persistent bug. That's right, the femboy is unsurprisingly following our hero. After catching up to him, he asks Rifen if he knows about priests who serve the goddesses and believers alike. The hero responds with a yes, mentioning that those individuals are called pilgrims. And the funny part is, this feminine guy did not even consider that pilgrims often die while traveling. But still, he seems dead set on becoming a pilgrim, which is why he ditched his party as well. But he officially gets under our hero's skin when he expresses his desire about wanting to tag along with him. And the way he says it, Reifenhardt's got no doubt he swings both ways, just like Todd. At this point, Reifenhardt is itching to shake this dude off, but then he remembers that this guy is a priest, which makes him the ultimate first aid kit. So, he gives this redhead the green light to stick around or bug off, whichever floats his boat. After they officially became buddies on this journey, the redhead expresses his desire to make some killer abs. So, he asks for the proper routine and training to get shredded. But the boy responds that getting beaten to death and lifting boulders is all there is to it. As our hero keeps remembering his girlfriend Cirrus on his way, the scene transitions to the outside of a large mansion. Inside, a man with a purple head can be seen, who is really frustrated over his butler. And as he continues his tirade, we learn that the elf woman this butler brought is not letting this guy near her, which is really flipping him out. By the way, this man is the heir of the Karen trade union, known as Beret. He asks why this elf is so damn resistant to serving him in bed, to which the elf responds that she is just born that way. Purplehead not only hates her attitude but also her eyes, and she once again just ticks him off by telling him she was just born with those eyes. While the other ladies around him try to calm him down, he tells his butler to send this woman back because, even if he got her for a steal, he is not about to settle for a lemon. Looks like this girl, currently being known as number 148, is considered as a defective product. Inside the Chatten Principality's elf-slave market, known as Elfenheim, the girl was already returned by all three of her owners, who all failed to lay hands on her body. Basically, the Chatten Principality is a bustling commerce hub in the north. It borders a bunch of other nations, and trade flourishes here, which is all thanks to a massive river cutting right across it. Feel free to pause the video to take a closer look at the map layout and understand the territory better. Right now, we have arrived in Zeppelin, the capital of this nation and the center of all commerce. In the bustling streets of Zeppelin, we spot our duo of adventurers, really taken aback by the crowded streets. But I guess they are not too surprised, considering this is the bustling heart of commerce in the continent. This nation was literally built by merchants who bought land from the Grain Kingdom, and there are plenty of perks for merchants here. Not to mention, the people in this place are all money-driven. And for some reason, our hero is pretty sure he is going to find Cirrus here, the elven love of his past life. Just as he is strolling along, his attention is snagged by a commotion nearby. There is a noble going absolutely ballistic on this poor dwarf, and this fat fuck appears to be Rolofane Trade Union head, who goes by the name Tarek. After giving the poor old man a royal beatdown, he tosses 30 gold coins his way for compensation. And once the rich guy and his entourage leave, the saint rushes over to the injured old man to tend to his wounds. As soon as the guy gets patched up, the redhead decides to report the noble fat fuck to the cops. But his anger quickly turns to confusion when the greedy old dwarf he just helped completely brushes off the matter, saying that as long as he's got money, he is golden. Looks like the reality has finally hit our little priest, which is the fact that cold and hard cash is the only real power and concern in this city. In fact, the femboy is losing his marbles, seeing that our hero's take on these people was spot on. Just as they watch this greedy guy happily depart with the money, Reifenhardt further educates the clueless lad that here, punishment for breaking the law can be paid off with a fat stack of cash, so nobody ever sees the inside of the cell. Looks like being a new adventurer just taught our redhead a whole new side of the world. When Reifenhardt is questioned about the reason for his visit to this trash place, the man simply says he is here to shop. But when pressed on what exactly he is shopping for, the dude starts sweating bullets, before blurting out that he is here to buy an elf. Needless to say, the saint is totally freaked out. But before things get out of hand, the boy clarifies he is not here to get freaky with someone in bed, but he cannot reveal anything about his real mission either. Upon hearing this, the saint just turns away with his face twisted in disgust, probably wondering how all men are nothing but lustful animals. I guess he doesn't quite trust our boy's words. Anyways, Reifenhardt reminds the little fool that he's also a man himself, to which the redhead reluctantly concedes. The next scene takes us to another part of town, where we run into Tarek once again. Just as the fatty is laughing about the Rolofane Trade Union's cheap business tactics to take control of the market, someone catches his attention. It's the same purple head who has not had much luck with the ladies. The fat guy, with a big smug grin, tries to shoot the breeze with the purple head, but it's clear that Beret would rather avoid engaging in conversation with him. Nonetheless, he strikes up a conversation by mentioning that the slave he bought a while ago wasn't complying to his commands, so he simply returned her about 2 weeks ago. Upon hearing this, the chubster laughs his ass off, mocking Beret for not even being able to handle a single slave. He goes on to insult him, saying it's no wonder why the Karen Company cannot get into the top 10 trade unions. But to his defense, Beret explains that the elf was a defective piece, who was already returned many times by other owners as well. Instead of understanding Purplehead's point, the fat guy starts thinking about taking that particular slave for himself. And by doing that, he wants to humiliate Beret by successfully taming the elf that he failed to handle. The next scene takes us to one of the hotels, where the first thing we see is our hero's bewildered face. The cause of his bewilderment becomes clear when we see the saint's scrawny body, which is barely thicker than a straw. It is really creeping our boy out, especially after watching this guy struggle to perform a single push-up. At this point, he is also really confused about why this boy is not gaining any muscle despite all his efforts. Nevertheless, he instructs him not to push himself too hard, as he cannot afford to have him slowing down their journey due to muscle cramps. But the hero finds himself bewildered once again when the saint's magical aura lights up his face. The redhead looks as fresh as a cucumber after using a healing charm on himself. Well then, it seems Reifenhart has finally figured out why this idiot isn't gaining any muscles. Apparently, healing magic works similarly to turning back time. Muscles are built by tearing the muscle fibers during a workout, and then giving them time to regenerate. By repeating this process, anyone can get some fats gains if they put in enough effort. However, since the priest boy uses a spell to heal himself after each workout, his muscles just revert to their original state every time. Realizing that this fool has been wasting his time for the past several years, my guy is literally at a loss for words on how to respond to this shit. But just when the saint asks if there's something wrong, Reifenhart disappointingly responds with a nod, but promises to teach him an effective training method later. The hero then asks the redhead whether he ever feels annoyed because of his long hair, but the boy just shrugs, mentioning that he cannot help it, since they just grow back really fast. In any case, our hero rolls his eyes at the weirdness of it all, and proceeds to head out to the slave auction as he had planned. Of course, the redhead also grabs his robe and decides to tag along. As they walk down, let me brief you about this whole slave auction thing. It's basically a place where various kinds of creatures are sold. But the most popular ones are of course the elves, and they tend to fetch higher prices because of their beauty among the other races of monsters. And in the realm of elves, it is the slayer elves who fetch the highest prices, while regular female elves and young female elves are comparatively cheaper. On the other end of the spectrum, male elves, orc swordsmen, and orc slaves come with much lower price tags, with male elves often being at the bottom of the list due to their higher suicide rates. One reason for the high demand for elves is their long lifespan. However, this also means that their adolescent stages are prolonged, leading to a famously distasteful joke, that a foolish merchant might die of old age before seeing a return on their investment in a baby elf. Upon reaching the auction building, they both take a seat and wait. During the wait, the redhead comments that Elfheim is a specialized elf slave auction with a tradition spanning 300 years. Our hero finds it extremely sickening that they have dubbed a slave auction as Elfenheim, which basically means the paradise of the elves. In any case, the saint is particularly excited to see the auction for the first time in his life, and doesn't feel particularly bothered by the idea of slavery whatsoever. In fact, he holds the belief that elves are at least treated better than orcs. Of course, Reifenhart is the only anomaly among humans who thinks otherwise, and remains steadfast in his conviction that slavery is slavery, no matter how decide to spin it. To this, the saint tries to double down on his statement by reminding our hero that living under the care of humans is still preferable than living in some deadly barren land. And in the company of humans, basic necessities like food and shelter are guaranteed for survival. It's a bit sad to think that the priest, along with all other humans, seem to think as if every other race is dependent on them for their survival, when they're the ones who ended up enslaving them in the first place. And since Reifenhart knows that he cannot simply change other people's narrow-minded thinking, he plans to establish yet another empire, which will be different from the one he set up in his past life. This time, it will not be some kind of dark empire of the Demon King, but a properly recognized nation of otherworldly beings. Anyway, while they were having this small talk, the auctioneer finally saunters in with the ladies, and before diving into presenting the elves, he makes sure to throw out a quick apology for keeping our hero waiting. As soon as these lovely ladies strut onto the scene, each one of them seems to be turning on the charm. But as you can imagine, Reifenhart is not interested in any of them. Meanwhile, the idiot saint is just feeling embarrassed to see these ladies, while the auctioneer mistakes the boy for a girl because of his pretty face, and wonders who on earth brings a girl to a joint like this. After feeling disappointed to see the elves, who were supposed to be the descendants of the great spirits, but are now reduced to positions as prostitutes, our hero specifically asks if there are any slayers with darker skin tones. Of course, the idiot gets a major side-eye from our little redhead, especially because he was just yapping about how slavery is all bad and stuff. The merchant simply states that he can arrange for a darker-skinned woman if that is what he prefers, although there is only one available. They start strolling across the building, and on the way, the merchant starts babbling about how they make sure the elves get their exercise, as well as fresh vegetables, fruits, and nuts. He seems extremely proud, only until Reifenhart shoots him a glare that could melt glaciers, basically telling him to cut the crap and just take them to the elf. Seeing our hero's fierce look, the auctioneer immediately looks away and shuts his trap. Upon arriving at the main entrance, the merchant informs the guard that he is here to see number 148. After receiving the pass to enter, they encounter the elves who are candidates to become slayers, and they are being trained here to become full-fledged warriors. As soon as our hero's eyes fall upon what he had been longing to see for so long, tears start to flow unconditionally. Right before him stands his love, Cirrus. Of course, she's nowhere near her prime self right now. But before we can witness their warm reunion, the scene cuts back to one of his memories. There, Reifenhardt can be seen with Cirrus, probably attempting alchemy. Just as she warns him not to mix certain potions, it is too late, and a giant explosion rocks the entire castle. It appears this is not the first time our guy had done something similar. But nonetheless, as she gets too close to him to pick him back up, Cirrus starts to wonder why she feels so strongly for him despite his old age. That is when Reifenhardt tells her to just never use honorifics when calling him, but the lady politely declines his request. When he asks for the reason behind it, she simply smiles, and the scene takes us to the moment when the entire empire was in flames. The mage watches his empire turn to ashes before his eyes, and the four heavenly kings do not seem to be enjoying the spectacle either. With their defeated faces, they have come here to bid a final farewell to their king before making their escape. However, the old man tells them to stop sulking, reminding them that being warriors, they should not be terrified of anything that might shake their confidence. He then reveals that the entire continent has gathered their forces, amounting to 2 million soldiers who have come to take down the supposed demon king. It is hilarious for Reifenhardt that these foolish humans are ready to blaze and ruin their own countries just to win this single war. In any case, since their fate is pretty much sealed, the orc asks if their majesty will not be joining them in fleeing this mess, to which Reifenhardt responds that the rest of them can only escape if he stays here instead. The mage also apologizes to the dwarf for letting him down and bankrupting the entire nation, even though he had the dwarven god's guarantee. But the dwarf insists that it was never a guarantee, but just an oracle from their people. Reifenhardt, however, stresses that it is the same damn thing regardless. Looks like the oracle was some kind of message for the dwarves that there would be a man with an elf and an orc by his side, who would tear down the Pillar of Hawkrol. The dwarves were instructed to follow this person, because he would change their fate and bring them salvation. Although our hero did lead the dwarves to salvation, he did not imagine he would also cause their downfall as well. Whatever the case, before finally saying goodbye, he prays to God that they will reunite someday. With that, the heavenly kings start to leave. But the elf lady hesitates and asks him to promise that he will come back to her. To reassure her, my guy starts rambling about fate and all that jazz, but it's quite clear that these are not the words she wants to hear. So, she leans in and yells right in his face that he is definitely coming back. Seeing the affection in her eyes, the hero gives her a warm hug. This would be the last time in that life that they were able to share each other's warmth. And now, back in the current life, it appears that the gods have finally given him a chance to hug her once again. Just as Cirrus is struggling, the merchant reveals that she is apparently a defective product lacking basic manners. This has led to her being returned 3 times already. Although she might have the skills, her personality is so horrible that it has been nearly impossible to sell her. As a result, she ended up here for training to become a slayer. After all, before any elf can qualify for the Slayer title, they must have first-hand experience in killing other living beings. But despite everything the merchant mentioned about her flaws, Reifenhardt is wholeheartedly willing to buy her. When we take a look into the merchant's greedy head, we learn that he planned to sell her for next to nothing. But after seeing our hero's unique taste in women, he decides to jack up the price by another 100. And so, after discussing this cheap tactic to himself, he shamelessly demands a total of 300 gold coins. Much to our surprise, the saint is quite shocked to hear this, because to him, even 300 coins seem incredibly cheap. However, the merchant simply attributes her low price to her twisted personality. In any case, this is how Cirrus, the dark elf, came under the ownership of our hero. Seeing her all bruised up really hurts Reifenhardt's heart. Unable to stand it, he takes off his rather expensive coat. But before he hands this coat to the elf, the merchant immediately notices the gesture and asks to call for a priest to treat the girl's injuries. Of course, Reifenhardt declines and assigns the redhead for the healing job instead. After draping his coat over the elf, he decides on a suitable name for her, because the girl is currently unnamed. As you can imagine, he tells her that she will be called Cirrus from now on, to which she responds positively. After confirming her reaction, he then also goes as far as to give her the surname of Valentia. Naturally, the curious elf asks why she would need a surname as a slave. She wonders if it's a name that belongs to his family. But Reifenhardt responds with a no, mentioning that it is a surname which will solely belong to herself from now on. After that much is cleared, he also introduces himself and his friend Cillian, who is a priest of the Church of Philanens. Once again, the girl nods positively. After a while, when our crew had left the auction house, that same old greedy merchant gets approached by a customer who is asking about the slave number 148. Not surprisingly, this customer appears to be the same chubby guy from before, who planned to buy the elf that Bure had failed to tame. But when he learns that she was sold just an hour ago, his face loses all complexion. He then goes all tomato red like some angry baboon and wonders if Beret caught wind of his plan and bought the slave back. Of course, the merchant reveals immediately that the person who bought the slave was a young man he had never seen before. The noble asks about the guy's name, but the greedy merchant has no clue since he never bothered to ask. All that mattered to him was getting his money in cash. On the other hand, our hero is also interrogating Cirrus about someone, while the author decides to throw in a side shot of her ass in those short jeans. And let me tell you, she's finally starting to resemble the absolute beauty that Reifenhart knew her for in his past life. It seems our hero likes her in this outfit as well, so he decides to buy it for her immediately. After they finish shopping, the boy asks if she would like to eat anything, but she just says she'll simply do as her master instructs. Hearing her call him master over and over makes Reifenhart quite uncomfortable, so he tells her to stop addressing him as such. Sadly, the girl ends up him even more uncomfortable by asking if he plans to return her as well. Well, when we take a look into her mind, she's just totally thrown for a loop by how this guy is trying to treat a slave as if she's another human. She knows for a fact that humans despise all other species except their own, and it explains a lot about her generally grumpy attitude. Meanwhile, Reifenhart gently insists once again, expressing his desire for her to see him as nothing more than a friend and companion on their journey. Not to mention, being called master just makes him feel awkward. It seems this girl is just way too suspicious of humans, and she starts to think that perhaps her new master has a different kind of roleplay kink than the others. She decides to play along with it for now by agreeing not to call him master and opting to call him Sir Reifenhart instead. After a while, the party finally hits up one of the restaurants. And even with all the tasty grub laid out before her, she's still not budging on her opinion of humans. While chowing down, Reifenhart brings up the restaurant's name, which honors the goddess Redanti, known for her generosity and all that good harvest stuff. It seems that the owner of this restaurant thinks that serving food is like a form of worship to her. After hearing this, the redhead comments that if they truly believe that, then they should be feeding people for free. Reifenhart then reminds him about his own religion, which is Philanance, the same religion which rakes in cash from the beauty business and charge absurd fees for their services. Of course, the saint tries to justify it, saying since they worship the goddess of beauty and love, and there's nothing wrong with using that to earn their money. Thankfully, he goes silent after realizing that he's probably just being a hypocrite. Meanwhile, our hero glances over at the elf, who seems to be really digging into her meal. But she jumps a bit when she catches Reifenhart shamelessly staring at her. So, she keeps up her nonchalant act, like an ungrateful kid on Christmas. Seeing her like this, the boy wonders if she did not like the food either, even though this is the same place he used to take her on all their dates before. He then reflects on his past life, realizing that instead of meeting her as her savior, he is more like a buyer to her right now. There's a part of him that's also worried that perhaps he has met her too soon. But whatever the case, he is not sweating it. He was finally able to reunite with her, and that's all that matters. Also, he's pretty confident that she'll open up to him eventually. Once they stop at one of the weapon stalls, the sweet elf lady gets herself a rather sharp sword. But when Reifenhart sees her holding onto a rapier, he asks her if she did not usually use a scimitar instead. I guess he spoke way too much, and Cirrus is gritting her teeth at the sight of this bastard who is actually telling the truth. But the saint unintentionally saves his butt by complimenting how a great martial artist can tell about a person's choice of weapon just by looking at their hands. It seems the redhead scored himself a mithril-based weapon too, and it is his first time owning one. Looks like Reifenhart isn't really surprised to hear this, since priests do not usually hang around with blades tucked inside their asses. Suddenly, the boy notices someone over his right shoulder, who are giving him uncomfortable glares from afar. As the scene zooms out, we see this entourage who seem to want a few minutes of our hero's time. So naturally, Reifenhart turns toward them and asks with confidence what they want, to which the soldier does not beat around the bush before mentioning that someone from noble status wants that female elf. While Cirrus perks up at her mention, my man aggressively hovers over that puny bastard, asking if there is any more he wants to say. That is when the soldier presents this sealed envelope to our hero and tells him to sell that slave to him. As for compensation, they are willing to offer a reasonable price for her, and he can also exchange her for another slayer if he wants to. After Reifenhart simply tells him that he is not interested, that is when this soldier tries to intimidate the boy by his words, asking him if he actually understands the situation. But my man is sticking to his guns, repeating what he has already made crystal clear. After seeing that they are not getting anywhere with our hero, they decide to head back for now. And surprisingly enough, they just leave the party alone without forcing them or putting up a fight, like we usually see in comics. Even the saint finds their behavior to be quite weird. The night finally descends, and we find ourselves outside this familiar mansion once again. Inside, we meet Tarek once again as well, who appears to be absolutely livid at his loyal guard, known as Ramad, who came back empty-handed. However, Ramad tries to calm his angry boss down, explaining that the owner was not willing to give up on that slave. So, he did not resort to violence as he did not want to attract any unnecessary attention in the middle of the street. You see, Ramad is a perceptive guy who reassures his boss by laying out a plan. He will keep an eye out for the perfect opportunity to snatch that elf woman. And once he has got her, he will spin some story about her dying and offer to pay double her own or double the original price, as this seems like the most effective way to handle things. After hearing this scheme, the big guy is totally on board with this plan. He then tells the soldier to also take Sir Lantas along with him this time, since that dude finally needs to start earning his keep. Soon enough, the next morning rolls around, and the first thing we see is a fat stack of gold coins, which obviously belongs to our hero. Turns out, he had about 2,000 gold coins stashed away, originally meant to snag Cirrus if things didn't go according to plan. But since that didn't happen, he's got plenty of cash left over. Sounds like a lot, but in the grand scheme of his empire rebuilding plans, this much is just a drop in the bucket. But building a kingdom is for later. Right now, he is trying to figure out how to invest these coins rather than just carrying around their weight, and that's when a memory from his past comes flooding back. He recalls the devastating famine that struck Kraven's kingdom, along with its neighboring kingdom around this time. The important thing to note is that the Kraven's kingdom is all about agriculture. They worship the goddess of harvest, known as Redanti, and their lands are usually bursting with crops in every season. So, nobody ever really thought about preparing for a famine. But then, a real famine strikes out of nowhere, and starvation hits hard, which was extreme to the point that the parents were forced to eat their own children to survive. While keeping that horrific incident in mind, our guy decides that it is time to invest in grains before scarcity strikes. As such, he starts weighing his options for trade unions, making sure that he steers clear of the Rolafane trade union, no matter what. The leader of that union was a creep who mistreated Cirrus in his past life, and there is no way he is getting involved with them for business. So, it is now down to Karen and Taubin. After some thought, he decides to throw his support behind Taubin, the third largest trade union on the continent, specializing in grain trading and giving Rolafane a run for their money. Inside Taubin's headquarters, we meet Civil Taubin, the leader of the company. The poor guy seems stressed out because their rival company, Rolafane, is undercutting them big time, just by selling wheat at dirt cheap prices and causing them lose valuable partners. And just as he's fretting about his drowning business, his assistant interrupts him, saying there is an investor who wants to make some investments. But Taubin frustratingly tells his assistant to shoo away the man since he is not in the mood for paperwork. Not to mention, petty amounts will not solve the big problem he's facing. However, Taubin is forced to bite his tongue when he hears that the client wants to invest nearly 1,500 gold coins. And yep, you guessed it, the client is our hero, rocking a big grin as he puts up 3 bags full of gold coins on the table. The bewildered Civil Taubin gets even more confused when Reifenhardt mentions he is investing all 1,500 coins into grain, targeting the Kraven's kingdom for the barley harvest next spring. The guild leader tries to knock some sense into him, pointing out that selling grain to Kravens is like selling soap to the orcs, because it just does not make sense given their fertile lands. But Reifenhardt counters this statement, saying that even orcs would get used to soap if they tried it. On a serious note, he adds that if his investment fails, he will be the only one to bear the loss. But if it succeeds, both parties will profit. Despite this win-win scenario, Taubin hesitates. He cannot in good conscience recommend an investment that seems destined to fail for his client. However, he quickly agrees to the deal when Reifenhardt pushes his buttons by threatening to take his investment to a competitor instead. Realizing the dire state of his union, the leader confesses that they are struggling, and this money could be their lifeline out of hard times. Despite this, he remains firm on his stance against investing in grain. Knowing Taubin's stubbornness from his previous life, our hero decides to make things crystal clear. He insists that it's his money and he will decide how to use it, so he demands this guy to hurry up and prepare the contract. With a glare that could send shivers down anyone's spine, Reifenhardt makes it abundantly clear that his money better not be misused for personal gain, to which Taubin manages to stammer out a positive response. As the guildmaster gets busy preparing the documents, our hero inquires about their branch in Grain Kingdom. Taubin confirms that they have recently established themselves in the northern region. With this in mind, Reifenhardt asks if they have any branches near Delphia's Mage Tower, to which the man replies that they do not have a branch right next to the tower, but there is another branch in the town of Ronta, which one must pass through Delphia to reach. Seizing the opportunity, Reifenhardt requests that Taubin investigate someone for him inside the Delphia Tower. Of course, the guildmaster agrees to contact the Ronta branch right away. We all know that Reifenhardt is simply trying to gather information about his younger self, who should currently be studying magic in Delphia. The next scene takes us to the ladies, or well, one lady and the other pretty close to being a lady. Anyway, we see Cirrus in action, swinging her dagger with such precision and speed that it is like watching a blur of movement. By now, you can tell that she's a fighter to her core. Then, we are taken back in time through Cirrus's memories, where we see her mother imparting wisdom to her daughter. teaching her about the elves' ancient role as guardians of the forest, and how they lived in eternal happiness under the protection of the world tree, known as Elfenheim. Every animal was their friend, and the trees provided endless fruit for their nourishment. Despite the current struggles of the elves against humans, the elder elf, Eldia, believes that they will find their way back to paradise once again. As the young girl sees her town burning before her eyes, her mother's advice echoes in her mind. She remembers that they are descendants of the great fairy and must not forget their pride, even in the face of difficulties. After her town was razed to the ground, Cirrus found herself sold off to a seemingly good place, purely because of her looks. However, she quickly learned that survival in the human world required loyalty and cunning, and she was not cut out for such submission. So, from a very young age, she endured beatings and starvation, even facing ridicule from her own kind, the elves, for being a pure-blooded high elf. But what kept her going was the memory of the adults she admired, all of whom wielded swords and fought bravely. They died with dignity, and she found solace in the sword, a symbol of courage and strength. Despite the passing of time and the fading of memories, she clung to her mother's words, a reminder to never forget their pride. After seeing Cirrus's impressive display of swordsmanship, the saint begins applauding loudly, expressing admiration for her skills and expressing a desire to learn from her. But Cirrus simply replies that giving it your all is all there is to it. The saint finds this response frustratingly vague, wondering if everyone in the martial arts world communicates in such cryptic ways, because this is what our hero says all the time to him as well. Then, the saint starts swinging his fists, asking if he's not trying hard enough already. Before Cirrus can respond, a familiar voice grabs their attention. It is the same group of goons who had previously come to take Cirrus away, and this time, they seem determined not to leave empty-handed. The little one boldly tells those guys to get the fuck out of there, but the thugs let the saint know they're not going anywhere unless they snag what they came for. Just as the priest insists again for them to get the hell out, one of the thugs gets annoyed and carelessly swings his sword to smash the poor guy down. Thankfully, the blow is instantly blocked by Cirrus, and in the very next moment, the thug finds his throat slit. As the other goons lunge at her after seeing their friend's fate, they quickly meet the same end with throat-slitting blows from the young elf. The master of these goons can do nothing but remain frozen in terror, watching his friends drop dead like flies. That's when the idiot saint tries to butt in with his fancy pinky powers. But when a sword passes before his eyes with a margin of mere centimeters, it hits the wall behind him and gets thrust inside the rock-solid wall due to the precision and speed. He's shaking in his boots at this point, realizing that if Cirrus had not pulled him out, he would have actually fucking died. The elf then tells him to take a chill pill, and stand back so he's not a hindrance. With those words, she starts sauntering towards the thug, juggling her dagger in her hand like it's nobody's business. With her stance clear, she challenges those pesky flies to come at her. Of course, seeing her exude such confidence really gets under this man's nerves. But it appears that this guy came prepared with a warrior orc in his company, which is definitely not the news our ladies wish to hear. With the order clear, the orc, named Takata, complies, vowing to honor his master's command and catch the elf at any cost. In his own language, the orc apologizes to the elf, mentioning that this is their fate and there is nothing anyone can do about it. Although, in his mind, he is pretty sure he is going to have a hard time fighting that elf since her abilities seem to be off the charts. In any case, with the final command of his master, the orc starts sprinting with the sword in hand. Just when the girl is trying to parry the attack from the front, the orc surprises her by attacking her from behind. Still, she somehow manages to evade the blow after getting her clothes torn. Despite her enemy being strong, she clenches her jaw and swings her dagger, while beating herself up for not bringing her scimitar that she's used to. Anyway, just as the dagger was nearing the orc's throat, he easily forces her to jump into the air. On the other hand, the thug seems frustrated to see how this giant guy cannot even catch a single female elf. Well, it's not that the orc is not doing his best. And since he knows he's going to fail this mission and let his master down, he is pretty sure he'll be forced to starve tonight as well. As you can see, this green fella is giving everything he's got, and even the ground beneath him is shattering upon the impact of his footsteps. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he struggles to gain the upper hand against Cirrus. As the orc charges forward once more with his massive sword, Cirrus does the unexpected and charges right at him. Of course, this sudden move surely throws the orc off guard, who is confused as to why she's charging towards him. Nevertheless, he swings his sword, aiming to strike her down. But just as it seems he's about to land a fatal blow, he locks eyes with her, leaving him feeling terrified once again, wondering why she's not trying to dodge the attack. For some odd reason, the orc ends up changing his sword's trajectory, which gives Cirrus the opportunity she had been waiting for, and effortlessly moves in and slits the orc's throat without an ounce of doubt or hesitation. Getting back into the action, we see that even after taking a direct hit to his throat, the orc is more shocked by Cirrus's reckless decision to not dodge his attack. He is certain that if he had not changed the direction of his sword, she would have been dead already. But when we look at Ciri's face, it is as if she knew this was going to happen from the start. Suddenly, the saint calls out to the girl, asking if she can block flying daggers, to which she vaguely responds in the affirmation. With that in mind, the saint starts conjuring up his pinky powers once again. However, the thug standing beside him tries to disrupt Femboy's plans by throwing a dagger towards them. But Ciri immediately goes on high alert and expertly parries the incoming blow which was aimed at them. Just as the saint finishes summoning forth these weird-ass maces adorned with creepy sculptures of undead creatures, he commands these things to beat the crap out of the thugs standing nearby. Everyone in the vicinity is utterly terrified, shocked to see something this out of whack, and the thug, in particular, is terrified out of his mind. I mean, after all, those giant maces are just about to smash all of these hobos who are trying to bully our pretty party. And smash they do. The entire area rocks out with the resounding bang of those mace crashes. Even those cute little birds are caught off guard. After rocking the entire place with a bang, the idiot starts running down frantically, telling the elf to run while they can because his divine powers only work properly on undead creatures. But Ciri just grabs the idiot from his shirt and immediately flings her sword, embedding it right into the wall. She uses the sword as a ladder to jump even higher above, and immediately jumps inside the building on the last floor through the window. Meanwhile, on the ground, the other goons are still scattered like injured lambs, and the master immediately orders the orc to chase our ladies down. But then, a cocky guy shows up, mocking the loser for not catching a little elf even with someone as formidable as Takata by his side. I guess this is the same guy who is known as Sir Lantas, that the fat noble Tarek recommended to this thug to ensure he does not come back without our elf lady. In any case, the old man decides to flex his muscles by taking the job, since he does not have much to do lately. And as soon as he finds out she went through that window, he vanishes from his spot. In the next moment, he is soaring through the air and directly enters the broken window, leaving the cocky thug behind, who is trying to figure out how the hell that man just jumped that high just in one swoop. Well, as you might have already guessed, the secret behind this man's agility is that he is an aura user. Although he reached the last floor in an instant, it appears he is still late, but he is not complaining since he loves a good game of hide and seek. As they sprint down the corridor, we learn they're rushing back to their room to get equipped. Ciri is still worried there might already be people waiting for them, but the redhead suggests that even if they have to fight a couple of people, it's still better than running around unarmed. Hearing this, the girl finds herself bewildered that this guy, who looks dumb on the outside, actually understands how to deal with the harsh realities of the world quite well. As they reach their dormitory rooms, they spot a man guarding the door just as they had expected. But Ciri immediately leaps into the air and gives a brutal smack right over the bastard's face before he can even process what the hell is happening. While the elf lady is dressing herself frantically, the redhead startles her further by screaming, telling her to just grab the stuff and run out of the joint before someone catches up to them. But before leaving the room, the saint immediately casts his spell to remove all traces they might have left behind. Meanwhile, the old man saunters down the corridor like he owns the place, radiating a menace aura without breaking a sweat. Apparently, Lantas is a seasoned swordsman who has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, has awakened his aura. An aura user like him can vividly sense the movements of all living beings within a 30-meter radius as if seeing them with their own eyes. Upon reaching the room where our party was staying, Lantas is annoyed to discover that these lowly creatures had the skills to erase their presence. Fuming at the thought of the two brats slipping through his grasp, he is interrupted by the thug, who arrives totally out of breath after sprinting to the top floor. With exhaustion written all over his face, the thug anxiously asks if the kids ran away. In response, the old man tells him to shut up in a rather polite tone, and then orders him to release the hound, as he has a hunch that they have not gone too far. The next scene finally reveals our two little fugitives, looking really adorable with their anxious faces and covered in hoodies from top to bottom. They are sneakily running around because if any other people catch wind that there are slaves who have run away, everyone will turn against them. Just after catching a glimpse of this side of the world, the little redhead finally understands why pilgrims are always dropping dead on their journeys. He also appears to be really terrified of getting caught by some women we still do not have any clue about. Worst of all, he definitely does not want to go back to that woman with his frail body. I am not sure what is up with that woman he is terrified of, but he is desperate to find Reifenhart to get out of this mess. While running, he activates one of his magic spells, and these pink ropes start swirling around the area, leading the way to our hero. It seems this idiot used a spell meant to turn chance encounters into destiny, typically used to reunite lovers against all odds. I guess desperate times require desperate measures, so he had no choice but to use it. As they catch their breath, the saint compliments Ciri, expressing that she is probably the only person who seems to be this strong so far. To his response, the girl has the same admiration for him, noting how this femboy is already a high-ranking cleric despite his young age. During their brief conversation, the redhead finds himself fascinated by how talking to Ciri does not feel like she is a slave at all, but rather someone special. Upon reaching their destination guided by the Destiny charm, they are utterly shocked by what they see. And as expected, the aura user has already caught up to them. As soon as the elf sees the bastard grinning with pure evil intentions, she tells the redhead to stand back. The man then begins to stroll forward, warning them that running would be futile. However, neither of them had even considered running in the first place. In fact, the elf charges straight toward the bastard, knowing that if they were to run, they might get caught off guard. As soon as she tries to land her first hit, it is swiftly parried by the man, who then devilishly leans in close to her ear, exposing her for being unusually talented. Cirrus swings her sword again, but the guy moves around like he is Dr. Paradox right out of Ben 10. And by now, he has started to get under her nerves, especially for treating her like a child in the fight and exposing her every move as if he is seeing right through her. That is when the femboy starts chanting his pinky powers once again. This time, he boosts girl's strength and courage, which is precisely what she needed to face this formidable opponent. As the pink light lights up the whole place, Lantis also finds himself pretty surprised to see these fancy sacred spells being thrown around like nobody's business. And he has also started to think this guy might be at bishop level or even better. It appears his guess is not too far off, because that little dude is practically dancing with joy, while claiming his social status which he has earned in the south of Vasily. So, he cheers on Cirrus to take that bastard down, and of course, she is all in. As soon as she begins to swing her sword left and right with her newfound powers, the man starts to take steps back, clearly feeling the pressure. However, in the midst of battle, one of the contestants' swords shatters, and not surprisingly, it is Cirrus who loses her sword. With her final defense gone, she is left vulnerable to the man's merciless attack. In the next moment, she is slashed down by him, which leaves blood gushing out from her wounds. According to this dipshit, this blow serves as a warning that if he was playing along before, it does not mean he will tolerate these insolent brats getting too full of themselves. The once happy face immediately becomes the canvas of despair when Saint sees her getting cut down like cucumber, and the bastard who cut her down did not even break sweat and just casually putting his sword back into the scabbard in just a most casual way. The saint immediately rushes back to Cirrus, utterly blown away by the realization that a monster like this would bother wandering around in a place like this. After all, an Aura user could live in luxury no matter where they go, and employing one just to catch an elf slave is like using a dragon to light a stove. Other partners in crime arrive on the scene, and as soon as the redhead hears them calling out to this man with the name Lantis, he immediately recognizes the bastard. Apparently, this guy who is known as Lantis von Kalpenarda is not your average Joe or Alex. He is a big deal in the Taken Kingdom, a renowned knight from a noble family with some serious martial skills. He awakened his aura in his late 30s, and all of the Taken Kingdom rejoiced at the birth of a new aura user. However, Lantis had a hideous secret, or you can also call it a really fucking bad fetish, one I could not even share with you guys. But I am pretty sure his fetish was not as repulsive as people who like feet. Anyway, he started with elf slaves and eventually moved on to humans in the royal city, even getting his hands dirty with nobles. And that is how his fetish led him to being the biggest disgrace the Taken Kingdom ever saw. In the present moment, the saint is seriously freaked out to see this bastard standing before him, because he never expected a monster like Lantis to be roaming around the Principality of Chatten. But this disgusting, sadistic old man just smirks and says he is here to earn some bread, nothing more, nothing less. He casually reveals that he has already killed hundreds in the Taken Kingdom and has been drifting from place to place lately. Just when we peek into the lackey's thoughts, we learn that these guys are leveraging Lantis' skills to their advantage for the Rolofane trade union, and it seems to be working like a charm. Apparently, after employing this old man as a salaried enforcer, they assign him all sorts of dirty work, making it a win-win situation for both parties, because in return, this man gets to roam around freely however he pleases. You see, an aura user symbolizes the pinnacle of power in this world, and the Rolofane trade union skyrocketed to become the second largest trading company in the Principality of Chatten in just 10 years, which is all thanks to Lantis. In the next moment, the old coot raises his hand and shoots pressure bullets from his fingers, leaving the little one struggling on the ground. Just as Lantis is having fun toying with the kids, the lackey behind him reminds him that Master Tarek might get angry if he continues injuring the elf. And so, they decide to take their leave to present the bounty to their master. But before they go, this perverted old man also suggests taking the redhead along since he finds him quite attractive. Needless to say, the idiot is utterly creeped out by the old man's dirty talk, and wastes no time confirming that he is just a male. Unfortunately, this only excites Lantis further, who looks forward to having a new kind of experience he has never had before. Just as the lackey's hand hovers ominously close to the saint's head, Redhead immediately retaliates with his dagger and manages to sever the lackey's hand. This unexpected move throws this arrogant old man for a loop, as the bullets he shot at the saint a moment ago were supposed to sever his tendons, which would have left him immobile. Though Lantis admires the saint's tenacity and handsome face, he's still planning to amputate his limbs, just so he stops buzzing around anymore. However, before Lantis and his lackeys can act on their twisted thoughts, a meteor-like object crashes to the ground, leaving everyone startled. But unlike the others, the redhead is not fazed. In fact, his face lights up with hope. Because, as you can see, their savior has finally crashed the party, and he seems seriously eager to confront the person responsible for harming his dear Cirrus. After making his bombastic grand entrance, Reifenhardt dramatically takes off his fancy, expensive coat while striding forward. As the coat is out from the body, revealing his muscular frame with bulging veins, Lantis immediately realizes this is no ordinary young gun, and the sense of dread he is exuding is off the charts. And when he learns that this formidable figure is the owner of the elf, the old man simply asks his lackey if he is actually sure that this man is just a random young kid, because the person he is sensing before his eyes is on a whole other level, and the mere presence of our hero is sending chills down his spine. Furthermore, since this old man cannot gauge our hero's skill level, it only checks the box that this person may be another aura user. However, if he is one, it does not make sense to Lantis why he is so young. Then again, he assumes our hero might be in his 30s, despite looking much younger outwardly. With that confidence in mind, he starts to walk toward our hero, commenting on how it has been a while since he met someone as strong. With just a sneer, my man shuts down that bastard with a voice that practically screams dominance. He gives him a reality check that he is just some old pervy geezer, and advises him to drop the nightly charade. And instead, he suggests they skip the nonsense to get straight to the point. In response, Lantis just proceeds to draw his sword without a shred of hesitation. And on the flip side, Reifenhardt also amps up his aura, and launches himself straight at the guy, with his ablaze fist directed at his opponent. The old man readies his sword for defense, and almost instantly, both parties clash, leaving a freaking explosion behind, which obliterates the ground beneath them. After his first attack gets blocked, the behemoth gears up for another go, swinging his fist once more. But the old man just grins, like he has been waiting for this. And so, the back and forth of blows begins, and they are striking each other so fast that we can barely see them moving. While this pervert old man is loving every second of it, our hero looks totally annoyed, probably just wanting to wrap things up and bail from this dump of a place. Meanwhile, the lackeys watching from the sidelines decide that it is best to run before they end up crushed or sliced in the crossfire. Just as their fight continues above, the saint is diligently trying to heal up Cirrus. After finally witnessing Reifenhardt in action, it comes as a great shock to the lady that he is an aura user. Perhaps witnessing his skill in action might just be enough to change her opinion of him after all. Meanwhile, the once cocky old fighter starts to feel the sting of Reifenhardt's punches, realizing the hard way that our hero is far from inexperienced in the realm of aura awakening. So, he does what any guy feeling the pressure would do. He jumps back, and turns his sword into this crazy energy whip, flinging it around to try and tag the boy. But my man's got tricks up his sleeve, like this move he is about to pull out, which is called Key Bullet. On the other hand, watching our hero effortlessly play around with his aura leaves the old dude bewildered once again. By now, he has retracted his previous statement about Reifenhardt's age, considering the possibility that our hero either awakened his aura in his teens, or is simply over 40 with a deceivingly youthful face. Let us be real, both those possibilities are just lies this old man's telling himself because he does not want to admit our hero is a prodigy. Meanwhile, Reifenhardt's raging inside at the sight of this seemingly pervy old dude pulling off such skilled swordplay. But he is not just angry, he is downright furious, because nobody has the right to touch his girl, let alone harm her. So, his fire kicks up a notch out of sheer determination, and with a single swing, he dissolves those whips, leaving the old man sweating buckets, wondering how the heck this is even possible. Out of curiosity, Lantis asks our hero if he is Martial King Gerard's disciple, but our hero decides to stay quiet. Just when the old man has finally taken over conversation with that one question alone, he tries to chat further, wondering why our hero is so fixated on some slave when he has clearly got strength to spare. But hearing this jerk call his woman a slave just pisses our Reifenhardt even more. And that is when he starts shouting, schooling this seemingly clueless guy that those slaves he is talking about have feelings and their own will to live. The old man's left speechless, probably after seeing the boy ticked off for no apparent reason. While Reifenhardt clenches his fists, he gives a proper peace of mind to this Lantis about equality and all that stuff. And with one punch, he knocks the pedestal out from under that old guy. However, Lantis quickly gets back in the game after gaining his balance, and starts swinging his sword whips, while mentioning that he cannot make heads or tails of what that kid just blabbered. I guess this old man's response is not really a shocker to our hero, since he has faced this same attitude from folks in his past life. The belief that anything other than humans is inferior runs so deep in mankind that he has yet to shake their belief, and for them, these otherworldly species are just soulless, despite seeing them laugh and cry. In the middle of exchanging blows, the boy starts up a conversation by asking Lantis about why humans see elves as slaves. In response, the man simply replies with the age-old excuse, which is that it is only natural for dominant species like humans to see those lowly creatures as slaves. But my man questions the validity of this foolish statement by asking why descendants of the great fairies could be considered lowly creatures. With his fist charged with fiery power, he drives home the point that if it were not for humans dominating the world, they would be the ones enslaved. Then, with those final words ringing in the air, he swings his devastating fist in order to hit the man's chest. But before the hit could land, the sucker just leaps back once again. But my man is not cutting this bastard any slack and rushes forward for another strike. Just as the hit is about to land, Lantis narrowly saves himself once again and asks if our hero seriously believes that humans and other species are equals. However, the blow, which was aimed straight for the old bastard, ends up shattering the ground. Those discriminatory remarks have finally pushed our hero's buttons. He launches another blow, but once again, the old coot dodges it just in the nick of time and retaliates back with his sword whip, unleashing a barrage of strikes. But Reifenhart just stands there, absorbing every hit like it is nothing, while his body is exposed but seemingly invincible. In the middle of taking those blows, our hero reflects on how with the slavery system deeply ingrained in the continent, even powerless and weak humans are forced into a life of half-slavery, which is what they call serfdom. To him, it is just the consequence of implementing a flawed ideology, and these foolish humans seem completely oblivious to it. Finally, Lantis takes a hit that knocks him for a loop, leaving drool dribbling down his mouth as he staggers backward. After hitting the nearby wall, he tries to stand up, only to find our hero looming menacingly above him, ready to deliver the final blow. With a final glance exchanged between them, my man lands a solid punch right into the old man's chest, which leaves blood spilling from his mouth with that single blow. But our hero is not done yet, because he keeps pushing this old fuck against the wall, applying relentless force until the bastard breaks through it, sending him flying further until he does not hit the next wall with a resounding thud. This last blow literally demolishes everything in its path, packed with all of Reifenhart's conviction and disdain for those who discriminate. Seeing our hero go to such lengths just for his beliefs, the only thing that comes to Cirrus's mind is that he might be insane or something. Initially, she thought he was just some stupid guy pretending to fight for her to win her over. But after hearing him talk about elves not being slaves and all that righteous stuff, and how he acknowledges their heritage as great fairies, she begins to question if she might have been wrong about him. However, given her stubborn nature, it is doubtful she will change her mind anytime soon. Anyway, as the old bastard is stuck inside the rubble, he starts begging Reifenhart for mercy, but the boy makes it clear that he has no interest in saving or forgiving a piece of swine like him. However, Lantis keeps insisting, swearing on his sword that he will reflect on his sins for the rest of his life and contribute to society. By now, Reifenhart can see that the man might be telling the truth, but he is not fully sold on yet. After all, these so-called holy men commit all sorts of evil deeds, only to seek absolution at the temple. So, he challenges Lantis, telling him that if he really wants to repent, he better turn himself in instead of hiding behind the temple's false redemption. Out of desperation, the old man immediately agrees, promising to follow Reifenhart's instructions if the boy does not stain his hands with his vile blood. But our hero makes it clear that his hands are already stained but, nonetheless, decides to put a little trust in the old man's claims. However, just when the Lantis starts to believe his life might turn around, Reifenhart cracks his fingers menacingly and delivers a devastating blow to the old man's head, who is still trapped under the rubble. And not surprisingly, this bold move completely catches both ladies off guard, who probably have yet to learn a lot about our hero's way of life. After all, this is Reifenhart's version of mercy, ensuring the ultimate repentance by ending the old man's life. After turning the surrounding area into rubble, they finally take a moment to catch their breaths. That is when Reifenhart finds himself relieved to see that Cirrus has completely healed and does not forget to give props to his ultimate first aid kit for the magnificent work. However, the little priest does not appreciate being objectified and demands an explanation for our hero's slip-up, but only to hear him nervously say it is nothing. Meanwhile, the little elf's cheeks turn tomato red as she politely asks about Reifenhart's well-being. I guess it is probably the first time she has spoken to him in such a tone, so it is not surprising that my guy is all riled up after getting recognized by her. And his weird reaction definitely makes her start to think once again that perhaps this guy is just a weirdo after all. Meanwhile, just as those thugs are sneakily trying to run away, my man catches them off guard and orders them to come to him, like he is some kind of dog tamer or something. Needless to say, those idiots are shaking in their boots. And when they hesitantly turn around with utterly terrified faces, our hero gives them the green light to run, but not without reminding them of the consequences of their wrong choice they are about to make. After that little threat, he proceeds to ask one out of many questions, which is who instigated them for this kidnapping. Of course, despite this thug's sweaty and terrified face, we can clearly see they are really hesitant to answer his question. Well, Reifenhart had already figured out that these guys would not spill anything that easily, but still, he decides to go easy on them by showing his own version of mercy. And let me tell you, the kind of mercy he is talking about is nothing short of torture. After summoning that giant club of his, the fucker devilishly laughs at their faces, before taking the entire party of thugs to the town. While those lackeys are getting acquainted with our hero and his trusty club, let us take a moment to appreciate this moonlit night. After giving those guys a well-deserved makeover, Reifenhart gives his question another shot, making it clear it is the last time he will be repeating himself. Not surprisingly, before he can even finish talking, those terrified, beaten-up fellas immediately point their fingers at Tarek, the fatso who runs the Relefian trade union. They are so scared to the point that they verbally draw a map to his hideout, which is located on the southern outskirts of Zeppelin. Upon learning the name behind that mastermind, he has no doubt about it that this is the same person who abused Cirrus for 10 long years in his last life. Back then, when our hero wanted to take out that jerk after rescuing Cirrus from his tyranny, he was itching for revenge. But sadly, when he finally went to confront him, the bastard was already dead in his bed. Seeing our hero's totally enraged face, the lackey quickly catches on that he is definitely going out for their master. So, he gives the boy some straight-up advice, telling him flat out that he cannot take down that man that easily. You see, Tarek is a big shot who owns the second biggest trade union in the Chatan Principality, and you already knew that pretty well. So, if our hero plans to take that bastard down, he is basically making enemies with the entire Chatan, so he better have a plan to deal with the entire nation of merchants as well. Well, my guy is no stranger to this kind of danger, especially since he has got all the knowledge from his past life. As such, he already knows how he is gonna deal with that fat cat, and seeing our hero smirk is just really freaking out these lackeys. Before finally leaving the place, he reminds these idiots that he has fulfilled his side of promise as well by leaving them alive, and now it is up to them to decide what they are going to do in this cold night alone. While the three of them are totally undressed, the other two lackeys start clinging to their master to soak up some warmth from his naked body, which is definitely giving this guy the heebie-jeebies of his life. Anyway, we are back at that familiar mansion again, and it looks like this purple head guy, known as Beret, is tossing some sassy verbal jabs at the annoyed Tarek, and just laughs at our hero's face for charging recklessly like that, to which the fatty responds annoyingly, admitting that they are actually running really late. There are also two elf ladies present, and not surprisingly, they look utterly terrified at first glance. Apparently, this fat jerk has arranged these two poor girls as payment to Lantas, but thankfully, our hero has already sent him into the depths of hell where he can no longer torture or sexualize any more slaves, and just laughs at our hero's face for charging recklessly like that, but invites him to come at him nonetheless. And it seems things are getting intense out here. The soldiers are getting ready to face their enemy, and one hit from their opponent just turns them into a bloody mess. Of course, it is our idiot who can be seen causing chaos again. Despite trying to just gently tap the soldiers down, he ends up whacking them brutally hard, making more work for the saint who is using some magical mojo to erase their painful memories. Seeing the saint at work, the boy can clearly recall that the spell he is using is meant to heal broken hearts, which helps to fade painful memories in the process. To which, the little priest innocently confirms, and further adds that it can also wipe away hurtful memories inflicted by physical attacks as well. By the way, we almost forgot they have apparently infiltrated the fat guy's turf. While strolling down the corridor, the redhead proudly asks what our idiot hero would have done with the witnesses if he had come alone. My man, being a brute, makes it clear he would have just barged inside and returned with the motherfucker's head. That is when the redhead also expresses his eagerness to see our boy beat the crap out of that guy. Not gonna lie, despite the priest's pretty and innocent face, he probably really does let his darker side show sometimes. Anyway, as they are strolling down, they bump into a familiar face who is ready to kick the intruders out of his master's turf. Seeing this, the boy steps up to this green fella and reminds him that he is an honored warrior and should not be protecting someone who is not worth it. But, you know how it goes, intelligence is not exactly the orc's strong suit. So he just kinda mumbles back that wielding his sword to protect his master is his duty. If he were to give in and bend his will, he just could not see himself as a warrior. Our hero also hits him with another reality check, saying being a slave does not exactly fit the bill of a warrior. Once again, these complex ideas are not really sinking in for the orc. So he just repeats that, being a warrior is his duty, whether he is forced into it as a slave or not. Hearing this, my guy just smirks, seeing a prime example of a simple-minded creature, and he is about to use this naivety to his advantage since talking it out is not gonna work. Meanwhile, the priest behind our hero is totally baffled to see him fluently speaking the language of the orcs. After being totally blown away by Reifenhardt's fluency in orc language, Cirrus steps up, saying she will handle this guy while the rest head inside to find the noble. As you might have already guessed, she has got some beef with that orc, and she is itching for a rematch to finish the last fight they started. The feeling is mutual for the orc as well, and he will not hold back either this time, much like he did in their previous fight. With that settled, Reifenhardt assigns the saint the role of supporter, telling him to watch her back. To which the guy nods confidently, ready to face whatever comes ahead. After that, the boy starts walking down the corridor again. But as soon as he crosses paths with the orc, the green guy simply asks our hero if he is trying to humiliate a warrior by not fighting. To this, the boy uses the orc's simple-mindedness to his advantage, and reminds him that his opponent is the elf girl right in front of him. As such, it would not be a good idea to disrespect her simply by not acknowledging her as an opponent. As you can imagine, the orc responds positively, and the boy just smirks with a warm heart, seeing the straightforwardness of this innocent creature. In any case, just as he approaches to the main hall, he notices this purple mist swirling around the area, which his nose picks up as in smell of drugs. Nevertheless, he opens the gate, and from that point onward, we do not really know what he saw, but the man looks totally terrified. Whatever he just witnessed is seriously out of whack because there is blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of drugs is clouding the entire area. And soon after, these two lowly degenerates come to our view totally naked, and when these disgusting fucks look around and see our hero standing there, who appears totally devastated, they rudely ask about the intruder's identity. While the jar releases the sweet incense of drugs, these two filthy swine sternly demand to know who gave our hero permission to enter. But the boy is too devastated to speak anything after seeing both elves lying lifeless and naked on the ground. The sight simply shatters his soul. Rage and desperation engulf his entire heart, and even if thousands of people shouldered the amount of despair he is feeling right now, they would have just crumbled under it. That is how intense Reifenhardt's feelings are at that moment. On the other hand, this gross dude is literally yelling his head off, calling for his orcish warrior. But you already know the drill. Nobody's showing up to rescue his disgusting mug face today. So out of desperation, he pulls out the old money card, trying to bribe our furious hero with some wad of cash. But when Mr. Moneybags realizes that his good old trick is not working, he starts thinking Reifenhardt must be some sort of button man, who is probably sent by the Tauben trade union. Meanwhile, Reifenhardt's eyes are burning with sheer frustration after seeing what this bastard did to those ladies. This is when the realization hits him even harder that Cirrus had to endure such cruelty under this pig for an entire decade in his past life. As the jerk keeps blabbering about money and whatnot, our hero cuts through the nonsense by reminding him that he's just as despicable as he remembers from his past life. After finally giving a devastated and well-deserved blow to this man's gut, Reifenhardt makes it crystal clear that he might have missed the chance before, but he is surely going to give this fatty the punishment he deserves. Meanwhile, the fatty's drool and snot all merge into one pathetic mess after that punch. And that is just the start of the beatdown this guy's in for, because after Reifenhardt grabs the bastard like he is handling a slaughtered lamb, he menacingly extends his hand. And the next thing we see is blood splattering everywhere, turning that purple head's face as pale as eggplant, like he is watching a scene straight out of a horror flick. After finally dropping the fat guy dead, Reifenhardt lets this dead man know that this is exactly what the innocent elves felt when he mercilessly tore them to shreds for his sadistic pleasure. Well, I was expecting our hero to take his sweet time with this guy, given how this fatty is supposed to be the villain of this arc. Anyway, there is still another guy to deal with, who is pointing fingers at our boy for supposedly being a murderer. But the boy just scoffs at the hypocrisy, especially since this jerk just killed an elf along with his partner. Just as the disgusting nobleman is trying to talk his way out of his impending demise, the two ladies arrive at the entrance. And when they see that old bastard lying there lifeless, Cirrus lets out a horrified gasp, totally shocked by the brutality before her eyes. However, our boy insists that this man deserved every bit of pain inflicted on him, a sentiment the elf lady totally agrees with. She then turns to the redhead, who for some odd reason can be seen really cool despite the gruesome sight before his eyes. I guess for him, this kind of mess is not all that shocking, considering he has been in this line of work for as long as he can remember. He then reveals to our hero about how Cirrus took care of Toccata single-handedly without requiring any help. But instead of hogging all the glory, the girl mentions how she would not have been standing here if it was not for the saint's healing powers. After hearing that Toccata is still hanging on, albeit barely breathing, Reifenhardt scans the area, feeling somewhat relieved. Anyway, let us wrap up this reunion and focus on the final guy who is screaming his lungs out after realizing that the elf he returned earlier is here. That is when Cirrus gets even more terrified as she spots the dead elf child on the ground. She demands to know if this bastard is the one responsible, but he just sneers arrogantly, asking her what she is going to do about it even if he did kill him. Well, he definitely picked the wrong time to be cocky, and without further delay, Cirrus leisurely draws her blade from its scabbard, leaving the guy trembling in fear. Even in his dire situation, he still has the nerve to ask if she is really going to kill him over some measly serpent. Well, actions have consequences, so inevitably, she slices him down with her blade to finally avenge the soul of the child this despicable man took. Just as this guy turns into a bloody mess and begs for mercy, he gets brutally stabbed by her sword once again, finally putting an end to this filthy scumbag for laying his filthy hands on those girls. It is a somber moment for our hero too. Despite doing the world a favor by taking down both monsters, he cannot seem to find any solace in all the bloodshed. Anyway, the next scene shifts outside into the forest, where flames flicker in the cold night. There, we see elves and orcs seeking refuge in the woods. Thankfully, they seem to be the slaves from the mansion who just escaped. 7 female elves and 9 male orcs have been rescued from that hellhole, with Toccata lending a hand in the rescue mission. He has also pledged his loyalty to Cirrus's master after being defeated by her, and that master is our hero, of course. Meanwhile, the saint is totally blown away to see the gender ratio tip to only one side, and the reason behind this is that the male elves and female orcs are really popular, so it's explained the reason behind it. As Cirrus observes the emotional scene of refugees comforting each other, she cannot shake off our hero's words about the unrecognized emotions of slaves. After coming this far with him, she begins to question if she might have misjudged him after all. And just like that, our hero shows up with his trademark sweet smile, apologizing to everyone for making them wait. As it turns out, the reason for his tardiness is that he was busy rummaging through the entire mansion to find the slave contract, and the seal of Rolophane's union leader along with it. When he is asked where he found these crucial documents, he simply shrugs and casually mentions that while he was busting through the walls, he happened to stumble upon a secret safe. The saint gives him a horrified look and calls him barbaric, which is probably the most insulting word he has heard in his 50 years of life. But just as he blurts that out, the saint catches on and wastes no time in asking what the heck he means by 50 years. Realizing his slip-up, the idiot quickly turns his head away, cursing himself for his foolish mistake. On the other hand, his unexpected reaction definitely piques the interest of both ladies. Anyway, the redhead steps forward and asks why he brought those contracts, to which the boy just tells him that he will know soon enough. And as he says this, he immediately turns to the terrified elves and orcs, letting them know that they are free to choose between a life of freedom or slavery. Whatever they want to choose, it is their call to make. This declaration only adds to the anxiety of the already nervous group of refugees. It is disheartening to realize that these poor creatures do not even fully understand what freedom entails. It is utterly heartbreaking how humans have belittled these innocent creatures to the extent that they cannot even grasp the concept of real freedom. After seeing their obliviousness about something as important as freedom, the boy just wears an underwhelming look on his face. When the redhead asks if he plans to sell them back to the auction, the boy immediately denies it. This prompts the saint to question if he is planning to give up being an adventurer just to take care of these people. Reifenhardt clarifies that he is not giving up on his adventures, since he has not yet reached his goal of establishing an empire. However, after releasing these individuals from their slavery contracts, he cannot just leave them stranded with no place to call home. His first priority is to educate them and help them understand their newfound freedom. The next scene cuts to the heart of the town, where the streets are eerily empty under the starlit sky. We find ourselves at the Tauben Trade Union headquarters once again. Inside, the first thing we notice is the terrified expression on the face of the union leader. He is visibly shaken as our hero takes a seat right before him, accompanied by the former slaves who belong to his rival company, run by Tarek. To make things worse, my man lets this guy know he'll be looking after these people, and he also wants this dude to keep it all secret as well. When Tauben asks how in the world he acquired these slaves, the boy simply replies that he will find out soon enough, hopefully by tomorrow. He assures Tauben that the news he will hear by the morning will be quite interesting, and will help him decide whether to keep this secret or not. If word gets out that he is harboring slaves from the Rolefian Trade Union, he will be the one under scrutiny. Well then, even without knowing the details of what transpired at the Rolefian Trade Union, the merchant can tell that whatever happened is seriously problematic. He is in deep trouble, and he knows it. But in the very next moment, our hero leaves the merchant speechless when he casually flips over a stash of 100 coins before his eyes. I am pretty sure that much money is enough to put any doubts or lingering confusion to rest. And as expected, the merchant quickly collects the coins back into his pouch, mentioning he has a place near the edge of the Zeppelin, where he can hide them along with his other slaves. Before handing over these people, Reifenhardt wants confirmation that no one besides himself will touch or treat them like slaves. The man assures him of their utmost care, though he is still clueless as to why he is being paid such an enormous amount. That is when our hero tells him to use the extra money to educate these folks. When the bewildered merchant asks if they had not already been educated, the boy corrects him, revealing with a big grin that he wants them to learn language, numbers for accounting, history, philosophy, and even medicine if possible. Since this merchant is just another average human being, with no regard for these people's emotions, it is not surprising that Tauben is confused as to why our hero wants to go to such lengths. Knowing he cannot sway common people with fancy talk about freedom and such, Reifenhardt decides to go with something which is definitely going to resonate with these profit-oriented individuals, and he clears out Tauben's concerns by stating that the more skills one slave has, the more utility they have to offer to their master. Even then, Tauben still does not seem to grasp how a slave can handle such intellectual tasks. Once again, our hero pushes this naturally business-oriented guy by mentioning that if he succeeds in educating these slaves, they will have more value, ultimately benefiting him in the long run. However, the merchant raises a legitimate concern about how they are going to persuade those naturally arrogant scholars who despise other species other than their own kind. As you might have guessed already, my man has got it all figured out. If they cannot get the scholars themselves, they can hire their peasant students who are in need to make a quick buck. Even though those students might not have much to offer, our hero is not expecting these orcs to turn into Albert Einstein, since basic knowledge and training will suffice for the time being. The merchant does not have much to say, though he still cannot figure out what this goofball is trying to achieve by doing all this. He believes that teaching these creatures is like talking to a brick wall. As we are already aware of, our hero does not see things that way, nor did he find it outlandish to educate a slave, despite what others might think. He recalls that there were a few who proposed such an idea in his past life, but the upper class, the major league of slave owners, never accepted it. They viewed the idea as equivalent to teaching a dog to paint, all because of the solidified belief that otherworldly species are inferior to humans. And Reifenhardt is about to play this belief to his advantage. Well, you see, the reason humans do not bother educating slaves is some ancient prevention tactic against potential slave rebellion, although most folks nowadays probably do not even realize that is the root cause. Even then, once these slaves start getting some schooling, our boy's pretty sure Tauben is going to be shocked when he sees slaves can actually understand stuff. That very light bulb moment will likely push Tauben to start teaching his own slaves. And that is where our hero sees his opening. Once the slaves are learning and Tauben sees the benefits, other slave owners are bound to follow suit. It just makes sense for a slave owner or any business person if their slaves are smarter and more capable. And if things go just as he had planned, this whole education thing could catch on like wildfire across the continent. The thought of watching himself stride down the path to success puts an unconditional smile on his face. He is pretty sure he is going to change people's minds this time, something he could not quite manage to achieve in his past life. The scene shifts back to the dormitories, where our hero is seen anxiously asking for some cash. The ladies are totally thrown off by his unexpected demand, to which he explains that he ended up giving away all his money because he did not factor in travel expenses before. Upon hearing this, Cirrus suggests returning her outfit for some quick cash if he is that desperate. But, as you can imagine, the idiot would rather starve than miss a single day without admiring her hotness at its peak. After a bit of playful banter, Cirrus starts to laugh heartily, a moment our clueless hero fails to recognize as significant. Because for her, it is the first genuine laugh she has had since becoming a slave, a precious moment of joy after enduring pain and suffering all those years. The next day arrives with the entire Zeppelin abuzz with a single piece of news. The leaders of the great trade unions, Rolofane's Tarek and Karen's Beret, have been found dead, their bodies cold. The culprit remains unknown, and even the employers called to the case have no recollection of what happened, leading to mixed-up testimonies and an unsolvable mystery. 2 weeks have passed after that incident, and we are greeted with the sight of a dungeon being infiltrated, likely by adventurers. And as you might have guessed, these intruders are apparently our heroes. The saint can be seen obliterating undead creatures with his divine powers, while Cirrus proves herself just as formidable, smashing through enemies like it is no big deal. On the flip side, our hero is on a whole another wavelength. He is just standing there, letting those undead creatures tickle him with their swords. He is holding back from obliterating them because he wants to see how the priest and Cirrus can work together. He is totally blown away to see that the saint can easily keep pace with Cirrus, even though he is not much of a fighter himself. It makes him wonder just how old this dude was when he first stepped onto the battlefield. He is pretty sure that if the saint keeps improving at this rate, he might even surpass his arch-nemesis, who goes by the name Saintess Ellen. At this point, our hero cannot shake the curiosity about why he never had heard of his name in his previous life, and just laughs at our hero's face for charging recklessly like that, but invites him to come in. Once the saint has been put through the ringer, Reifenhardt casually moves around and smashes the monsters with just his mere presence. He then asks the poor exhausted redhead if he has started to get hang of it, to which the saint cannot help but gripe about how these monsters are tougher than the ones they faced in the last dungeon. However, our hero mentions that these mobs are actually the easier ones, because they took the back route of the ruins. Anyway, after their dungeon crawl, they arrive at the Grain Kingdom, located near the Settlard Mountain, and it took them 2 weeks after leaving Chatten to reach this place. This place has the forgotten ancient ruins of Aleutian, where our hero hopes to regain his magical powers. When they get there, they find a giant door sealed by magic, and no amount of brute force is enough to open this door. And just when the redhead thinks they are out of options without a mage, our hero puts his hands together and starts chanting. Needless to say, this gesture totally throws the little guy for a loop, seeing this muscle-bound powerhouse casting a spell. When Reifenhardt casually mentions that he used to be a mage as well, the priest is absolutely blown away. It is one thing to be great at martial arts and use an aura, but having spell-casting knowledge too is just totally flipping the little guy's mind. It seems the little guy was blown away for nothing, as our hero is taking forever to gather some mana just to cast an amateur 3-circle spell, and just laughs at our hero's face for charging recklessly like that, but invites him to come at him nonetheless. After seeing our hero's slow-ass magic casting, the little priest does not waste the opportunity to throw a verbal jab, telling the boy that given how he took 13 minutes to open a single door, he better not ever claim to be a mage again. You see, back in his prime, our hero was the first mage ever to pull off 10-circle magic, and I have told you that much already. That is why he is on this quest now, looking for something called Aleutian's Voice, hoping it will at least get him halfway decent if not back to his former glory. After a short stroll, they hit a dead end with nothing inside, except for a stick our boy could use as a makeshift back scratcher before trudging back. Anyway, they trudge on through the cold mountains, while the little priest tries to cheer up Reifen's dejected spirit, reminding him that he cannot always be the first in everything. Well, actually, the main concern for Rifen is that illusion was only discovered 17 years from now because he was the one who found it in the first place. Seeing the future change like this is really creeping him out. Although as disappointed as our hero might be, the saint is just happy they did not come out empty-handed. Yep, the stick Cirrus is holding is the only thing they got. But suddenly, as soon as she utters the word Nylon, this arcane green energy starts swirling around her entire body. What we thought was just an ordinary stick, useful only as a back scratcher, turns out to be a full-fledged magical weapon. Apparently, it is a bow known as Nylon, which shoots arrows made from mana. Depending on the user's concentration, it can shoot multiple arrows in a row. This thing is definitely not ordinary wood, since it is actually a branch from the Tree of Life, Elfenheim. Also, if you have any doubts about this thing's capabilities, you can see how Cirrus just obliterated an entire tree with a single shot, which leaves both ladies in utter astonishment and happiness after witnessing the true potential of this stick. It appears that Reifenhart knew all along about the stick's capabilities, because it used to be Cirrus's main weapon in his past life. And when the saint asks how he knew about this weapon, he simply shrugs, saying he had just heard about it. Seeing our hero still looking bummed out, the saint tries to cheer him up, saying there are plenty of dungeons left to explore and they might find something cool after all. However, Reifenhart knows that nothing can replace Aleutian's voice, because it is the only artifact that could have helped him get his former powers back. After their long journey, they finally catch the sight of Jehallen village from the top of the hill. The red-headed saint in particular just cannot contain his excitement at the sight. After all, they had been craving a good meal during all of their journey, and it appears that the time has finally come. Soon enough, there was a whole spread of tantalizing food, laid out perfectly on the table for them to devour. With all those mouth-watering dishes in front of them, the trio wasted no time diving in, much to the amusement of the restaurant owner, who could not help but chuckle at their enthusiasm. As they savored every bite, the lady mentioned how some guests they had earlier had been quite the complainers, even to the point of irritating her. Out of curiosity, the boy asks about these guests, and the woman reveals they were a group of knights from a noble family who had visited about a week ago. Well then, it did not take long for our hero to connect the dots and deduce that those knights might just be the ones holding onto his Aleutian's voice. Eager to learn more, the boy attempts to bribe the lady with a coin, expressing his desire to hear more about those knights. However, his gesture only serves to make her feel awkward, prompting her to politely request him to put his money back. Shortly after, she began narrating that almost a week ago, Viscount Kelbrin arrived with an exploration team. But what caught her eye was how the other members of the team seemed to hold themselves in higher regard than the Viscount himself. Among them was a knight clad in gleaming gold armor from head to toe, which was a sight that amused her greatly. Despite his extravagant appearance, she admitted he was quite pleasant. After hearing about this gold boy armed with a golden sword, our hero's mind immediately connects the dots once again, realizing that the only person fitting that description is the Golden Knight of the Graham Kingdom's Count Teen's family. The next scene takes us to the Graham Kingdom's royal palace. Inside we see two nobles sitting face to face on this rather long dining table. While both of them are digging into their meal, the man sitting across the table compliments the Goldie boy for his remarkable performance in the ruins, although he is not too surprised, considering it is what is expected from the Golden Knight of Graham. As you might have guessed already, this golden boy is none other than Eustace Teens, the knight commander of the Teens family, and the man sitting across the table is Viscount Kelbrin. Despite clearing the dungeon single-handedly, he reassures the Viscount that he will still receive 1/3 of the loot they snagged from the dungeon as promised. To which the Viscount responds that he does not really care much about material possessions, as he is content simply with the honor of fighting alongside someone as formidable as Eustace. But when we take a peek inside the Viscount's noggin, we learn he is actually not sweating about the cash, as he is more about scoring a solid friendship with Sir Eustace. When the knight asks what will his company do with the adamantite and the orichalcum they found, which is a rarest material of this time, the Viscount just chuckles, saying he will probably whip up some weapons with the help of those dirty dwarves. Eustace then gives props to the Kelbrin family's mining game, joking that the Viscount must have a whole squad of dwarfs on the payroll. The man brushes it off by a simple smile and smoothly shifts gears by introducing his adorable daughters. Instead of giving high fives to the young ladies, the knight gives a piece of his mind, saying he is not planning on getting close to any women other than his wife. Hearing this, Viscount Kelbrin is totally thrown for a loop, wondering if the rumors he heard about him were way off base. But still, he's not letting go of this great opportunity to get close to the Goldies family, so he decides to offer a hand in marriage to the knight's brother instead. But as soon as he merely mentions the word sibling, the old man finds himself jumping out of his skin as the knight shatters a glass with his bare hands. Eustace appears absolutely livid at this point, and while he is seething with pure anger and frustration, he coldly lets the Viscount know that he does not have any siblings he speaks of. By now, the poor old coot is sweating profusely out of fear, his nerves shot to the moon as he stammers out apologies for his slip-up. The thick tension in the room is suddenly shattered when someone bursts in, catching everyone off guard. And before anyone can catch their breath, the intruder urgently spills the beans. A demon has busted out of one of the relics, and this bad boy is not playing nice. He is tossing soldiers around like they are nothing, and just his sheer size is causing earthquakes with every step. Hearing the commotion, the Goldie stands up and proceeds to casually glance outside to see what is happening outside, while wondering if there is a summoning artifact among the treasures they found. But what he sees outside is something he definitely did not sign up for, leaving him grinding his teeth in frustration at the sight of the last person he wanted to see. Apparently, there is a guy strolling forward towards the monster, seemingly calling all the shots. He is ordering everyone to evacuate the civilians and commanding the platoon to maintain formation. While the soldiers follow his orders, we get a glimpse of the man in question, who appears quite young. The mages start enchanting spells as instructed, and bombard the behemoth with frosty attacks to slow its movements. The guy gives props to the spellcasters for tying up the monster's legs, and just as he continues his determined march towards the behemoth, someone shouts out, questioning his reckless actions. At this point, we also learn that this determined yet foolish guy goes by the name Russ. As soon as he leaps into the air, the monster glances back to spot this pesky guy heading his way. But the dude manages to land a solid blow nonetheless, seeing that Monster Bleed puts a grin on his face. But his victory dance is cut short when he spots a counterattack coming his way, which shatters his sword to pieces and sends him crashing to the ground in a total mess with just one blow. While he is struggling to get up from that devastating blow, one of the soldiers standing nearby in disbelief gets obliterated by the behemoth, which leaves his body splattering in every direction. Then, another commanding voice cuts through the thick of the battlefield, ordering his underling to leave the foolish guy on the ground and maintain the formation. This commanding figure is none other than the Golden Knight, who turns out to be the brother of the boy on the ground. However, it is clear that Goldie does not like being called this blackhead's brother. He believes that the great knights of teens are not born from the stomachs of dirty stray dogs. Needless to say, this sly remark almost brings this grown man to tears, stinging more than any physical blow. As he rests his giant golden sword over his shoulder, this cocky guy makes it crystal clear that facing a demon is a job for aura users only. Then, with a mighty swing, he brings his massive sword down to the ground, shattering it with just one blow. He hoists his sword back up into the air, charging it up with this golden energy, before slamming it down horizontally, ready to charge at the monster. Before he dashes off, he throws a taunt at his brother, telling him to open his eyes and witness a true knight in action. And with that grand declaration, his sword begins to transform, a magical suit enveloping his body as if he is some kind of fucking medieval Iron Man. Once his transformation is done, he becomes this guy straight out of a Power Rangers set, ready to take on anything. Before we dive into the showdown, the scene shifts to the middle of the night, at one of the hotels where our crew is chilling. We can see the Saint is teasing our hero for not knowing someone as famous as that cocky Golden Knight. To his defense, Reifenhardt mentions that he has been living in the mountains after all, so he is not up to speed on all the fancy politics and stuff. In any case, the redhead proceeds to explain, mentioning that the guy is one of the most formidable magic swordsmen out there and could easily be considered an aura user. After hearing all that, our hero just brushes it off and starts complimenting Cirrus on how much glamorous she looks in her new pajamas. But the priest continues with his revelation, going on about how even if that guy is strong, and how he can be compared to an actual aura user, given that he only uses the power of some magical tool to flex his muscles. That's when Reifenhardt throws in his 2 cents, mentioning that the magic armor Eldred is the strongest magic armor around, even though mastering it is a whole other story. You see, true gold Eldril is this super rare magic metal, even rarer than true silver mithril. And from that Eldril, they make the magic armor Eldred and the magic sword Eldrin. These artifacts are the cream of the crop from the relics of the Silver Age, passed down through generations in the Teens County. The magic swordsman who wields Eldrad and Eldrin is dubbed the Golden Knight. And if you are wearing Eldrad, simple declarations can trigger insanely powerful magic, leveling the playing field with an aura user. But of course, it is all about knowing how to use it properly. After witnessing this Goldie bastard giving that monster a run for its money, it is clear he can actually utilize this armor to its fullest potential. Before delivering the final blow, he awakens all the power of his sword. With his 8th circle spell, known as Material Destruction, he crashes down on the beast, obliterating everything in his path. Meanwhile, back with our party, Reifenhardt explains that Teens County is one of the few families that truly researched how to properly use Eldred's power. Just having a powerful tool does not automatically make someone strong. The Saint points out how nonchalant our hero seems about the magic swordsman, noting that aura users usually don't get along with magic swordsmen, and some of them do not even acknowledge them as fighters at all. To clarify things, Reifenhardt explains that the Teens County stands out because they have a unique technique for utilizing magic armor, which sets them apart from most sword techniques. When we look back at the Golden Knight, we can clearly see him obliterating his enemy with his distinctive swordsmanship. Reifenhardt also believes that even if someone works hard to perfect their sword technique, they cannot be sure of reaching the level of an aura user. However, there is always one Golden Knight in each generation, and having martial artists with the power of an aura user in the family is a great benefit. But having a magic swordsman who can use Eldred is like having one in a million. As soon as Reifenhart finishes his explanation, the fighting sequence ends with the complete obliteration of the monster. The crowd on the sidelines cheers seeing the monster fall. Even the bastard brother cannot help but admire his sibling's moment of glory, feeling a bit inadequate himself. Meanwhile, our hero is having similar thoughts, wondering if he could ever match up to that guy. Hearing Reifen muttering to himself, the redhead asks if he is thinking of taking on the Count of Teens too. The hero explains that this is the only way he can retrieve that artifact. In response, the saint asks if he plans to snatch it now. But the clueless boy does not get what he means about stealing, so he just gives him a confused look. That's when he explains that in the Principality of Chatten, he sided with our hero because he was right. But since the Count of Teens explored the ruins, they rightfully own the artifacts. So, if the boy tries to take it, he is basically stealing. Suddenly, Reifen's light bulb goes off, and he realizes the saint is spot on with his observation. Reifenhart never saw it coming, and he has got no clue how to convince her without bringing up his past life. With no other choice, he spins a story about his martial clan that hides treasures in ruins as gifts for their disciples. He says his master, who is known as Gerard, did the same and hid an item for him to find on his own. But the saint throws a curveball, asking if his master had already explored the Aleutian ruins. Then why did not he take any of the other Silver Age artifacts inside? Our hero, thinking on his feet, explains that those artifacts were meant to be little extras along with the big reward. To nail his point, he points out that he would never have recognized Nylon, which was an ordinary stick, and this only proves his point that the ruins do indeed have been explored before. He further adds that if the ruins were truly unexplored, he would not have known about any of the shortcuts they had to take to get there. Even though the clueless saint finds it hard to swallow the fibs, he goes along with the story anyway. On the other hand, the fucker just turns his sweaty and embarrassed face away, feeling foolish for spouting such nonsense, even though it is not far from the truth since he did explore that ruin before anyone else. In any case, the saint remarks that the whole situation is really tangled up, asking if they actually have to take on those royals. Our boy just shrugs it off, saying it is all in the hands of the gods, and there is not much he can do about it. Meanwhile, the Golden Knight is just soaking up compliments from his peers for his stellar performance as usual. Before he leaves, Eustace turns to his bastard brother, reminding him that charging into danger like an imbecile is not what a true swordsman of teens does, and also advises him to better learn more moves, instead of that same stupid downward slash technique of his. Even then, Russ insists he is still a swordsman of teens, no matter what anyone says. The next day dawns with the sun painting everything in its warm glow. We spot the same guy from yesterday, getting his workout in bright and early. Suddenly, two dudes roll up, demanding to know why he pulled that crazy stunt yesterday. The guy just shrugs it off, saying he was just doing his job. But these guys are not here to cut him any slack, and starts to throw shade, asking who gave him orders to go all impulsive like that. In response, the boy just comes simpler with his words, saying he is a swordsman of teens too, and if they have got a problem with his knightly honor, well, they are welcome to settle it with a fight. Given their arrogance, both soldiers just walk forward while clicking their tongues, and still calling our hero every name in the book. Despite what anyone says about him, Russ is actually really a strong individual. But what is holding him back from being the greatest swordsman is that he only knows one technique, which is known as the downward slash, along with the breathing technique that follows. His blade cuts through the air with perfect timing, so smooth that the movement is almost invisible. Even a master swordsman would be impressed by his strike, though his technique has some flaws, as it was pretty sloppy, and not something that can be used under normal circumstances. In any case, the House of Teens never recognized Russ's true potential. As a noble family with a legacy of knights, they had specific sword techniques for their warriors. But Russ never learned those techniques because his father never taught him any. The reason his father disapproved was because liegemen did not like the idea of teaching a bastard any family's sword arts. So, all his dad could pass down was a fragment of their family's once great sword path. This fragment also held the key to unlocking their aura, and his dad had high hope for his son. That's exactly why Russ works hard, because he believes that the true essence of the Sword of Teens, once powerful, now only exists in the downward slashing sword path. He wants to make his father proud by proving that this sword art is not the trashy move everyone makes it out to be, and he is determined to show everyone the hidden power within it, and reclaim the honor of his family's legacy. While his Goldie bro watches him through the window, he cannot help but think Russ is wasting his time with that downward slash. After all, the rest of the sword path has already disappeared, and he just sees him as a fool for his futile efforts. Even then, he just can't ignore the determination and talent his bastard brother has. After the sun has finally gone down, we see our hero, looking more like an underpaid thug wandering around the streets of the town. As you might have guessed already, he is hunting for that precious relic, and he is definitely not thrilled about sneaking around in a hoodie and mask. Upon reaching the area, he finally witnesses the grandeur of the castle, and the only folks he can think of who could create such a magnificent structure are the dwarves who were probably worked to the bone by Viscount Kelbrin, who is in the mining business. Anyway, as he climbs further, he spots 3 guards and knocks them unconscious with just a mere stroke of his hand. As he ventures further inside, he spots two soldiers on night duty. One of them complains about why they would have to give a night watch since no one would dare to invade the castle, especially when the Golden Knight is already staying there. I guess these fools are about to be proven wrong, because they have already started to look around after sensing someone suspicious, while our hero silently sticks to the ceiling. After breezing past those two goons, the idiot starts bragging about how thievery might be his thing after all, or maybe he has just got a knack for it. It seems the moment has arrived where he must employ serious skill to overcome these two fully trained knights of teens who are dutifully standing their post. And despite their shiny armor and high rank, my guy just takes one out with a single blow, and shocks the other one until he is out cold. With them out of the picture, he is finally just a few feet away from getting his relic back. But just as he checks out the area, he is surprised by a motion detection barrier and a heat detection spell, which he obviously knows what these things do, but not being able to disarm them really ticks him off. Anyway, he starts snooping around, because a magical barrier cannot work without a core. Once he finally spots it, he can feel the runes engraved inside the stone. After smashing the stone with his bare hands, the magic on the door starts fading, and soon enough, he is inside the storeroom, only to see an almost endless sea of products. While looking around, he stumbles upon some magical rare items that he really misses from his past life. He also spots some shiny swords with big names attached to them, but they do not seem to be the real deal. They are probably knockoffs. Heck, they cannot even pass as knockoffs. Even though they look similar, the magic constitution is all out of whack, which is hard for him to wrap his head around. In any case, once he finally spots the much-desired Aleutian's voice, which is suspiciously sitting above that wooden box. Nonetheless, he takes an eager step forward, and accidentally his feet push against this string. But he still seems clueless about what is going on, so he takes a quick look around. And almost instantly, the bell above him starts to ring, which is definitely the alarm he triggered during his not-so-cautious footsteps. Reifenhardt is freaking out by now, having come all this way just to stumble into a lousy booby trap. Well, looks like he is not exactly cut out for this thievery gig after all. Meanwhile, Viscount's holed up in his room, absolutely terrified after hearing the alarm. As for my guy, he is sprinting like his life depends on it because word on the street is there is an intruder in the southern tower. On his way, he is plowing through everyone like a mad bull, not even slowing down for a breath. There are also knights and mages blocking the main path, threatening to turn the intruder into a human torch. Right on cue, the mages unleash crackling fire toward our hero, who is scrambling to get out of harm's way. And once he reaches one of the knight's shoulders, the boy apologizes to this clueless man before using him as a shield to dodge the scorching flames. After roasting the poor guy to a crisp, the platoon leader yells at our hero for his devilish act. But honestly, my guy did not act on impulse. He knew the knight's armor had some divine protection going on. Still, the leader is not giving him any breaks and fires a bunch of arrows at him. To our hero, they are nothing more than annoying toothpicks. But those arrows were just a distraction, because the real problem is these chains that suddenly start nibbling around him, sticking like glue and refusing to let go. Seizing the opportunity, the platoon commander orders his party to blow this guy up. Just when our hero thinks he is done for, the same idiot from before bursts onto the scene, forcing his way through the soldiers' formation. The captain is yelling at Russ to get the heck away, and even Rifen thinks this man is acting like a fool. Even then, Russ finally breaks through the crowd and raises his sword to deliver a devastating blow, leaving the captain screaming his lungs out. Russ keeps marching forward, completely ignoring the chaos he is causing by breaking the soldiers' formation. And when our hero hears the name Russ from the captain's mouth, he just can't put his finger on it even if someone with the name even existed in his past life. He can see that this guy's moves, breaths, and steps are all just as simple as they can get. But what really creeps the hell out of our boy is the way he swung his sword. And once he does swing, Rifen does not waste a second to seize the golden opportunity to blow away those pesky chains. While Russ's sword is still tangled in that chain, the hero lands a devastating blow right near his kidney, sending him crashing to the ground like a mere pebble skipping the water surface. Once he is standing tall, Rifen is totally blown away to see that this dude can swing his sword with so much power, yet he does not even try to defend himself. His train of thought is abruptly cut short when he hears a familiar voice, and the next thing he knows, swings of a blade are coming his way. But he manages to handle them rather easily. And of course, the one behind the attack is the cocky Goldie bastard, getting even cockier in seconds in his shiny golden armor. When they finally face off, the Golden Knight can see our hero has got some serious skills for a regular guy. But my man is not in the mood for catching up, and this cocky knight does not seem to enjoy an idle chit-chat either. So, following the Jim Unbreakable's motto of attack first, Rifen takes the liberty to swing toward the man, and the knight reciprocates with the same gesture and energy. As soon as they are locked in each other's stares, both are startled to see each other recklessly marching forward, leading them to clumsily swing their respective weapons, which is fist in our hero's case. And after dodging each other's blows, they both take a step back to put a safe distance, in order to catch their breaths after that heart-pounding encounter. The onlookers are totally caught off guard by that reckless close call, and even both fighters admit to themselves that they had underestimated each other. This time, the Goldie takes a swing, unleashing its shadow of the abyss and roar, but my guy ain't no slouch. He effortlessly sidesteps those shadows, though he seems a bit surprised to see someone busting out something as powerful as howling shadows. On the other hand, the knight also finds himself really bewildered to see our hero barely making an effort to disperse his howling shadow by immediately picking up its weak point. So, he begrudgingly gives props to our boy's mad skills at countering magic spells, which our hero just shrugs off by saying he just happens to know a lot about magic. Anyway, the Goldie retaliates without any warnings once again, and the boy, as usual, avoids the direct hit like a ninja. That's when a serious exchange of blows kicks off, with the knight swinging away trying to tag his opponent with his sword, and our hero being a slippery snake, just avoiding those strikes left and right. Soon after, Reifenhart lands a solid punch square on the knight's chest, sending shockwaves through his whole body, which leaves his veins bulging out from the sheer pain. And what's even more painful is the realization that he's feeling the sting of that punch even inside his formidable armor. As soon as we resume the story, we find out the Golden Knight is retaliating with his sword pointed at our hero. But before those flames and wind arrows could hit him, he jumps to the other side, leaving fire and wind crashing onto the ground, obliterating everything in its path. Watching our hero darting around infuriates the knight, so he unleashes a massive fire bubble that annihilates everything in its path and keeps chasing down Reifen. By now, our shocked hero has no doubt he is going to freaking die at this rate. As the fiery blow rocks the entire place, the smoke and dust start to settle. There stands our boy, glaring fiercely with those blazing eyes. While he cannot help but feel shocked to realize this knight can sling high-level magic, the Goldie, on the other hand, is blown away to realize our hero just blocked his one of the strongest attacks like it was nothing more than an annoyance in his way. The Goldie is pretty sure he would not have missed Reifen's movements, especially while using superhuman vision, unless our hero's an aura user. Well, looks like he is spot on with that observation, since the boy does indeed an aura user. Anyway, the knight gears up for another attack, and this time he tries to unleash his purple acidic mist, but Reifen shuts it down with almost little to no effort. Then, Reifen plants his feet firmly on the ground, and with a clear stance, he leaps directly at his opponent. One seemingly half-assed punch sends Goldie tumbling backward, and the punch was so fast that the knight did not even see it coming. After enduring a barrage of punches, each delivered with incredible flair, Goldie is certain by now that this guy is definitely an aura user. With that knowledge in mind, the knight decides to go all in this time. Previously, he felt at a disadvantage because he could not properly gauge our hero's skill level. Now that he knows Reifen's an aura user, it is a whole different ballgame for him. Seems like he is really starting to get under our boy's skin too. Because you can tell, Reifen is clearly struggling to dodge this attack. He probably always thought aura users were the most annoying beings to deal with, but looks like he has been proven wrong. Meanwhile, the other soldiers are just chilling and watching the chaos unfold from a safe distance, while Goldie is breathing down our boy's neck, probably wondering why someone skilled enough is out here pulling all-nighters with petty thievery. Upon hearing Goldie's ramblings, Reifen wonders if the guy's catching on that he is an aura user, even though he is not busting out his golden aura of the gem Unbreakable, which is too flashy for this situation. Meanwhile, Mr. Sherlock Goldie, with his detective hat firmly on, jumps to a wrong conclusion. Thinking our hero's new to the whole aura awakening gig, and just because he is not flaunting his aura, he gets all cocky and crashes down to the ground like a freaking meteor. With his sword poised for another strike, Goldie's golden energy starts swirling around him. As he advances with yet another formidable move, Reifenhart is pretty damn sure if he does not do something quick, he is as good as dead. Soon after, as Reifen takes a closer look at this bastard, his eyes light up at the sight of that golden glow. Now, I do not know what hits his mind, but he sure takes his stance. And just as the sword's about to make contact, he whips out one of his own techniques, known as the Spiral Guard, all while giving a silent thanks to the heavens that this man is just a golden knight. The clash between those two forces is so intense, it sets off a blinding explosion that leaves everyone staggering backwards. Even Russ, on the sidelines, is totally blown away. After the dust settles from that huge explosion, we see the knight's face, pissed off beyond belief. He is absolutely thrown off to see that our hero just blocked the light of Eldril. Meanwhile, the boy looks like a wreck, blood leaking from his shoulder and head because he ended up using his Spiral Guard a tad too late. Anyway, he jumps out of the castle straight towards the ground and crashes down onto the frozen lake, shattering the ice bed on impact. As soon as one of the knights, Sir Lot, who commands the platoon, is ordered by Goldie to check on the storeroom and see what this guy has stolen. He also tells him to gather a search party because they cannot let this guy off the hook that easily. But Sir Lot is skeptical, mentioning that the guy probably kicked the bucket after that fall. Goldie denies it, insisting that there is no way he would have died from that. Suddenly, the scene cuts to the terrified Cirrus, who probably just woke up smack dab in the middle of the night. Seeing her, the priest also wakes up, asking her with his tired voice what is up. She responds that she is smelling something off, cannot quite put her finger on it, but she is sure it is a bad feeling. And whatever it is about Rifen, like he is in some kind of trouble. Looks like her gut feeling is not too far off, since we can see our hero sinking down into that cold water. Anyway, the next day rolls in, and the first thing in the morning, we see Sirius and the priest being chased by soldiers. You ask why? Well, turns out they have been slapped with some hefty accusations of thievery by the palace soldiers. And as the girl carries the saint like a kid, the poor dude cannot help but grumble about his bruised ego, muttering how he is supposed to be a man and all, but this feels a tad emasculating. So, a regular Joe tips off the knight about our duo's location, and in appreciation, the knight tosses him a coin, before swiftly blocking our party's path. Once they are trapped, Shield Knight demands they drop their weapons and surrender on the spot. But do they comply? Nope, not even close. In fact, Sirius whips out her nylon bow and takes down one of the soldiers, leaving the other one shaking in his boots at how she pulled off that move with just a stick. Just then, Goldie himself shows up, questioning Sir Lot about the commotion. To this query, the junior explains they have stumbled upon some pretty unusual criminals. Goldie immediately tells Sir Lot to stand down, because he is taking the charge personally. On the other hand, after the saint sees that things are about to get real, he just swallows his pride, sets aside his ego as a man, and would not mind being carried by a girl once again. He also disappointingly mumbles to himself, wondering when Rifen will finally give him some muscle training. Before they bolt, Sirius sets off a distraction with a blast. And just as they are about to make their escape, Goldie swoops in, floating above them like he owns the sky, telling them to freeze. Meanwhile, when the knight spots Sirius's fancy sword, he is not just spooked, he is downright chilled to the bone. As you can imagine, that sword is not your run-of-the-mill blade, and he is a bit revolted to see that this high-level priest hooked this disgusting slave with a rare sword. After seeing the Golden Knight personally, the redhead has no doubt that Rifen is definitely in deep trouble. In any case, the Golden Knight appears out of nowhere before her eyes, and hits her with a devastating blow before she even blinks. After taking that hit, she is trying to shake it off, but the Knight's already gearing up for round 2. But before we can see more of that showdown, the scene cuts to our hero, looking all beat up and lost. He is kicking himself for not going all out against that armored jerk who was basically a walking tank. Well, he is not dwelling on it, as he is just happy to see that he got his hands on Aleutian's voice, even though he has got no clue where the heck he has ended up. And just when he is thinking about his whereabouts, a dwarf pops up unexpectedly, introducing himself as Hethos. The boy reciprocates with the dwarf's gesture, and gives out his real name as well. Hethos then asks our hero if he is sure he can stomach food with his beat-up body, to which the boy kinda nods in agreement. So, the man orders this dwarf woman who is quite older despite her young appearance, and tells her to bring the food. Also, the lady in question is known as Dwarf Warrior Tilla de Steelhammer. When she happily presents the food before our hero, Rifen finds it a bit odd because dwarfs usually do not exactly roll out the welcome mat for humans. But his question gets answered as soon as the old dwarf they call Elder waddles into the scene. He is Alpoth Priest Gelfide Delphistone, and as soon as that old man calls our boy his savior, Rifenheart's face goes anxiously pale. Apparently, about 6 years ago, their big priest got a message from the god Alpoth. It was all about how some dude with muscles of steel and a brain to match would come floating down on ice water from a cave. They were told to save him and treat him like some sort of savior. The priest secretly told all the dwarves on the continent about this message, and since then, Gelfide's been waiting every winter for this savior to show up. Hearing all this, the boy starts to look kinda sheepish because he is already familiar with this god. You see, Alpoth is the big cheese god of dwarves, sometimes dropping divine messages on them. And 6 years ago is when our hero rolled into this era, which means Alpoth sent that message right after he arrived. Even though he has let the god down once before by messing everything up, he is feeling kinda grateful this time around for backing him up once again. In any case, Rifenheart turns to the old man and asks if he really did all of this just because they got that message, to which the dwarf simply responds that their god does not mess around. After chilling in this tunnel for a bit, we see the lady all smiles after seeing our hero totally healed. Once he drops the bowl right into her hand, he attributes his rapid recovery to her skills, to which the lady, dumbfoundedly, mentions that she actually has not done anything other than making barley porridge. After that little exchange, the lady cheerfully asks if she should bring Priest Gelfide back since he said he had something to talk about. The man just says he will find him himself. Also, in his head, the hero admits he would have healed a lot faster if she had given him some meat. Though good thing she did not. I do not know what kind of reactions she would have had after seeing him. Even though poor dude tried his best to dodge her, she ended up dragging him along just to help him walk around. This place is actually the Steel Hammer tribe, a bunch of mountain dwarves living as slaves in the Kelberan Viscounty. Unlike elves and orcs, they have stuck to their traditions and culture. The way they are used as slaves is different. Dwarves are the go-to for technical jobs because humans cannot match their skills. If you ask them how to find something, they will just tell you to follow the sound of Mother Earth. So, it is not exactly something any regular human can do. Plus, dwarves only really work when they are in their social groups, so they are sold as units. That is how they keep their culture and faith intact, and that is why priests like Gelfide are still around. Thanks to them, he got a ton of help from dwarves when building his empire, and they are the only ones among all the otherworldly races who truly get how societies work. While they are strolling, the boy casually asks the girl how many folks call this place home. She shrugs and mentions there are about 60, all under Viscount Kelbrin's thumb as his slaves. Taking a gander around, he notices there are not any male in sight, to which the girl simply explains they are usually off in the mines of the Setterlard Mountains. Reifenhart catches on quickly, sensing a sneaky move to keep the dwarves in check by holding their families hostage. Just as he is about to ask her something else, probably something important, the scene switches to the chamber of the elder priest. There, the little old guy is thanking our hero for showing up, all while addressing him as a savior. Hearing this, Reifenhart quickly brushes it off, and in return thanks the old man for their help, and insists he should be called Reifenhart instead. The little guy chuckles faintly, saying he does not really know why Reifenhart is their savior either, but he can tell that our hero does not see them as slaves. Reifenhart agrees, admitting he has a soft spot for dwarves and sees them as equals, but changing the fate of an entire species is a whole different ballgame. The old man nods, saying they do not know why Alpoth chose a non-dwarf as their savior. They just hold on to the hope given by their god and do their best because the oracle cannot be a lie. No one really knows how Reifen is supposed to save them. But for now, it is the dwarves' job to cooperate as best they can with their savior. The old man then points out how Reifen strangely did not react strongly when he was called the savior, almost like he already knew about it. Well, after getting caught red-handed, Reifenhart reluctantly agrees in a kind of roundabout way. Anyway, our hero gets to the main point, asking the little man what he wanted to talk about. In response, the old man mentions that the great priest, God Alpoth's high priest, who is known as Michelin, wants to see him. Looks like Reifen knows about this old guy, as he is the pillar of all dwarves. So he's pretty hyped to meet him once again. Seeing Reifen's enthusiastic face about meeting the priest also makes the old man intrigued. At first, he thought since Reifen is a human who cannot hear the sound of truth, he would just brush all this off as nothing but bogus talk, so he was worried from the get-go about how he would convince him. After hearing this, Reifen just gives him a sly grin without saying anything. He then recalls how in his past life he was the cause of all the destruction and why his empire failed. To avoid repeating the past, he figures consulting Michelin, who is a wise dwarf, would be a good idea. He also knows that Michelin is at the Grand Forge right now, which isn't too far actually. His last remaining doubts disappear when the old man says the same thing. He mentions that since Michelin is in the Great Temple of Alpoth in the Grand Forge, only a few dwarves know its location. Keeping that in mind, Tilla de Steelhammer steps up and offers to be his guide. Once again, the elderly elf is gobsmacked to realize that Reifen knew about the priest and even the location of the Grand Forge. He also claims he can hear our hero's thoughts, and even mentions how humans tend to avoid speaking to dwarves, just because they can avoid their minds being read, because dwarves can hear the sound of truth. After the elderly man reveals everything, Reifenhart also does not shy away before confessing everything that the old man said. Not surprisingly, the dwarf is shocked to hear this, and further asks if Reifen can spill more beans about what he knows about dwarves, but the boy brushes it off, saying it is not the right time yet. Suddenly, Hathos comes charging down, urgency written all over his face. As soon as he has everyone's attention, the dwarf blurts out the news to our hero that his companions, an elf and a young boy, are locked up in Viscount Kelbrin's castle. Needless to say, the news hits Reifen like a thunderbolt out of the blue. Before we can see more of his reaction, the next scene abruptly takes us back to this Goldie bastard, who is barking orders to find our hero at any cost. This despicable, ruthless knight even goes as far as to say that it doesn't matter what kind of torture they use on those two, as long as they catch the thief. The soldiers respond with a quick yes sir before walking off to perform their assigned duty. The knight then glances over at his right shoulder where he catches the sight of our unusual duo, the elf wielding a seriously high-ranked weapon, and the priest packing enough divine power to rival his mom in terms of rankings. He is literally at a loss for words, unable to figure out who could be pulling the strings for these two, and it is only making him itch even more to track down our boy as soon as possible, to finally have some answers to these bizarre occurrences. Anyway, we catch those two soldiers again, looking real puzzled as they debate how to torture our duo. One suggests going all out and hitting them directly, but the other worries they will kick the bucket if they go too far. They brush off the concerns, figuring they gotta do what they gotta do since they were specifically ordered for this task. So, the guy with brown head, known as Lento, decides to step up first, and Blackhead, who goes by the name Barras, immediately agrees. 30 minutes tick by, and the two goons are left scratching their heads, after having heard all about our hero. Seems like Redhead is intentionally spilling everything about our hero that he hails from the infamous Jim Unbreakable, the martial clan of the Indomitable Martial King, known as Gerard. He probably tries to spook these guys even more by talking up how brutal the training is at Jim Unbreakable. Like, regular folks could not even handle a fraction of what those disciples endure. Then he goes on about his last mission, snagging a relic that is probably now chilling in the Golden Knight's treasure room. These two knuckleheads look even more lost. They are wondering if a captive can yap this much without them even laying a finger on him. Anyhow, they toss him a glass of water once the chatterbox finally runs his throat dry. Once this chatterbox finally quenches his thirst, he is like a burst of sunshine. Meanwhile, the soldier is totally clueless about the saint's carefree character, which is making him curious if this guy is not scared of betraying his friend. He goes on about how if the world found out the Martial King's successor committed a robbery, it would tarnish his reputation. But Redhead just shrugs it off, saying if that were true, he would not have done it in the first place. Well, it kinda makes sense to the soldier, but this still does not answer the question he is seeking, which makes him wonder why his friend did not even tell him where he was off to nab that relic. Redhead casually explains they were just ordered to stay put at the hotel. The soldier is still baffled, noting how his buddy went off alone without any way to contact him. With his usual nonchalance, the saint once again clarifies that his friend is an aura user, so it does not make any sense if he would lose in something as petty as robbery. After getting all the answers without any so much so effort, the soldier is literally boggled out of mind to think that if the interrogations are supposed to be that easy. The next scene takes us to the outskirts of the castle, where deep in the woods, we spot that familiar dwarf lady, probably on her way with our hero to rescue his friends. She is totally floored to see Rifen just caught an entire deer for themselves, and goes on to mention how a hunter would be green with envy at such skills. In response, the boy simply shrugs it off, saying it is expected when you are an aura user. Anyway, she reminds him that in Kelberan territory, hunting is strictly forbidden. But Rifen brushes off the concern, saying he does not intend to sweat the small stuff anymore. Well, this might be a bit worrying for the lady, who has spent her whole life as a slave. But for our hero, there is no time to fuss over minor rules if he is gonna free all the otherworldly species. In any case, he digs into that juicy steaming hot meat, and once he starts chowing down, he is devouring it like a wild animal, leaving the lady behind totally gobsmacked. Then, her anxious expression turns into pure amazement when she notices our hero's body rapidly healing right before her eyes. Not only is he healed, but he has also regained all his strength, because with a single hand gesture, he unleashes a menacing aura that ripples through the area. Needless to say, the girl is once again bewildered by this sight. On the other hand, our hero just tears off those bandages, with his overflowing aura which is leaking out of his body. The scene transitions back to the castle, where we see the Goldie standing by the window, and his mind appears to be still occupied with Reifenhardt's thoughts. He's convinced it couldn't have been a coincidence that our boy took that specific relic out of all the countless relics. To understand why he thinks that, let us rewind about a month. There, a man in robes strolls up to the Goldie, casually asking if he is Sir Eustace, the Golden Knight of the Grain Kingdom. Instead of giving a straight answer, Eustace shoots back by asking the robed guy who he is. That's when the mysterious figure flashes an emblem, saying the Goldie would definitely recognize it if he is the real deal successor of Count Teens. And sure enough, the Goldie does recognize the emblem, which is known as the Sage of Silver. He remembers the day he officially became the successor, and his father dropped a hint about the existence of the Sage of Silver. Apparently, they are a group of folks with insane power, capable of toppling entire nations. They are like super sages, with wisdom and knowledge that puts modern civilization to shame. These guys basically lurk in the shadows, only showing up when humanity's in a tight spot. Eustace was told that even a king's just middle rank among them. Heck, even a king cannot be considered top tier in the Sage of Silver's eyes. Once the Goldie recalls all this, he drops to his knees out of pure respect. That is when the sage hands him some kind of document, leaving the knight scratching his head. Of course, this sage tasks the teen's household with exploring the Aleutian ruins. Everything they find there will undoubtedly be theirs. However, there is one catch. The sage wants Aleutian's voice. To drive his point home, he puts on this menacing look in his eyes, and makes it clear that if they fail to acquire Aleutian's voice, the entire teen's family better brace themselves for a fall. And right in this current moment, he feels jittery just thinking about how he gonna tell all this to the Silver Sage. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door, and the two clueless soldiers saunter in. They inform their master that they have finished interrogating the two prisoners. While they believe the prisoners are telling the truth, the story seems almost too good to be true. As these two are busy recounting the saint's wild story to Eustace, the scene shifts outside. One of the soldiers standing guard feels chills running down his spine. Haunted by the memory of yesterday's events, he still cannot shake off the terror from our hero's devastating blow, which rendered them unconscious with a mere tap. Remembering how the hero fought the Golden Knight toe-to-toe, he hopes that the man never comes back again. The other guard, however, points out that the hero already stole what he came for. The first guard counters, explaining that Eustace still has his friends, and he has a gut feeling our hero might return to rescue them. Looks like they are in for another round of trouble, because just the sight of our hero sends shivers down their spines. And let me tell you, my man is not messing around. He is about to unleash chaos with his calamity horn. But before we can see him in action, the scene shifts back to the Golden Knight, who is shocked to hear that our hero belongs to Jim Unbreakable. Since the saint has told them that the relic belongs to Jim Unbreakable, he is confused as to why the Sage of Silver would want their possession. At first, he thinks the saint is lying, but considering his power level, he figures the saint might actually be telling the truth. Still, he entertains the idea that maybe the duo have just been abandoned by our hero. If that is the case, he is sure he will not run into Rifen again, so capturing him is not an option. Looks like Usus is stressing out for nothing, because the explosion that rocks the entire castle is definitely the work of our boy. Hearing that gigantic blast, Usus is totally losing his mind, trying to figure out who is behind it. When he finally catches the scent of that familiar energy, he is certain Rifen has arrived to shake things up. As chaos erupts throughout the area, the soldiers rally and charge forward, swords in hand, ready to take revenge for yesterday. Taking his stance, our hero makes it clear he is not holding back this time. But the knights aren't listening to anyone, and the platoon leader orders the soldiers to lunge at our hero, and they charge straight at him with sheer determination. Predictably, both of these poor guys get blasted away by the boy, who makes it crystal clear that shields are useless against his aura-packed punches. Then the priests themselves step in, boosting the power and agility of their soldiers. But despite their newfound buffs, Rifen dispatches them with mere taps of his shoulder and elbows. Seems like he has no time to deal with this annoyance, so he punches the ground beneath him, blowing up the entire area and sending nearby soldiers scattering like a bunch of ants. Even then, the priests just do not know when to quit. Both the icy priests and fire-wielding mages start bombarding Rifen with their ruthless magic power. Seeing them getting all riled up, Rifen prepares his fists and takes them out with just a single punch. Some find themselves losing limbs upon impact, while others are sent flying through the air with his fiery punches. Meanwhile, Rifen seems to be having the time of his life, beating the living daylights out of these people. Once he blows up the mages, he proceeds to take down the priests, after knocking them out as well. Amidst the chaos he is causing, all those soldiers and priests he is knocking down are dubbing Rifen nothing short of a monster. One particular guy, as he is getting choked out, begs our hero to spare his life. But my man's not listening to anyone. He is just relishing how these strong priests, whose divine spells actually get stronger when they are hurt, are falling before him. Eventually, he decides to knock everyone out with his calamity powers. The others in the vicinity are left terrified, witnessing all this doom and gloom unfold before their eyes. While all this is happening, Russ decides to saunter into the scene just like before, while the platoon commander is still losing his mind at the sight of him stepping forward. By now, the platoon leader is absolutely livid at this point, grinding his teeth as he watches this knucklehead not listening to him. With an enraged, stuttering voice, he makes it clear that he is going to disown Russ once they get back to the family. Well, it really does surprise me that he is the one raising this bastard boy of nobles. In any case, the guy is way too preoccupied with himself to give a damn about what this guy is saying, because his mind is utterly blown away by our hero, who is an aura user, and the dominance he is displaying. Watching Rifen control the flow of power and reinforce it when necessary is absolutely fascinating to him. He can clearly read his movements, understand why he is moving in a certain direction, and how his power flows. It is something no one has ever taught him, something no one has ever been able to teach him at all. Now that Russ has a clearer picture of how to move in such a situation, he is seeing the movements of someone genuinely strong. After seeing enough, Russ's sword starts to crackle with this blue aura, which is a clear sign that he has finally unlocked his aura powers. Then, out of the blue, that familiar golden energy comes crashing down toward Riefenhart. And seeing the Goldie finally show up puts a smirk on Rifen's face. By the looks of it, it is obvious that Goldie is not here for some chit-chat, so he cuts straight to the chase, saying he will not forgive our hero's actions in the name of teens, and he will not forget him for ruining the castle and beating his knights. Riefenhart does not hold back before calling out the wannabe cool Goldie knight for his lame speech. He reminds him that he has been aware of this Goldie lurking in the shadows, so there's no need for the dramatic entrance. To make things worse for Usus, Riefenhart points out how he was squatted behind a wall, far from any real action. With a sneer, he goes on to reveal how the knight was just gauging our boy's strength by using his subordinates essentially as dummies. He really gets under the knight's skin when he mentions that the legends about the Golden Knight being a kind and justice-loving hero seem to be just fairy tales. And at this point, the nearby soldiers start whispering among themselves, doubting Usus's character after the revelation. The knight loses it, totally denying everything. But my man just grins, asking why he did not step in earlier if he is telling the truth. Despite the knight's protests, our hero keeps dropping truth bombs, pushing the Goldie to his breaking point. With his sword raised, the knight starts to transform, surrounded by this flashy golden energy. Well, that just put a pleasant smile over our boy's face, who is ready to rumble, telling him to bring it on for a real fight this time. As the Goldie fully transforms into this chunk of golden iron, he starts chanting for his next move. Once he is done, he raises his sword and brings it crashing down, aiming to strike our eager hero, who seems to be thoroughly enjoying the sight of this renowned arcane blade in action, which is made of pure mana. Once they are about to clash, Riefenhart pulls out his trusty fist and immediately stops the blow. And so, the back and forth begins, just like in their previous fight. Despite giving it his all this time, our hero seems to be getting pushed back, realizing that his body is strong, but maybe not strong enough to stop an arcane blade. When the Goldie sees Riefenhart struggling against his blade, he raises his sword to draw faster. But before the strike lands, the hero quickly improvises a makeshift shield with his hands, saving himself from the direct blow. And so, the battle continues, with each fighter pushing themselves to their limits in this epic clash of power and skill. In the next scene, we are inside the castle, where our duo is just casually munching on some less than appetizing food. When they hear the commotion outside, the Saint pipes up, suggesting that Reifenhardt has probably swooped in to save them. Then, he starts teasing the girl, joking that she was acting all distant like she already knew our hero would come to their rescue. Naturally, Cirrus blushes at the comment, but she is genuinely puzzled about why he is being so kind and nice to her. But Cirrus is not so sure. Despite initially thinking the same, she cannot ignore all those warm gestures and the kindness she has seen in his eyes, which is just too complex to boil down to a simple crush. At first, he teases her once again, suggesting that their conversation hints at them falling in love with each other. But he adds a humorous twist, comparing it to how women might feel after marriage when they realize they have been deceived. It is something a nun at the orphanage once told him. Cirrus is absolutely baffled by this revelation, wondering what kind of past could lead a nun to impart such cynical wisdom to a young child. Suddenly, the redhead starts yapping again, lamenting how they have been stuck in a mess that rightfully does not belong to them. However, Cirrus notices that despite his whining, he does not seem to resent their predicament, to which the boy owns up, admitting that he kind of agreed to be an accomplice, so he shares some of the responsibility for not stopping him. Hearing this, Cirrus gives him a surprised look, as if she just realized he is not as much of a kid as she thought. But when Saint mentions that he is only in his 20s, and Rifen is in his 22 woes, Cirrus literally jumps out of her skin in shock, because she had thought that this idiot might be more like 20 years younger than Rifen. Suddenly, we see the familiar dwarf girl sneakily peeking into the cell, checking if they are Rifen's friends. Once she confirms their identity, she cheerfully enters the room with the keys, introducing herself as Tilla. She mentions she is currently working with Reifenhardt. Both of them are completely amazed to see a dwarf in person, but Tilla urges them to save their surprise for later, as they need to get out of there pronto. The redhead seems to be seeing a dwarf for the first time, and he is totally blown away that she looks just like a human except for her pointy, short ears. Seeing the idiot completely astonished, Cirrus calls him foolish for only noticing her ears as different, despite her calling him mature just a few seconds ago. As they hustle their way out, some soldiers catch sight of them, and Cirrus wastes no time in flooring one of the guards. When the other tries to retaliate, Tilla steps in, and after saving themselves from the attack, she grabs the man's weapon with her bare hands and swings him around like a rag doll, with this 60-kilogram guy still clinging to the weapon for dear life. And all the while, the Saint can be seen with his jaw practically hitting the floor once again, right after witnessing her sheer strength. After she sends the guard crashing down, which obliterates the ground beneath them, the redhead's face turns sour, looking like he just bit into a lemon. Tilla then sheepishly mentions that dwarves are usually strong, and immediately takes off running, urging them to move quickly. After that, she tosses a bomb out of the window, which explodes mid-air. It is likely a signal for their hero friend that their rescue mission was a success. Once the Goldie turns around to see this flash of light, it does not take long for Eustace to realize it is coming from the direction of the underground prison. Rifen gets all fired up at the prospect of unleashing his full power, knowing there is nothing holding him back anymore. When the knight hears our hero's excitement, he is at a loss for words, realizing this guy was not even using his full strength until now. In a fit of frustration, he swings his sword at Rifen, who easily dodges it and retaliates with a powerful punch, sending the Golden Knight staggering backward from the sheer force. Feeling the pressure, the knight starts to feel somewhat hopeless, while Rifen keeps landing blow after blow like it is no big deal. Each punch is fueled by determination, but this time, the knight manages to dodge the attack, leaving our hero striking at empty ground. Seizing the opportunity, Eustace immediately swings his sword. But once again, Rifen dodges it effortlessly and delivers a devastating punch right to the man's chest in return. Despite delivering such a brutal blow, Reifenhardt does not feel the impact of landing the punch. Upon closer inspection, the place where the attack landed disintegrates into a golden mist, and the knight leaps back, now covered in a menacing dark energy. With this second evolution, he appears even cockier than before, and in a blink, he creates multiple clones out of that black mist. Reifenhardt initially thought he might not be as strong, but I guess he has been proven wrong. However, he does not seem to sweat anything since he already knows what kind of mage technique this man is using. The clones surrounding him raise their swords into the air, but before the Goldie guy could do anything, Rifen immediately spots the real one. With a cocky smirk, he lands yet another punch right to the belly, leaving Eustace drooling profusely, clueless as to how our hero saw through his trick. Well, you know it already, my man is a bit of a magician himself, so it is no surprise he is familiar with these petty magic tricks. Once again, the knight is ticked off, gearing up for another fiery attack. And as you can imagine, Rifen protects himself with a nifty spiral guard. After that fiery onslaught, the Goldie switches things up with a frosty attack, but even that is no match for our hero's spiral guard. Seems like Eustace still has wind attribute tricks up his sleeve, but even his wind attack is blocked by spiral guard. He is persistent and just does not give up, trying again and again. but Spiral Guard proves to be too strong for him. Our hero retaliates once more, blocking the Goldie's attacks effortlessly. And as he keeps blocking this persistent brat's attacks, Reifenhart looks totally annoyed out of his mind. But Reifen just keeps flexing his muscles with Spiral Guard, leaving the Goldie more infuriating than ever. So, you might be thinking Spiral Guard must be some ultra technique that nobody else uses. But the truth is, the reason other aura users cannot use it is not because it is difficult, it is because it is ridiculously simple. You see, other aura users can cover their bodies in aura to boost their defense, but they cannot circulate the aura in that state. Trying to do so would just tear their bodies apart. So, basically, only those from Gym Unbreakable have bodies that can handle this skill. As effective as it might sound, it takes a hefty toll on the amount of aura. Suddenly, the knight, feeling thoroughly humiliated, demands to know who is backing our hero from behind. To which, the boy meekly points to the platoon leader, indicating Goldie's own subordinate is the one behind his back. Of course, Eustace is beyond ticked off, and involuntarily starts exuding this orange aura as he is about to unleash his ultimate move with his sword. Looking like a terrifying being with his new look and enraged appearance, he raises his sword and requests its power to destroy all, known as the Light of Eldril. As this circus-worthy act takes place, our hero takes his stance, ramping up his own aura because he knows this is going to be tough to deal with. So, just as the bastard charges from the other side, Reifenhart also prepares to use his trump card, which is surely his trusty Calamity Horn technique. And almost instantly, he swings his blazing fist, while the cocky knight menacingly drops his sword to strike. Inevitably, the two forces clash with such strength that the heat generated can be felt from afar, disintegrating the ground around them. The sheer force of our hero's punch is devastating, shattering the knight's armor and likely breaking bones in the process. It is a sight that leaves the knight bewildered and struggling to comprehend the power behind such a skill. Despite being on the brink of defeat, the knight refuses to give up, pushing himself to keep fighting against our hero's relentless onslaught. But with each blow, his armor continues to crumble, leaving him vulnerable and exposed. As the battle rages on, the knight finally realizes the secret behind our hero's devastating attacks. It is not just brute force, but a layered aura that creates explosive impacts equal to boulders crashing into water, causing whirlpools of destruction that tear through armor and flesh alike. Even after realizing the true nature of Reifen's attacks, the persistently cocky knight decides not to give up. He is convinced this will be the last explosion our hero has in him. As this last explosion intensifies, obliterating everything in its path, the knight clings stubbornly to our boy's fist. But eventually, he is sent staggering backward, crashing into a nearby wall. And this final explosion marks our hero's victory, leaving the sword of Eustace falls to the ground as the knight loses his grasp on it. On the other hand, Reifen stands tall before his defeated enemy, still in his stance. Meanwhile, the platoon commander and the other knights are absolutely terrified, chills running down their spines as they witness the fall of Sir Eustace. As Reifen walks toward the sword, he pulls it from the ground. The other knights start shouting, accusing him of trying to steal Eldrin. But to their surprise, our boy just hands the sword back to the platoon commander, apologizing for the mess he caused in pursuit of an artifact he wanted dearly. The knight, holding the sword, is shocked to see that Reifen is not driven by pure greed. Little does he know, Reifen would have stolen that sword and given it to Cirrus if he did not already plan to give her the divine light sword known as Messiah. Just as Reifen is about to leave, a familiar voice calls out from behind, challenging him with a blade. Of course, it is Russ, always itching to fight anyone he sees as formidable. He makes it clear that the battle is not over yet since Reifen has not defeated the teen swordsman yet. Not surprisingly, the commander starts shouting at Russ as usual, while Reifen clearly remembers encountering this guy before. And just like before, the old coot threatens the boy with the same old trick of telling him he will disown him. Still, Russ rushes forward toward our hero, and seeing him charge like this, it does not take Reifen long to realize that this dude only knows how to strike down with a sword, so he decides to go easy on him. Surprisingly, Russ's sword starts to weave around in the air like a slippery eel after gaining enough momentum. He strikes, and although Reifen steps back, Russ's blow hits empty air with such force that it obliterates the ground around him. To Reifen's dismay, he still ends up with a cut after all, leaving him dumbfounded as to how he got cut despite his body's usual endurance against blade attacks. When Reifenhart glances back at Russ, he sees him unleashing some serious blade aura. He is just plain shocked to see that familiar blue aura, which reminds him of one guy, who is one of the heroes who faced him in his past life, who goes by the name of Sword Saint Cyrus. When our hero blurts out that name unintentionally, the bluehead is utterly bewildered to hear him drop his real name. You see, this guy's full name is Cyrus Votines, which he got when he was knighted. But because nobody really acknowledged him as a knight, everyone just stuck with the name his humble mom gave him at birth. It seems Reifen is really kicking himself for not recognizing this guy earlier, especially since they are both from teens. Anyway, he further reveals to us that nowadays, the teens' household is all about the Golden Knight. But fast forward 30 years for this dude, it is a whole different ballgame. With the Sword Saint rose to fame, Teen's family had also risen to marquee status. They have even managed to shake off the whole stigma of using magical gear as swordsmen. And that is why it did not click right away for our hero, because back in his original time, the Golden Knight was ancient history. Just when Cyrus the Saint's sword is feeling embarrassed for being recognized by his real name, our boy smooths things over, casually brushing it off like he mistook him for someone else. Hearing this, Bluehead is not just embarrassed, he is also kinda let down. Seeing him wear his heart on his sleeve like this reminds Ryfen that people can actually change, given that this guy was all grumpy and arrogant in his previous life. But Russ is not ready to call it quits just yet. He resumes the fighting, charging at our hero with his sword swinging. This time Ryfen does not hold back either, and inevitably, their clash sends shockwaves through the ground, reducing it to rubble. Yet, even this is not enough to bring our hero down, and simply retaliates with a menacing swing, delivering a devastating blow straight to Cyrus's chest. Despite the blow he received, Bluehead refuses to give in. He amplifies his blue aura even further, leaving our boy surprised to see him using it to counter the impact of his punch. Unable to contain his admiration, Ryfen compliments Cyrus for his impressive control over the aura, especially considering he has only recently awakened it. However, instead of basking in the compliment, Bluehead just dives back into the action, swinging his sword like crazy psycho at Unleash. Despite dodging them for a while, Reifenhardt is shocked to realize that he can't predict Cyrus's attacks at all. Basically, all of Russ's attacks are coming from the most unexpected directions, making his movements nearly impossible for our hero to predict. Normally, combat techniques follow established theories created by countless people. Even our hero's master, Gerard, passed down the gym's unbreakable system using these theories. But Russ fights like a wild beast, and there are no formalities or patterns to his movements. You would think that fighting someone so unorthodox would be easier, but Russ moves with such precision and strength that our hero can't find any openings to retaliate, even though Russ wields his sword however he wants. Now it finally makes sense to our hero why this guy is hailed as the Great Sword Saint, someone humanity sees only once every 100 years. Reflecting on past lives, our hero clearly remembers that Russ was the one who wiped out his friends and subordinates while they were trying to escape. Not gonna lie, back then I didn't take this guy seriously, since he looked more like a sex offender than a powerful hero, especially with his thick beard and short physique. Anyway, once his buddy Tathid's memories come rushing back, who was killed by Cyrus, our hero suddenly taps into this hidden strength and totally catches Russ off guard by shattering his blade with just one hit, thanks to his blazing aura. When we take a look back, Ryfen looks seriously pissed off, his blazing aura more intense than ever. Even then, the swordsman of teens refuses to give up. He gears up for a big downstroke move, which he has apparently been training for his whole fucking life. Not only him, our Ryfen is also ready to smash through anything in his way, especially since he knows this guy is destined to become his archenemy again. With that in mind, he lands a devastating punch right to Russ's belly, and with those vengeful eyes, he obliterates everything with his aura, sending Russ flying backward, just so he can avoid the fate he had encountered in his previous life. Once our hero's fiery rage starts to simmer down a bit, what he sees totally catches him off guard. Despite being turned into a bloody mess, his opponent is somehow still alive, and, unsurprisingly, he repeats once again that he is a sword of teens. Now, the resolve and determination Russ is showing is really starting to chip away at Ryfen's conviction. He can feel it in himself that he is not being driven to kill this boy, even though he had every intention and enough power to do so. As he looks at Russ again, doubt starts to creep in. Should he really take him down? Despite knowing that Russ poses a threat to him and his friends in the future, he cannot shake the feeling that Tathid, his orc friend with the soul of a great warrior, might be resisting the urge to kill Russ himself. Maybe he is upset that our hero took away his chance for revenge. So, in this moment of reflection, our hero decides to give Russ a pass to live and shifts his focus to setting up a fair duel for his buddy. Naturally, the swordsman of teens is completely thrown to hear this unexpected declaration. Before leaving, Ryfen shoots him a menacing glare one last time, basically telling him to live on and grow stronger for the sake of his friend Tathid. The reason he wants Russ to train is because, back in the day, Tathid and the Sword Saint Cyrus went head-to-head multiple times, and every clash made both of them stronger, and it was like this healthy rivalry that pushed them to their limits. And if Ryfen takes down Cyrus now, Tathid might miss out on the chance to become the greatest orc warrior once again. With that in mind, our hero starts to walk out from the place, leaving the task of dealing with Russ to his friend. Seeing our hero walk away silently definitely leaves Russ wide-eyed and shattered inside. He probably feels inadequate, and in a fit of rage, he furiously smashes the ground with his sword, sending shockwaves through the area. The boy just cries his eyes out, likely feeling abandoned and at the mercy of someone else. In any case, we are back in the snowy mountains, where the dwarf lady is delighted to see our hero return. Ryfen also seems thrilled to see his friends back once again. On the other hand, the saint just mumbles in his grumpy tone, thanking our hero for putting them through this wild ride. Although he admits that this kind of stuff is expected when someone travels as a pilgrimage, he never expected himself to get imprisoned. I guess the saint has a point, and our hero actually apologizes for it as well. Even after receiving a heartfelt apology, the saint tries to poke at our hero's nerves by mentioning how things might have turned out worse for him, given that Sirius is a girl but also an elf. As you can imagine, Rifen jumps out of his skin in sheer shock, and once he leans closer, he asks Sirius if something bad happened to her, to which she blushingly reassures him with a positive response. Meanwhile, the saint grins with his sly smirk, having expected to see this lovey-dovey couple interact like that. Anyway, the boy vows to be more careful next time to not cause trouble, while the elf lady asks if he got what he was looking for, to which the boy responds with a yes. He then presents his bounty, which leaves the saint totally astounded to see it. Curiously, he asks what this thing is used for since it does not look like something related to martial arts. The boy blatantly lies, stating that he does not know either, since the master only told him to bring the relic back. As they hit the road for their next destination, the scene shifts back to the castle, where soldiers are busy sweeping up the mess our hero left behind. While they work, the soldiers chat amongst themselves, sharing the news that Russ has awakened his own aura, becoming the first aura user in the Teens' Night Order. As whispers spread, Goldie feels frustrated to hear that his bastard brother has gained such powers. He cannot wrap his head around how a guy like Russ, who came out of the womb of a dirty commoner, could pull it off. You see, the main cause for his concern is that because finally, there is an aura user in the teen's household. His father, who has always been best buddies with Russ, and the elder, who praised Goldie up front but wished for an aura user behind his back, are main factors. Having an aura user in the family could boost their status big time, which will potentially sideline the Goldie in the process. Feeling like nothing more than a loser without his legendary armor, Goldie starts to feel inadequate. But he still clings to the belief that he is the sword of teens, or at least that is what he tells himself. Anyway, the scene shifts back to his bastard brother, who is standing on the edge of the hill, looking proud after awakening his aura, which will potentially change everything around him. Just as he is basking in the moment of catching up to his brother in terms of power, Goldie shows up, remarking how Russ seems rather happy today. Turning around at the sound of his bro's voice, the boy is startled to see Eustace gracing the scene. After reaching his bastard brother, Eustace mentions hearing about his young sibling awakening his aura, and expresses his eagerness to see it for himself. Proud as can be, the little brother wastes no time showing off his newfound powers to his sibling. Upon seeing Russ's powers, Goldie compliments him with a smile of pure admiration, leaving the boy more than happy, thinking his brother has finally acknowledged him. Or at least that is what he thought until this deceitful cocky bastard severed the boy's chest with his sword. Even as Russ is pierced, he just could not understand why his brother would do such a thing. On the other hand, Goldie shows no ounce of shame or sympathy on his face for his little brother. Even after getting a direct hit to his chest, Russ still cannot wrap his head around why his brother would pull a move like that. Meanwhile, his ruthless brother keeps jabbering while shoving the sword deeper into Russ's chest, going on about how he would never hand over his title of teen swordsman to some lowly, filthy swine who crawled out of a commoner's womb. After hearing his brother's trash talk, Russ is pretty fucking sure his brother is out to get him. Realizing this, the boy fights back, and a giant explosion takes place. While the blondie still holds his ground, trying his best to shove Russ off the cliff, the boy is also giving it his all to shake off this golden McShine. It looks like folks are starting to show up after hearing the commotion, and the blondie is not thrilled about it. But oddly enough, Russ seems to deliberately let himself fall from the cliff, maybe to save his brother's dignity. And it seems like Goldie's feeling a twinge of regret as he watches his brother tumble down. This is probably the darkest turn Goldie has ever faced. Seeing his brother, he cannot help but think of those old legends where the betrayed ones fall into a river and survive, only to come back later for revenge. To cover his own backside, Goldie decides to take some extra precautions before things escalate. Once the other cavalry arrives at the scene, the dude falls to his knees and starts blabbering about how Russ tried to ambush him to snatch the patriarch position. Naturally, the knights buy into this guy's story, their faces going as white as sheets. They mutter about how they saw this coming from a mile away, and the dirty bloodline behaved exactly as expected. Then, the commander demands to know where the hell Russ disappeared to. Eustace spins another yarn, saying he tried to defend himself and accidentally Russ ended up tumbling off the cliff into the river. He also adds that the boy is injured in the abdomen, so there is a chance he might not make it. Would you believe it? The jerk is grinning from ear to ear after making fools out of those knights. The way he spun that tale, even if Russ pulls through, he's no threat to Goldie. And Blondie is dead certain that even if Russ is some aura user, he will not be able to match his sword's power. The knights start scrambling to search for Russ, leaving that sneaky jerk still smirking on the ground. I wish I had a way to sock him right in the kisser, right where it hurts the most. The scene shifts back to the mountains, where we finally see our crew trudging along the path. My buddy, probably trying to show off his muscles, is strolling along naked even though it is colder than your mother's sense of humor. As we walk, Sirius asks Rifen how he met Tilla, to which the boy mentions that the dwarves saved him from drowning in the river. Naturally, the elf is completely shocked to hear that dwarves saved humans. To elevate her confusion, the boy explains that there was an oracle prophecy saying that our hero would be the one to save the dwarves. While Cirrus is struggling to believe that, Tilla enthusiastically backs Rifen's statement, pointing out that he's actually supposed to be their savior. The saint is confused to learn that dwarves believe in gods. I guess it is understandable for the redhead to not know something common like this, since humans always saw dwarves as a species made for slavery, and it never crossed their minds that they might have their own religions and culture. Anyway, Rifen sets the record straight that dwarves believe in Alpoth and they have got their own priest too. Hearing this, the curious saint throws out another question, asking if Alpoth was really supposed to be some evil god. It looks like even Rifen does not know the reason as to why this god is called evil, so he asks what did Alpoth do to earn that title. Well, apparently, among the 12 gods, 2 are not as well known, Eldia, the goddess of the elves, and Alpoth, the god of dwarves. Alpoth is known as an evil god, but I am sure even Saint does not know why he's called that. Suddenly, Cirrus spots something down in the river and she is pretty sure it is a person. And I am pretty darn sure it is Russ. In any case, our party hauls him out of the river and the priest patches up his deadly wound while Rifen's busy trying to figure out how the heck this guy ended up here and why he got stabbed like that. Seeing the boy lost in thought, the saint asks if he knows Russ, to which the boy kinda agrees in a roundabout way. Though he has no clue if Russ was destined to meet him here, or maybe there is a sequel to the oracle he missed out on. The scene shifts to the cart rolling down the path, while Russ is resting inside, finally coming back to the land of the living. He immediately sits up in confusion, wondering how he ended up in the carriage. His mind then jumps to that incident with his brother. There, he spills how he always looked up to Eustace and never had the guts to resent him. Russ tried his hardest to be on par with his brother, just so he could earn some recognition. But it looks like Russ was way off the mark about that. While he's chewing over his own foolishness, Rifen pops up out of nowhere, asking if he's awake and how he's feeling. Rifen also spills that they found him floating down the river, half dead, and ended up saving his butt, which is how he landed here. Russ then asks where they are, to which Rifen explains they are chilling in Bade Barony, and it has been 3 days since the Kelburn Castle incident. They also let him know that his injury was serious stuff, something any less skilled person would not have been able to fix. But since Russ is an aura user, the saint patched him up just fine. Once Russ hears about his injury, his mind immediately drifts back to his brother, which is something he would not rather wish to remember. Rifen catches Russ off guard, reminding him how they pulled his sorry hide back from the brink of death, and since Russ cannot muster up a good old thank you, he figures the least he can do is be a bit civil to everyone around here. So the poor sword saint starts nodding his head like a bobblehead, thanking Rifen for saving his life. But then Rifen throws him a curveball, pointing out it was not him who footed the bill for the carriage ride, and it was the saint. Rifen then asks Russ if he wants some money to get back to his place. The reason behind our hero offering the money is that he wants the future sword saint to owe him a favor. So, at least, even if they end up becoming enemies in the future, Russ would not have the guts to go against someone who saved his life. Well, it looks like the boy is feeling a bit reluctant about going back home. Once the night settles in the mountains, Russ spills his whole ordeal about how he might now be framed as a traitor who ambushed the successor. So, there is no point in going back home. Looks like Rifen is blaming himself with some serious guilt over Russ's tough luck. In his past life, Russ would have tapped into his aura, squared off with his brother in a legit duel for that successor title, and that is how Rifen first heard of Eustace. And now that Rifen has changed the future, he has no clue what he should be doing. Russ is also on the same boat, not knowing what should be his next move, as he will only be treated as a traitor even if he went back to Teens County. After a little bit of thinking, Russ announces that he will come with our party on their journey, only if they have space for one more person. Of course, this unexpected development catches Rifen off guard, leaving him choking over his food. Not only him, but the entire crew is absolutely bewildered to hear this. Looks like our hero's plan to make Russ indebted to him backfired, as Russ now feels obliged to tag along with them to repay for the kindness they have shown so far. Russ really throws Rifenheart for a loop by pointing out that Rifen was the one who helped him unlock his aura, and Russ wants to dive deeper into the whole aura business, and figures there is no one better than our hero, who is a successor of Martial King Gerard. Apparently, in Rifenheart's past life, the Sword Saint was supposed to go on a journey to find the strongest aura users in the nation to beef up, but now that he's a supposed traitor, he has nowhere to go. That leaves Russ with no other option but to turn to Rifenheart, since he's pretty much the only aura user around that Russ can count on. But hold on to your hats, because the surprises keep coming. My guy's soul's practically doing the limbo out of his body when Sword Saint Cyrus pledges his loyalty to Rifenheart, swearing to stick by his side until he feels he's strong enough. I guess having an enemy as a friend is not the worst idea, and it would be cool if he could also convince the other heroes to join his side. But right now, Hero Alex and Saintess Ellen are not even born yet, and Teslan is out of the picture, which leaves only the Mage of Light, known as Jade. But since Jade was the one who killed his precious Cirrus in his past life, Rifen would not even want to give him a handshake, let alone make him his sidekick. Even if Jade begged personally to join his party, Rifen would still say no way. Anyway, with a big grin, he tells Bluehead that he does not have to swear his loyalty. If he wants, he's free to tag along on their adventures. Of course, the Sword Saint is thrilled to finally be under our hero's wing. And instantly, he starts addressing Rifen as his big brother, and that is how they spend their midnight. Just chatting away. Back in Teens County, we catch Blondie on his knees, groveling before the Silver Mage for botching up the relic mission he was assigned. But the mage is not really convinced with those half-hearted apologies. He wants answers, so he asks Usus what made him fail the mission, and what was so hard for him to conquer. Or perhaps the Silver Mage just overestimated this shallow knight's abilities. Despite all the sass, Blondie's got no choice but to swallow his pride and beg for forgiveness. Because let us face it, when you are staring down the barrel of power like the Silver Mage, resistance is futile. I mean, the guy can conjure up illusions of himself, which is some kind of next-level wizardry. Even the top dogs among mages cannot pull off a stunt like that. So Blondie eats humble pie, dropping to his knees and confessing up to his screw-up. He is not only disappointing this dude in the robe, but he's letting down the teen's family's future, and that is a whole new level of pressure. After cutting off that Skype transmission, the mage's just plain disappointed in himself. He is kicking himself for putting trust in this half-baked mage swordsman. And now it is crystal clear why the Golden Knight got shoved into the shadows by the Sword Saint. This guy's got some insider info about the future, no doubt about it. Otherwise, why would he be talking like he's got a crystal ball? Here's hoping we will soon find out what his deal is and how he's tied into our hero's story so far. Suddenly, the mage gets summoned by Duke Aranad, the 7th most powerful aura user in the Graham Kingdoms. Well, that is not a summons you ignore. So, once he's face to face with the Duke, the big man wastes no time in asking what made the mage so desperate that he went as far as to use the divine symbol. And by the way, this divine symbol is probably the emblem which the mage used to pursue the Blondie to do his work, which is probably why the Duke is upset. The Duke showers the mage with praise, commending him for awakening his aura at the young age of 20. He goes on to applaud the mage's impressive ability to predict the future, which has proven invaluable for the Duke and is projected to continue safeguarding humanity in the years ahead. The Duke reveals that the mage was recommended as the Sage of Silver not solely based on his current accomplishments, but because of his immense potential for the future. Humbled by the Duke's words, the mage offers a simple apology for any disappointment he may have caused. The Duke reassures him that there will not be any disciplinary actions taken, as his use of the divine symbol did not lead to any major repercussions. However, the Duke advises him to be mindful of his role as the Sage of Silver. With those words, the Duke gives the sage, Leston, the green light to depart. But just as Leston turns to leave, the Duke surprises us by addressing him by his real name, Tesslon. And would you believe it, looks like Tesslon's true identity has been uncovered at last. And about this whole Sage of Silver thing, apparently, they are like the secret guardians of humankind, pulling the strings from the shadows. Their power is so massive, they can make or break entire nations. But Tesslon is still a small fry in this big pond. He has barely made the cut to be a member, let alone climb the ranks, and he has got a mountain to climb if he wants to reach the top. And the reason that he is getting desperate is that he's convinced the Demon King, the nightmare that shook the world with terror in his previous life, has been reincarnated into this world. But this time, it is not just any old reincarnation, because this so-called Demon King, who is our boy of course, has a body of steel and the brain of a master mage. He cannot even imagine what kind of nightmare he will bring. So Tesslon wants to stop him at all costs, and he's feeling pretty down that our boy managed to take Aleutian's voice. Even then, Tesslon is clinging to the hope that it should not be a cakewalk for our boy to regain all his powers. So, he wants to get stronger faster than Rifen just to beat our hero to the punch. You see, Aleutian's voice is one of the 4 symbol relics, and according to Jade, those artifacts are the reason the Demon King was able to become so powerful. So, Tesslon intends to make sure he grabs the 4 symbol relics before our hero does. Back with our party, the Saint's sitting among the ladies looking pretty annoyed, probably because he's stuck driving the carriage solo. Even the Sword Saint finds their way of doing things pretty odd, which is totally hard for him to fathom. Apparently, last night they divided up chores by drawing names, when they could have just roped the elf into doing all the grunt work. But no, Rifen ended up with the cleaning duty, leaving Russ totally confused. So he directly asks Rifen why he is doing this stuff when he's got slaves to handle it. As you might have guessed already, our hero's got a heart of gold, and he refuses to treat other species like slaves, only sees them as precious friends instead. And he's dead set on keeping it that way. Rifen even goes as far as to tell the Sword Saint that he does not have to relate to him or think the same way as he does. Although this whole thing does not make any sense to Bluehead, he does not seem to have a choice in the matter. After all, he's already sworn his loyalty to our hero. So, until his days of apprenticeship come to an end, Russ decides to just do what he's ordered to do. While everyone else is outside the carriage, Russ is also confused about why Rifen is stuck inside. And when we take a peek inside ourselves, we see him doing some funky stuff with his relic. He then starts rubbing that relic, activating the cube, and it begins to transform. He instructs the cube for the first level challenge for beginners, and in the next moment, we find ourselves inside that cube. Looks like this cube is some sort of simulated reality where Rifen is probably here to train himself. Seeing those mundane surroundings, he starts going through the simulation settings and puts on a theme of a swimming party, with those hot ladies with their sexy voluptuous figures gracing the scene. After surrounding himself with those fake ladies, this degenerate grins from ear to ear for having a life of luxury. Suddenly, a notification arrives, welcoming our hero into Magical Beat. And after that flash of notification, those colorful slabs start to descend from above, and the boy starts firing wind bullets. Each slab gives him 1 experience point. The next time, he uses flames to aggregate fire arrows, and as he progresses further, the number of those slabs also increases, and the speed of their descent also ramps up. Still, he keeps up with his struggles, while those fake ladies on the sidelines take on the role of cheerleaders to boost his spirit. But man, their choice of words is pretty crude, leaving him wondering if he's supposed to feel good about it. Anyway, he ends up missing 3 of the slabs, which knocks off 2 points for each slab. After a lot of struggle, he finally manages to nail the beginner's stage, and this time, the ladies are actually giving him some positive praise for his efforts. After he steps out of the cube, we get to know more about this thing. Apparently, this artifact called Illusion's Voice was used for education back in the Silver Ages. It lets you pick different settings like casinos, schools, or parks, all filled with music and pretty women cheering you on. And every time you pass a stage, you rack up points. It is like motivation and training wrapped up in one neat package. Seems like those Silver Age folks really were not big fans of hitting the books if they had to resort to making a relic like that. He is itching to know why there is only one relic currently in existence. But hey, at least he's stoked that it will help him beef up his magic stash, even if he is using Teslon's brain. Suddenly, he hears a shout from outside. As he peeks out curiously, the saint enthusiastically points his finger in the forward direction. Looks like they have finally rolled into a place called Strassand after what feels like forever on the road. Strassand is apparently a bustling hub, where all sorts of trade routes converge, military deals go down, and business flourish everywhere. Once they get into the city, Reifenhart wastes no time before heading straight to the Mage Tower, where he requests information about the true Reifenhart. As he delves into his physical history in the records, he reads that he lost his mind at the age of 16 and went wild due to some unidentified mental illness. Also, he insisted that he was Teslon instead of Reifenhart. This revelation pretty much shatters any lingering doubts Reifenhart had, and it is now crystal clear to him that the Martial King has undoubtedly been reincarnated into this time period. Once Reifen realizes Teslon is borrowing his original body, he clicks his tongue because that is probably the last thing he wanted to happen. As he keeps reading, he finds out Teslon ditched Delphia's Mage Tower at 20 and vanished since into thin air. Reifen then remembers his own past life, when he became a mage in his late 20s, but the tower big shots would not let him leave, which is confusing him as how the hell did Teslon manage to bail out of there. Well, looks like our hero's got another painful job, which is to track Teslon down, and to do that, he decides to find a useful bounty hunter from the Tobin Trade Union. He walks out and tells Russ they are continuing their journey, but Russ is confused to hear this, because they just got to Strassand, so it does not make any sense why leave so soon. Our guy confidently says there is a lot to prepare, so they are leaving first thing in the morning. That is when Reifen also decides to spill the truth to his friends about his real mission he is chasing after. Back at our party's place, everyone's having a blast while the saint sings our hero's praises and how bravely he took down those monsters. The saint also notices our hero might be hiding his powers, and at the same time, Reifen appears in the back, wondering if he should bring them along to Grand Fords for his big mission. Taking a moment, he realizes they are his friends and gets everyone's attention. Now that everyone's listening, he explains they are not going on this adventure just to gather some loot. Naturally, everyone's curious and asks where they are heading if not to Settlard Mountain. Before explaining his big dream, he reminds everyone that he does not see elves, dwarves, or orcs as slaves, and he wants others to see them that way too. With that said, his main goal is to create a world where all these species are freed from slavery. Not surprisingly, everyone is shocked to hear this kind of ideology. The dwarf lady seems indifferent, but when Russ points out why they are freeing elves and dwarves into the wild, she immediately gets angry, likely because her species is mentioned as nothing more than wild beasts. That is when Reifen throws his 2 cents, pointing out that they are not any different from humans, because they have their own thoughts and emotions, and tells Russ not to talk about them as if they are animals. Hearing this, Russ is totally lost for words because he probably cannot discuss these species without sounding crude, and he does not want his master to feel sad about his words either. On the other hand, Reifen understands why Russ is struggling to grasp it all. To most people, it is like saying we should treat cows or pigs like humans. Looks like the saint might be the only one who really gets where Reifen is coming from. He asks our hero again if he's serious about changing the world by freeing the slaves. Reifen says yes and adds he's aiming for more. He is upfront that to make his dream happen, he's ready to make enemies everywhere, and tells them to think hard before jumping on this journey with him. The redhead is all in without a second thought. Meanwhile, Cirrus asks the saint if he's sure about joining in. The redhead nods confidently, saying he does not fully buy into the dream, it seems too far-fetched. But he agrees with Reifen that it is messed up how other species are treated like slaves. He then goes absolutely wild, saying since dwarves and elves also have two genders, he's gotta spread the love of Philanins to teach them. He thinks he will go down in history as the first guy to preach to other species. But Rifen brings everyone back down, pointing out the serious dangers ahead, and he might end up hated by humanity, even ambushed by bigots trying to free all the elves. Despite all that risk, the saint just shrugs it off, saying he does not care since he has already made up his mind to do something he wants. Meanwhile, Russ is totally lost but does not mind tagging along, because he is loyal to our hero, no matter how crazy it gets. Rifen gets a bit startled seeing Russ's knightly energy and tells him to make sure he keeps their secrets safe because what he's about to discuss is mostly confidential. Shortly after, he reveals they are headed to Grand Forge, where the Temple of Alpoth stands, the god worshipped by dwarves. After a while, they find themselves in the mountains. The dwarf lady is going absolutely wild, taking down monsters left and right. Russ is not holding back either, slashing through any monster in sight. Meanwhile, Rifen is feeling pretty confident, because dwarves can tap into the earth to temporarily boost their strength, and Russ is an aura user, making ogres no match for them. After tearing through the monsters like they are made of paper, Rifen and his party stand tall like Avengers in their own universe. Russ then asks if dwarves can really live in a place like this, although he does not doubt our hero but is genuinely curious. While obliterating one of the beasts, Rifen tells him to just stick with him, and they will see soon enough. Suddenly, two griffins show up, looking really furious and wild. Rifen spots them as phantom griffins and knows he has to find the real one to defeat them. He quickly tells Russ to cover him because he's about to work some magic. Right on cue, Rifen pulls off his illusion annihilation move and wipes out those griffins. The party is pretty blown away seeing him use magic, especially the saint who is touched because not long ago Rifen's magic skills were a joke. But now, it seems like this guy has leveled up big times. Well, the saint takes his words back after seeing our hero getting his mana depleted faster than my iPhone's battery. Meanwhile, Cirrus is kinda amused by our hero and mentions how he can be adorable sometimes. Then she asks how much longer it will take to get where they are going. The saint figures it will be about 2 weeks. Of course, Russ is totally blown away to hear this because he's not exactly thrilled about fighting monsters for another 2 weeks. But then Rifen pipes up and says they are taking a different path. The saint looks confused, but Rifen just grins and tells him there is a shortcut they can take, and they only need to travel 1 more day, so everyone should lighten up. The next day rolls around, and our crew finally seems to have made it to their destination. Spotting the ancient ruins from the Silver Age, Russ immediately recognizes them, and our hero confirms they are Damon's ruins. Cirrus gives our hero a suspicious look, asking how the fuck he knew about this shortcut already. Rifen awkwardly spins a tale, stating that he had heard about this shortcut, but Cirrus does not seem fully sold yet. And Rifen, meanwhile, feels tad uneasy under her skeptical gaze. Before they enter the ruins, Russ decides to take the lead and tells the others to follow from behind. Once again, Rifen shows them another way, leaving Russ completely bewildered once more. When they ask him how in the hell he knew about this path as well, Rifen spins the tale once again, claiming that his master had explored this place when he was younger and he had learned a lot from him. By now, Rifen is pretty sure he's going to get screwed if he keeps making these weird excuses for everything. His worry seems warranted because Cirrus has already started to feel suspicious of him, noticing how he knows everything in detail, almost as if he has been here before. Once they enter the Grand Forge, everyone is blown away by such a magnificent structure. The dwarf lady, whose name has escaped my head, points out that this place is completely different from the stories she has heard about it. Rifen immediately recognizes the script written on the wall as Hakrl's ancient language. In the next moment, he blows that wall away, leaving Russ completely shocked. As the wall crumbles down, vibrant light leaks out of the hole, leaving everyone stunned. As the dust settles, they all start marching forward, amazed by what lies ahead. They come across these majestic statues of dwarf warriors, seemingly inside the Temple of Alpoth. The redhead astoundingly mentions hearing about places capable of such feats among the Silver Age ruins. Russ adds that he would not expect anything less from the Silver Ages, considering they basically took shortcuts that condense what should take a 15 days journey. Looks like the redhead is really concerned about all the destruction Rifen has caused. But Rifen just shrugs, saying everything's alright. Suddenly, he realizes everything is actually not alright. Following his memories from past lives to Grand Forge, he inadvertently caused some damage to the temple in his previous life too, but it was not an issue back then, and no dwarf complained about it either, because Alpoth had already given an oracle that their savior will destroy their temple. But right now, since the oracle has not been made, he's unsure what he should do about the destruction he has caused. Right on cue, the dwarves in the temple start yelling their heads off, calling our hero a temple destroyer and an invader. While everyone stares at this idiot for the mess he's made, his face goes pale as an eggplant. The dwarves load their bows and start shooting at our party, but everyone ducks behind walls. They are all yelling at our hero to own up because these dwarves are mad like dads catching a guy with their daughter in her room. Meanwhile, Russ gets fired up and starts blasting his aura power, swearing at these inferior critters for hurting humans. Ryfen jumps in, telling Russ to chill and starts speaking Dwarven, trying to explain they are not here to fight. But despite Ryfen's good intentions, he ends up taking a few pesky arrows that do not do more than tickle him. Arrows keep flying, and he's stuck there, unsure how to handle this mess. Seeing our hero shrug off those arrows unharmed, the dwarfs get even more mad, accusing Ryfen of mocking their power. Ryfen continues trying to convince them, pointing out that as sons of the earth who can hear the voice of truth, they should know he's not lying. Confused, the dwarfs demand to know how it is possible for a human not to be their enemy. Ryfen persists, saying he's not their enemy. Hearing this, they ask who he is and why he's even here. First off, the idiot admits it is going to be pretty embarrassing to answer, given all the mess he's caused. He states he's their savior, the human mentioned in Alpoth's oracle. The saint's face turns red with embarrassment, feeling shamed to see our hero boldly state such a thing after causing so much destruction firsthand. The boy then quickly tells the dwarfs he's come to meet the great priest Mashal and is instructed by the Steelhammer tribe. Surprisingly, the dwarfs immediately get excited and smile upon realizing their savior has arrived. The saint's jaw practically hits the floor seeing these guys do a complete attitude flip in seconds, while our idiot cannot help but feel utterly confused and awkward about the whole situation. Anyway, in the next scene, we find out the Grand Forge is a city nestled 30 meters beneath the Settlard Mountains. It stretches 2 kilometers wide and stands 30 to 50 meters tall inside this massive cave. There is even a river flowing like a hot spring and geothermal stones spaced out every 100 meters in the ceilings, giving off heat and light. That is where all the artisans work, and just a bit farther is where this young dwarf lives. As they stroll through, everyone's jaws drop at the sheer grandeur of this place. They knew dwarves were skilled crafters, but this is beyond imagination. Bluehead is staring wide-eyed, trying to grasp it all. He is thinking it must have taken an insane number of dwarves to build something like this. With so many in their tribe, why did not they rescue those who were enslaved? That is when the saint points out how Russ is starting to see that otherworldly species are being enslaved. Russ stays curious and skeptical, asking what the hell that even means. The saint tells him Russ needs to broaden his perspective beyond just the immediate situation he's witnessing. This little sentence actually forces Russ to start rethinking his choices. That is when the dwarf chimes in, saying the Grand Forge was actually a Silver Age ruin that they just remodeled from inside. Ryfen further elaborates that dwarves had a city here even back in the Silver Age. Russ gets curious to hear this, so he asks how Ryfen knows this. Our hero points out the low door height here, because back in the Silver Age, dwarves had thrived enough to build a city like this, and this is something they would not have been able to do if they were born as slaves. Ryfen's comment gets Russ thinking again, and our hero looks pleased that Russ is starting to question the stereotypes about other species he's been taught since he was a kid. Once they squeeze through that little door, the saint gripes about wishing he were taller, so he also had to stoop down to get inside. Moving forward, the dwarves surprise them with a spread of delicious, steamy grub laid out before their eyes, and they waste no time digging in. While everyone enjoys the food, Cirrus mentions elves stick to a vegetarian diet, so it is a hard pass for her. On the other hand, the saint jokes about how she was munching down beef jerky just fine until yesterday. The dwarf then explains that while the food might taste strange at first, it is actually good stuff, especially for men. Hearing this, both the saint and our eager swordsman immediately light up and start devouring the food like wild animals, leaving the ladies nearby completely bewildered out of their minds. Suddenly, our hero is summoned to the central tower. Before heading out, he tells his party to stay put and rest, promising to be back soon. Standing before what seems like endless flights of stairs, for a moment, Ryfen thinks maybe dwarfs are not allowed to go any further. But this little fella quickly corrects him, joking that he's just too lazy to climb all those stairs, so he would rather stay put. As our hero ascends the stairs, dwarf statues line both sides of the path. After he finally reaches the top, his eyes light up at the sight of the old man who warmly greets him. This man is Alpoth's great high priest, Mashal Poth Hammerline. Seeing the old man again face to face melts our hero's heart, as if he had been longing to see him for a long time. Just before we see their heartwarming reunion, the scene suddenly jumps back to a time when the whole Reifenheim was a complete mess. It was when Ryfen had already taken quite a lot of beating from Martial King Tesslon. The big guy also declared his victory, boasting that with the defeat of this evil wizard, the otherworldly creatures should now be free from his curse. Just as Martial King charged at his enemy to finish him off for good, Ryfen started chanting some mystical mumbo-jumbo that none of us care about. But as you might already know, those were the words that would send Ryfen back into the past successfully. Or so he thought. Success, my ass. He got punched brutally, and that artifact probably exploded, and the last thing they both saw were each other's ugly faces. The flashback ends just as the current Tesslon wakes up from his sudden nap. The man immediately gets serious upon regaining his senses, especially after seeing his archenemy in his dreams once again. In this timeline, Tesslon has kept himself relentlessly busy for the past 7 years. After awakening his aura at just 20 years old, even with this rather laughable scrawny body, he used this newfound power to scare the shit out of people at Delphia's Mage Tower into granting him formal mage status. From there, he forged connections with those destined for power and even landed a spot in the Sage Silver crew. So far, everything is going smoothly according to his plan. But still, Teslan knows he can't just rely on aura and 5-circle magic to take down our hero. Not only is Rifen probably already regaining his own magic, but he's got a tougher body to boot. Teslan's pretty sure our hero is out there searching for his crew and lost magic. And that's precisely why Teslan is also on the lookout for some serious heavy hitters to help him finally put this Demon King down for good. Looks like our hero has already found one of his most loyal subordinates and trustworthy friends. He is also a respected and dependable teacher. As soon as our hero sees his esteemed friend, he does not hesitate to greet him, saying how glad he is to see the great priest Mashalin once again. Of course, the old man knows right away that our hero is not lying or anything. He is curious about how our hero knows him since they've never met before, given that the old man hasn't left this place in 50 years. Rifen does not mince words and reveals, as unbelievable as it might sound, that they've already met 10 years from now. Not surprisingly, the old man is blown away. He's pretty creeped out by this absurd comment and starts to wonder if their savior might have a mental condition. Seeing the old man's stunned reaction, the boy decides to confide another secret. After exhaling a breath of anxiety, he boldly reveals that he has traveled across time. From that moment on, our hero spills everything, all about how he wandered the continent as a powerful mage, how he formed alliances with otherworldly beings while seeking ways to reach the realm of the 10 Circles, and how they battled humanity, earning him the title of Demon King of the Anar's Empire before meeting his death. Reifenhard reassures the old man that this story might be hard to believe, but it is the truth, and whether the old dwarf chooses to believe it or not is up to him. The old man admits that despite knowing our hero speaks the truth, he finds it incredibly difficult to believe. If not for Alpoth's oracle, he would have thought our hero had lost his mind. Nevertheless, the old man asks for permission to test whether our hero has truly gone insane or if he has indeed traveled through time. He then points out that if this old man was really his close buddy and they were tight, then our hero must know any special secret this old coot might have shared. So the old man throws out his tricky question, asking what color is his beard. My guy just smirks like he's already figured it out. With that same easy smile, he lets slip that this old man does not actually have any beard. The old man sheepishly peels off his fake-ass beard, which he's been rocking to look wise and old. Our hero further spills that Mashalin will still be donning that fake beard 30 years from now, and will never change even for once. The old coot smirks and asks if our hero knows why this beard is special. Rifen then spills it is blessed by Alpoth, and in the dwarf world, a big beard is a sign of masculinity. Anyone can have a bald head, but not having a nice long beard is considered pretty gross. This old guy, despite his off-the-charts divine powers and leadership skills, never managed to grow a beard of his own. If it were not for this blessed beard, he would not have earned the respect he enjoys today. Finally, the old man decides to trust our hero, figuring even the dwarves could not see through his fake beard. So he gets to the main topic, and points out that the reason he called our hero was to offer advice. But since our hero already knows the whole deal, there is only one thing left for the old man to do. And without a second thought, the old man drops to his knees with a big grin. Mashalin Pothammerline swears his loyalty to Reifenhard Wald Antares. Rifen tells him to get up right away, wondering how he will ever repay all this loyalty. Then he admits to the old man that he needs his advice more than ever. Rifen reflects on his past failure, when he tried to resolve everything with power, only to make enemies of all humanity. This time, he is dead set on not making that same mistake twice. Rifen then talks about his current predicament, how he's taken in those slaves from Chatten and started giving them an education. He is hoping that if things go well, other owners will follow his lead and start educating their own slaves. And in case you forgot, these are the slaves our hero rescued from that fat cat noble who used to mistreat and exploit those elves. The old man seems pretty pleased with the plan, saying it is a hopeful sign if humans are starting to change their views. But he points out that changing society takes forever, like 100 years or more. Elves and dwarves might live a long time, but he asks our hero if he's worried about getting old himself. Our hero admits it is a concern, but he reveals he's focused on recovering his magic right now and has gained powers he did not have in the past. Rebuilding the empire and reclaiming the terrifying Demon King title would not be difficult for him now. However, he's aware that repeating all that would just be a rerun of his past mistakes, making humans scared all over again and painting the continent red with blood once more. He asks the old man if he gets what he's saying. The dwarf nods, saying he now understands pretty well, and with a seriously chilly tone, he lets our hero know he might be underestimating how tricky things are in this world. Our clueless Rifen was not ready for that response and has no idea what the old man means. Then the dwarf explains that the reason our boy failed before was not just because he relied on power, but because changing the world is not a simple fix. He points out that even if our hero tries a different approach this time instead of just relying on brute force, it might not cut it. Then he asks Rifen if he actually likes humans. Our hero thinks for a moment and admits, not really. Mashalin then asks if he hates them, to which Rifen shrugs and says not exactly. Looks like the old man already had that figured out. He reminds Ryfen that he did not have any human friends in his past life, and points out how he also ended up mistreating humans while he respected otherworldly species. Ryfen's mind is thrown for a loop by this unexpected line of questioning, having no clue how to respond to this. The old man keeps dropping these brutal truth bombs, asking why Ryfen did not include humans in his army in his past life. Ryfen mumbles a defensive response, saying he could not trust them and it was not their war to fight. Hearing this, the old man presses further, asking why Ryfen did not employ humans in the Empire's administration. Once again, our hero gives a weak-ass response, saying he could not trust them and that elves and dwarves are less likely to fall into corruption. Plus, dwarves can detect lies, so they were the best choice, and so he thought it was a pretty solid call at the time. Nashalin then reminds him that humans were not given any roles and policies and were merely accepted as citizens of the Empire, questioning if they had any rights at all. Ryfen sinks into anxiety and fear after these reality checks, muttering again that he thought excluding humans from everything was a smarter move. The old man finally straight up tells him that this is exactly why they called him the Demon King. Nashalin further explains that life might be okay for regular farmers who do not care much about anything, as long as they are sleeping with full bellies. But for high-status nobles, it is different. A Demon King is not just about piles of bodies and blood-drinking tyrant. It is about powerful beings ignoring their surroundings and only listening to those they favor, trying to steer the world their way. Nashalin makes it clear that while Ryfen may have a good heart, he definitely fits the bill of a Demon King after considering everything he has done so far. Continuing on, we see that once the old man finally slaps our hero with the harsh reality and explains how he actually qualifies to be a Demon King, Ryfen has no clue how to respond. He facebombs himself and reveals to his friend that back in previous life, when they met each other for the first time, humans were already butchering dwarves left and right, and the old man himself helped create half of the Antare's empire. Hearing this, Nashalin starts sweating and admits if he's part of that selfish dream our hero has, he's got no right to preach about hypocrisy. The boy then somberly asks what he is supposed to do. In response, his old friend points out that his biggest mistake in his past life was waging a war with humans. So, he simply tells him to drop his selfish desires, stop being greedy, and that is all the advice he can offer. He is confident Ryfen will reflect on his mistakes and think things through. Meanwhile, up in the snowy mountains, a giant dragon roars in frustration, surrounded by dwarves from all sides. Once the monster is completely immobilized, Russ steps onto the battlefield and tries Sever Shredder, chucking mana blades at the monster, but they barely tickle the behemoth. After that flop, he decides to copy our hero's key bullets for the second attempt. But Russ isn't the only one trying to steal the spotlight with his powers. Cirrus joins in, using her Nylian bow to shoot down the monster. Yet again, it's another failed attempt. While she thinks they've exhausted their magical tricks to defeat the monster, she finds herself stunned when a black-bearded dwarf tells his buddy, Cardamite, to step up. Without wasting a second, the little man charges forward. Once airborne, he channels his powers, a fiery red aura surrounding his axe. Shortly after, we see him crash down with a mighty swing over the monster's head, and actually manages to take down the supposedly invincible behemoth. After his heroic swing, he stood tall with big confidence over his face despite his short height, declaring that they are going to have a feast tonight. Meanwhile, Russ and the Saint are absolutely blown away by this power. The both of them are pale as eggplant at the realization that even dwarves can use aura. What's even more jaw-dropping is that there are actually 3 aura users here in the mix. Despite the cold climate and the freezing breeze, Russ can't stop sweating as he realizes that he underestimated the dwarf's power. Because let's face it, he has heard that dwarves can easily overpower a small nation. But after seeing this display of power, he is pretty sure that these little guys are just cheat characters in this world. Moving on, it's been over a month since our party arrived at Grand Forge, and there were some cultural differences with the dwarves initially. However, a month was enough time for them to adjust. What was surprising was discovering 3 aura users in this place. Our saintly swordsman was very shocked but seemed to have learned something from them. Perhaps that these guys could match humanity alone, but they preferred peace and a laid-back lifestyle. With the snowstorm in Grand Forge getting stronger, it seemed they might have to stay even longer. Anyway, just a little update on things. Right now, our saint is absolutely thrilled to realize he's grown a whole centimeter taller. Even his friends are really happy for him. You might have noticed I never used the saint's name to address him. That's because his name slipped my mind, and I was too lazy to go back and check it. From now on, we'll call him Sillin. Anyway, while Sillin is happy about his height, the old man asks what's so good about being tall. Another dwarf adds that perhaps humans prove their value through height. The dwarf lady explains that 1 centimeter of growth in humans is equivalent to 1 centimeter of growth in shoulder width for dwarves. Suddenly, they both notice that Ryfen is missing. When they look ahead, they wonder if he's gone inside once again. Apparently, this giant steel tower before our eyes is located in the center of Grand Forge and is the source of power for operating geothermal stones. It's considered the son of Grand Forge, their lifeline known as Magrum. And there, near that giant sun, stands our hero, feeling pleased to see this technology and praising the Silver Age as a great era. You see, it's only natural that an otherworldly species that has been enslaved would lose their traditions. Of course, much of the dwarves' magical knowledge was lost during their enslavement, but the doctrine of Alpoth was passed down through scriptures, and even the holy relic of Alpoth, Magrim, was left behind, and Magrim is like the heart of Grand Forge. Ryfin explains that a god's authority is influenced by their followers in this world, and since the dwarves' status in this world has declined, Alpoth has little power to interfere in this current world affairs, and the most Alpoth can do now is control Magrim. The reason our hero is here is because Teslan's body went so long without magic that no matter how hard he tried, his mana capacity just wouldn't increase. He's here to transform this body into one more friendly to magic, by simply using the power of Magrim. It requires precise mana handling, but being a former magician, it's not too difficult for him to manage. In his past life, he managed to bend Magrim to his will in just a year, a feat typically reserved for gods. Inspired by his success, he created the Necular Bust, which is a 10-circle spell. His recklessness led him to unleash this devastating power, wiping out Vasili's kingdom in one fell swoop. He further explains that Magrim is a concentration of mana. To change his physique using it, there must be zero interference and no impurities in his mana, so he needs to strip down to dive into it. But he dives in anyway, not worried because he's pretty sure no one's going to peek at his package dangling between his thighs. Well, it turns out he might be wrong about that. There are these ancient time surveillance cameras, and 2 ladies are caught watching my man's solid butt. Everyone there is thoroughly enjoying watching him flip and move around naked, and though they may appear young, they are all seasoned mothers married for multiple decades, so let's not be fooled by their appearance. It's been 40 days since they arrived at Grand Forge, and our hero's brain's motherboard circuit turns purple as soon as he starts casting mana spells. He successfully casts a Frost Elemental spell and feels pretty chuffed about managing a 5-circle summoning spell. Now, all that's left is to replenish his mana. After this accomplishment, he starts pondering his next move, wondering if he should search for the 4-symbol relic first. However, he decides against it because spring is approaching and considers stopping by Chatham first. He also thinks about visiting the Crone's kingdom if he wants to follow Mashelin's advice. The scene cuts back to our scrawny little fella, who seems to struggle with even simple pull-ups. Once exhausted, he finally comes down, while Ryfin approaches from behind, quite intrigued that he's actually gained a little muscle. Scylla doubts it and tries to flex his biceps, though there's not much extra meat on his weak bones. Anyway, he picks up his robe and asks his friend why he came back since it's not even mealtime. To which Ryfin responds that he's already accomplished what he came for. Hearing this, the redhead asks if they're leaving soon, to which Ryfin questions if he wants to stay more because he's grown attached to this place. Scylla somewhat agrees, but also mentions he hasn't finished spreading his faith to the dwarves yet. Not only that, Russ mentioned he had a profound feeling and isolated himself for training, even packing a whole week's worth of food with him. Well, it looks like our party gotta stick to this place even more until he does not finish his training. Meanwhile, we also see other young dwarves who have yet to grow their beards. Cirrus sits alone, watching these kids play, which triggers profound memories for her. In her recollections, she remembers playing with others, but in the current moment, after enduring a lot, she finds it hard to recall those pleasant memories at all. Ryfin strolls over and calls out to her, asking what she's doing there. She mentions that the children here are carefree, but she's certain that a life of hardship and slavery awaits them. Not all of these kids will make it to adulthood. The boy becomes somber upon hearing this, but she reassures him not to mind her, as she's just reminiscing about her hometown. The mention of hometown triggers something in Ryfin's head, and he remembers the Cephalath Desert, a remote area west of Grain Kingdom, a barren land off limits to humans where her family, the Danaims, had lived. A big grin spreads across his face as he realizes it's technically his in-laws' place, so he might as well visit them. Ryfin also asks if she wants to visit her hometown. The girl seems eager but points out it would take at least 2 months to get there. However, Ryfin has already figured out the optimal path, so it shouldn't take any time, just the 2 of them. Once we venture out into the barren lands, everything seems peaceful until a sudden explosion rocks the area, and out pops our hero directly into the land of lamentation through a portal. While she's amazed at their sudden arrival in the barren lands, he proudly and smugly reminds her that he had already said it wouldn't take more than a few seconds using the Tidine Daemon portal. Curiously, she points out that activating an ancient site from the Silver Ages typically requires a high-ranking mage. Ryfin responds that 6-circle magic is good enough as long as you know the placement technique. She then asks if his master taught him that technique, and unsurprisingly, he gets nervous and comes up with a lie, claiming it was taught by a friend of his master's. But she doesn't seem convinced by his half-assed excuses he always makes when questioned. Anyway, shortly after, we spot a giant monster, but my guy just balls up his fist and doesn't even bother to awaken his aura, and lands a solid punch that knocks the sand lizard right back down. Happily, he mentions that these lizards occasionally appear in these parts, but he's glad they have food for themselves. Next, he throws up some shade with his dark barrier to block the sun, and starts a fire to cook up the lizard meat using a flame field spell. Then, he pulls water from the lizard's blood for a quick drink with his aqua drain. Finally, he decides to skin the lizard. After using a bunch of spells in a row, he's blown away by how magic can seriously make life a whole lot easier. Once the lizard is cooked and ready, she tells him to take a bite first. As they munch on the meat, he asks Cirrus how long it will take to get to her hometown, to which she explains it'll be about half a day. Deep down, Ryfin already knows where it is but asks to avoid suspicion. Anyway, she expresses doubts that there might not be anyone alive there. My guy brushes off her concern, saying they can't be sure, and she falls silent at his words. After night settles in the barren lands, they spend the night there. The next day, they finally reach the town of the elves. Upon seeing her town, her mother's voice echoes in her mind, urging her daughter to grow up and protect their tribe at all costs, recalling all the happy talks they had there. Well, it looks like the town is indeed empty, just as she had feared. She wonders why she even came here when there's no one left. She then remembers the faces of her dearly missed parents, the voices of her friends, the breathing and scent of her siblings, and the name everyone used to call her. She can't recall any of it anymore, and it makes her want to cry, but her tears dried up like this desert nearly 50 years ago. Seeing her so dejected, Ryfin realizes that bringing her there might not have been a good idea after all. Seems like he's also clueless about what happened here because the last he remembers, the Danheims were doing fine at this point in his past life. But right now, this place appears abandoned, and his face falls once again as he realizes his actions may have caused another change in this timeline. However, he's sure he didn't do anything to cause this. He starts to freak out, asking if she doesn't find this really strange. He reminds her that she said her tribe met its downfall 50 years ago, so why does the village look so untouched? Well, it also comes as a shocker to her. When she puts a little more effort into thinking, she finally realizes what has happened. Suddenly, she starts hearing the voices of her mother in her mind, urging her to save her people. Cirrus quickly turns around and sees her tribe being captured by raiders, who appear to be humans. These people have all the elves, whether it is adults or children, and they all appear to be really scared. The one behind this raid looks visibly annoyed. He seems furious, complaining that he put in so much effort to come all the way here only to leave with so little. His lackey suggests they can still make a good profit by selling them in the slave market. His senior reminds him that they still owe wages to their mercenaries, and he's frustrated beyond belief, regretting giving up better jobs just to pick up this one only to get floped. This man in question appears to be Bright, the guy who got his butt handed to him when he fought our hero while he was chasing that young orc, way back at the start of this series. Right now, he's fuming mad because ever since encountering our boy, things have gone downhill for him every time. He turns to this guy named Clontor, asking if he has a spell to fight against this scorching heat. Clontor just shrugs and tells him to suck it up because magic can't fix everything. Hearing this, Bright gets even more furious, ranting about how he blew all his money hiring these thugs, only for them to turn out useless. But his lackey chimes in once again, reminding him they've at least captured 3 elves. The boss scoffs, saying the young ones aren't worth much, especially the male. Suddenly, something catches his attention, and once we take a closer look, we realize it's our girl, looking absolutely furious at these hobos. The lackey perks up, excited that she's young, suggesting they could fetch a lot of money if they grab her. But before we can see those poor guys getting beaten to a pulp, the scene takes us into the city. In one of the fancy houses, a girl peeks through the door, staring at Teslan, and promptly asks if he's looking at those same papers again. Teslan reminds her once more that he's told her countless times not to ask pointless questions, and the girl promptly apologizes. The girl before us is Felina, his childhood friend. She's the one who stood by his side when he was treated like a lunatic after waking up in this body. Without her help, he wouldn't have been able to awaken his aura due to the strict rules of the Mage Tower. Naturally, she's our hero's best friend from his previous life, but now she is under the charm of Teslan. While smiling at him, she points out that whenever he smiles like that, he reminds her of the Reifenheart she knew before. Curiously, he asks which past she means, to which she replies that it's from when he went by Reifenheart. He tells her to stop talking nonsense and asks her about the thing she mentioned earlier. Hearing this, the girl quickly rummages through her robe and pulls out a piece of paper. She reveals that many people are talking about the Martial King Reifenheart nowadays, and she thinks it's awesome since they both have the same names. To which, the man explains that Reifen is no longer his name, but she still finds it a really interesting coincidence. After Teslan reads the paper, he realizes that the Golden Knight lost pathetically to the new aura user, and he's pretty sure this new aura user must be from a rival household that considers the teen's household their rival. He turns to the girl and asks if she met Sir Eustace. She confirms, saying she already sent the message and he agreed to meet her right away. Hearing this, Teslan smirks, realizing he now has another dependable ally to fight the Demon King with. She also mentions finding another person who fits the criteria he listed, and his name is Stepan von Altian, the eldest son of the Altian household in Vasily Kingdom. It's the first time Teslan's heard of him, but he's confident he can win him over eventually. Out of the blue, he gives her a tight hug, thanking her with a big cheerful smile. But that smile is just for show, and behind her back, he's grinning like a maniac because he's glad that since our boy stole something from him, Tessalon has already taken his best friend as well as payback. And slowly but surely, he intends to take everything from him. In the next scene, we pick up right where we left off, as Sirius is about to take down one of the men. He tries to split her in half with his giant axe. Instead, he ends up getting sliced in half like a cucumber in a salad, and she ensures he's chopped into tiny pieces fit for a plate. Looks like Bright doesn't have to worry about paying those mercenaries, because I'm pretty sure no one's getting out alive from this place. She leaps into the air again, determination in her eyes as she swings her blade. Heads go flying like balloons with her single swing, and Bright is about to shit his pants. One of the mages unleashes a fire spell, turning the area into a sea of flames. But as the dust settles, we see both of our party members comfortably sitting under their barrier. Ryfin scolds her for rushing in alone so recklessly, then warns the thugs that if they so much as flinch, they're as good as dead. Seeing Bright standing there, it doesn't take Ryfin long to realize he's the same scumbag working as a slave hunter here. Bright starts sweating profusely because encountering our hero is probably the last thing he wanted. Memories of past flash through Bright's mind, not forgetting the humiliation he faced that day. Ryfin walks up to him and asks if those 3 elves are the only ones he took from that place. Despite knowing he's in deep trouble, Bright initially refuses to answer, but Ryfin gives him such heated death glares that the poor guy trembles in his boots, looking like he's about to wet himself. Finally, he admits that those are the only ones he brought from there. Our hero throws another question straight at him, asking how many he killed, specifically how many elves. Bright seems clueless for a moment, then blurts out about 40. That does it. Ryfin is devastated and furious to hear this. He goes silent for a moment, reflecting, then his face twists with anger, and proceeds to unleash a spell straight at Bright without hesitation. The lackey tries to counter with his own spell, but it fizzles out against our boy's Radiant's arcane shield. The man finds himself baffled, because it's his first time facing a mage with skills comparable to his own at such a young age. Ryfin begins conjuring purple magic into his palm, chanting a spell that looks downright terrifying. And shortly after, he throws a huge spell right above those people, and all we can hear is screams bellowing out from that purple mist. The only one left standing is the mage, while everyone else behind him has been sent straight to hell. The lackey pleads, asking if this is because they killed a few elves. He then promises to return the slaves if they're allowed to leave. Ryfin strides forward towards the fallen scumbag, exuding a deadly aura, and makes it clear that everyone would be ashes if only he had enough mana inside him. The guy begs him to spare them, offering all the slaves they have. But Ryfin isn't listening, and balls up his fist to deliver the last punch. Suddenly, the terrified lackey asks a surprising question. Catching Ryfin off guard, he asks, "Why do we deserve to die?" To which, Ryfin's response is firm, and makes it clear that they will pay for the elves' blood with their lives. As a counter question, the lackey asks if there were humans among the elves. This time, Ryfin remains silent, and he is probably forced to think about his actions. The man on the ground continues asking if those elves belong to him, saying they wouldn't have taken them if they'd known, assuming they were stray elves without a master. Our boy's response remains unchanged, insisting they're wrong and vows to make them pay for spilling elf blood. Seeing his chance, the lackey questions why Ryfin is bent on killing everyone if those elves were just strays. It makes no sense to him why he seeks vengeance on everyone just because they killed a few elves. Hearing this, our boy gets even more furious. He can't believe these jerks didn't feel an ounce of shame or regret before taking lives like they're nothing more than wild animals. Still, the terrified man can't make sense of what this jacked up dude is saying. So Ryfin asks him a straightforward question: what's the difference between a human and a beast? The scared dude responds quickly, saying humans think for themselves, have rational minds, and more than just instincts. With that in mind, the boy asks him how elves can be seen differently from humans. But the mage argues that even humans who don't meet those requirements are treated as slaves, so he can't think of elves as humans when they're born as slaves. He even challenges Ryfin's morals and beliefs, asking if he's trying to deny the system of slavery and if he thinks he's wiser than the world. When these words hit our hero's ears, the wise words of the old dwarf flash into his mind, reminding our hero that he's underestimating the world. After calming himself down, he argues with the lackey that he would never want to live as a slave, and he believes others feel the same way. He sees nothing wrong with that perspective. The man shouts back, calling his response weird and accusing him of trying to impose his beliefs on others, labeling him an arrogant brat stuck on repeat. This pushes Ryfin over the edge. He menacingly extends his hand, gripping the man's throat so tightly that blood starts to dribble from his mouth. He declares that if he has to adhere to society's flawed logic about slavery, he'd rather be called an arrogant brat than conform. The elves in the vicinity are startled to see his bold stance, and Sirius quickly rushes to free them, asking if they're alright. It seems our girl knows this elf already and promptly calls her Shylin. The other girl wastes no time recognizing Our Lady too and calls her Serendi. Their reunion quickly turns into a warm meet and greet, where Sirius's mind flashes back to the past, seeing them playing together. We learn Serendi Alfiana is her real name, the one everyone used to call her, and she finally remembers it once again. She then grabs her friend's hands, relieved to see she's alive. But Shylan's thoughts about our girl aren't so pleasant. She suddenly flings her hands back, leaving Sirius shocked by this unexpected response. The kids ask Shylan if she knows her, but she just instructs them to ignore this vile woman. Instead of a sweet reunion between the two childhood friends, Sirius is met with a scornful stare from Shylan, claiming that the elf has become a dirty slave of a human. She states that our girl is living with neither pride nor honor. Sirius was astonished by the sudden prejudice from Shylan. She can't say anything back to her, and she stutters with every syllable as she attempts to defend herself. Luckily, our hero comes to her rescue. Using elven language, Ryfin tells the captured elf that Sirius is no slave, rather, she's a teammate of his. The defensive elf was taken aback after hearing a human speak their language, but her astonishment didn't last long as our boy reminds her that if she insists on calling Sirius a slave, then he won't forgive her even if she is Sirius' family. Our boy's attention then shifts to his comrade, telling the elf to claim that she is not a slave. However, Sirius just kept quiet for a moment. She then looks at our boy with an anxious gaze on her eyes, asking if she's really not a slave to Ryfin. In response, our boy stared right into her soul, asking if he has ever treated her like one, which the elf quickly denies. He also asks if he has ever acted without asking for her opinion, to which Sirius gives the same answer. With all that being said, he questions as to why the elf is belittling herself like this. As far as he is concerned, he treated her like an equal despite the norm of this world. Sirius then calms herself down and spoke to our boy with a straight face, remarking that Ryfin never said that she is not his slave. Realizing that our girl is correct, Ryfin stiffens up. His gaze wanders around while wearing an expression hinting that he just messed up big time. Recognizing that his inaction caused this current misunderstanding, he clarifies that Sirius is not a slave, nor will she ever be one of his. The elf cannot believe her ears, so she looks at our boy in confusion. Ryfin declares that Sirius is his equal, his partner, and that she is a free elf, allowed to do whatever she wants. Silence enveloped the surrounding for a moment after our hero uttered those words. Then, with melancholic eyes, Sirius claims that she already knows that our boy doesn't treat elves as slaves. Ryfin also sincerely treats other races as if they're equals with humans, and his elf companion is well aware of that. Although she knows all those facts, she wonders why there is a conflicting feeling inside her. She states that Ryfin isn't really looking at her, that our boy is simply seeing someone else through her. For that reason, she doesn't feel like our boy is seeing her for who she really is. Ryfin was taken aback by the elf's words. All these times, he thought that he had saved Sirius. Our girl then continues her speech, saying that despite those, it doesn't matter because she's a slave after all. If she thinks of it that way, then there'd be no problem. If that's how Ryfin is going to see her, then it is better for him to treat her as a slave, says Sirius. Our boy admits that he felt proud at the fact that he had saved Sirius from her impending fate. However, that was all on his mind. He now realizes that he was utterly mistaken. The only one he saved was the Sirius of his past life. Currently, he is simply a human that paid for an elf slave. Sirius then tells him not to say things like earlier with so much sincerity. Ryfin then thinks back of all the things he did. From an outsider's point of view, he is just a man who is a total stranger to the girl who happened to pay money to buy her. Although he did act friendly towards her, showed her a lot of affection, and said that she wasn't a slave, they were still not enough to convince the elf. She reasons that she cannot accept such feelings of sincerity because those feelings doesn't belong to her, rather, to the person that our boy is seeing through her. Ryfin acknowledges Sirius' reasoning. He then repeats that the elf is free, and she can do whatever she pleases. To show his utmost sincerity and prove a point, he calls her by her real name, Serendi Alfiana. He states that the meaning of his words just now is different from earlier. Whether the elf will stay by his side, or she leaves, Ryfin won't say a word. His statement means that Sirius has the freedom to choose, and whatever decision she comes up with, Ryfin claims that he will respect her will. The doubtful girl then ponders if our boy is hinting for her to leave. But Ryfin says otherwise. He says that he is actually hoping for Sirius to stay by his side. However, that is only his wish, and he won't let it restrict the elf's freedom. Her staying by his side is simply Ryfin's earnest request. Acknowledging our hero's words, Sirius averts her gaze and asks for some time to think about it. Although she already realized our boy's point, she isn't ready to make a decision yet. Ryfin then shifts his attention to Shylan and asks if she will let Sirius meet her family. He reiterates that his companion is not a human slave, and he can guarantee that she won't tell a single soul about the location of the 11 village. Our hero states that he will wait nearby, so they can give Sirius some time to visit the village. However, despite her hate towards humans, Shylan invites Ryfin to their village, claiming that she will sully their tribe's honor if she doesn't repay his kindness. Our boy was surprised by this and asks if that would really be alright, to which the elf says yes. She is sure that someone like our boy can find their secret hideout in no time, so it will only be a matter of time. Ryfin chuckles at Shylan's snarky remark, commenting that it is a rational way of thinking, to which she replies that elves are always rational. True enough though, someone with our boy's caliber will eventually find such secret village with enough effort. And so, the freed slaves and our hero's party journeys to the elven village. Along the way, Shylin approaches Cirrus, and this time, her expression is no longer condescending towards our girl. Addressing her as Serendi, she hopes that Cirrus would understand her previous treatment towards her, saying that our girl would have done the same if their positions were reversed, to which our girl agrees. She then comments that Cirrus has met a good human. Still with a lonely expression on her eyes, she agrees with her childhood friend, saying that Ryfin is truly a good person. Shylin then states that it is probably the reason why our girl told Ryfin her real name. Cirrus was taken aback upon hearing such claims. She asks Shylin what she meant by that. The elf states that she heard our boy calling Cirrus by her real name just now. Our girl then realizes that what Shylin is saying is true. When Ryfin told her that she can do as she pleases, our hero addressed her by Serendi al-Elfiana. She was really surprised upon realizing it. That name is something that even the elf herself has forgotten, so how could a strange man like our boy know it? The scenery then shifts to an isolated place, far from other civilizations. An elf enters the abode of Elder Rilhard, informing him that they are running out of water. The old man then asks the scout how long they can last with their current supply, to which the attendant states that if they use it really carefully, it should last until tomorrow. The elder then queries if the scouts have returned from their expedition. The man says that they have indeed. According to them, it seems that the humans have forsaken their search. Rilhard then asks about the retrieval of their fallen warrior's corpse, and the man informs him that they've all sunken into the sand of the desert by now. The elder laments about the fact and prays that may Rhaegal taken their fallen comrades' souls and bring them into the embrace of the spirits. This man right here is Danheim tribe elder, Rilhard, a 343 years old elf. The attendant then states that they can't stay in this place any longer. If they think about the stamina they will need to get back to the village, they should leave now while they still have some water. As such, the elder orders the personnel to inform everyone to get ready to leave when the sun sets. Despite his stoic expression, Rilhard is really thinking hard about their next move. Even if they go back to their village, its location has already been exposed, so they won't be able to last for long. He prays to Eldia to show them the way. Boy, you should be asking Eugen and Knuckles for that question. Suddenly, the old man senses something that made him flinch. Going back to our hero, they have finally arrived near the campsite. The scouts immediately recognized Shylin, Natina, and Ryder. However, upon closer inspection, they were immediately alarmed by what they see next. The leader orders not to let them pass. As it turns out, he has seen our boy with the returning members, and since he's a human, they won't sit idly by. The others quickly responded to the command and brought out their weapons. They pointed at our hero and started shooting projectiles at him. The bullets landed near Cirrus and Ryfin. While the elf was spooked by them, our hero remained calm and stated that those are just shots to scare them away. Our hero dismounts from his camel and analyzes the bullets. He remarks that the elves melted sand into glass and made them into sling bullets. It is slipshod work, but they use spirit magic. Cirrus wanted to know more about spirit magic, so our boy explains that it is used when they are melting the sand. Now that the world tree is gone, they won't be able to manifest the spirit that'd be strong enough to use in battle though. He informs his comrade that her tribe has made its home here for centuries and has assimilated with the spirit of fire. He comments that it's the same for Cirrus since their blood flows in her. Ryfin states that that is the reason why despite having left the desert for 50 years, Cirrus still looked tan. The elf then asks our boy if he heard such information from his so-called master. Realizing that he has blurted out so much, Ryfin panics and lies that his master's friend is quite knowledgeable about elves and dwarves. Now, it is time for our hero to show the elves that they are not hostile. As such, he spreads his arms wide open. Using the language of the elves, he calls upon them. However, even though he used their tongue, he was still hit with a barrage of bullets shooting at him. So much for being just a warning shot, I guess. The elves notice that their attacks aren't working on the human, forcing them to think that Ryfin is a monster. Our boy was a bit offended by it, so he gets mad a little. He then continues with his message. He calls upon the descendants of the Great Spirit, saying that even though he is a human, he is not their enemy. As someone who knows the history of the elves, our boy hopes that they will recognize him as their ally. Elder Rilhard was astonished by the rare sight, wondering how a human could speak their language. He's also surprised that our boy even knows the traditions and etiquette of the elves, making him ponder if he's really not their enemy. He replies to Ryfin, saying that while the man's words are convincing, there's not enough evidence for them to trust him. Our boy nods and acknowledges the elder's words. Then, he gathers his energy towards his fist and positions himself for an attack. The elder was instantly spooked by the powerful energy emitted by our hero. He is horrified by its sheer overwhelming strength, giving him an idea that the human is an aura user. Cirrus turns to our boy, shouting and asking what the heck is he doing. Ryfin then raises his fist, and as he does so, a powerful beacon of energy rains down to his position, activating the quadruple layer calamity horn. Inside the whirling, overwhelming energy, Rifen smirks and thinks that humans would have taken his action as a threat. But he claims that elves are reasonable creatures. And just like he has thought, Rilhard speaks to him and states that someone as strong as our hero wouldn't need to dig a trap in the first place. He remarks that he now recognizes that our boy is here with good intentions. With a victorious smile etched on his face, Rifen turns to Cirrus, inviting her to her own true home. On the other hand, the elf's face looks as if her soul left her body. Later on, inside the Elder's camp, Shylin introduces our girl to Rilhard, saying that Serendi is the daughter of Fiona and Errol. The Elder asks if she's the child that they lost on the nightmarish day. He rejoices at the fact that not only did they regain their lost family, but they also reunited with the old one as well. He looks at our hero and states that he is a true savior. Rifen acts humble and tells them to prepare for their return. As such, the elves return to their village, Dreuelda. Despite the cold breeze brought by the night, the village is filled with a warm and lively atmosphere as they celebrate the safe return of their tribe members. They sing and dance around the campfire, holding hands with each other and drinking wine. Cirrus was immediately surrounded by her childhood friends. One by one, they ask the girl if she can still remember their names, and Cirrus recalled them to the best she can. Meanwhile, we see our hero sitting in a corner, keenly observing his companion. Her mood has definitely improved compared to when they were back in the desert. Everyone is glad to see Cirrus back, and the gal is also as happy as they are. It is as if she was never separated from them to begin with. Rifen stares at her with a dead expression on his face. He sees that she's so happy to be back in her home, so he contemplates if Cirrus will still choose to go with him. However, this is no time for our boy to be lost in his own thoughts and anxiety. After breathing a sigh, he gets up and approaches the Elder. Confused, Rilhard stares at him while still holding his soup. Our hero stood before the old man and states that he has something to discuss with him. Rifen tells him that he would like Cirrus to experience a power exclusive only to the elves. The Elder immediately knew what our boy was talking about, which is spirit magic. Rifen reveals that he can use it a bit, as well as conjuring a small flame spirit on his hand. However, he claims that he can only use it for summoning. He says that it is different from the spirit magic that elves use, remarking that they are the only ones who can teach Cirrus about it. The Elder creates fire on his hand, without needing to summon a flame spirit. He states that teaching Cirrus about it is the duty of the tribe. However, having lost the Tree of Life, this is the most they can do now. They can at most start a fire with the magic, but it isn't strong enough to be used in combat. The Elder remarks that it is better for Cirrus to learn it from our boy instead of them. Rifen states that he does intend to teach her other magics as well, but he comments that it is sad for the elf to not be able to communicate with the spirits. With a pained expression on the Elder's face, he regrets to admit that our hero knows too much about them, hinting that he is correct. He tells our boy that if Cirrus chooses to stay with her, and Rifen does not wish to part with her, they will welcome him to their tribe with open arms. Rilhard states that after all the things our boy has done for their tribe, he is practically their brother now. Despite this, our boy remains silent. The two stayed in Dreuelda for 3 days after the talk with the Elder, all to wait for Cirrus' final decision. Shylin tells our girl that if she learns spirit magic, she will be able to communicate with the spirits of wind and water later as well, but first, she needs to be able to sense them. Cirrus stares at her hand and claims that she's not really getting the lesson. Although she is supportive to her friend learning their magic, Shylin thinks in her mind that it took her 3 years to figure it out, so it's only natural for Cirrus not to sense it in mere 3 days. Suddenly, bright circular lights started to surround our girl. She then asks her friends if this is the sensation that they are talking about. Shylin cannot believe her eyes. Never in her wildest dreams that someone would be able to develop an affinity with the spirits in such a short period of time. Normally, elves would not learn this fast. However, Cirrus had taken countless kinds of lessons as a slave since she was young. In other words, her experience as a slave had given her the ability to learn things fast like a human. Rifen pops up from behind, asking if our girl is having fun, to which she says yes. He noticed that the girl was getting the hang of it and has learned the basics. Our hero's expression then turns serious as he asks the most important question. He wants to know if Cirrus will be staying here in the village. Our girl looks at him for a moment, then stares at the ground, saying that she'd like to stay here and help her people. As expected, life was immediately drained out of our body as he hears this. But Cirrus continues on saying that her staying here won't change her people's lives. She then turns around and asks our boy if she'll be able to change their lives if she comes with him. Rifen wholeheartedly answered yes, swearing in his life that he would see to it. Cirrus states that her goal is to help her people and improve their lives. As such, she smiles at our boy, declaring that she would like to come with him for the future of her tribe. Rifen giggles for a bit, not fully absorbing what Cirrus has said. Then, it all sunk into him, and he let out the widest grin his mouth can probably do. At that moment, he promised to himself that he will make sure to change the world for the sake of the woman who has chosen him. In the heat of the moment, Rifen attacks the sky with the energy blast he used before the Elder, so he got scolded badly by his companion. After collecting his composure, our hero turns to Cirrus, telling her that he will now show her how he will change her tribe's life at this moment. Later on, we see the 3 of them in a particular place in the canyon. Elder Rilhard questions our hero respectfully about what they are doing in such a place. In response, Rifen clarifies if this place is really the shelter they use for emergencies. He then declares that this will be their tribe's village from now on. Confused, the elder asks what he meant by it. He informs our boy that there is no water access in this place. Rifen then turns to Cirrus, asking her to give him the Nylon. Our girl is a bit confused by our hero's command, so she asks for him to clarify. Our hero mentions that Cirrus has developed an affinity for spirits in just 3 days, to which Cirrus confirms. Our boy then asks her if she isn't curious to know how that was possible. Rifen reveals that the reason behind it is because she is the owner of the Nylon, since she called on its name and were recognized as its owner through a contract. Our boy then stabbed the Nylon into the ground and started chanting a mantra, Awaken, one appointed as the protector, the seed of the great tree that supports the world. As our boy chants those words, the energy around them started spiraling, and from the bark grows a sprout of a plant. The 2 elves were bewildered by this sudden development, and the elder seems to have an idea what exactly the thing that has sprouted really is. Rifen completes the process, and with a very proud look on his face, he wears a smile. On the other hand, the elder is at loss for words. All he can say is that this is impossible. Rifen proudly showcases a small tree behind him. Without a doubt, this has some connections to the world tree that has been destroyed. Suddenly, water came rushing out from the plant, surprising the elf even more. The few drops of water instantly became a spring, a truly unbelievable sight to behold. Rifen then turns to Rilhard, asking if he can feel it. The elder cannot deny it, but he can't also comprehend that this is actually happening. He remembers this cozy feeling enveloping his entire body, a feeling of satiation, like all his cells have been connected to each other, a strong sensation as if his soul has been awakened. There is no doubt, a sensation only heard through legends, but something any elf would instinctively recognize. Tears burst out from the elf's eyes as he confirms the reality. The mythical tree he thought forever lost, the world tree, Elfenheim, is truly in front of him right now. The Nylon is a lost branch of the Tree of Life. Our boy has awakened the life force of the Nylon to take root in the ground and magnified the force of mana gathering in order to supply it with the energy it needed. If Rifen would be completely honest, he admits that he was really nervous trying it out. He even had to use artificial flashback because of how complex it was. While bawling his eyes out, the elder asks our boy if he is a savior sent by Eldia. But Rifen tells him that he's none other than their friend, and friends are supposed to help each other. Turning his attention towards Cirrus, our boy apologizes to her for using her weapon like that, so he states that he will get her a better one next time. However, it would seem like Cirrus has lost interest in her weapon. Right now, all she wants to know is how our hero performed such a miracle. Rifen didn't bother answering her questions. Rather, he asks the elf as they shall return to the Grand Forge together. Later on, we see the portal gets activated, meaning that someone has used it. Outside one portal appears our hero and Cirrus. They were immediately greeted by Scylan, asking where they had been. Wanting to dodge the question, Rifen butters Scylan up, saying that he has put on some muscles in the short moment that our boy was gone. Wanting to look manly, Scylan quickly forgot about his previous question and focused on his body, telling our boy that he should have been gone a bit longer, so he would have surprised him with his physique. Then suddenly, the room is filled with people wanting to greet our hero. They welcomed our boy back, saying that he should have told them his plan before leaving. Rifen asked his subordinates if they had made some progress whilst he was gone. Everyone eagerly showed our boy their skills, even though they aren't really that proficient. Our boy praises them for their hard work, saying that he can't find flaws in their demonstration. They are a new class of soldiers in Grand Forge, the Mage Soldiers. Rifen personally picked out 20 talented dwarves to teach them the basics. Our hero praises them for doing their best, and informs them that he wrote a book on theories about magic, so he recommends them to read it, which they gladly accept. Russ then joins the reunion, greeting our hero for his arrival. Just like with the others, Rifen asked the Sword Saint if he had learned something. Russ says that he did learn a bit. Suddenly, the Sword Saint's reaction became fierce, saying that he could clearly see it now. Our hero is a bit confused as to what the man is talking about. He questions if he has gotten taller. Russ states that he didn't mean physically. Rather, he states that he can see our boy's enormous soul, making him wonder if our hero is really just 23. The Sword Saint comments that he feels like our boy has lived 23 years 3 times. Rifen can't help but ponder what kind of ability his friend learned. Scylan then butts in, saying that they will be leaving Grand Forge soon. He asks if they are going to go to the ancient ruins again. Our boy confirms the trap dude's hunch, saying that they need money, that's why. But their final destination will be somewhere else. Rifen reveals that they will be going to the Krabben's kingdom, a kingdom up north. He states that there is an individual there who will be of help to him. While Rifenhart finished up in Grand Forge, there was something happening in another land, much colder and more vast than Grand Forge. In a land northeast of the Grand Kingdom, a place with harsh blizzard, the Freeze Land. There are people camping. The freezing man questions an old man if he's not able to make the fire stronger. The old man tells him to suck it up, saying that they need to light the fire the whole night, so he can't afford to waste any mana. He then mentions that there were more than 30 of them in the beginning, but now only 10 of them remained. However, they still got a lot of stuff from the Shalkarna ruins. The man then states that they indeed got a lot more in there than all the other loot combined. Plus, they also found a particular notebook which has all the records of the Silver Ages that they didn't know of. The old man knows that it will cause an uproar when he shows this book to the academic society. He hasn't been able to decode it yet because of the difficulty of this ancient language, but he got the gist of it. He states that once they unveil the truth about the Silver Ages and its people, the old man was about to finish his sentence when they hear a loud and interrupting scream. They wonder if the commotion is caused by a monster from afar. Then, the old man's eyes widen in horror as he sees who has come before them. He tells his young companion that the enemies have arrived and that they are after their relics. The black-haired leader orders his troops to slaughter everyone in the campsite. Fully geared and equipped, his subordinates wore a huge grin on their faces as they arrogantly approached the camp. And without wasting a moment, the two made quick work of the people in the camp, slicing and slashing them mercilessly. Threatened, the old man says that he will gladly give up the relics in exchange for their lives. However, the cold-blooded black-haired man apologizes to him, saying that they came all the way here for the old man and not the relics. With a single swing of his sword, the man ended the miserable mage's life without a second thought. A female comrade of his asks Teslan if their actions right now are really necessary. Teslan states that it is the order from the Sage of Silver. These people have opened a door they should not have. As it turns out, Teslan is trying to prevent the leakage of the Silver Age's history. He claims that it is a history that no one should know of, all for the protection of humanity. The female member then comments that she did hear that the Sage of Silver is a guardian of mankind, but she states that these poor victims didn't do anything wrong. With a cold and remorseless expression on his face, Teslan states that they are just a small sacrifice for the sake of humanity. He then turns his attention to a guy wielding a great sword named Stefan, asking if the berserker armor is good. The bloodthirsty young man grins, saying that it is better than anything he has used before. He thinks that he will be able to bring down that arrogant aura user once he has more adjusted to the armor. The Yellow Knight then joins the conversation, saying that Stefan is not the only one who wants revenge from our hero. However, he is curious about all the relics they have found. Teslan tells them to take everything that is useful and sell the rest. They will take back everything on the list for the Sage of Silver to store. Teslan reiterates that the Sage of Silver is the protector of mankind. There are many dangerous items amongst the relics from the Silver Ages. As such, he claims that they need someone fit to protect them so that they can prevent chaos. The Yellow Knight then comments that the heated necklace he is holding is really good. It is as if he's feeling a nice spring breeze despite the violent snowstorm. Teslan states that it is a privilege only the Sage of Silver can provide. Then, the leader finds something peculiar, a dark cube with purple lining around it. Teslan immediately recognizes that it is the Aleutian's voice. He wonders if this item is also something that the modern human society cannot know about. He knows that it cannot be an ordinary artifact, seeing as the Demon King valued it so much. He is surprised to learn that there are two such cubes. Curious, the innocent lady asks what is the history that people shouldn't know of that the Sage of Silver is trying so hard to keep hidden. However, the leader did not entertain Felina's query and tells her not to be too curious. He states that only the Sage of Silver deserves to know such details. In the city of the dwarves, a wise old dwarf greets a young elf, asking what is it that she wishes to know. The visitor turned out to be Cirrus, and she states that she wants to know everything regarding our hero, Reifenhart. She states that it feels like he knew who she was from the very first time they have met. His eyes, the way he talked and acted, wasn't what one would expect from someone talking to a stranger. Our girl is also puzzled as to how Reifen knows the name she has long forgotten. She asks the dwarf how such a thing could be possible. In response, the wise old fart tells her that Reifen is afraid that she won't understand even if he tries to explain it. Cirrus was taken aback by this, so she asks why that would be. In response, the old man says that he will first ask a question before he gives her some advice. In a very serious tone of voice, he questions Cirrus if she can trust our boy. The elf states that she thinks she could believe it even if the old man tells her that Reifen is a god that has descended onto this earth. However, the dwarf remains firm and states that it is not the answer to his question. His query is plain and simple. He wants to know if Cirrus actually thinks that she can trust our hero, Reifen. The young lady swallows a huge gulp of saliva as she doesn't really know how to answer the old man's question. As we continue, the wise dwarf asks our girl Cirrus if he can really trust Reifen. His serious facial expression made our girl consider the answer first before answering the question. It made her gulp a huge chunk of saliva, not being able to give an answer right away. After a while, she then leaves the place and wanders off somewhere. I guess we won't know yet what was her answer. Meanwhile, we see our boy, Reifen, quietly sitting at a table, waiting for his companion to return. He then opens his mouth, asking if she has heard everything. As it turns out, Cirrus has entered the room, and our boy immediately greeted her with such question. Cirrus remained silent for a second, staring at Reifen. Now that she knows the truth, she's not really sure how to speak to him. Nonetheless, the elf looks down and answers yes. She states that the truth was beyond what she could have ever imagined. The dwarf revealed to her that Rifen has traveled across time. He was the first ever 10th Circle Great Mage to ever exist in history. A man who tried to change the world even if the world labeled him as the Demon King. A man who once failed, but traveled back in time to try his dream once again. On the other hand, there was Cirrus Balentia, the guardian and spokesperson of all elves on the continent. A high-ranking mage who had reached 8th Circle and 7th Gen Spirit Magic. Praised as the Hierophany of the merciful Eldia by the otherworldly species and labeled as the goddess of insanity by the humans. This elf is also Reifenhardt's old partner. Although our girl and that Cirrus from the different timeline have the same identity, the current Cirrus know that they aren't the same. She tells our boy that it would have been better if he was just protecting his old love to the current her, but now she gets it. With a pained and guilty expression on his face, Rifen reluctantly asks the girl if she could forgive him. He knows that he had done everything he had done so far for Cirrus for his own selfishness, and he feels sorry for that. Cirrus shakes her head, not to say no, but to express her uncertainty. It might be possible that Rifen is only seeing the previous Cirrus through her, but she can't really say that she doesn't understand. Nevertheless, she states that she will continue to be alongside Rifen in his journey, and that is all she can say for now. Still, she has to make things clear to our boy. So, as she turns away, she remarks that she isn't the Cirrus he remembers. She's not the one whom he journeyed with before. However, she stops for a while and slightly turns around. With a gentle smile on her face, she tells Rifen that she doesn't have him, giving our boy a little relief. Rifen blushes from Cirrus' statement and he was left staring at space even after the elf had left the room. A few moments have passed, and our boy ponders if her statement means that she has indeed forgiven him or not. Anyhow, Rifen's next destination was east of the continent, the Krovence Kingdom. They grow the most grain out of any other kingdom in the continent, and they are one of the most powerful nations. The king, Gothrin I, had an heir named Telion. There was no flaw to be found in Telion as the next king, but after the death of Gothrin I, Telion also died of some mysterious disease. With no one to take the throne, the nobles began arguing with each other, which is natural since they no longer have a beacon to tie them together. Soon, 2 candidates were chosen, dividing the nobles into 2 sides. We are not just talking about the usual political divisions, rather, it is an all-out war against the 2 factions. On one side, bearing the gold and red flag is the faction for Karkas. They have gathered all their strength, ready for confrontation. While on the other side, bearing the blue flag decorated with gold as well, are people who are supporting Yuval Len Krovence, the second prince who will turn 18 this year. The tension between the 2 is irreparable and is about to reach a breaking point. Yuval was the son of a concubine, which was a great flaw to his bloodline legitimacy. That was why a second candidate, Karkas of Count Fernando's household, was chosen by the other side despite Yuval possessing royal blood. Karkas may not be the son of Gothrin I, but he possessed royal blood as well. Currently, Krovence, one of the superpower nations, is in a civil war over the crown. Karkas was a renowned knight at the age of 28 for being a talented swordsman, who was admired and trusted by his subordinates. On the other hand, Yuval was famous for a very different reason. He was famous for being useless in every other aspect than being the son of the dead king. It had been half a year since the death of Gothrin I, and the 2 sides' civil war was reaching its peak. The scenery switches to the center of the Krovence Kingdom Delphina Barony. Yuval is relaxing on his balcony, wondering how long this tension will go on. To add to their country's dilemma, the harvest this year is terrible too, making him wonder what happened to Redanti's blessing. In all honesty, he didn't ask to be a king's candidate. It was only his followers who kept pushing him to be king, and now things have taken for the worse. Suddenly, a young lady approaches him, asking if he really hates to be the king that badly. Yuval answers yes, but he states he has no other choice, else he will be killed, to which the woman agrees. Yuval scolds the girl for being too nonchalant, saying that she will also be executed after him. This young lass is Phinia, Yuval's mistress dwarf. She teases the prince, pretending that she regrets falling in love with him. Yuval humors her for a bit and apologizes for being the man that he is, but Phinia reassures him that they will be safe for now, or at least as long as there is food scarcity going on in the kingdom. The prince laments the fact that his life depends on hunger. To ease his mind for a bit, Phinia clings to him, saying that they will run away if something bad happens. Yuval asks if they would be runaway lovers, but the lady states that it's more of an asylum, suggesting that they would change their identity and live peacefully in another country. The prince jokes that he was raised spoiled, so he can't do hard labor, so Phinia says that she will be the one working to feed the both of them. This whole interaction is making me jealous, wanting me to root for their enemies, but I guess that's just my lonely ass talking. Phinia states that in this world, she is nothing more than a slave, and she will be Yuval's slave whether he's the king or not. The romantic atmosphere became even more suffocating for me as they exchange I love yous to each other. I'm honestly kind of dying with jealousy while writing this script. Suddenly, or should I say finally, a voice interrupts the lovebirds, asking if they are having fun. The 2 immediately flinched, knowing that an intruder had managed to breach their safe haven. The dwarf immediately takes arm, asking the identity of the uninvited guest, ready to confront them. She points the huge 2-handed axe on the man while emitting bloodlust. A mysterious person cloaked in robe declares himself as Reifenhart, a mage who came to offer his help to the rightful heir to the throne. Yuval was stunned upon hearing this. Why would this mysterious person offer his assistance to him? However, Phineas states that based on her assessment, the man isn't not telling lies. The prince knows that his woman can hear the sound of truth as a dwarf, so he deems that the man is being honest. Despite this, the prince notices one major detail on the intruder, that is, he is too largely built to be a normal mage. With that in mind, he questions if Rifen is a combat mage. Our boy realizes that he just made a blunder. He even covered his body with a giant robe to cover his physique. But he was still figured out. Left with no choice, he just agreed to Yuval's observation. The prince then wanted to clarify things, asking if he's really here to help him win the throne. To which our boy confirms. However, he's still bothered by the man's opening statement, asking what he meant about having fun. Rifen says that he just misheard it. But of course, the portable lie detector senses his lie and points it out, making the situation a tad bit awkward. Yuval sighs and just accepts the situation as it is, saying that it's only natural for the mage to be sarcastic after seeing their romantic antics. Sweat drips down on our boy's face. 30 seconds in their first meeting and he already managed to offend the prince. To ease up the atmosphere, Rifen states that it wasn't his intention to insult Yuval, revealing that his partner is an elf after all. The prince was surprised to hear this, but Phineas confirmed that he is speaking the truth. Yuval then states that he didn't expect that there would be another pervert like him in this world, a statement that made our boy flinched. Going back to the main issue, the prince wants to know how exactly the intruder intends to help him. In our boy's mind, he thinks that acting all mysterious is really hard to keep up. Nonetheless, he reveals that he will assist in military provisions amounting to 100,000 golden coins. He said such a ridiculous amount of gold so nonchalantly, so of course, the two were taken aback by this revelation. Yuval knows that amount of money is half the year's worth of budget for the kingdom, enough to feed the entire kingdom for more than 3 months. It's too good of an offer to not get suspicious of. Rifen then asks His Majesty how many aura users he has in his command, to which Yuval reveals that he doesn't have even a single one. Our boy then states that he will provide 6 aura users to support him. The prince is now really thinking about the offer. There are only 5 aura users in the province kingdom, yet this mysterious man is willing to offer more than the nation's share of aura users. This leads him to ask about the payment that the man wants in return. The mysterious person humbly bows to the prince and states that if Yuval becomes the king, he would like to be granted a piece of land. This is a rather weak demand for such a huge help, so Yuval asks if that is all Rifen really wants. However, our boy clarifies that what he wants is not a simple land like those given to nobles. Rather, he wants a completely sovereign dominion, independent from the province kingdom's laws. With great conviction and not a single hint of lies, he states that he desires a place where elves, dwarves, and orcs can live in peace, away from the judging eyes of humans. We are then taken to a small town located in the Delphina barony, where Cirrus was waiting for our boy. She asks Rifen about the conversation with the prince, inquiring if it went well. Rifen answers that there was not a single trouble at all, but the problem is preparing for what will happen from now on. As he removes his hood, he states that he cannot repeat the mistakes from his past life. He needs to make sure that their dominion is recognized legally, even if it takes some time. Then the humans have no choice but to acknowledge the place as legitimate. Curious, Cirrus asks if he's already acquainted with Prince Yuval. Rifen says that this was the first time he ever saw him. Cirrus then queries who became the king in Rifen's previous life. He reveals that the one who took the throne was Carcass. In his past life, Prince Yuval lost the civil war and was beheaded. Wanting reassurance, Cirrus asks if such tragedy won't happen again. But our boy doesn't want to make false promises, so he states that if he doesn't intervene, then it might happen again. However, he reassures Cirrus that he will do everything in his power to prevent such an outcome. He thinks that everything will be fine as long as they start seeing the otherworldly species as their allies rather than slaves with this fight. As they entered a small shack, several people were waiting for them. The man asks if things went well, to which Rifen answers that he'd like to think so, saying that things are going smoothly at least for now. Blue-haired dude states that it has been a month since they have left the Grand Forge. During that month, they hit 10 ancient ruins. He thinks that they are moving so fast that no one would believe their journey. He states that it was harder carrying out the relics they found than fighting the demons they encountered. Sillin in the back agrees, saying that he's glad he built muscles beforehand. However, the knight asks when they got the 100,000 gold coins that Rifen offered. He clarifies that he wasn't pertaining to actual gold, rather, it's grains worth 100,000 golden coins. He then recalls that our boy bought 100,000 gold worth of grains through the Tauban Trade Union. Rifen mentions that if it weren't for the war and famine, the grains they bought would only be worth 4,000 golden coins, but that's a thing of the past. His comrades immediately think that he's scamming the prince with the deal. The other guy then asks a question. He wants to know who the other 3 aura users are who would assist the prince, because right now, the only aura users they have are Rifen, him, and the dwarf. He wonders if there are aura users amongst the elves tribe. Our boy answers that there are aura users in the elven tribe, but they won't be willing to help since they aren't on good terms with the humans. He also adds that he himself won't be part of the 6. This made the blue-haired dude even more confused. Where the hell would they get the other 4 aura users then? Rifen answers that they have the Great Orc champions, Kalkan and Stala. He reveals that there is a grassland about 15 days of travel southeast of the Larchid Mountains. It's been named the Land of Trials, and an orc tribe with very old traditions resides there. He remarks that they are not orc slaves who have lost their wildness and live in fear. They are also no orc swordsmen who have become cruel and savage. They are a tribe who have continued on the spirit of true warriors by combining both reason and savagery, called the Blue Bear Tribe. Rifen smiles and thinks that Tathid should be there as well, pondering how much the man has grown. Russ states that there were definitely several useful orc swordsmen, but their strength isn't really that impressive to be that notable. However, Rifen closes his eyes and bats in nostalgia for a moment. He then boldly declares that they are the strongest fighters he knows, strongest even when compared to humans, elves, and dwarves. In another place, there are projections of 2 people talking to each other using magical holograms. The old man praises Sage Leston for his hard work, saying that he did a good job. Leston humbly acknowledges the praise, thanking Guardian Daus. The old man states that dangerous information should be managed under the right people. That is how one protects humanity. He makes it clear that their brutal ways are all for the sake of humanity. With those few remarks, the visage of the old man disappears out of thin air, leaving Leston alone. The man is quite annoyed at the fact that the old fart actually called him to this place just for that useless small talk. He thinks to himself that he needs to climb to a position with more influence than he has right now. He would really love to give a speech about how dangerous the Demon King is, but if he does that, he will be treated like some lunatic. Because of the Mage of Light, Jade Archlight, he knows that Duke Aranite is a part of the Sage of Silver. Leston said things he knew about the Sage of Silver from his past life as if they were his theories, and that is how he was able to become one of them. The Great Silver Age, the main character of this age was not the human. The main characters of this great era were the elves with their Tree of Life, and the dwarves that ruled the earth. They were impressive enough that there were 2 separate names for them even just 1,000 years ago. They were called the Eldreth Civilization and the Elhathran Civilization. In the ancient language, Eldreth means blessing of Eldia, and Elhathran means blessing of all Puff. Their civilizations were named after their gods. The Sages of Silver hid this from humanity. Leston comments that in order to erase the truth, you need to let out a reasonable lie. He guesses that's why they called it the Silver Age instead. He knows that the so-called protection of humanity was all done just to protect the ego of humanity, and it's making them weaker and more foolish. Meanwhile, our boy and his gang make their way from Kraven's kingdom to the land of the Trials, the Strand. Russ comments on how barren the land is. Rifen states that there is a story of throwing out weak babies and those who have grown too senile from the orc villages. That's why the orcs consider it an honor to leave the village on their own when they deem themselves useless. It may be hard for humans to relate to, but Rifen guesses that it's their own way of survival in these barren lands. The lady on the back can't help but comment on how savage such thinking is. Cirrus joins the conversation, saying that the dwarves were lucky enough to have been passed down a legacy, and a safe place to live. It's understandable that one would have such a custom like the orcs in an environment as barren as this. She then asks the little girl if she thinks that the dwarves would have been able to keep up the grand forge as they had if they had lost their skills. The tension between the elf and the dwarf is growing intense, so Cillian just changes the topic and asks Rifen how he plans to convince the orcs. Our boy reveals that he does have a plan in mind, but he's not really sure if it will work or not. He has no choice but to see it firsthand. However, Cirrus whispers that she thought he was just going to do what he did in his past life. Rifen then responds to her with an anxious facial expression, saying that back then, he had Tathid with him so there was no problem. Then, Russ notices something from a distance. He immediately notified his comrades that something was heading towards them. The rumbling from the distance gets louder and louder. Russ and Rifen were both horrified when they saw the cause of the ruckus. A massive horde of muscular gym bros, orcs, are heading straight towards them. From the looks of their faces, they didn't come here for a friendly hello. Rifen translates their language for the others to understand, saying that the orcs are shouting that this is their land, and they will kill all humans. Our boy tries to communicate with the orcs using their language. He calls them warriors of blue souls, stating that he's a friend. Unfortunately, not one musclehead listened to his plea. As a matter of fact, it seems like they became even more bloodthirsty. Russ and Rifen knew that they were screwed. Their faces show exactly what it means to mess around and find out. The first orc makes contact with the gang. He raises his massive weapon in an attempt to strike Cirrus down. The elusive elf easily dodges the attack by leaping gracefully into the air. On the other hand, the dwarf equips her massive axe and parries the attack of one of the orcs. Despite the massive size difference, the dwarf isn't falling behind in terms of strength. Russ himself is also doing well standing his ground. Despite facing multiple enemies at the same time, he's fending them off effortlessly. However, he shouts that the horde is really strong. Rifen agrees with him, but it looks like he's just being sarcastic because he's just standing there receiving all the attacks while taking no damage at all. He comments that the orcs have a very serious weakness. Then, he starts chanting a spell, Mass Sleep, a 2-circle wide range sleep spell. In an instant, every savage around them instantly fell asleep. Even Russ and Cillian were shocked at how fast the magic spell worked. Cillian remarks that he thought that Mass Sleep was a completely useless spell in battle. Rifen reveals that it is the reason why the orcs lost against the humans despite being such a good fighter. Even a strong warrior wouldn't be able to do anything if their magic resistance is this low. However, our boy remarks that if someone like Cillian was to cast a spell that would defend them from such spells, the result would be totally different. Rifen adds that these amateurs aren't even real warriors of the tribe. The Blue Bear tribe's true warriors protect the tribe and hunt monsters. The orcs who are yet to become warriors scout the area as they were doing. That's how they gain experience and prove themselves worthy of becoming warriors. Russ shivers upon realizing the implications of Rifen's words. He cannot believe that these strong brutes aren't even warriors yet. Then just in time, the very devils they are speaking about arrive at the scene. Sweat drips down Russ's face. He himself is a strong knight, so he can recognize others who are capable of fighting as well. Then there stood before them multiple bona fide orc warriors, emitting a very dominating aura around them. Continuing on, the gang encounters the infamous orc warriors. Rifen looks incredibly calm, just casually noting the arrival of the orcs. However, we can't say the same for Russ, although he's trying his best not to show it, but his face is telling that he's feeling a bit nervous about their current situation. And they there were, standing tall and proud while looking down on the scrawny intruders. Each and every one of them has massive weapon used to crush their enemies. Their incredible physique really fits their name as the great warriors of the Blue Bear tribe. Amongst the bench models comes a person cloaked in multiple cloths. He approaches our hero's party and tells them to leave, claiming that this is their land and that humans are not allowed. But of course, Rifen would not back down just because he was told off. He gazes on the person from below, calling them souls of noble warriors. He speaks the orc's tongue and says that he has come here out of goodwill. Naturally, the spokesperson of the warriors wouldn't believe in his words that quick. He expresses his doubts on our boy, claiming that all humans are good liars, so he won't be convinced just because this boy and speak their language. Rifen has long expected this kind of interaction from the bloodthirsty tribe, so he states that he wishes to prove to them that he is being honest. This statement takes the person aback, wondering how the human intends to do that. Our hero then flexes his muscles and clenches his fist, all while shouting that a true warrior hones his soul through battle, so he is offering a ritual battle to prove that he speaks the truth. The ritual of battle is a tradition of the orc tribes that they carry out to form bonds with each other. This is how the orcs earn trust from one another since they respect those who are strong foremost. Rifen knows that the orc warrior's philosophy is that a coward can never become strong. That is why someone strong is trustworthy. The problem is if these proud warriors would accept such a ritual with a human. Contrary to our boy's worry, however, these warriors' thirst for battle surpasses even their pride. They instantly became happy learning that a mere human knows about their tradition and are more than willing to accept it. Our boy felt like a clown for even worrying for a moment. Both Cirrus and the dwarf were unamused by how much simpleton orcs are. Russ then asks our boy if Cirrus and Tilla will be fighting as well, saying that him and Rifen is already a given. Our boy answers that orcs do not care about gender when it comes to fights. They are firm believers of equal rights mean equal fights. Kind of nervous, Cillian, who is not a fighter, questions if he needs to fight as well, but Rifen reassures him that there's no need for him to participate since he's not a warrior. The orcs will probably just think of him as a child. And so, without further ado, the spokesperson calls those who want to prove their worth and showcase them in this sacred battle. One of the orcs steps towards our hero's party and presents himself. Cirrus was the first one to go. As she unsheathes her swords, she introduces herself as Cirrus Balencha of the Daname tribe. In response, the orc takes his stance as well, shouting in orc's language that he is Zalcathar, son of Darathar, the one to fight her. However, since Cirrus cannot understand their tongue, she just stared at him with confusion in her eyes. It seems like the orc pitied her a bit, so he translated his words to the official language, or the human tongue. Although he isn't very fluent with it, the warrior says that he, Zalcathar, fight the girl. Cirrus was taken aback that orcs are also capable of speaking the official language. Both Russ and Cillian were so shocked by this revelation. The red hair trap boy asks Russ if he knows any other language beside the official language, to which Russ answers no. They came to the realization that the humans might be the most stupid ones out of all the races. While the two are contemplating their lives, the battle between Cirrus and Zalcathar commenced with our girl swiftly coming in for the offensive. In response, the orc takes a small step back as he prepares his weapon as well. A loud clank of metals echoed the place as the blades of the two warriors collided with each other. Judging from the initial blow, the two are equal in strength despite the massive size difference. The proud warrior of the orc clan then thinks to himself, how can someone as small as this girl be this strong? Despite this though, the orc is defending very well from Cirrus' barrage of attacks. On the other hand, Cirrus is acknowledging her opponent as well, but she thinks that strength alone can't be compared to the training that she's doing usually. However, I'm not really sure if exposing her bum like that is part of her strategy. Well, it's certainly very distracting. Anyway, their clash continues, and neither of them is giving an inch to the other. The orc delivers a powerful right swing, which our girl manages to parry to the ground. It was then followed by another slash with the orc's left hand, yet Cirrus was able to duck underneath and slip past it. With that small gap of opportunity, the clever girl repositions herself midair, and with the momentum she got from jumping, Cirrus delivers a powerful spinning heel kick right into the orc's face. The warrior was stunned for a bit, but it wasn't enough to bring him down to the ground. He grits his teeth and smiles, finding the battle amusing. He didn't underestimate his opponent one bit, yet this girl of small stature was able to land an attack to him. Stealing his resolve even more, the orc acknowledges Cirrus as a true warrior, even though she's a female elf. With that in mind, he launches a flurry of attacks at our girl, but she's able to evade all of them by a strand of hair. While still on the defensive, Cirrus thinks to herself that these warriors are the strongest fighters she knows, strongest even when compared to humans, elves, and dwarves. At this point, she finally believes our boy's words, that the Blue Bear tribe are capable fighting force worth recruiting. However, it's too early to even consider about making them as allies. For now, Cirrus has to think of ways of how to defeat this warrior with high-level swordsmanship. As she assesses the situation, our girl notices that even though the orc's swordsmanship is very refined, the sword he's using isn't able to keep up with his skills. With that said, the clever girl delivers a massive blow to the orc's blades in an attempt to destroy them. She is sure that she'd be able to shatter his weapons with that attack. However, the warrior shouts some chance as he receives Cirrus's attack. Suddenly, the worn-out looking blades glow in bright white light. The warrior then counters the elf by swinging both of his weapons, sending Cirrus flying into the air. Although our girl was able to block the attack flawlessly and was able to land on her feet, she was bewildered by what she had just witnessed. The orc warriors, who are known to being weak to magic, are able to use aura and imbue their weapons with it. The orc proudly takes his stance and showcases his power, saying that a weapon is a warrior's soul, and a warrior's soul does not break. Even our hero, Ryfin, who is watching on the sidelines, is in awe by the unexpected turn of events. He can't believe that the warrior is able to use spirit weapon. Despite this shocking revelation, he collects his composure quickly and tells Cirrus not to panic. He informs her that it is the orc's secret technique, spirit weapon. Curious to know more about it, the elf looks at the direction of our boy and asks to elaborate it further. Ryfin states that to put it simply, the warrior's weapon just became sturdier and sharper. Cirrus deduces that it is the orc's exclusive skill like Tilla's earth resonance ability. She then wonders if she should just fight like her opponent possesses a very renowned sword. Ryfin regretfully informs her that the more proficient warriors are capable of different forms of spirit weapon, but he doesn't have the luxury of time to explain it into detail right now. With that being said, Cirrus once again charges towards her adversary, and in response, the orc launches an attack of his own as well, resulting to a loud clash of metals echoing the place. She then lowers her stance, making it awkward for her opponent to deliver a follow-up attack. She kicks the orc's leg, causing him to lose a bit of his balance, giving our girl an opportunity. With the warrior's posture breaking, Cirrus takes the opportunity to launch a follow-up attack. She tries to kick the orc's face, but the warrior reacted swiftly and was able to block the attack with his arms. However, this too was also planned by our girl. With the orc's hands tied together to defend, the elf took this chance to swing her blade upwards, sending the warrior's weapons flying into the air, disarming him. A single sweat drips down from the orc's face. He can't believe that he got outsmarted. However, Cirrus didn't become complacent. She even thought that she wasn't able to give enough force to the attack and is worried that the weapons didn't fly high enough. While the blades spun to the air, the two warriors' gazes shifted towards them. Then, the orc shouts, calling for his comrades. However, he isn't pertaining to the other orc warriors. No, that would be considered a dishonor to this sacred duel. Cirrus then quickly finds out what the orc meant with his word. As her gaze shifts upward, she was taken aback by what she sees. The blades, which were supposed to be flying away from them, repositioned themselves on their own and targeted the elf. It then flew straight towards our girl in blinding speed. Ryfin then shouts to inform Cirrus that sometimes, orc warriors are able to control their weapons like that even without touching them. Cirrus shouts back at him, asking why he didn't tell her about it earlier. The next moment, the swords crash into the ground where the elf was standing, creating a massive gust of dust and debris flying all over the place from the impact. Well, we are not dumb enough to not know that the fight isn't over yet. There's no way that our girl will be lying on the ground when the smoke clears. The blades then pierce through the cloud of dust, still retaining their momentum. They relentlessly followed the elf, almost catching her back. Fortunately, Cirrus was able to dodge on them by quickly repositioning her body. He tumbled into the air and lands on her feet. The only thing that the weapons managed to hit was her cape. The swords flew back to their master, the orc warrior. He then compliments Cirrus for the amazing performance she is delivering, saying that he didn't expect that he would need the help of his friend in this fight, pertaining to his flying swords. On the other hand, our girl is still lamenting about her current situation. However, since it is an exclusive technique of this tribe, it makes sense that it does more than just reinforcing the sword. At this point, our girl is considering admitting defeat. However, her opponent isn't giving her the luxury to think about her next action. He continues to launch his flying swords at our girl, and all Cirrus can do is run away from them. She thinks to herself that it is logical to surrender at this point. However, she doesn't want to lose this fight, especially if it's because of a trait specific to a species. If that happens, it will seem like she's admitting that the orcs are superior to them elves. As she ponders about such thoughts, an idea comes to her mind. Orcs aren't the only one who possesses a trait specific to species. The elves have them as well. Zalcather is using a skill exclusive to the orcs right now, and has gained the upper hand because of it. So, Cirrus contemplates if the elves have exclusive skill as well. Then, she recalls that the elf race is a race closest to the spirit. But the problem is, it's only been a few days since she was introduced to it. Nevertheless, our girl calls forth her friend, Salina, and quickly, a wind spirit in a form of a girl appears out of nowhere. Ryfan was surprised by this sudden development. He knew that Nylon would assist her if she calls for it, but he didn't expect that our girl will be able to manifest the spirit already. Unfortunately, Cirrus can only manifest the spirit for now, but doesn't really know what to do with them. So, in a makeshift plan, she uses the spirit as a platform, stepping on its head and using it as a boost. From that maneuver, our girl was able to launch herself high into the air, gaining the higher ground advantage. On the other hand, the Salina's expression suggests that she was hurt being used as a stepping stone. Of course, the orc won't just sit idle by while Cirrus is in the air. He sends his weapons after her in an attempt to impale the elf. However, the skillful girl parries the swords flawlessly. Her eyes are brimming with conviction to winning this battle. In a flash, she lands behind the orc and quickly repositions herself. The warrior tried to turn around and respond to our girl. But before he could do anything else, Cirrus delivers a checkmate and puts her blade against the orc's neck. The spokesperson of the orcs quickly halted the battle and crowns the outsider as the winner of the duel. Even though it is their comrade who lost, the other warriors are still brimming with excitement from the battle and are cheering. Cillian quickly attends to Cirrus, asking if she's alright or if she has suffered any wounds, to which our girl says that she's all fine. Our hero walks up to her as well, praising the elf for the job well done. Cirrus acknowledges Ryfan's praise and thanks him with a smile on her face. Tilla then joins the conversation, asking if it's really okay to step on a spirit like that, wondering if the being would be mad. Ryfan reassures her that spirits are pure beings. They won't remember trivial matters like that. But Russ still can't believe that our girl summoned an actual wind spirit just to use it like a trampoline. While the others are still conversing with the winner, our boy walks away for a bit and recalls how Cirrus can be pretty hard on her friends once she gets close enough with them. With that being said, the next fight is about to commence. The spokesperson calls out for the next fighter who will try to prove their worth. Tilla walks confidently to the battlefield, bringing her confidence and her massive axe. However, the next panel quickly showed us her defeat. The author saved us from a lengthy fight only to suffer a loss, so I guess that's a win for us. Anyway, Tilla is dejected about the result, but it doesn't seem like she suffered major injuries. The person supervising the fight confronts the dwarf, saying that she has a potential to be a great warrior, but she is still incomplete. The spokesperson has noticed that she wasn't giving her all in the fight, but it's not in a manner of trying to be offensive to the proud warrior clan. However, the person still scolds the dwarf for not putting too much effort. She says that a warrior must be able to look into their own kai and use only what he or she can handle, but the dwarf is lacking in that area. Although the orc is giving her a sound and helpful advice, Tilla unfortunately doesn't understand their language, so she turns to our boy for a translation. Ryfan simply told her that the orcs have seen her good intentions, but she should have tried harder. Tilla takes offense by the remark. As far as she is concerned, she went all out in the fight that we never saw. Well, since she still has the energy to make such an expression, I guess she really didn't give it her all. Moving on, Ryfan tells Russ that he's up next. Although he's a bit nervous, he quickly gathered his confidence and unsheathed his sword. As he takes his stance and releases power, he introduces himself as Cyrus von Teens, the Sword of Teens, and he's come forward to prove his worth as a warrior. The spokesperson immediately sensed the capabilities of this young man, making her utter the word Karuga. The person cloaked in robe jumped from the cliff where she was previously observing to confront Russ. In one glance, we can really tell that this person is cut above the other strong orcs, for her landing as well as graceful yet powerful. She then removes her makes, revealing a muscular female orc, introducing herself as Stala Langer Veta, the orc champion. The mere presence of Russ made her excited of fighting him. The other orcs heard her saying the word Karuga and asked themselves if Russ is actually a Karuga just like what Stala said. If so, it would mean that Russ has been blessed by the Great Debata, something from the orcs' beliefs. You see, Karuga is someone who had been blessed by the warrior soul. The orcs call aura users who are talented or use spirit weapons as Karuga. In other words, it is a way for orcs to describe the greatest warriors. All the other orcs are amazed by Russ' power, repeatedly calling him Karuga. However, in Russ' mind, he wonders how these warriors will react if they see Ryfan's power, who is actually much stronger than him. As the duel draws closer, Stala releases her overwhelming energy, calling herself as the matriarch of the Blue Bear tribe, Stala. With that terrifying introduction, she tells Russ that she will be facing him. In response, the blue-haired swordsman takes his stance as well and released his energy. Just from a glance, he could tell that his opponent is no pushover. The fight hasn't started yet, but the energy of the two powerful beings is already clashing with each other. Cool blue energy versus violent purple waves. Which of them would prove stronger than the other? The first one to make a move was Russ. He swung his sword towards the direction of the orc, releasing a powerful wave of energy. In response, Stahl braced herself and received the attack very well. She smiles, acknowledging the power of her foe. In response, she tests the water as well, sending a shockwave of energy towards the human, shattering the ground in the process. Russ defended himself from the debris and energy wave flying towards him. He grits his teeth, thinking that Stella is definitely on a different level from the other orcs. On the other hand, the orc champion seems to be enjoying the fight, even though it has just started. She comments that Russ' attack is very unique, and she can say that the man is very talented. However, he lacks experience. However, she realizes that the person she's talking to doesn't understand their language, so she translates it to the official language, but wasn't really able to deliver the message very well. As a result, Russ just became confused, wondering what the orc is trying to say. While the two are trying to breach the language barrier, they are still launching strikes to each other. Realizing that conversation is pointless, Stella remarks to just forget about it and just focus on the fight. While in midair, she releases her spirit weapon, Setia Randart. Unlike the previous orc who had a colorless aura that guided his blades, Stella's aura that of a violent purple, indicating how powerful it is. The blades flew in different direction, heading fast towards the human. Russ did his best to deflect them, but they kept coming back at him in just a matter of seconds, not allowing him to have a break. He then realizes that this is the skill that Ryfin mentioned, the spirit weapons. He wonders if the orcs are able to freely control their weapons with just their minds, making it difficult to deal with. While he is busy fending off the relentless blades, Stella lands right in front of him, taking him by surprise. Then, California Smash. The female orc delivers a devastating punch towards the human. Fortunately, Russ was able to block it in the nick of time. He has already experienced attacks imbued with aura, so it's not really a problem for him to deal with them. However, he forgot about the blades flying around the air. They came back to attack him while he is busy protecting himself from Stella. As a result, he was cut by the arm. Ryfin, who is observing on the sideline, frowns his eyebrows. His comrade is used to wars, but he lacks experience when it comes to fights against aura users. At this point, our hero thinks that Russ will end up getting attacked from other directions if he focuses his attention solely on Stella. With one of his arm out of commission, Russ wobbles on the ground. Stella confidently declares her victory, saying that she wins. However, Russ doesn't feel like giving up yet. He hasn't run out of juice just yet and is confident that he can still hold his own. In his mind, he thinks he hasn't trained his next move enough to use in real situations, but he hopes that he will be able to pull it off. It seems like our boy has a hidden trump card. As such, he releases even more violent energy, imbuing his sword with it. His eyes glow with the cool shade of blue, and his facial expression indicates that he's about to go all out. Ryfin is a bit concerned about the fight, but he can't force himself to stop it. As for the orc champion, she is bewildered by the sudden power spike of the human, making her take a step back. And then, Russ releases it, his hidden technique, Phantom Divide. Countless of swords made from his own energy surrounded the swordsman as he takes his battle stance. And so, we finally see Russ getting serious, activating his yet-to-be-perfected hidden technique, the Phantom Divide. He leaps into the air with his blue version of Senbin Zekura Senkai of the 6th Division captain from Bleach, ready to assault the proud orc. Stella immediately prepares a countermeasure for the attack, and she assesses that all the blades surrounding the knight are just illusionary swords. She can feel the presence of 3 swords, while the rest are just phantoms to deceive her. She shoots out an energy blast, shattering multiple phantom swords in an instant. It would seem like the orc has the complete read of Russ' technique and is able to counter it. Stella smirks as she praises the valiant knight, saying that the technique is not bad for someone as young as Russ. As her confidence is starting to build up once again, she was taken aback when a sudden slit on her rock-hard abdomen appears. Russ was able to land a shallow cut on his opponent, and we can see from the looks of his eyes that he isn't done yet. The tides of the battle suddenly shifted to the knight's favor. Ryfin observes his comrade intently, thinking that Russ' creativity demonstrates an impressive way to utilize aura into battle. He surmises that it is a skill that allows the young knight to divide the physical form of its weapon from its presence. Despite receiving an injury, Stella's confidence remained unwavering. Sure, she might have been taken a bit surprised from the technique, but she claims that it won't work on her twice. Russ, who had remained serious right from the start, finally lets out a smile, commenting that his attack was a failure. Just as he makes such remark, the orc makes her move, dashing towards the knight with incredible speed. In an attempt to intercept his opponent, Russ activates his skill once again, sending out multiple swords towards the orc. However, the battle-crazed woman easily deflected all the blades launched on her way, thinking that it is not difficult to dodge once you can differentiate the real swords from their afterimages. As she closes the distance, Russ made a swing with the sword on his hand, so naturally, Stella tried to block it, but it only passed through. Then, the afterimage of the swing became the real attack, wounding the proud warrior. It was a perfectly timed and skillful technique that was able to deceive even the best warrior of the Blue Bear tribe. With an anxious look on his eyes, Russ celebrates a little for his successful attack. He knows the massive gap in experience between them, so he wasn't really sure if his attacks will land against the veteran warrior. On the other hand, this another surprise shocks the orc. She then understood that the knight switched up the afterimages with its real form. Stella is sure that it is what happened, but she still claims that it is impossible to execute. Even our boy who is watching on the corner was bewildered by his companion's technique, making him wonder if the current Russ already understands how to use the void sword. Without a doubt, this young man really is a genius. You see, Phantom Divide is a skill that creates illusions of a sword using the aura to transcend the laws of physics. It allows the user to manipulate even the presence of the aura, making it difficult for the opponent to counter. However, that is just an additional effect. The real purpose of this skill is to move your aura in a blink of time to attack the opponent. This skill is the basis of the Void Sword. Considering that Void Sword was Sword Saint Cyrus' ultimate attack, it is clear that Russ was able to improve an immense in a short time. Our boy feels a bit of a weird nostalgia after seeing the skill again. I guess this was what the young knight was training for when he was isolated back in the Grand Forge. Stella then notices our hero watching the fight, and she knows that he is also someone who has been blessed by the warrior spirit. As such, she deems it necessary to finish her fight with Russ quickly if she wants to fight Ryfan as well. With that in mind, the proud orc declares her victory. She smiles and releases her blades as well, saying that Russ' technique is impressive, but she will end things now. She conjured multiple blades with her innate ability, but unlike Russ' Phantom Divide, each of these swords seemed to be the real deal. The young knight was bewildered in what he sees. Fear and terror engulfed his brave heart. Even though he doesn't have that much of experience with this kind of battles, he instinctively knew the danger of this attack. Before he could even make a preparation, Stella launches all the blades towards the young knight. They flew in random patterns toward Russ, who was too taken aback to even try to dodge. However, none of these swords actually hit the young knight. Rather, Stella carefully aimed them on Russ' surroundings. The aftermath of the attack is devastating. Multiple slash marks are left on the ground, and Russ immediately understood that it would have been the end of him had Stella actually aimed for him. With that in mind, Russ took the most obvious decision. He drops his sword and raises his hands to the air, admitting his defeat. Stella, being the MC of these sacred duels, announces her victory against the valiant knight. The other warrior orcs started cheering loudly, expressing their awe for the brilliant battle. Our boy walks up towards the defeated knight. But instead of reprimanding him, he just tells Russ to use his technique against him when they train, commenting that he wants to see it in an opponent's perspective. However, Russ tells him that there will be no point in using it against him, since Ryfan doesn't even dodge any attacks in the first place. With that being said, Daddy Ryfan removes his cloak, revealing a Sam Sulek physique. Brimming with a massive air of confidence, he declares his turn. His mouth-watering physique not only attracted this humble script writer, but even the female orcs. Stella blushes, whispering that our boy is hot. She tells him that there's no need for Ryfan to participate with the ritual. Everyone has already fallen for his charms. The orc then regretfully closes her eyes, saying that despite her thoughts, the ritual is sacred, and she just can't abandon it. Contrary to her mixed emotions, our boy is dedicated to seeing things through, and so, he introduces himself. Suddenly, a towering stature appears behind Stella, calling her wife and asking if he can be the one to fight Ryfan. Our boy was taken aback by the cloaked man's sudden appearance, claiming that he didn't even feel his presence at all. Stella was also surprised by her husband's arrival, asking when did he get here. The man points towards a cliff about 300 meters away from their location, saying that he has been watching the ritual for a while now. Stella asks what brought him here, commenting that the man still has the King of Serpent to deal with. The husband then replies that he has already chopped it to pieces, making the wife happy, knowing that they will be having a feast for a while. The husband then removes his cloak, revealing a body that's made out of huge boulders. He introduces himself as Kalkin, the chief of the Blue Bear tribe, and asks if it's okay for him to fight Ryfan in his wife's stead. In response, Ryfan takes his battle stance, saying that it is exactly what he would prefer. In his mind, he thinks that this is the first time fighting someone as large as Kalkin other than his master. With our boy accepting the challenge, Kalkin immediately proceeds to business. He lets out his dominating presence as he pulls out the massive great sword behind his back. In response, our boy casts a magic spell, Improved Sleep. His hand glows in a bright purple light, indicating that the magic has activated. In an instant, the chief of the Blue Bear tribe falls to slumber, hitting his face on the ground. Good night and sleep well to you, good sir. Cillian and Russ are disappointed by the anticlimactic fight, commenting that this couldn't possibly be how the fight ends. Stella then calls out our boy for using magic, saying that this is not the true warrior's way of fighting. Ryfan replies that she can go ahead and wake Kalkin up. He just casted the magic to show that he is also a mage as well as a warrior. With that said, Stella wakes her husband up. Kalkin scratches his head, not knowing what just happened. He asks himself if he was really that tired to fall asleep in the middle of the fight. but her wife reveals that he was put to sleep by Rifen's magic. Our boy justifies his action, reiterating that he is also a mage as well as a warrior. He claims that it would be rude for the proud chief if he doesn't use everything in his arsenal. Kalkin smiles after realizing our boy's integrity. He states that if magic is Rifen's weapon too, then it wouldn't be honorable to fight without it. He thanks our boy for his consideration. On the other hand, the warrior orcs are debating if Rifen's action is warranted. Some claim that magic is a bad thing and shouldn't be used for duel because it is considered cheating, while others say that it is also a weapon that should be utilized. This little dilemma made their battle for brains hurt, so they just agreed with their chief's conclusion. In our boy's mind, he thinks that he will be able to earn the Blue Bear tribe's trust faster than in his past life, thanks to this muscular physique of his. With all said and done, he takes his battle stance once again and shouts for the ritual to begin. Our boy's fist and Kalkin's great sword collide with each other, creating a powerful collision of overwhelming auras. In a distance away from the battlefield, we see a decapitated head of a giant monster. A lone green orc is standing near the hunted monster, commenting that his tribe will be set for food for a while with this successful hunt. Then, an adorable wolf stares at him with an eye all fur parents can relate to. It is the gaze of a little rascal begging for food after being naughty for the whole day. Of course, who can resist their adorable pet's plea? I know I can't, and so does this orc. He tosses a piece of meat to the wolf which it catches perfectly. Then, a powerful surge of energy rises from a distance, catching the green orc's attention. He wonders what that bright light could be. Even though he's asking this question, he already knows that a battle is taking place. As someone from the fight-loving race, the green orc smiles, thinking that it is time for him to head back. Going back to the match, Rifen and Kalkin are enjoying the fight. The two have the brightest smiles on their faces as they charge toward each other. Our boy's fist and the orc's weapon collide once again, and every time they do, the surrounding is being transformed by the impact. It is without a doubt that this is a battle between two unbelievably strong warriors. Rifen then pulls back his fist in preparation for a devastating punch. He charges energy into it, as if he is Paul Phoenix from Tekken. When your opponent does that, you better be sure to get the hell out of the way. However, the orc is no coward. He faces Rifen's Kai bullet punch head-on with his weapon. The force of the punch is powerful enough to knock back Kalkin's great sword back, and the chief orc is surprised by how strong our boy's fist is. Despite the massive size of the great sword, the chief is having no trouble swinging it with extreme speed. Even our boy is amazed. As expected of an orc, they are adept with such cumbersome weapons. Our boy follows up the attack with another serial Kai bullet. He launches a barrage of punches to Kalkin, but every strike he delivers, the chief blocks it with his sword. After showing his physical prowess, Rifen thinks that it should be enough to prove his worth as a warrior. He smirks and taunts the orc to bring it on. After demonstrating that he can go toe-to-toe with the chief orc with just his physical strength, Rifen decides that it is time to fight as a warrior mage. He casts his sleeping spell once again, Improved Sleep. As expected, even though the chief is a powerful brute, he is still an orc with no magical resistance, so he fell victim to our boy's spell. Rifen takes this opportunity to launch an all-out assault to his sleeping opponent, wanting to end the fight once and for all. However, something catches his attention, so he halted his advance. Even though the spell clearly put Kalkin asleep, he is still wielding his sword like a professional fighter, and boy cannot afford to disrespect such automatic defense mechanism. Unfortunately, the reach of the blade is too long, and our boy has no time to evade it. He takes a direct hit to his abdomen as a result. This made our boy doubt his magic, wondering if the improved spell failed to work on the orc chief. However, no matter how you look at it, Kalkin is currently strolling peacefully in dreamland. Cillian expresses his amazement from Kalkin's auto-defense mode, pondering if all aura users are capable of such feat of fighting while sleeping. On the other hand, Russ is absolutely bewildered. As an aura user himself, he felt like he has a lot to learn. He states that he didn't know that you could use aura like that to manipulate your reflexes and deems that he should practice it too. The drowsing effect of the spell wears off and Kalkin wakes up like nothing happened. In Rifen's mind, he contemplates about the fact that he hasn't seen something like this before in his past life. Well, he thinks that it must be the case since he only charmed the orcs back then to fend off psychological type spells. Our boy then casts a paralyzing magic to the chief orc and of course, having no aptitude for magic, Kalkin naturally took the hit. It's clear now for our boy that Kalkin doesn't have any magic resistance just like any other orcs. Even now, the paralyzing effect of the spells is rendering him unable to attack. However, the chief goes into automatic battle mode and keeps fighting despite getting afflicted with debuffs. He is making up for his weakness with his aura usage. The duration of the spell expires and Kalkin immediately jumps towards our hero. As he was about to swing his blade, the chief orc mentions how fun this battle is for him. In response, Rifen smiles, praising the orc for the awesome technique. Well, our boy could use a different spell and absolutely obliterate Kalkin without breaking a sweat, but he wouldn't do that because he wants to fight like a true warrior. The two titans clashed once more, trading blows for blows, swing for swing. Neither one of them is giving an inch to the other and they kept on pressing the attack. As they collide, the surrounding area are being transformed by the violent energies clashing with each other. The fight is too high level that the battle-crazed warrior orcs are even getting worried now. They all know that if they get too close, they might become collateral. As the climax of the duel is reaching its peak, Kalkin tells our boy that it's time for them to end this fight. In response, Ryfin pulls back his fist and states that he will respond accordingly. He gathered immense amount of energy on his fist as he prepares to launch a devastating punch to the orc. Our boy releases his destructive attack, Quadruple Layer Calamity Horn. At the same time, Kalkin launches his special move as well. He swings his great sword with great vigor, releasing his ultimate technique, Cliff Dropper. The scene zooms out, and we see the destructive result of the two powerful strikes colliding with each other. Pebbles, rocks, stones, and even boulders are blown off into the sky from the impact. Even though massive chunks of Earth's pieces are flying into the air, it seems like the two are still on a stalemate in terms of brute force. The violent torrent of energy surging in the air slowly dissipates, indicating that the battle has ended. It wasn't yet revealed who won between Ryfin and Kalkin, but in the next panel, we see our boy receiving a medical treatment from Cillian while groaning in pain. Ryfin complains, asking the trap dude how long the treatment will actually take. Getting annoyed by his noisy patient, Cillian scornfully answers that he only needs a few moments and if possible, he wants Ryfin to stop being a crybaby idiot. Stella, who was acting as judge for the fight, announced that the fight was a draw. She states that both of the fighters' energies are like that of twins who were born together. Hearing our boy complain a lot about the healing process, the dwarf got curious and asks if Philanence's divine healing is really that painful. Cillian answers that it is because the opponent's aura is still left behind Ryfin's body. You see, aura, divine power, and mana are all different elements. Aura won't react as harshly like mana and divine power do against each other, but it still doesn't mesh well. Cillian then turns his attention to Kalkin, who is evidently beaten up as well as he leans on his wife. The chief warrior answers that he's fine, stating that his injuries will heal by themselves if he just leaves it be. Kalkin then comments our boy, saying that he acknowledges him as a trustworthy warrior. With that said, he declares that all the human heroes present today are now their brothers. He remarks how delightful it is to have new brothers join them. And since they argued with their swords, it is now time for them to make up with alcohol. Did someone say alcohol? Count me in. I'm just kidding. As the night falls, our hero and the Blue Bear tribe gathered around a campfire and raise a toast for the newfound friendship. I guess the only thing that orcs love more than battle is alcohol, for they are chugging the beverages like madmen. Cillian and Russ, who aren't that much of drinkers, are terrified of this joyous occasion. Kalkin offers a drink to our boy, merrily inviting him to drink. Ryfin immediately frowns, for he recalls how terrible the smell and taste the orc's drink is. It has a really strong taste and smells really bad. However, as he takes a sip, a revelation awakes from himself. It turns out that he kind of likes how it tastes, making him wonder if his taste bud changed. The chief noticed that our boy liked the alcohol, alleviating his worries that humans might not be fond of their drinks. With that in mind, he turns to his wife, saying that since their new friends like their alcohol, they need to get more. So, he orders his wife to fetch the whole barrel. Stella looks at him with scornful gaze, knowing that he's just making up reasons to drink more. Ryfin then chugs the whole barrel like a madman. Even the other orc warriors are terrified of how much he is consuming. With this little antic, our boy earned the title champion amongst the tribe. On the other hand, the female orcs are wondering if all elves are really that fine, basing their reference to Cirrus. Even though she doesn't understand their language, Cirrus knows that they are bad-mouthing her, so he asks our boy to translate. Ryfin states that they are calling her fat because for the orcs, if they cannot see your muscles, you are immediately fat. They then turn their attention towards Cillian, wondering how a boy could have such a thin stature, commenting that he looks like on the brink of death. As such, they are forcing the poor dude to eat more. Meanwhile, Russ is contemplating by himself. The warm welcome, the joyous celebration, it's all new to him. Before, he thought that orcs are just barbaric creature incapable of accepting humans, so he wonders if this scene is exactly what Ryfin wanted to show to him. Suddenly, something catches the attention of Kalkin, saying that the shepherd is back. The so-called shepherd is surprised to see Ryfin, saying that his savior has come to pay a visit. Our boy's eyes widened as he sees who this person is. He then recalls the time when he met a thin green orc almost on the brink of death. The one they are calling shepherd is none other than Tathid. Contrary to when our boy saved him, he is now buffed and muscular, befitting his title as a warrior orc. Tathid is delighted that his savior still recognizes him even though he has changed quite a bit since their last encounter. Nonetheless, the look on his eyes still expresses gratitude towards our hero. Kalkin is surprised to learn that the two know each other. Tathid immediately explains that Ryfin is his savior, the one that led him into the tribe. The chief warrior is a bit shocked on this wild coincidence. Some may even call it the works of fate. However, we all know that our boy made this exact encounter possible. Kalkin then turns his attention towards our boy. After all they've been through, it is now time for him to ask why Ryfin even traversed into this place. Without beating around the bush, our boy swiftly reveals his intention, saying that he wants to provide the clan a better, more fertile land for them to live on. However, for that plan to become reality, he will be needing their assistance and cooperation. It's very bold for our hero to bluntly state that he wants to give the tribe a better place to live on, without announcing any solid plans to do so. Moving on, Kalkin takes Ryfan's proposal with a serious expression on his face. He asks if our boy really wants them to fight in exchange for a land to live on. Our boy responds, saying that if you will put it to simple terms, then yes, the chief orc is correct. His plan is to take Jelfane Viscounty, which is close to the Great Gloatin Mountains. Kalkin, despite hating humans like any other orc, chose to ask Tathid first for his opinion, since he grew up amongst the humans. Tathid answers, saying that they cannot trust all humans, but they can definitely believe in Ryfan. He doesn't believe that his savior would have the need to lie. Kalkin nods and agrees with Tathid's answer, indicating that he can trust Ryfan too. However, he is just worried about the security of the tribe. The Green Orc then states that they should seek advice from the Great Mother and the Father of Weapons for this matter, saying that their wisdom would greatly help. And so, they went to the abode of Galthar, also known as the Father of Weapons of the Blue Bear tribe. Even though this person has renowned title, he doesn't possess too much muscle for an orc. Kalkin and Ryfan appear before him, and the chief states that their new brother has introduced them to the idea of a new fate. As such, they need wisdom for the sake of the whole tribe. Then, the scene fast forwards to the next day. We see the gang journeying the barren wasteland, and we hear Russ commenting that the conversation with the orcs seemed to have gotten well. Ryfan confirms this, saying that the tribe will be moving to a safe place and will provide 100 orc warriors to join their cause. However, Russ is wondering why the so-called shepherd is tagging along with them already. Our boy says that they need someone to guide the rest of the orcs to them, so Tathid was chosen for the job. Elves, dwarves, and now the orcs. Russ can't help but notice that Ryfan is gathering all race into his banner. Our boy irks from Russ' keen observation. A few days later, we are taken to Termania Government Road. This road is one of the main trade routes of the Kraven's kingdom. Several carriages are traversing during the night and are being escorted by a number of security walking alongside them. Using the cover of the night and the shade of the forest, several men are seen observing the carriages. One high-ranking man expresses his surprise that only 100 soldiers are guarding the carriages. He is aware that Prince Yuval is a troublemaker, but even he should know the importance of military supplies. The other man remarks that the prince must really be in a tight spot right now and cannot stretch his forces any further. They also notice that there is no resistance to the distance sight spell, meaning that there are no mages with their enemies. The man with the mustache really can't help feel a little weird. He thinks that it's too weak of a group to protect valuable military provisions. Upon closer inspection, he doesn't even see any proper mounted knights amongst the security. It's like they are all kids since they are all small. Probably the most noticeable one is the mounted orc, leading the knight to think that the enemies must have disguised civilians as soldiers. The other man comments that Prince Yuval can't divide his soldiers at the moment. It would be a big problem if they were to ambush Yuval when he's already short on soldiers. Mustache Dude remarks that the troublemaker prince's situation is worse than he had imagined. He then gives his order to his men hiding in the shadow. The opponents are just boys. He states that they will run away if they just give them a little scare, so they should go easy on the enemies. As such, they all remove their cloak, revealing a group of cavaliers. They charge towards their adversary. The commander shouts valiantly that in the name of their real king, Karsus, he orders them to put down their swords and kneel. In response, the people guarding the military provisions remove their cloaks as well. As they do, the knights galloping towards them were all struck in awe. They cannot believe their eyes as they see what they are up against. There stood before them are not human soldiers, rather, fully equipped dwarves, ready to take them head-on. The commander is bewildered by this unimaginable scenario. He wonders what kind of crazy man would think of using these gremlins as their military force. In his eyes, other races are just good for being slaves and not military forces. One of his knights seemed to have read his commander's mind and asks the enemies if they are out of their minds. Despite their offending reactions, the dwarves are ready for fight. One of them leaps into the air with his giant axe in hands. Then in a flash, several heads of the proud human knights went flying into the air. Fortunately, the captain's battle instinct is far superior than his subordinates, and he was able to dodge the surprise attack. However, fear and confusion are evident in his eyes. He cannot comprehend what just happened. How the hell did a mere dwarf jump that high? The eyes of the dwarves are bloodshot with malice. They are determined to eliminate every single enemy that stands their way. They taunt the unprepared humans to come at them. With every single swing of their weapons, one knight loses his life. Panic and despair are now consuming the soldiers' hearts as their numbers are rapidly being culled. Despite this, the commander retains his composure. He tells his men not to panic, for their enemies are just dwarves. He valiantly shouts for his soldiers to charge, thinking that they have the upper hand. And so, the remaining forces hidden in the forest charges towards the dwarves. It is very apparent the vast number difference between the two forces, with the knights having the advantage in terms of quantity. The dwarves assesses that they are up against 800 strong infantry, which is about 8 times more than their own number. Despite the number gap, their savior, pertaining to Ryfan, still told them to not use their aura, so it will take some time to defeat the knights. Bro, they are outnumbered and yet, they still have the audacity to hold back. These dwarves are total chads. The two forces collide with each other, and the situation turned out to be a full frontal assault. Looking down on their opponents, the knights reassure themselves that they are only up against mere dwarves. These small creatures are no match for them. Or so they thought at first. It doesn't take long for the massive difference in their skills show up. The dwarves are easily dominating these so-called knights. Despite the number advantage, it proved to be useless against the massive gap in skills. Ryfin and Cillian, who are sitting in one of the carriages, observes the fight with a peace of mind. Our boy thinks that even though the enemy have high morale, they are no match for the dwarves. He concludes that it was worth bringing them here. Cillian comments that he didn't know that dwarves could fight so well. Our boy states that they had all already been prepared. Contrary to them, the enemy didn't expect this situation both mentally and strategically. Though, no human in this world would be able to predict that they would be up against 3 dwarf aura users unless they were a prophet of something. It didn't take long to show who has the upper hand in this clash. The commander of the knights is now on his wit's end. In his desperation, he asks who these dwarves' master is. He states that if their master knows anything about morality, he would never let knights die to these inferior creatures. This bastard still has the audacity to label dwarves as inferior creatures despite his forces being beaten to a pulp. Of course, Mustache Dude's snarky remark didn't go past the dwarves' ears. They all expressed their loathe against the man at first, but those emotions quickly turned into pity. They deem that the poor dude is just ignorant of the world, and you can't really hate someone for being stupid. The orc who is leading the forces charges towards the commander. As he unsheathes his blade, he calls to Takata, the captain, saying that he will be the one to slay him. Takata becomes enraged after being called out by a mere orc. He's offended that a dirty creature such as this orc has the gall to challenge a commander like him. However, his arrogance proved to be for naught, because as soon as the two crossed path, his head instantly went flying into the air. The orc was able to make a quick work of him. He reports back to our boy. Calling Ryfin as his master, he states that he has slain the enemy commander. Being called master is still not sitting well with our boy. He isn't used to getting highly revered like this. He wonders if the orc hasn't changed despite the education at the Tauben Trade Union. Still, Ryfin deems that the plan was half a success. The scene then switches to Delphina Barony. We see high-ranking individuals gathered around a luxurious table with Yuval at the center. Without a doubt, they are having discussion on their next move. The prince's grandfather addresses our boy. He expresses his gratitude towards Ryfin's help, but he states that our boy's demand is a bit too much. Man, these greedy-ass nobles are so uptight. He states that it is hard to acknowledge slaves as official soldiers and sign a contract like they were real mercenaries. Ryfin then speaks, repeating his previous claims that they are the best he can offer in terms of military force. The grandfather concedes to our boy, commenting that one cannot really argue against mages for they are so stubborn. One man then interjects, saying that Ryfin's claim is just a delusion. He remarks that it's hard for them to accept such a thing. The old man then speaks once again, saying that if they are to say that the slaves really know how to fight, but given that there are only 100 of them, it's kind of hard to imagine their significant impact. Ryfin clarifies that there are 126 of them to be exact. Plus, the Blue Bear tribe will join soon as well. Ryfin is here to represent them as an ally. The council then went on berating the different races, calling orcs as mere barbarians, elves as savage race, and dwarves as mere slaves. They all state that it would benefit them more to just sell them as slaves and use the money to hire real mercenaries. Having enough with their bullshit, Ryfin cuts to the chase and asks the old fart if what he's saying is that he doesn't trust his men. The old man looks at him with a straight face and answers yes. Then, a huge smirk creeps on our boy's face as he remarks that he will prove to the old man otherwise. With an indomitable air of confidence surrounding him, our boy proudly claims that they will bring down the Sinai fortress on their own. The old man takes a moment to absorb our boy's declaration. He repeats Ryfin's word, asking if he heard it correctly. Ryfin stares at him dead in the eye and says that he heard him correctly. Yuval's grandfather then flips. Even for a joke, he thinks that such a claim is bullshit. He furiously asks the mage if he thinks that the Sinai fortress is equivalent to some mere mountain bandits group. He berates our boy, asking if he thinks of himself as some mighty commander. He claims that the Sinai fortress has Sir Tesfalt, the strongest knight and aura user of the kingdom. Despite these strong words against him, Ryfin's confidence didn't waver. Without breaking his poker face, he declares that they are strong. If they just receive proper treatment and respect, they will definitely deliver Prince Yuval to victory. Of course, the nobles aren't just gonna take this lightly. No, their very pride is being hit by our boy right now. One of the military officers states that our boy doesn't know what real war looks like because he's a mage. As the atmosphere starts to get heated, Yuval finally intervene. He turns to his retainers, saying that he doesn't comprehend why they are all getting worked up. He asks what exactly is the problem with our boy's offer. One general had the gall to say that Ryfin's method would just send valuable slaves to their death for no reason. Being bold, Yuval states that what they need right now is an army, not slaves anyway. He turns to our boy, asking that they will naturally leave behind the army supplies. Ryfin confirms this, saying that they will only take a week's work of food. Yuval smiles after hearing our boy's answer. He states that an army of 100 wouldn't consume that much anyway, so they are not really losing anything with the maid's proposal. Seeing that there are no more reasons for them to complain, Yuval's retainers started to agree with Rifen. As such, the prince makes his declaration. He decrees as the legitimate successor of the Kraven's kingdom that the mage, Reifenhart, will be taking on the mission to bring down the Sinai fortress. Hearing the decree, our boy bows, stating that he will carry out the prince's command. Later that night, our boy returns to their camp where he is greeted by the gang. He immediately asks if Tathat has already left, to which Cirrus confirms, saying that he left with the Dark King. She then asks if the meeting went well, and our boy states that it went according to their plan. Despite things going smoothly, Russ has an anxious expression on his face, as if he has some stomachache. Who could blame him though? The battle that is about to take place is 200 versus 3,000, with the number advantage being on the defending side. Normally, to take down a fortress, you will need at least 3 times the amount of the defenders. Rifen smiles. He states that he isn't underestimating the Kraven's kingdom's knight, but they are weak when you compare them to Grand Forge and the Blue Bear tribe. On their side, they have 2 of the strongest warriors from both species, so it's definitely winnable. Russ smiles. He adds that they have 6 aura users, and that's excluding Rifen. He claims that this will be a very unique army. Cillian remarks that the image of orcs and dwarves are going to be changed after this battle. Then, someone joins the conversation, saying that the same goes for the elves as well. They all turn their attention to their sudden visitor. It is none other than Elder Rilhard. The wise elf states that Elfenheim was resurrected thanks to Rifen. With that, the humans won't be able to treat the elves as weaklings anymore. Rilhard then extends his hand, and a massive fire spirit appears. With the resurrection of the sacred tree, the elves have regained their innate abilities. Cillian is in awe with the enormous fire spirit right in front of him. Rilhard states that with time, the other elves will also realize that Elfenheim has been resurrected. Suddenly, His Majesty, Yuval, joins the party as well, asking what's the ruckus is all about. Of course, they are surprised by the sudden appearance of the prince. Yuval states that he came because Phinia said that she wanted to meet the other dwarves. While the prince's wife is conversing with her fellow dwarves, Yuval turns to our boy. He states that he did his plan, but he asks if Rifen is sure that they can win this war. Our boy firmly says yes, however, he emphasizes that they need to prepare thoroughly. With that said, this simp of a prince goes back to speaking about Phinia, commenting that it is nice to see his wife happy either way. He tells our boy that he trusts him more than his own subordinates because of the mage's beliefs. For that reason, he tells Rifen to do as he wishes for this mission. Yuval claims that he's grateful to Rifen already enough just for the fact that his wife is smiling right now. Rifen then becomes anxious for a bit. Even though everything is going according to his plan, they are still going to a battlefield. So, as if to reassure himself and the prince, he tells Yuval that he won't disappoint him. Fast forward to a few days later, we are taken to the very fortress in question, the Sinai Fortress. With the season of spring also came the chaos of war. The fortress is alarmed by the screams of the soldiers guarding the walls, shouting that the enemies are invading. The strongest warrior of the Kraven's kingdom immediately went to the front wall to respond. However, he expresses his disappointment upon seeing the enemies that are invading them. I mean, that would really be the natural reaction of a seasoned war veteran if they see the number of enemies trying to invade them right now. Upon inspecting it more, he notices that there are no humans amongst the invading army. They are mostly dwarves. As confusing as it is, the coat of arms that their enemy are wearing is definitely that of Yuval's emblem. This made Tesfault wonder if the prince is serious about sending an army with just these. He comments that price-wise, these slaves are pricier than humans, so he cannot understand why the prince is basically wasting money like this. His attendant then states that possibility that this is a trap. Tesfault then issues his command. He tells the mages to keep an eye on the enemy and get together 10 knights with 50 soldiers each. The second in command says that it is an excessive force for those mere dwarves, but Tesfault says that they will need that many to escape just in case that this attack is really a trap. He tells his attendant to kill all the dwarves and male elves. As for the female elves, they are to be captured alive. The second in command then comments that a female elf with a sword will fetch a high price, so he is now convinced that this will be a good loot for them. And so, the knights that are chosen defend of the attacking army charges. They chat amongst themselves, saying that this is such a ridiculous situation, thinking that the slaves are no match for them. They all thought that this will be a walk in the park when suddenly, a single explosion turned their supposed easy mission into a nightmare. The knight leading the charge falls to the ground, lifeless. As the enemies closes the distance, the dwarves finally release their overwhelming auras. Rifen permitted them to go wild for this battle, and they intend to do just that. Unable to hold back their fervor for battle any longer, the dwarves no longer waited for the knights. They went ahead to charge towards them. Meanwhile, the infantry is still trying to figure out what just happened. In an instant, their commander, Sir Zalt, has fallen. They then realize that they aren't fighting against mere dwarves. They are in the presence of what they call monsters. Contrary to their crumbling morale, the dwarves are getting more fired up every second. Finally, they can avenge their kind which were oppressed by the humans. It has been a while since these blood-crazed dwarves have fought properly, so they are really letting loose, massacring these helpless knights. The mace-wielding dwarf shouts, telling his comrades to show these humans their real power. At this moment, Tesfault, the so-called kingdom's strongest, is about to shit his pants. He cannot comprehend what he is seeing right now. There's just no way that mere dwarves could use auras. His attendant is as pale as ghost as he asks the commander for their next course of action. Then, a mage approaches them. He tells Tesfault that if the enemies are really aura users, the fortress gate may be in great danger. With the appearance of this mage, Tesfault regains his composure. He orders his men to activate the defense spell first. The mage raises his hands and began chanting his spell. Massive magical circles surrounded the whole fortress and started creating protective barrier. Cillian and Rifen, who are observing from a distant, comment that the defense spell casted right now is pretty high level. Our boy states that it makes sense, given the size of the fortress. Cillian expresses his thoughts, saying that they might be at a disadvantage here, but our boy says that it's fine. In response to the massive defensive spell, the elves began singing their praises. With the sacred tree being resurrected, their control of spirit magic has grown exponentially. They are able to summon several infernal spirits. Large monsters made from fire slowly creeps towards the fortress gates. Tesfault shouts in despair, asking what the hell are they really up against. He commands his soldier to fire their arrows. However, the arrows aren't enough to hurt the fire spirits. Since they don't really have physical form and are just made of fire, arrows have no effect on them. The terrified attendant comments that the entities look just like some spirit spell he has seen in picture book. Tesfault then asks what the hell is he even talking about. He states that the elves are incapable of using spirit magic. Unfortunately for them, it won't really help their current situation even if they learn the truth. Right now, the spell that is protecting the gates are close to being annihilated. As the spell shatters, the dwarves commend the elves and start charging towards the gate. With just one swing of the dwarf's axe imbued with aura, the massive gate that's protecting the Sinai fortress crumbles. The knights are now in total panic. They didn't expect that a mere army of a few hundreds are able to take down their defense this quickly. Lacking of better words to put it, they all scream that the demons have breached the gates. Continuing the battle, the gate of the Sinai fortress crumbles with the combined power of the dwarves and elves, making their grand entrance like some superhero characters. Finally, Tesfault, who is arrogantly watching the battle on the sideline, is now forced to move out. He assembles the Fernando Knight Order and charges towards the heat of the battle. Clouded by the title of being the strongest knight of the Kraven's kingdom, he arrogantly tells his knights to focus on the other monsters while he handles the intruders that made into the fortress. Cardamite accepts the challenge of the arrogant bastard. However, unlike the knights who are too full of themselves, the dwarf acknowledges the strength of his enemy and tells his comrades, Maloid and Sloidal, to protect the others. They warn him that the knight he's about to face is an aura user as well. Charging valiantly towards the enemy, Tesfault declares that the lowly slaves are forgetting their place, stating that mere dwarves cannot pretend to be aura users. In response, Cardamite leaps into the air, wielding his great axe. He activates his aura as well. We can see that these two are dedicated to eliminating their adversary as soon as possible. The dwarf's axe and the knight's sword clash against each other, creating a powerful surge of energy at the point of impact. I pity the poor horse who also had to absorb the energy from the clash. This is surely animal abuse. As it turns out, we should be more concerned about Tesfault rather than the horse, because the man is bewildered upon receiving the dwarf's strike. A single drop of sweat drips down his frowned face. He thought that he's leagues above the dwarf, but he was proven wrong with a single exchange of blow. On the other hand, Cardamite is also giving props to his opponent. Although the knight is far younger than him in terms of age, he deems that the knight isn't half bad. It made him realize that humans do develop and learn faster than other species. The Order of the Knights is far more astonished than the two currently fighting. Seeing a dwarf use aura is surprising enough already, but for him not to lose instantly to Sir Tesfault, who is known as the strongest aura user of the Kraven's kingdom, is an unbelievable fact. Our boy, Rifen, who is watching from the outside, breathes a sigh of relief. It was really a good thing for them that Cardamite is holding his own against Tesfault, and is rather performing very well. However, our boy knows that his soldiers are now feeling the fatigue from the battle. Well, it's not really surprising given their puny numbers trying to take over an entire fortress. Russ is getting anxious as well. His standing as a proud knight won't allow him to sit idly by while his comrades are fighting for their lives. He asks Rifen if they'll just continue to watch on the sidelines. Our boy tells him that this battle is not only about taking over the fortress, but also to show the world the true strength of the other species so they cannot intervene. However, Russ states that all of that grand vision will be all for naught if they lose this battle. Rifen acknowledges Russ's concern, and he frowns for a bit. But there is a good reason why our boy isn't jumping into the fight. Because he's actually waiting for someone. Not before long, our boy notices the presence of that someone. The very individuals who would turn the tides of the battle. Atop of the cliff behind our boy appears another army, all riding some sort of beasts. Rifen tells them that they are late, but we can sense the relief from our boy's words despite the scolding. The new army is led by Tathid the Orc. He apologizes for their tardiness, explaining that they took a while because they were trying to avoid suspicions from the human eyes. Nonetheless, he declares that his brothers and sisters are now present and raring to go. As it turns out, Rifen should be the one for miscalculating the time of arrival of the orcs. The land of trials is too far away from the Sinai fortress, and our boy just had to forget to consider it. Although what's done is done, the most important thing now is that the reinforcements have arrived. He immediately orders Tathid to go join the fray, stating that there is no time left. Upon hearing Rifen's command, a sinister smile creeps up the orc's face. Tathid is normally very docile and looks very kind, so I sometimes forget that he's from a fight-loving race. He is not the only one raring to go. All the orcs who have just arrived have the same looks in their eyes, nothing but pure bloodlust. Tathid starts their war cry, inviting his blue bear brothers to show their warrior spirits to the fools who stand in their ways. Man, even the wolves want a piece of the action. The orcs charge to the open gates, swinging their weapons, ready to trample their adversaries. As they do, they chant their hymn of battle, praying for their flawless victory. The soldiers guarding the fortress were alarmed at the arrival of their new opponents. They sense their bloodlust and the inevitable doom they bring. The two forces collide with each other, and it's very apparent who has the upper hand. The muscular warriors made quick work of the guards. It was too easy, as if taking a candy from a child. With every swing of their weapons, a soldier loses his life. For the ones who are guarding the Sinai fortress, it is nothing but a scene from a nightmare. But for the perspective of the orcs, this battle is their first step to true equality and freedom. Chaos consumed the ranks of the soldiers and the sense of despair quickly devoured their hearts, resulting to a quick drop of morale. The knights tried to encourage them, declaring that their enemies are just lowly monsters, but even those petty insults are nothing but desperate taunts and a futile attempt to ease their hearts. The reality is different. They can view them as mere monsters or slaves all they want. The reality remains unchanged that they are getting massacred one-sidedly. Our boy smiles as he watches how the battle is unfolding. He's sure that the knights are pretty shocked by the prowess of the so-called slaves. In this era, humans don't know anything about the ways the otherworldly species fight. Elves prefer thin and light weapons. Dwarves like long weapons. Trolls like weapons made from nature, whether it be bones or wood. And orcs think that a big and beautiful weapon is the best. Orcs' weapons are great in destructive power as well as the spirit weapons. When the orcs used their innate abilities to control their blades telepathically, the human soldiers thought that the weapons were possessed. Cillian comments that he already knew that the orc warriors were strong, but he didn't expect that the battle would turn out to be a one-sided massacre. Rifen states that spirits' weapons have many flaws in reality, but since the humans are ignorant of it, they are getting killed too easily. Our boy can't help but comment how this world has not made a fool out of only the otherworldly species. The humans are also equally idiots. Kalkin also makes his appearance. Swinging his great sword imbued with aura, he devastates the battlefield like a madman. Going back to the fight of Tesvault and Cardamite, the former is slowly getting pushed back by the latter. Despair is slowly engulfing the heart of the proud knight. All he can ever think about is just what the hell is actually going on. Rifen comments that even though they are the one who is commencing the siege, it still doesn't feel good watching humans die like this, a statement which Cillian wholeheartedly agrees. However, the two know that despite that, these other species are just trying to live their lives. They are fighting for a future where they wouldn't be trampled by the human race anymore. Cardamite raises his axe and proudly declares that the enemy commander has been slain. Sir Tesvault, the one known as the strongest aura user of the Kraben's kingdom, has fallen. Our boy's army shouts, declaring their victory. The scene then changes to the Kraben's kingdom's capital, Kroton. Inside the castle, Prince Karsus is informed about what happened in the Sinai fortress. Of course, he had a hard time believing it, but his delegates insist that it's the truth. Cold sweat drips down Karsus' grim face. Despite all of the reports, he refuses to believe that Tesvault has fallen to battle. I mean, how can he even comprehend it? He was said to be the strongest in the kingdom. His delegates try to slowly convince him of the fact. Karsus is usually a level-headed man. That is why he rose to power in the military. He is slowly accepting the reality of the situation, accepting the death of the knight. He surmises that they must have about 12,000 men remaining. Since they lost the Sinai fortress, this place is no longer Aptos safe, especially since there are only 4,000 soldiers in the capital. He tells his subordinates that he will get in touch with his father and grandfather, so he orders them to summon all the noble soldiers to the capital. He makes it clear that there is no second chance for them if they lose the capital. Karsus states that Prince Yubel has the crown and seal. If he holds his coronation ceremony in the capital, even the neutral nobles will take his side. As such, they need to concentrate their forces in one place. His delegates are astonished at how fast Prince Karsus bounced back. He was just grieving a moment ago and now he's giving sound commands. He thought to themselves that he's really fitting to be the king. Now, back to the Sinai fortress, a day after capturing it. We find our boy Rifen and Prince Yubel standing atop the castle. With a bit of emotion on his face, Yubel states that he cannot believe that he's standing here. Even though he knows it's real, he can't shake the feeling of everything being just a dream. Rifen remarks that he wouldn't disappoint the prince, thus he indeed delivered. Yuval smiles and asks if the heroes are resting well, pertaining to the ones who conquered the fortress, to which our boy says yes. The prince asked our boy how the nobles reacted to such a thing. Our boy states that it was natural that they were displeased, but they can't exactly do anything about it. After all, our boy's army is the one who delivered victory. Yuval agrees with such sentiment, remarking that Rifen's soldiers were the ones who brought them Sinai Fortress, so no one could ever dare to disagree to the setup. He then questions how much loss Rifen suffered. Our boy reveals that they have lost 17 dwarves and 9 orcs during the fight. Fortunately, no elves were killed, but there were some injured amongst them. The prince gets a bit regretful. Although it wasn't that much of a loss compared to the enemy soldiers, it's still a big loss considering that Rifen's army isn't that much to begin with. Our boy is a bit surprised at how much concern the prince is giving to his army. To be honest, our boy was a bit hesitant to support Yuval instead of Karsus. However, he deems that if the two are both fit to be king, then it's better to support someone he likes better. There won't be anyone from Prince Yuval's army that will look down on the otherworldly species now. However, there are still some narrow-minded nobles who are acting unjustly to them. One particular officer confronts Rifen, commenting that he has some amazing slaves. He asks our boy if he would be willing to sell them to him, telling him to name his price. Of course, our boy is pissed upon hearing such imprudence. He emphasizes that his armies are not slaves. As allies, the officer would be better off knowing such fact. But this idiot didn't even get our boy's point. He just took it as our boy not wanting to sell them. If our boy would be honest and act on his emotions right now, he would give this bastard a good beating. But for the sake of his desired future, he can't actually cause them any harm. The news that the otherworldly species took down Sinai Fortress spread all over the kingdom. Although they are having a hard time believing that Sir Tesfault was bested, it was an undeniable fact that he was slain in battle. Slowly but surely, the nobles are starting to view the otherworldly species in another light. They think that if Prince Yuval is socializing with them, then there's no reason for them not to do the same. However, the prejudice built over the years is not that easy to destroy. At night, one orc slave is getting scolded by his master for messing up his task. This is how normally the otherworldly species are being treated. The other people are also reaffirming their beliefs that real orcs are just like that particular slave. They wonder what kind of person would really use orc as their army. Rumors had it that there is a Phalanx saint that controlled dwarves, so they think that it might have been the case. However, his companion states that the temple doesn't use slaves, so it's unlikely that a Phalanx would do such a thing. Suddenly, a tall smoking hot chick butts in the conversation, asking the men to tell her more about the rumors. The lady towards over them, giving off an elegant yet intimidating vibe. She states that she wants to know more about the Saint of Phalanx. They tell her that they do not know anything else, but they did hear that it was a boy, 14 years old at most, redhead and looks like a girl. Upon hearing the description, the tall mommy crushes the cup she was drinking from, spilling the wine content. As she regains her composure, she licks the liquid from her hand as she thinks that she has finally found the person she is looking for, Cillian Phil Marsus, the one she claims to be her fiancé. Meanwhile, in the center of Kravensled in Great Plains, a massive number of soldiers have gathered. On the left side, the one with the number advantage is the Karsa's army, while on the other side, bearing the blue-golden flag, is Prince Yuval's army. The two sides are finally facing each other for what might seem an all-out war. The Karsa's faction has 10,000 troops at their disposal, while their adversary only has a measly 3,000 troops. Naturally, our boy is in the Yuval's faction along with his army. As he expected from Karsa's, the prince summoned the entirety of his army as soon as he heard that Sinai Fortress fell. One of Karsus's generals, Ravenbond Spirius, who is an aura user, steps forward, asking if there is a hero amongst Yuval's army, and if so, he would like to have a fair duel with them. He was answered by a deafening silence, leading him to assume that all of Yuval's army are just cowards and only use cowardly tactics to best Sir Tesfault. Yuval's knights recognize Spirius and his Brosen's demonic sword. Cardamite is thinking of stepping up. He assesses that the man is weaker than Tesfault, so he wouldn't really struggle fighting him. However, before he could volunteer, there was already someone who stepped up to the challenge. A young knight clad with blue aura. It's none other than our boy, Russ. He introduces himself as someone fighting for Prince Yuval, stating that it is an honor to duel against Sir Spirius. Spirius praises the valiant knight, remarking that he doesn't even look 30. Russ accepts the compliment and warns the knight that this won't be an easy fight. As such, the two clash swords. They trade blows after blows with each other, sizing the capabilities of one another. As of the moment, the two seems to be dead, even for they are not really using their aura abilities right now, they are just using it to increase their physical power. Yuval's camp rejoices to learn that they have an aura user on their side as well. They wonder who that young human might be, but ultimately, they are just glad that he is on their side. Karsus wears a grim expression on his face. He realized that Prince Yuval has more aura users in his faction compared to the whole kingdom of Kravens. Just the existence of an aura user alone raises the morale of an army. He prays to heaven for Spirius to win this duel. Going back to the fight, Spirius once again praises our boy, saying that he is pretty skilled for such a young age. Russ returns the compliment, stating that he isn't half bad either. The two seem to be enjoying their fight against a strong opponent. However, Russ quickly realized that he could win this fight. He deems that in terms of swordsmanship alone, his opponent has the upper hand, but he thinks that he's more superior when it comes to experience, leading him to think that he should thank Rifen for it. The battle is magnificent. Each collision of their swords sends shockwaves to the surrounding area, but it is not as devastating as when Rifen fought with Kalkin. Rifen, who is observing the fight, actually just sent Russ to battle to test him out. But the young man is doing better than what our boy has anticipated. He speculates that Russ will gain the title of the Sword Saint in a few years' time at this rate. Wanting to break the stalemate, Spirius declares that he won't be bested by a mere kid, and so he activates his aura skill, Gigantic Blade. As the name suggests, the knight enveloped his sword with his powerful aura, extending its reach and destructiveness. In response, Russ decides to use his ultimate technique as well, the Phantom Divide. Multiple illusionary swords made from his aura appeared out of nowhere. Spirius was bewildered by the captivating display of Russ' technique. He didn't know that it is possible to create sword illusions using aura. Since it was all new to him, he didn't know how to respond to Russ' technique. As such, our boy flawlessly cut through him, winning the duel with elegance. As to be expected, Karsa's army were in shock after seeing their commander get slain. They didn't expect that their own aura user would be bested in battle right in front of their eyes. With his dying breath, Spirius wonders how such a young man could display such an incredible technique at that age. Contrary to his amazement to Russ' technique, the man himself thinks that it was another failure on his part. He states that he likes everything about the Phantom Divide technique besides its execution, hinting that it is still imperfect. Prince Karsus clicks his tongue. With his vast experience of leading the military, he knows that Spirius' defeat would take a huge blow in their prowess as well as their morale. However, he knows that he can't just back down because of a mere duel. He still has the number advantage, and he wouldn't want to lose face now. With that in mind, he commands his entire army to launch an all-out assault against their adversary. In response, Prince Yuval does the same. He orders his soldiers to charge, marking the start of the war. Russ also tells Rifen's army to join the fray, and the orcs are more than willing to obey. With bloodlust in their eyes, they fearlessly charge towards the enemies. As they do, they chant these very words, "Fight until your hearts bursts." Repeating it over and over, Karsa's cavalry unit clashes with the orcs' wolf riders. From afar, it is clearly evident who has the advantage in skills. The knights reassure themselves that they have the number advantage. Once they get their enemies off their horses, it would be easy to finish them off. However, they realize that their enemies aren't riding horses. Rather, they are on ferocious and vicious wolves that can fight alongside their riders. Prince Yuval is starting to grasp the reality of the situation. Although they are superior in number, this isn't a battle they can win with numbers alone. He realizes that the rumors about the Sinai fortress are indeed true. He asks his army what the hell is the special ops Sir Said is doing. Then, a report comes, stating that Sir Said was unable to get through to the enemy headquarters. It is an unbelievable scenario. The Special Ops have about 1,000 troops, while Yuval's headquarters has only 200 soldiers. However, the headquarters is not guarded by ordinary soldiers. It is being held down by 200 strong dwarves. Since they are not as nimble as the other races, they are best suited for holding down the fort. The elves have also joined the fray. More accurately, their Ifrit summons have entered the battlefield to cause chaos on their enemy line. Karsus orders his mages to cast countermeasure against the fire monsters with magic. However, when they tried, they realized that there was something interfering with their mana flow, thus they can't use magic. As mages themselves, they wonder just what kind of powerful mage the other side has to be able to cast such wide-scale interference. It puzzles them that if there is someone as skilled as that on the enemy side, why are they not casting high-level spells? Of course, the one causing the interference is none other than our boy Rifen. Although he lacks mana, he is very skilled in magic and is very confident with his skills. Cirrus is also causing nightmares in the battlefield. Using her wind spirit as a trampoline, she brings chaos to the enemy's ranks. They become so terrified at her that they gave her the nickname Elf Witch. Seeing the scale of the battle tipping away from their victory, Prince Karsus is left with no other choice but to retreat. Prince Yuval proclaims their victory, followed by the deafening cheer of his army. It is truly an unbelievable feat. An army of 3,000 has defeated an opponent 4 times their number. The war, which would eventually be named by the Battle of Ledent by historians, ended in Prince Yuval's victory. After the battle, the prince sets off to the Hendrik County where he was welcomed with the massive support of the citizens, calling him the true king. Prince Yuval can't help but be irked. Just yesterday, the people were siding with Karsus after all. His adjutant informs him that Prince Karsus is staying in Croton and is preparing for another battle. But the good news is that several nobles are now swearing their loyalty to Yuval. The prince smiles and calls them snakes, which is the best thing to describe them. Despite their victory, there are still a few nobles who remain neutral and are not taking sides. The adjutant tells the prince that it is best to convince the neutral nobles to join their side, so he pleads the prince to convince them. Yuval becomes confused and asks why, but the old man just stared at him and says that it is a good question. Prince Yuval immediately knows what he has to do. He must become a king who genuinely cares for his citizens, as it is the least he can do for this nation. Later in Hendrik County, the guards block the passage of a certain individual. They surmise that the visitor seems to be a paladin of Sayre, so they ask them their purpose. According to the guards, the person definitely has a beautiful face attached to her body, but her statue is strangely large as she towers over them. Moving forward, we see the tall mommy's fiancé, Cillian, doing push-ups. He's already at the 30-second count and we see our boy Ryfen monitoring his progress. Seeing that Cillian can no longer push through 33, he tells him to move to squat for now and let his arms rest. Cillian was called a young saint by Prince Yuval's army because of his performance in the last battle. It left a deep impression on everyone that a young girl, or at least that's what they thought, was brave enough to roam through the battlefield, healing people. Due to him being mistaken as a brave young girl, Cillian is pushing himself to the limits in order to gain muscle. Ryfen tells him to take a rest first, but the boy won't back down no matter what. They then see Cirrus trying to make up with her spirit companion, Salina. The spirit is pouting badly, and I think we all know why. It's because she was used as a trampoline once again. The elf desperately tries to apologize, saying that it was a matter of life and death. Ryfen teases her, saying that he already warned her that Salina would be mad. However, the naughty elf isn't feeling any remorse. Rather, she states that Salina would just forget about what happened eventually, commenting that a spirit's memory retention is only slightly better than a goldfish's. This snarky remark made our boy wonder if Cirrus is actually friends with spirits. It made him think if Cirrus' personality was always like this and she was just faking it in her past life. Suddenly, a soldier asks for Ryfen's attention, stating that there is a woman wanting to see him, making our boy confused. The soldier clarifies that the woman specifically said that she wants to see the saint first, but he thinks that it is better if she goes through Ryfen first. Judging from the dumb expression on his face, our boy has actually no idea what's going on. Inside the reception room, we see the gorgeous chick presenting herself to Sir Ryfen with proper manner. She introduces herself as Christine, a paladin and a sword of Sayre. Our boy wonders if Teslan has a younger sister or something. He inquires the lady for her purpose of her visit, to which she states that she was looking for the priest of Philanens, Cillian Philmarsis. Ryfen follows up his question, asking why she is wanting to see the young saint. Speaking of the devil, Cillian barges into the room, asking who is here to see him, but he stops mid-sentence as he sees the girl. Christine's serious and cold demeanor immediately lightens up after seeing the redhead. She smiles widely as she calls for his name. Contrary to the girl's happy expression, Cillian's reaction was that of horror after seeing Christine. The tall chick swiftly closes the gap between them and clings to Cillian, asking how long he is going to try and avoid their fate together. The poor kid desperately tries to deny her words, saying that he isn't her love, and their meeting is not the works of fate at all. Intrigued and concerned for Cillian's safety, Ryfen quickly jumps in between them and asks the gal what's her relation with Cillian. Christine stares blankly for a second before letting out an oddly terrifying smile. It is the face someone makes when they spot their prey. Emitting an aura of love around her, she proclaims that she and Cillian were permitted marriage in the name of the great god. Later on, we see Cillian hurriedly packing his things up. Fear is embossed on his face as he tells Ryfen that he needs to get away from here as soon as possible. Not even the renowned brave saint can match the overwhelming love of his fiancée. Our boy is truly getting confused at this point, so he asks Cillian if the two of them are really engaged. The boy quickly turns around with a furious expression on his face, immediately denying the idea. You see, Christine Silistana is from a renowned household in the Halian kingdom. When she was young, everyone used to say that she would grow up to be a very beautiful woman. She indeed grew up to be a very gorgeous woman. The problem is that she grew way too much, towering over 2 meters tall, around 6.5 feet. That was when an oracle from Sayre came. It stated that Christine is the daughter of God. The gal will live as the sword of God and become mother to a great warrior. Fate shall draw her together with the man of the sun. The Sayre Holy Order appointed her as a paladin and had her build experience. As the sword of the Holy Order, she was dispatched one day to the Vasily kingdom. That was where she met her self-proclaimed fated man, Cillian Philmarsis. I don't know who this redhead man with shiny eyes is, but it's definitely not the Cillian we know. How come he looked so manly when he was way young back then? There's something wrong with Big Chick's eyes. Anyway, Cillian, who had been looking after the injured on the battlefield, became Christine's ideal image of a man. The so-called daughter of God fell in love at first sight. She immediately made a declaration as soon as she returned to the Sayre Holy Order. Christine proudly declared that the oracle has come true and that she has found the father to her future great warrior. The Holy Order was bewildered. Unlike Christine, the Sayre Holy Order's members were very normal people, and there was no way they would accept a marriage between a woman in her mid-20s and a 12-year-old boy. However, the Sayre intervened and gave another oracle, confirming Christine's delusions that Cillian is the one. The Philanens Holy Order gave a difficult condition to accept the oracle, which is she needs to earn the love of Cillian on her own, and if she does, the marriage will be permitted. And according to the poor kid, that's how hell began, saying it with a very straight face. Ryfen summarizes the story, saying that it is basically a politically motivated marriage between the Sayre Holy Order and the Philanens Holy Order, to which Cillian confirms. The boy adds that Christine's obsession is insane. She will pop up wherever he is and follow him wherever he goes. If the kid will be honest, saying that he joined Ryfen on this journey for a pilgrimage was just an excuse to escape from her. He thought that by doing so, she might give up on him. He reveals that he always wanted to be buff, but that desire became more intense once he met Christine. And no, it wasn't for the reason of being able to carry the giant chick. Rather, he thought that she might lose interest on him if he looked more like the other guys. Rifen then comments that if it's just because of her height, then that's not all there is to love. However, Cillian clarifies that he doesn't like her just because of her height but because her personality is terrible. The gal never listens to others and just does whatever she wants. With terror in his voice, Cillian states that Christine has even chosen her future's children's names as well as their life plans. If it's a son, she wants to name him Stein and raise him as a paladin of Sayre. If it is a daughter, she will name her Ellen and make her the Saintess of Sayre. However, Cillian protests that he's from Philanen's holy order, so he can't just allow his child to be a saintess of another holy order. Our boy admits that Christine's future plan is kind of creepy indeed. Then, something strikes our boy's mind as he absorbs all the information. He asks Cillian to repeat the name of the future daughter, to which the boy answers Ellen. Our boy takes a moment to recall the name from his past life, delving into deep thoughts. As he remembers the name, his face turns pale as if recalling the event of his past life. He then realizes that Cillian is the father of Saintess Ellen. I guess Christine was successful in pursuing Cillian in the past. Saintess Ellen is a priestess of Sayre and one of the strongest 5 fighters of the continent that fought the demon king Reifenhart. She even had a power to bring back the dead to life, which surpassed the powers of the high priest Machelin. In the end, Machelin died by Ellen's hand. In our hero's memories, Ellen is the nightmarish woman that tortured him in his past life. Not only was she a good fighter, but she was also capable of blessing an army of 10,000, making ordinary soldiers run around like berserk warriors. It even allowed a 3-year-old to slay the throat of a knight. Man, what a terrifying power. Rifen cannot believe that the woman he curses the most is actually Cillian's daughter. Cold sweat drips down our boy's face, realizing how serious the situation between Christine and Cillian is. Ellen's overwhelming divine power wasn't natural but was created from sorcery called the Holy Grail Plan, which was banned by the Sayre Holy Order. It refers to the act of a woman and a man creating a child that will become a holy vessel in a special barrier. The moment the child is conceived, it absorbs the life of its father and its mother when it is being birthed. In other words, this plan sacrifices the lives of the child's parents in order to create a holy grail. Rifen can't help but tell Cillian the truth, that he will die if he gets married to Christine. But the kid only took it as a figure of speech. Our boy firmly believes that Cillian really is the father of Saintess Ellen. Now, he knows why he never heard of the kid in his past life despite Cillian being powerful himself. He clarifies his words to the kid, saying that he shouldn't get married to her. Cillian is touched by our boy's words, commenting that he's the only one who took his side. Nonetheless, the pitiful kid bids farewell to our hero, stating that he's going to run away now. Our boy was surprised that he was leaving now, thinking that he was just joking about running away. The guard in the area overhears their conversation. They thought that the saint had some disagreement with the mage causing him to leave. Looking dejected, Cillian remarks that he doesn't know what will happen to him if he stays here and gets involved with Christine. Rifen understands where he is coming from, but to leave this soon is a bit troubling. Cillian is not just someone who is useful to the team anymore, he's more than that. For Rifen, Cillian is a person who validated his dreams and an important member of his team. He tries to convince the kid to think it through, saying that there's no guarantee that Christine won't find him again if he leaves. The kid turns around and looks at our boy with sincere eyes, asking if he's going to stop the unpredictable paladin. However, instead of answering his question, Rifen gives a question of his own, asking if Cillian is going to leave him just like that. This whole scene is turning into something like K-dramas would do. With the cherry blossoms in the background, one would think that this is a romantic farewell between two lovers, but the people involved are both guys. The guards watching the scene unfold has properly depicted my exact reaction, so I would like to thank them for that. Anyway, Cillian reveals that he doesn't really want to leave, but there is nothing he can do about the situation. He can't ask them all to come with him either, especially that they are in the middle of a war. Rifen tells him to confront Christine head-on and tells her that he will only hate her more if she continues to behave like this. However, the kid knows that it wouldn't work. If it would, then he would have never left the Philanen's holy order to go on a pilgrimage. The bittersweet atmosphere is starting to get too much for the guards watching them. They even started to blush. Speaking of the devil, a sweet voice of a woman is heard, calling for the saint. Of course, and pertaining to Christine herself. She has the face of an absolute yandir. As she sees Cillian's luggage, she interprets it as him preparing to leave with her to get married. The sweet atmosphere between our boy and Cillian quickly evaporates. Now, the kid is blaming Rifen for stalling him too much, resulting in Christine discovering his plans. Staring at the poor boy with predatory eyes, she invites him to go home so that they can live happily ever after. Man, I swear, this PDF file is tarrying. She even tells him that they can have one daughter and one son immediately. Terrified, the kid tells her to back off, emphasizing that he really doesn't want to go along with her plan. Unfortunately, the lady only took it as the boy being shy. Rifen realizes that Cillian's words are all true, that this woman doesn't really know how to listen. So, he interjects the conversation and asks why he chose Cillian. Christine turns towards him and gives him a very simple answer. If it is with Cillian, then the height of their children would be balanced, with her being tall and Cillian being short. Not gonna lie, Rifen finds it to be a very good reason. Christine then asks Cillian if he would like to pass down his divine punishment, which is being a shorty, to his children. The boy states that it isn't a divine punishment to be short. I mean, the kid hasn't even reached adulthood yet, so he might grow in time. Like a scene from a horror movie, Christine zooms towards his face saying that Cillian is worried about being short while she is worried because she has grown too much. That in itself is the work of fate. I can't really imagine how it would turn out if these two lived together. I'm already pitying the poor boy. Backed into a corner, Cillian takes it to the extreme and boldly tells his partner that she can't accept her love because he's already in love with someone else. Of course, this turned out to be the shock of a lifetime for the giant chick. Her eyes lost all their glimmer and became the eyes of Illumi Zoldyck from Hunter x Hunter. Adding more bombshell, Cillian clings to Rifen. He declares that he's actually dating Rifen, so he can't really accept her love. Now, even our boy was frozen solid about this shocking development. Both Rifen and Christine's souls left their body with that one statement from the kid. Even the guards nearby are at loss for words with their jaws hitting the ground. With a sour face, Cillian states that Rifen and him are connected by the red thread of Phalanons, which is technically not a lie. He reveals that they did cross paths because of Crossroads of Destiny's goddess-fated relationships. Well, at that time, Cillian wasn't actually pleased by it. But then again, he is not technically lying. Deafening silence befell with the three. The soldiers began murmuring by themselves, saying that the two indeed look good together, but it confuses them that they were talking about breaking up earlier. Coming to his senses, Rifen whispers to Cillian why he had to go and choose him when there are other women in their team. The boy states that he can't choose Cirrus because his partner has to be a human and he can't just choose anyone who doesn't have pedigree. While forcing themselves to extrude the aura of lovers, Rifen questions Cillian how he is going to deal with the consequences of his action. However, the boy is at his wit's end, so he continues his act and proclaims his love with Rifen, to which the latter reciprocates. Christine grits her teeth tightly while trying to make peace with the shocking revelation. Cillian is surprised that his crazy fiancée is taking things very well, wondering if she has finally decided to give up. However, I retract my words. She isn't trying to make peace with the situation. Rather, she is just preparing her resolve to dish things out. Per her words, there are always trials in true love. With that in mind, she finally loses all reasons and challenges Rifen to a duel. The prize for the winner is none other than the boy himself, Cillian. The situation quickly escalated, and the soldiers watching them started to express their worries. At the same time, Cirrus, who was passing by, caught wind of what's happening, so she decides to see things through. Our boy hasn't even responded to her request, but Christine has already unsheathed her blade and points it towards Rifen. She declares that if he truly loves Cillian, he will have the balls to accept this duel. However, our boy reasons that there is no way for a mage and a knight to have an even fight. In the first place, mages are supposed to be in the back ranks. Unfortunately for our boy, Cillian is desperate and Rifen winning the fight is the only silver lining he has left. As such, he cheers for our boy, telling him to show Christine the power of their true love. Communicating with their eyes, our boy stares at the redhead intently, asking if he's serious about making him fight the giant lady. Cillian stares back and states, with his eyes only of course, that he's going to win anyway, so he might as well save him from the lunatic. Cirrus, who was in the area, noticed that the two are communicating with just their eyes, making her believe that the two really are close with each other and are dating. Poor Rifen. First he gets labeled as gay by the soldiers, and now his future wife finds out about it. While our boy is having the dilemma of his life, Christine is preparing herself to duke it out. She states that as a paladin of Sayre, she will let him have the first attack. As such, she tells our boy to prepare for battle. Our boy clicks his tongue. Now that it has escalated to this point, he accepts that he has no say in the matter. Since she told him that he can have the first attack, our boy intends to put her to sleep. With that in mind, Rifen starts chanting for his spell. A massive amount of energy started to envelop him, and it is very apparent that he's gunning for a strong spell right off the bat. All of Christine's arrogance was immediately washed away as she discovers that the man she is facing right now is a highly advanced mage, exceeding her expectations. Our boy apologizes to the woman in his mind. He knows that he might have to hurt her, but there's no other choice. He needs to get this over quick. With that said, he launches his spell, Lightning Storm. Rifen is aware that he must not kill her, so he decreased the force of the spell, but it is still enough to knock her out. However, our boy didn't anticipate the paladin's response. She conjures an aura of her own and deflects the barrage of lighting heading towards her. The soldiers are surprised to find another aura user, but one guard states that it is different from common aura. The power that Christine is utilizing comes from the divine sword that the paladins of Sayre use. The giant woman's blade is shining in a bright golden energy, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it looks very powerful. Among the paladins of Sayre, the number of people who have the ability to use the divine sword is like 1 in 10, so our boy realizes that she is better than he has expected. In response, Rifen casts Barrier of Protection, Power Shield, and the Steps of Void, Wind Steps for countermeasure. Then, he launches another offensive spell, Arrow Bullets, sending a barrage of magical bullets towards his enemy. Unfortunately, Christine is easily dealing with the attack. She even provokes our boy, saying that a paladin of her caliber won't be felled with this kind of measly attack. Cillian gets pissed at our boy, asking why he is only using magic. Rifen reasons out that he is a mage, so there is no surprise in using magic. However, the boy insists that his life depends on this, so Rifen must fight seriously. Although it might seem like our boy is taking this lightly, only him knows that the spells he is dishing out are all high levels, but they are just being negated by the giant woman. Once again, Rifen delivers multiple high-level spells, but each magic he casts, Christine is able to fend them off with her swordsmanship. But at last, one of the spells manages to get through the paladin's defense. An engulfing ice starts to freeze the woman's foot, decreasing her mobility. It would take her about 30 seconds to remove the ice on her foot, and during that time window, Rifen resolves himself to put an end to the fight. While he is chanting for another powerful spell, Christine smiles, saying that the mage has left him with no choice but to use the powers bestowed upon her by the Sayer. She takes a deep breath and steels her resolve. Rifen wonders what she is about to do, so he takes a moment to observe the girl. Using only her brute force, she breaks free from the ice made from magic. The fight is getting intense and all, but let's just take a moment to appreciate the big mama abs that Christine has. Anyway, breaking free from ice magic with just pure strength is something incomprehensible. With a terrified expression on his face, Cillian asks if CHR Satine is an aura user, which he didn't know before. However, the giant chick states that he has not experienced the glory of learning aura, but Sayer took pity on her and gave her enough strength comparable to that of an aura user. As it turns out, the breathing technique used by Christine is familiar to our boy, very familiar actually. With a shocked expression on his face, he asks the woman where she learned such breathing technique. I will guess that her answer won't be from Tanjiro. With a boastful expression, she reveals that when she was still a young girl, before serving Sayer, there was an old man who visited her and taught her the breathing technique. He told her that it will make her healthy. She adds that she didn't know it back then, but it is now clear to her that Sayer has guided that man to her. No wonder that breathing technique was familiar. The one who taught Christine was none other than Rifen's master. Continuing the story, our suspicions were right. Tall Mommy's height isn't from genetics. It was caused by our hero's crazy old master. The growth breathing technique of Jim Unbreakable made her a giant, making Rifen wonder if his master wanted the poor lady to stay single forever. But surely, I know 90% of us would take her if she's single. In Rifen's mind, he knows that Gerard meant well since he genuinely thinks that being big equals being good. But still, it's a little overboard. Christine asks our boy if there's something wrong, to which Rifen laughs off, saying that there's nothing. With that said, the few moments of peace pop like a bubble as Christine once again rushes our hero. The vigor in her eyes states that she's enjoying this fight and she's letting her crazy side take over. In response, our boy sends out wings of flying blades, the wind cutter, in an attempt to disrupt her charge. However, the skillful lady just brushed the attack like it was nothing. It didn't even slow her down the slightest. While our boy is fighting, he assesses that Christine must have been using the breathing technique for at least 10 years, given how tall she became. That technique is only exclusive to making one's body grow. While dodging her strikes meticulously, Rifen claims that he purposely didn't use the breathing technique, but the fact that the lady can use it in the first place means that she's immensely talented. If that technique worked on everyone, Jim Unbreakable would be swimming in money. There are so many people in the world insecure about their height after all, our boy Cillian included of course. While our boy is pondering about such thoughts, Christine is getting frustrated because she can't seem to beat Rifen. Our boy even provokes her unintentionally, asking how could he even lose this fight. This flips the berserk mode of the crazy woman, telling him that he must have used that blabber mouth of his to woo Cillian. Determined to defeat our hero, Christine shouts that she will show him the power of love. Rifen replies, asking what the hell is that even? In response, she states that a poor man like this mage won't know such a thing. While she's dishing out her attacks, our boy slips one of his own, hitting the stomach of Christine by a powerful spell. It was so forceful that it sent the giant flying by a few good meters. Christine falls to the ground, unable to get back up and continue the fight. Rifen stands tall, declaring his victory. He then asks her if she will be giving up on Cillian now. While struggling to stand, Christine regretfully accepts her defeat, saying that she will back off for now. She bites her lips, apologizing to Cillian for not being able to win him back due to her own lack of strength. She comments that it hurts imagining Rifen manhandling Cillian's fragile body. Cillian and I flinched as she says that remark. Unfortunately, the poor kid still has to play along with their charade. He tells Christine that Rifen and him share a love of mind and heart. Our boy looks at him with disgust in his eyes, saying that he doesn't want to share anything with the boy. However, Cillian insists that our hero plays along, else all his hard work will be for naught. So, with tears in his eyes, he forces himself to embrace Cillian and wears a pitying smile on his face. Seeing the two-act lovey-dovey was too unbearable for the innocent giantess. Even though she was beaten and bruised by the fight, the pain in her heart gave her the strength to run away. But she doesn't forget to declare that he will save Cillian eventually. And just like a passing storm, Christine, the holy paladin, has left the scene, leaving our boy and Cillian to deal with the consequences of their little charade. With a worried expression on his face, Rifen asks the boy how he plans on dealing with the aftermath. Cillian gives him a very unconvincing answer, saying that things will just work out on their own. On the following day, things in fact did not work out on their own. Everyone, including the nobles, has heard of the rumors that Rifen and the young saint are going out. Everyone thought that it was a bit unexpected, but they unilaterally agree that the two does look good together. They even comment that they sure have a taste for the arts, whatever that means. However, these rumors were having a positive effect actually. Because of it, our hero's army and the Imperial soldiers are actually getting a bit closer to each other, gossiping about the two's relationship. One orc even curiously asked a knight if human men see each other romantically. In response, this gay-ass knight states that sometimes, knights take enjoy boys, especially someone who's as pretty as the saint. Zalcather, the orc, comments that he sure does share the same sentiment if they are talking about the saint. In response, the knight also introduced himself, saying that his name is Hans. Slowly but surely, the discord between the two races is taking turn for the better. Cirrus, with a wide smile on her face, even comments that everyone is starting to acknowledge each other as fellow comrades. She says that they are one step closer to Rifen's dream. However, despite this good news, we see our hero sulking in his room, covered in sheets. Tathid, Cirrus, and the culprit himself, Cillian, are trying to convince him to cheer up. While crying, Rifen blames the boy for everything, saying that it is all his fault. Cillian just tells him to suck it up, suggesting that nothing is going to change just because he's blaming him now. Cirrus then intervenes, asking the sulking mage what is he so worried about. She states that the rumors were spread in the first place because Cillian is so pretty. She adds that she thought the kid was training every day because he didn't like that he looked feminine. That small comment from the elf sparked something from the two. They locked eyes and were immediately on the same page. They became so fired up all of a sudden. Our boy jumps out his bed and declares that he will train Cillian so hard that he will obtain a steel-hard body. The saint is eagerly on board of this plan, remarking that it is exactly what he wants. Tathid can't help but sigh and comment that the two sure are close to each other. However, he and Cirrus knows that the rumors will die down with time anyway, so there's really no need to get so worked up. The scene then changes to the overview of Yuval's army, assembled outside a castle. From the looks of it, they are ready for war. The commander of the army starts shouting that Carxus the traitor has paid for going against the will of the heaven. He tells the person in charge of the castle to kneel in front of their true king and open the gates. The castle guard shouts back, retorting how is that the will of the heavens when Prince Yuval is holding hands with the devil by joining forces with monsters. He claims that this atrocity will forever taint the history of the Kraven's kingdom. The enemy commander demands Prince Yuval to disband his military and pay the price for having dirtied the honor of the royal family's name. Rifen, who is listening to all of that bullcrap, just smirks. He wants the man to stop yapping, for it's obvious that this will all go down to a fight anyway. Thankfully, Prince Yuval seems to have the same thought as our hero. He didn't want to waste any more panel with just useless talk, so he went ahead and commands his army to show their might. They charge towards the castle, and enemies responds by shooting barrages of arrows towards them. Despite the sky turning dark from the countless arrows, the soldiers did not waver and began climbing the walls. Prince Yuval then turns to the demi-humans faction, politely asking them to join the battle for his cause as well. Kalkin and his wife immediately responds affirmatively. They ride their ferocious wolf towards the fight while emitting overwhelming auras. They are followed by our boy Russ and the three dwarves. The dwarves aren't really used to riding horses and are getting a bit motion sick. Two of them ask why they are even having to ride horses in the first place, to which the third one states that they look cooler if they are mounted on steeds. The castle guards immediately sense the powerful enemies heading their way. They easily identified them as aura users, so they tell their comrades to be on high alert. Prince Carxus is in distress, knowing the difference in power. In his desperation, he tells his soldiers that he will reward anyone with 100 golden coins if they are able to shoot down the demons that are approaching. Unfortunately for him, he has already lost the moment that our hero decided joining Yuval's forces. All of the arrows flying towards the orc chief just bounced off, and Kalkin even mocks them if they think that wearing the skin of a tiger will make them a tiger themselves. It's also the same case of Russ. All of the arrow raining down on him are parried effortlessly. He might usually have a calm and harmless demeanor around him, but right now, he's emitting the aura of a battle god. As they get closer and closer, the castle guards resort to throwing spears, hoping that it will be more effective than the arrows at the very least. Unfortunately, it didn't have any effect at all. The dwarf who is at front easily deflected them, calling the spears as just enlarged arrows. As they get in range, Russ knew that it is time for them to be on the offensive. He envelopes High Blade with a large amount of aura in preparation for a powerful attack. An overwhelming tower of aura forms on his blade, extending its reach by multiple times. Spurious, the aura user knight whom Russ defeated previously, is astonished upon seeing our boy's technique. That's right. The reason the dude was so shocked is because Russ is using the same technique he did during their battle, Sir Spirius' signature move, the gigantic blade. Spirius is flipping out, screaming how dare that young knight steals his technique. Boy, your skill is so basic that I bet Russ didn't even need to practice it. Russ swings his blade towards the castle wall, creating a massive explosion upon impact. The castle gate crumbles like paper from the attack of our boy. The guards defending it are now in disarray, scamming away from the gate, praying that they don't become collateral. Kalkin, who witnessed the devastating attack of Russ, gets fired up. He praises the young knight for his skill, thinking that he should not fall behind. He traversed the tall wall. It was a piece of cake for his wolf. In no time, the orc chief reached the top of the wall, surprising the enemy soldiers. Despair is evident in their eyes as they see the gigantic orc rain down upon them. Kalkin wasted no time. He immediately activates his skill, Cliff Fall, dealing a massive and destroying the wall of Donald Trump. Kalkin and Russ have murderous look in their eyes. Any normal soldier would spoil their pants if these two are their enemies. They all shivered and are frozen in place. They finally comprehended that this is the true power of an aura user. Kalkin's wife smiles in content, thinking that all of her comrades are pretty good. She recalls our hero's words, telling them to break down the walls in the most conspicuous manner possible. He adds that there's no need to attack the soldiers. She thinks to herself that it would be pretty embarrassing if she doesn't perform well like Russ and her husband. With that in mind, Stella also activates her innate skill, enveloping her blades with her own aura. Her swords began multiplying, and they all flew towards the walls. She strategically placed blades on every part of the walls before making them explode. The result is truly astonishing. She was able to fall down a wide area of the wall. It might even be more destructive than Kalkin and Russ' attack. Spirius and Carxes were bewildered by the sheer destruction caused by just one attack. Even though he's an aura user himself, Spirius cannot believe what he's seeing. Kalkin as well is at loss for words. His jaw almost hit the floor. Even him didn't know that his wife is capable of doing something like that. The three dwarves immediately took interest with Stella's skill. They wonder if she's well versed with architecture, since her demolition skill is superb. They began thinking that it would be nice if she's to join them whenever they have to take down a building in the future. Russ, who lost to her before, is ecstatic. He quickly thought that's another technique he needs to learn. But he deems that he won't need much practice to learn that skill. Carxes is currently gritting his teeth. He didn't anticipate this kind of result at all. In the first place, he wanted to avoid a siege fight. Spirius, though with a terrified expression on his face, states that he might be able to take down a couple of the enemies. However, he admits that even despite that, there's no chance that they would win this battle. The prince regretfully agrees with his comment, knowing that any more resistance is futile. Suddenly, a report from one of Carx's soldiers shocks everyone. He claims that Prince Yuval's army is falling back. The prince is puzzled. Their enemies basically won the fight, so it confuses him as to why they are retreating. Then, one of Yuval's commanders shouts to Carxes, saying that they could go into the fortress if they wanted. However, he claims that the reason they are retreating is because they don't want any innocent lives getting caught up in this war. He states that if Carxes really cares for his citizens, he would raise the white flag now and surrender to Yuval's judgment. Prince Carxes then immediately recognizes what the Yuval's faction is trying to achieve. They want to villainize him, making him a tyrant who would endanger innocent lives to continue an already lost war. It made him wonder just which sinister man would come up with this devious tactic. Of course, the answer is plain and obvious. It's none other than our boy, Ryfan. He deems that Carxes is not the type of person to continue the battle after hearing something like that. Yuval's attendant tells the prince to return to Viscount Zidrin's estate. They have already shown the enemy the gap of their forces, so he's sure that they will surrender soon. At night, Prince Carx's faction is having an emergency meeting. The look of each of the faces of the attendees are that of Grim. Duke Fernando, Carx's father, asks the prince for their next move, and if he has any idea for them to turn the tables. Another adjutant spouts that he doesn't know what kind of tricks the inferior beings are using. But it's true that they have power comparable to that of an aura user. Carxes grits his teeth from thinking about it. He doesn't even know where all those powerful warriors came from. They are running out of ideas at this point. One of them even suggests vacating the capital and prepare for their next attack. However, Carxes states that Yuval already has the crown and the seal. If they leave the capital, his coronation will be set in stone. Another noble suggests to seek help from other kingdoms like Vasily or Chatten. But if they do so, the kingdom will sure to fall even if they win against Yuval. However, they protest that if this goes on, Prince Carxes is sure to fall. Everyone in the room fell silent upon hearing this. They don't want to admit it, but they all know that it's the truth. Upon looking at them, Prince Carxes immediately knew their true intentions. They don't really care about him falling. His subjects are just concerned for themselves because if Carxes fall, they are sure to follow. Even his father and grandfather are sharing that same sentiment as the other nobles. They are nothing but selfish bastards who only think of themselves and what they can gain. Another person lashes out, stating that they should have just assassinated Prince Yuval, but Carxes remarks that they have already tried plenty of times. His father then turns to Spirius, asking if an aura user like himself would be capable of assassinating Yuval. Spirius says that even though Yuval is their enemy, he still carries the blood of the royal family. As a knight, he cannot commit such atrocity. The nobles murmur how self-righteous the knight is. They want him to do the deed, but they cannot disrespect Spirius in such a manner because it would be the end of them. However, the aura user states that he does agree with the idea of assassination, surprising Prince Carxus. Spirius states that instead of Prince Yuval, they should target the mysterious mage, Rifan. He acknowledges that the mage is the one pulling the strings behind the powerful army of Yuval. Meanwhile, Prince Yuval's army left the Hendrik County and camped on the outskirts of the capital by Viscount Zidrin's estate. There was enough flat land for the tents, but also close to the forest and river, making it the perfect camping site. That evening, there was a celebration at Viscount Zidrin's mansion. They make a toast to those who are helping build the future of their kingdom. Rifan thinks that this kind of even is important for maintenance of harmony with the neutral nobles. However, Yuval is confused as to why they are celebrating when they didn't even conquer the capital yet. Our hero states that only fools would celebrate those who fought. Those who are wise look at the bigger picture. If it weren't for the resources provided by them and the brave knights, they will never win the battle. The nobles are flattered by our boy's words. Even though they are not part of the attacking army, they naturally want to be commended for their contributions. Prince Yuval watches our hero speak to the nobles with a smile on his face. He thinks that the mage really has a good political sense despite being a mage and admits that he can learn from him. Yuval's adjutant approaches our hero, praising him for his good socializing skills despite being so young. On the other hand, Cillian introduces Kalkin to Viscount Halton, saying that he is very renowned in the Kraven's kingdom. The two immediately hit it off and began speaking with each other, albeit all formality. The noble is surprised that the orc is able to speak and understand human language. Kalkin reveals that Rifan gave him a communication necklace. Then, the stupid Viscount makes an offensive remark, saying that Kalkin's subordinates were very brave unlike most orcs. Of course, this is blasphemy for the leader of the orcs, but he holds himself back from lashing out. Stala comes to his rescue and states that bravery is innate to all orcs. They respect warriors and hate those who are weak and cowardly, throwing a little shade to the Viscount. Kalkin murmurs that a weakling like that Viscount doesn't have the qualifications to belittle the orcs, but his wife scolds him, saying that he already knows that something like that would happen. You see, Rifan warned them beforehand that humans bad-mouthing other races is inevitable. They just need to suck it up, listen through one ear and let it out to the other. It's all for the sake of saving the oppressed species. Our hero, who is watching from a distance, thinks that things are going well despite everything. They don't have to understand each other, but they are at least starting to acknowledge one another. In his past life, he screwed up by trying to do everything himself, but now he'll try trusting his subjects more. Cillian is doing well too. He's gradually introducing the different races to the humans. This time, he's introducing Cardamite to another noble. The elves are doing fine on their own. They're a species that prioritizes reasonable thinking as well as balance and harmony after all. On the other hand, Russ seems to be having a hard time hiding his animosity to the nobles. Since he's a human, it's only natural for them to flock to him. But our boy is just giving them short answers and cold shoulders. The nobles are beginning to sense it as well. They think that Russ is not in a good mood, but it didn't occur to them that they are the reason behind it. They just thought that he's tired from the battle. However, Rifan knows exactly what's going on. Despite his serious expression, Russ is actually socially anxious. He doesn't know how to mingle with these people, hence the cold shoulders. Our hero steps out of the hall for a while. In this mind, the real problems begin after the war after Prince Yuval is appointed as king. He wonders where Cirrus could be and starts searching for her. As he's wandering around, an unknown presence appears before him. The man's identity is hidden by a cloak and he's holding a rather pristine blade. Rifan immediately turns serious, knowing that this person didn't come here just to say hi. He didn't feel his presence at all, which would mean that this person is a ghost, or an aura user who has mastered erasing their presence. The mysterious person turns out to be Spirius. He apologizes to the mage, claiming that this is all for the future of the Kraven's kingdom. Rifan recognizes the man, and in response, Spirius charges towards him. Our hero blocks his blade with his bare arm, which shocks the knight. He wonders if the mage is using some kind of iron skin magic. He praises Rifan for having a fast reaction, but it's evident in his eyes that he won't be backing down. Spirius relentlessly swung his blade to our hero, not giving him a chance to breathe. Unfortunately for him, none of his attacks are getting through. This made him think that there's no way iron skin should be this strong. Something is definitely up. In reality, our boy is not using the iron skin spell. It was just his bare skin that he was using to block the blade. He responds to the knight's attack by activating the Flames of Destruction, Flame Bullet. He shoots the fireball to his enemy, which the knight deflected using his sword. Spirius admits that our boy is no ordinary mage, which made sense to him considering he has powerful slaves as his allies. He then declares that he shall give it his all. Rifan falls back. He laments for failing to predict that he would be the target for assassination. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the time to wallow in such thoughts as Spirius is not giving him any breathing room. Regretfully, our hero thinks that he had no other choice but to fight back, risking his identity being exposed. He delivers a powerful counter-punch to the assassin, stunning Spurious for a moment. He realizes that his enemy is also a combat mage. In Rifen's thoughts, he thinks that he should be able to convince Spurious that he's just a combat mage as long as he doesn't use aura. He threatens the knight, saying that there are 6 aura users in this mansion, and they will all come running once they realize what's going on. However, Spurious rebuts that the mage will be long dead before the aura users even arrive at the scene. With that said, he becomes serious and activates his aura skill. Our boy is on his back foot. He contemplates how long will he be able to last this fight without relying on his aura. Then, Spurious thrusts his aura-imbued blade to our hero, hitting his shoulder. Rifen grits his teeth from the attack. The knight is then surprised to see that our boy didn't even suffer a major injury from his all-out attack, but it did manage to destroy our boy's robe, revealing his juicy biceps. Despite that, Spurious continued to press the attack, while wondering how the hell does a mage have a physique like that? Is he following Sam Sulek training regimen? The battle continues, and all our hero is doing is dodging every attack that Spurious is throwing at him. As the knight was about to swing his blade against him once again, our boy tried to counter him with a spinning elbow, but Spurious was able to easily block it. He then pours more power to his aura and he's starting to break Rifen's defenses. Then, our hero deemed that there's no other option but to use his abilities as well. His arm began glowing in a bright golden aura, shocking the knight. With his shirt completely destroyed, Rifen smirks and comments that things never go the way he wants. He realizes that it would be presumptuous of him to fight an aura user without using his aura as well. Recalling his mistakes in his past life, he declares that he won't be repeating them. Upon seeing Rifen's aura, Spurious halted his advance. He recognizes the golden aura surrounding our boy, prompting him to ask if the mage is Gerard's successor. He cannot believe that the Martial King's successor is actually a mage. Karx's knight then finally realizes that he is up against the Martial King Rifenhard. In response, our boy states that life is full of surprises. The knight shouldn't be shocked to discover such development. Despite this, Spurious was not disheartened. He steels his resolves and states that he did feel guilty that he was going to assassinate a mage, but upon finding out our boy's real identity, that guilt is washed away. Rifen takes his stance and dares the knight to come get some. He pulls back his fist in preparation for a powerful punch. Seeing the Martial King become serious made the knight shiver, but he knows that he can't back out now. He uses his signature skill, Gigantic Blade, destroying the ceiling of the castle. In response, our hero charges towards him. Spurious swings his sword, and the two clashed, creating a destructive explosion. As the dust clears, Spurious and our hero jumps away from each other. The knight comments how foolish our hero is being by showing his true colors. In response, Rifen states that the knight was the one who started all this, so he has no choice. Spurious declares that he will eliminate every single one of Yuval's faction. I think my boy forgot that Russ made him eat dust in the previous duel. What made him think he can win against the Martial King? In response to his attack, our hero uses Spiral Guard, sending a spiral force that disrupts the enemy's attack. He then follows it up with a powerful flying kick, Getreizine. The force was so strong that it sent the knight flying into the sky. The destructiveness of the duel has caused panic to the people on the ground. The soldiers are now running like startled chickens, wondering just what the hell is going on. Rifen then grabs Spurious and throws him to the ground using his lariat swing. The poor knight crashes to a wall, destroying it to pieces. It is as if he became a meteor from outer space. As the dust clears, we see the beaten-up knight barely conscious. It is clear that he didn't hold a candle against our boy. He grits his teeth and utters that the assassination was a failure. He then had this sad looks in his eyes, knowing that he is the only remaining aura user on Karsa's side. If he dies too, then their defeat is inevitable. Unfortunately for him, it seems like our boy is not done yet. We see Rifen falling from the sky, ready to deliver the final blow. He stomps the Spurious who is lying on the ground. The impact is so powerful that it sent multiple boulders into the air. That last attack was the final nail in the coffin. Surely, the poor knight won't be able to survive those series of attacks. Our hero then walks valiantly away from the rebels. The soldiers in the area then seize the golden aura he is emitting and were in awe. Spurious is not the only one who is familiar of that majestic aura. They all scream that it is Gerard's light. They heard several rumors about that man who was crowned as the Martial King. Then, as we continue, the truth has finally been revealed. Our hero's identity, the Martial King Rifenhard, has been exposed. All the soldiers who are in his presence are honored and elated to see the renowned successor of Gerard. On the other hand, the three dwarves are also surprised by our boy, but by a different reason. They are shocked to learn that no one actually knew that Rifen was an aura user. The other dwarf states that Rifen told them before that he wanted to hide his identity. Of course, the most gobsmacked by this unexpected revelation is none other than the prince himself, Yuval. His jaw almost hit the floor as he gasps for air, absorbing the fact that Rifen is actually the Martial King. They are aware of the Gym Unbreakable's absurd training regime, where it's known as the place not for the weak. The soldiers erupted in cheers, their fiery passion echoing throughout the kingdom, celebrating the arrival of the Martial King himself. Our boy, who was at the center of attention, knew that everyone would start simping over him, so he decided to hide it. The news about last night's incident spread quickly to the capital. Everyone talks about the man who killed Sir Spurius and that he should be announced as the new Martial King. The foot soldiers said that Sir Spurius' death was not something to be embarrassed about. Because, compared to Tesfald, who hilariously was killed by some random dwarf on the streets, Spurius' death sure is more heroic. Cillian takes offense at the soldiers' comments. They saw how skilled the otherworldly species are, but they chose to mock Tesfald's death just because he was done by a dwarf. Rifen, however, has already expected this response. They are just refusing to acknowledge the truth. He states that considering everything, things are actually going pretty well. Croton could not rebuild their walls from the last battle, so Prince Yuval's army was able to easily march into the city. Karka's army decided to stage a sit-down strike within the castle, knowing that they can't afford another frontal assault following their embarrassing defeat the other day. As they approach the gate of the castle, Yuval turns a little bit emotional. He murmurs that he didn't think he'd be able to see those gates ever again. He tells our hero that he's rather taken aback that their enemies are not surrendering even after 3 days. He didn't think that Karkas would act like this considering his personality. Rifen states that it's most probably the decision of his subordinates. He states that those people would obey Karkas when he had the upper hand. But now that it's no longer the case, they are not in disarray. The adjutant then suggests that they begin the attack. But our hero intervenes, saying that he will go see the enemies personally. Cillian was surprised by Rifen's decision. He thought that our hero didn't want to do any direct confrontation like this. Our hero then says that his identity has already been revealed, so there's no point in holding back. Alright, taste the power of the Martial King. Anyway, he gets off his horse and starts walking towards the castle. His broad and reassuring back is in plain view for everyone to see. All the soldiers were hyped up, knowing that their revered Martial King is going to fight. While our hero's presence became Prince Yuval's army's source of morale, it spelled terror to the enemies. One general tried to ease up his soldiers, saying that there's nothing to be afraid of because the Martial King is only human after all. He ordered his men to fire volleys of arrows to our hero, and in an instant, the sky is filled with raining projectiles aimed at Rifen. Unfortunately for them, Rifen just walked through the arrows like a freaking tank. Without even changing his facial expression, he states that the arrows that are just bouncing off of him aren't even making him itch. Seeing this, they resort to launching boulders at him with their catapults. Our hero just took it as it is, but this time, he comments that those rocks itch a bit. Next, they use fire arrows, hoping that the flame would burn our boy, or at least scald him. But Rifen just shrugged them off, not wanting to let his clothes burn. As he gets even closer, they resort to pouring him gallons of boiling water, to which our hero says was nice and warm. After their several futile attempts to ward off the Martial King, Rifen finally arrives at the gate. Realizing that they cannot stop him, the soldiers began to panic, calling our hero a monster. Rifen then takes his stance and warns the enemies, telling anyone who values their lives to get away from the gate. He then starts charging up his fist, preparing to use Paul Phoenix's burning punch from Tekken. Anyone who has played that game knows that you're cooked when you get hit by that move. As our hero's aura burns brightly, the soldiers behind him became all hyped up. They started cheering for him, praising him for his indomitable physique. Meanwhile, our hero is contemplating as to why people are so supportive of him this time. He thinks that he's not really doing anything different from his past life, but the people's reactions are like night and day. A little flashback from 2 days ago. The nobles and the soldiers became aware that the mysterious sage was actually the Martial King. It became clear to them how he could pull off such great accomplishments. They then saw another opportunity to stray their vision from the truth and just thought that the reason why the otherworldly species are so strong is because they were hand-chosen by the Martial King himself. Unable to contain his confusion any longer, he starts ranting to Cirrus, saying that he cannot understand things. When he was the Demon Lord, they were saying that the slaves have become evil. Cirrus responds, saying that the people have different views of a mage compared to a warrior. She elaborates that anyone can dream of being a warrior. After all, anyone can wield a sword. But since magic is something only allowed to a very special few people, ordinary people can't even pretend to be a mage. That is why a demon king is feared, because a mage is not something a normal person can understand. But when Rifen is the Martial King, wielding just his fists, it's easy for ordinary people to project themselves onto him. Rifen asks if him deflecting attacks with his bare flesh felt more realistic to people than using magic. He then wonders if he can just do whatever he wants in a fight if that's the case. Cirrus turns at him and smiles, gleefully saying yes, that he can do whatever he wants as the Martial King. Rifenheart. With that in mind, we go back to the present where our boy is still charging up his fist. Mana is a power given only to a very few and select individuals, but anyone has 2 fists and muscles, or is admired by all. So with that in mind, Rifen covers his fist with his overwhelming aura and releases his ultimate technique, quadruple layer Calamity Horn, and absolutely smashes the gate in front of him. His goal is to have people looking at him in admiration, so as he destroys the gate, he strikes a very appealing pose that will shatter the hearts of the ladies. The army behind him took the destruction of the gate as their cue to follow our hero and charge the castle. On the other hand, the knights on Karka's faction steeled their resolve to confront their enemies. They took up their arms, shouting the honor of Karkas and their determination to die for his cause. The bloodbath begins with the two armies clashing with each other. However, it's very evident that Yuval's faction is superior in number and morale. Our hero didn't join the fight. Instead, he shouts at the enemies, telling them that the victor of this fight has already been decided, so they should stop their meaningless resistance and save themselves. Inside the throne room, we see Karkas standing alone, without any guards protecting him. The look on his face is that of someone who has given up his hope of survival, but the fire in his eyes indicates that he won't go down without a fight. The first to enter the room and confront him is none other than his cousin and rival in power, Prince Yuval himself. With his army backing him up, he tells Karkas that it's all over. Prince Karkas greets his cousin with a grim expression on his face, saying that it has been too long since they last faced each other. Rifen frowns upon seeing the despair in Karkas' face, wondering if he made the same exact expression when the humans cornered him in his past life. Yuval questions Karkas about his subordinates, asking why is he alone. The other states that his father and grandfather have already evacuated the premises, along with his other subordinate. He states that they cannot cause the downfall of the royal family, refusing to acknowledge Yuval till the very end. Yuval's adjutant refutes Karkas' words, saying that him, his father, his grandfather, and the nobles who supported him are all branded as traitors and that they have no place in his kingdom anymore. Karkas reveals that they are headed for Chatan. Although they won't have the power they had before, at the very least, their bloodline will continue, and that is enough for him. The old man scoffs at him fleeing to Chatan, saying that it's just like of the Taken Kingdom. Yuval joins the conversation, and with a concerned look in his eyes, he asks Karkas why he didn't join his father in his flee. However, Karkas only smirks at him and asks Yuval why he thinks that's the case. Yuval immediately figures it out. If Karkas joins them to their escape to Chatan, there would have been a war. So, Karkas decided that he'd rather die here than become a puppet king. In Yuval's mind, he can't help but feel pity for his cousin. He acknowledges his resolve and care for his people more than his own safety. Because of that, he can't help but feel sorry for Karkas. Knowing this, he tells his cousin that he will end him as he wishes. In response, Karkas points his blade to Yuval, saying that his cousin is rather considerate unlike the rumors, but he asks the prince if he's really capable of besting him. Yuval replies that Karkas may be a traitor, but he still carries the royal bloodline, so Yuval states that he shall be the one to end his life. The old man was surprised by the prince's declaration and asks what Yuval meant by his words. The prince states that he's aware about the skill gap between them, but he should at least show that he has the courage worthy of a king. He adds that it's nice that he has an aura user behind him. He pleads our hero to intervene when necessary. On the other hand, Karkas is itching to end this charade. He taunts Yuval to come at him with a sinister expression on his face. In response, Yuval does just that. He valiantly charges towards his adversary, showcasing his bravery. The two clash swords, eager to finally end the dispute amongst them. The battle is fierce, with neither of them letting their guard down. At the moment, the two seems to be on equal footing, exchanging blows after blows. In the middle of the fight, Karkas expresses his surprise on Yuval's skills. He states that he heard rumors of Yuval skipping his night lessons just to fool around with some female dwarf. But now that they are facing each other, he asks if Yuval has been hiding his true skills all along. Yuval responds, saying that he just never got the chance to show off his skills, claiming that he was indeed strong from the get-go. Karkas delivers a powerful strike, but Yuval was able to block it with his shield. It should be noted that Karkas is known for his military prowess. That is the reason why many people from the noble faction have sided with him. Even the old adjutant knows of this fact, so he's dumbfounded as to how Yuval is standing his ground against that renowned prince. He wonders how Yuval has acquired such strength. Even Karkas himself is bewildered at how strong Yuval actually turned out. Despite him going all out since the beginning, he can't seem to find an opening. With that in mind, he resorts to taunting his enemy, asking if he intends to hide behind his shield forever, calling him a disgrace as a knight. Regardless of what he says, Yuval remains steadfast. He parries Karkas' swords and delivers a counterattack, showcasing his level-headedness. He boasts that he has always thought that everyone was going easy against him until now because he is the prince, but he now realizes that he's actually strong, all thanks to him playing with Finna ever since he was a kid. He reveals that in order to be with Finna, lower body training is a necessity, so he did deadlifts and squats every day. The dwarf who hears all these turns red from embarrassment. I doubt that Yuval only did deadlifts and squats for his lower body training. I know they did some cardio as well, if you know what I mean. On the other hand, our hero took Yuval's words sincerely, knowing that it's true that it's necessary to work out in order to have a dwarf as a partner. Karkas is not liking Yuval's positive attitude. He states that this kind of strength isn't near enough to take him down. He berates the prince even further, asking if he thinks that this is enough to become a knight. Yuval's combat techniques were all taught by Finna, so they are all a dwarf warrior's technique. Because of that, they were not fit for a human, whose center of balance is much higher than that of a dwarf's. The prince is aware of this. Seeing Karkas gets riled up, he immediately knew that he's in danger. So, he turns to our hero, and with puppy eyes, he asks for help, which Rifen instantly acknowledges. Our hero quickly shifts to his acting mode. He pretends to be worried for the prince and shouts that Yuval is in danger. He then rushes towards Yuval's aid. Of course, Karkas did not take this very well. He reprimands our hero for interrupting their sacred duel, asking how can Rifen call him the Honorable Martial King. However, our hero didn't budge at will with that provocation, stating that Jim Unbreakable never cared about honor in the first place. He then delivers an aura-imbued elbow to his enemy, to which Karkas was able to block. Unfortunately, the impact was so strong and Karkas wasn't able to recover immediately from the recoil. And with that small window of opportunity, our hero turns serious and follows up his attack his burning fist. His blinding golden aura shone right to Karkas' face. The prince instantly knows that he's facing the fist of Saitama himself, with death written all over the background. With that, let me tell you a short story. Once upon a time, there was a glowing fist who is traveling in light speed. As the fist shoots straight, he meets the prince's face. The fist became attracted to the prince's face and decided to give it a gentle kiss, resulting to a devastating explosion. Everyone who was watching the fight unfold were all blinded by the Martial King's dominating aura. It was so bright that you'd think they decorated the whole inside of the palace with yellow Christmas lights, for all the windows emitted bright golden rays. As the light fades and the smoke clears, all that remained is our hero, who is standing tall in a huge hole in the wall. There's not a single sign of Karkas' existence. Rifen then grabs Karkas with his hair and raises his bodiless head. The Martial King screams that has severed the head of the traitor Karkas, signaling their victory. At first, Yuval was surprised by Karkas dying just like that. Despite him being his mortal enemy, he was still his cousin. But that bewilderment did not last long. Yuval swiftly reminded himself of his duty as the crown prince. He knew that this is the inevitable outcome of their dispute. Without uttering a single word, he marches towards the throne and picked up the royal ring. He orders his men to hang up the head of the traitor for everyone to see. With bloodshot eyes and merciless gaze, Yuval wears the crown. With the blood of Karkas spilling right in front of him, Yuval steels himself to carry the burden of being the king. Finna announces their victory by shouting praise the new king. All of King Yuval's subordinate, including our hero, knelt to the ground, showing their respect to the rightful king of the Kraven's kingdom. That moment signified the birth of the new king of the Kraven's kingdom, Yuval II. The news of the end of the civil war in the Kraven's kingdom spread quickly. Because everyone had predicted that Prince Yuval would lose, the one who heard the news could not hide their shock. And of course, another hero arose to fame. That person is none other than the Martial King himself, Riefenhart. Having defeated Graham's Golden Knight, he appeared in the Kraven's kingdom and led an army of otherworldly species to take the victory in the war. People were surprised and in half disbelief that the otherworldly species could fight like that. We then see a fist smashing the paper containing the reports. The news also made its way to Graham Kingdom's Teslan. The black-haired Teslan could not hide his infuriation, knowing that the Demon King Riefenhart has regained so much of his former powers. Add that to the fact that the great King Karkas was slain. Teslan regards Karkas as someone more dependable and wiser than anyone he knew, so his death is a massive blow to his plans. He calls Rifen a coward for intending to remove all of his enemies before anything major happens. The door of Teslan's office flies open with his subordinates charging in. The blonde-haired Jack dude asks Teslan if he has heard the news, revealing that Russ is not dead. Not only that, but he has also defeated Sir Spirius. Another black-haired guy claims that the news about the dirty bastard has reached his ears as well. Then, they state the thing that they hate the most. The traitor Russ has sided with Riefenhart. They claim that if Russ knows honor, he should have come back immediately and begged for forgiveness. Teslan stares at the two with sinister gaze. They were the ones who stabbed Russ in the back, but they have the audacity to brand him as the traitor. However, he knows that as long as Riefenhart is their mutual enemy, he knows that he can depend on them. Teslan then asks Stefan, the short-haired guy, if he's used to the Berserker armor already. Stefan says yes, stating that all that's left for them to do is to fight. Hearing that, Teslan turns serious, declaring that it looks like the time has come. The subordinates wore a terrified expression on their faces as they ask Teslan if they will be departing now. With bloodlust in his eyes, Teslan declares that now is the time for them to slay the Demon King, Riefenhart. Meanwhile, in the capital of Kraden, one noble voices out his thoughts. He says that it is not a good precedent. It's true that Rifen's army contributed greatly to the war, but he questions if giving them autonomous rights is really the correct judgment. As it turns out, he is talking to the new king, Yuval, who intends to fulfill his promise to our hero. He tells the nobles that they would not have won the war if not for the Martial King. It won't even be an exaggeration to say that he basically done all the work. The other nobles agree with him, saying that giving him the title of a count as well as the Gelfane Viscounty is not good enough reward. Even so, there are some who are adamant on granting Rifen and the otherworldly species autonomous rights, claiming that it's too much. However, Yuval then asks them if they would rather give the mage another estate, clarifying that the amount of land is restricted. If he does that, he will have to cut into the rewards that would have been meant for the others. Considering all that Rifen has done, it would only be fitting to bestow him the entirety of the Fernando kingdom. The greedy bastards who heard this all became silent. Although they oppose to the otherworldly species having autonomous rights, what they hate more is to have their rewards cut down. King Yuval immediately notices how fast the nobles turned silent after hearing their rewards decreasing, confirming how greedy these useless people are. But at the same time, it's a good thing since they can no longer voice their complaints. With that said, the new king of the Province Kingdom declares that he will be rewarding Sir Reifenhart with the title of a count, as well as land and autonomous rights. He states that the Martial King's land shall be known as Antares. Just like that, a new nation within the Province Kingdom was formed. It has a banner of a fist, representing the Martial King, and 4 pillars representing the otherworldly species surrounding him. Our hero is now one step closer to his ultimate goal. Albeit a small step, he and his followers have acquired a country of their own with the birth of the Antares country. The location of Antares is southwest from the Province Kingdom, near the trade city of Jarad. It's amazing how Yuval, the losing faction of the war, flawlessly won the battle with just the arrival of the mysterious mage and his 100 otherworldly species. In the next chapter, we get to see our hero's new place, the White Palace, inside his new territory, the Antares County, which was formerly known as Gelfane Viscounty. It is a pleasant morning, and the sun is shining gently, illuminating the inside of the elegant room. The birds are chirping, and the leaves are rustling with the gentle breeze, making it the perfect day for a perfect rest. Just kidding, I'm just adding these for dramatic effects. There's really no mention about birds. Anyway, we find someone sleeping inside the room. It is the familiar figure of certain handsome individual we know. His eyelids open slowly, revealing his olive green captivating iris. That's right, this person is none other than Yuval's enemy and cousin, Prince Karkas, the one whom we thought our hero finished off. He wakes up confused, wondering what on earth is actually going on. All that he can distinctly remember is fighting the Martial King, Reifenhart. He knew that he was done for as our heroes first approached his face. Suddenly, a woman wearing a maid outfit enters the room, asking Karkas if he's fully awake. The prince stares at her with suspicion, asking who she is. The attendant is Tilla, the dwarf of our hero's party. She greets Karkas respectfully and with a gentle smile, introducing herself as one of Reifen's companions. Karkas was taken aback by Tilla's race, immediately realizing that she is a dwarf. Then, he asks the most important question, why is he still alive? Didn't he just die during his battle with the Martial King? Tilla just shrugs the inquiry and just states that she was worried because Karkas wasn't waking up. She berates Reifen for knocking him out too hard, causing him to be asleep for a day and a half. Karkas questions if Reifen saved him, but he comments that there is no way that Yuval would allow such a thing to happen. The dwarf reveals that officially, Karkas is dead. Currently, his supposed head is on display in the central square of the royal capital Kroton. Apparently, they decapitated a corpse that looked somewhat like him and altered its hair and eye color with magic. Karkas then feels a little down and somewhat reassured knowing that Prince Yuval doesn't know that he's still alive. However, it confuses him as to how the Martial King managed to pull the old switcheroo in plain sight. Then, he manages to piece the puzzle together almost instantly, realizing that it was because of the dazzling aura that the Martial King released. He comments that it is just like the tricks that street magicians use. Tilla was honestly impressed by Karkas' deduction skills. He was able to figure things out solely through fragments of information. To be precise, Tilla and the others were waiting behind the secret passage near the sacred hall for the switch. Reifen crushed the entire passage to ensure no traces were left. Karkas was shocked. He asks how did they know about the secret passage and the ways through it when only royals knew of its existence. However, Tilla just laughs awkwardly and states that she was able to figure it out just by looking at it. You see, the dwarves, compared to humans, are truly unmatched masters of architecture. Then, Karkas began thinking why would the Martial King save his life. He asks Tilla if it is to rebel against Prince Yuval or to sow discord among the nobles, or maybe it is a plot by foreign powers. However, none of these deductions were remotely close to home. Tilla reveals that Reifen stated that it would be a waste for Karkas to die, shocking the prince. She elaborates that the Martial King decided that it would be too much of a waste for someone as talented as Karkas to die. After saying that, Tilla goes out of the room and tells Karkas to get some more sleep. The prince wanted to talk more about the situation with her, but the dwarf didn't stop. Karkas was left alone in the room, bewildered and overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. Despite how smart he is, he cannot grasp the real intention or even a hint of the Martial King's line of thought. On the other hand, the Western Gluten Mountain, once known as the Gelfane Viscounty, is now part of the Antares County. This land was far too small and modest to be called a true kingdom. Despite that, it has the rights of autonomy, meaning that it doesn't need conform to any law from any kingdom. Russ, who is all dressed up, congratulates our hero for his ascension as a king, albeit the kingdom being small. Reifen smiles at him and states that if Russ wanted to, he could have been treated the same like our hero. However, Russ states that no matter what he does, he could never become a king of a nation. Our hero chuckles at his comment, saying that calling Antares a nation is a bit embarrassing. Russ then asks why didn't our hero ask for more land. If he demanded a couple of nearby baronies, no one would have opposed it. But our hero reveals that he won't be granted autonomy if he did that. What matters to him now isn't the size of the land, but having a territory recognized as autonomous under human law. As for the land that they are lacking, Ryfan terrifyingly declares that he can simply take it over time, commenting that it is what territorial wars are for. Suddenly, an attendant enters the room, informing our hero that the dwarves have gathered in the audience chamber. Ryfan then invites Russ to go, to which the other obeys. In the audience chamber, we see the dwarves kneeling down in front of our hero, calling Ryfan as the White King and showing their utmost respect. These are the former slaves of the Viscount Gelfane. Our hero stood before them, and without intimidating the former slaves, Ryfan tells them to rest assured. He states that they are all free now. If they wish to leave, they are free to go at any time. Of course, if they wish to stay, they are also welcome in here. However, our hero firmly states that the mines now belongs to him. That is, without question, the rights of Ryfan as the ruler of this new nation. But still, he states that he will give the dwarves mining rights, or better yet, he says that he will lease the mines to them. He thinks that true freedom is something you must earn with your own strength. He shocks them by saying that he will entrust the management of the mines to them entirely. He tells them that they can extract ores, forge weapons or armor, and pay taxes and rental fees. When they saved enough, they can use that money to buy full ownership of the mines. He adds that if they want to pay in installments, he will even do about a 360-month plan. In return, our hero asks for exclusive trading rights to all the equipment they produce. The elder dwarf bows his head to the king, thanking him for his generosity. Our hero smiles with satisfaction. Compared to before, this land is undoubtedly quite meager, but oh well, even the Antares Empire started like this. No, actually, it was far worse than this. Later on, the key figures of each race is gathered. The dwarves, the orcs, and the elves are all assembled around our hero. Ryfan reveals their agenda for today, which is the distribution of land for each race. From some area to some point, the domain will become the Blue Bear tribe's territory. However, the elder elf notices that the area is outside of Antare's jurisdiction. Ryfan tells him that he's correct with his assumption but states that it is also outside the kingdom of Kravens. Officially, the Gluten Mountains don't belong to any nation on the continent. So, from now on, wherever the Blue Bear tribe roams will naturally become the territory of Antares County. However, the elder orc inquires if Ryfan is 100% certain that all of the mountain range is entirely uninhabited as of now. If they recklessly start messing with humans, the orc states that they will band together and come after them. Ryfan then states that they can just simply retreat to their home base. Legally speaking, they are the citizens of the Antares nation. If the mountain tribes start swarming in, it will be considered a border invasion at that point. Whether humans outnumber them or not, the name of the country will protect them. Ryfan clarifies that this is a different situation from when their tribe feared human armies while living nomadically. The elder orc was convinced by our hero's reasoning, even mentioning that the warriors are now free to leave their villages without worrying. Then, the elder elf points some area on the map, saying that it will be the elves' domain. Our hero then states that this land is for all elves, so it must expand further in the future. Elves from all over the continent, not just the Danam clan, will gather in this place. Still, the elf states that leaving the world tree behind is a bit concerning. However, our boy just casually states that he will just plant another one here in their country. The elder elf laughs, saying that the world tree isn't some bonsai that can be planted on a whim though. He asks if it is something that they can plant anywhere. Our hero smiles and says yes, saying that the problem is not being able to plant whatever they want. Only a seed imbued with the pure essence of the world tree, like the magic Bone Island, can grow into such a mighty tree, and our hero knows exactly where all those seeds are. Before his regression, he even linked 7 world trees together to weave an enormous web of authority. It's the most efficient way to awaken the elves in a short time. Ryfan states that the dwarves are more interested in what's beneath the ground than above it, so the size of their territory doesn't matter much. The elder dwarf says that it might become an issue if their population grows, but not for now. Our hero states that for the time being, the dwarves' primary source of income will come from selling minerals and crafted goods. The elder dwarf then adds that the geographical location of this land is a bit disappointing though. Traveling back and forth to the Grand Forge is too difficult. He states that it would have been better if they had received the territory adjacent to the Settlard Mountains instead. The elder elf agrees with this sentiment, saying that the distance is indeed a problem. Also, the bureaucratic processes required to cross human lands are far too complex. Ryfan then interjects, saying that it is precisely why he chose this land. He points to the map and says that the dungeon Chloe resides in the Gloatin Mountains. They asks if that dungeon is also connected to the Daemon Terminal via spatial portal, to which our hero says yes. Ryfan clarifies that they indeed have to travel into the dungeon, however, activate the portal, and clean it up thoroughly. But with the warriors gathered here from each tribe, it shouldn't be too difficult of a task. Cardamite then joins the conversation, gleefully saying that their savior can leave that task to them, saying that they will take care of it properly. However, one elf adds that there is an empty stretch of land between the elf and the orc territories, so he asks what it is for. Ryfan smiles and says that the area is reserved for those they have not yet met but will encounter soon. In the northeast of the Gloatin Mountains, the harsh blizzard covered the mountains with thick snow. On one of the peak of the freezing mountains, a certain slender chick with a sword is standing alone. She's probably one of the key figures of our hero's past life. At the same time, in the kingdom of Halain Getteren Mountains, one thin individual is seen roaming the vast forest. These two figures of different races are without a doubt important characters to the Demon King Reifenhart. Going forward, it has been a month since the War of Succession in the Kraven's kingdom, and in the Antares country castle, the clashing of swords is heard. As it turns out, Russ and Tathid are going at it, exchanging blows with each other using their respective weapons. The mock battle is surely high level. Even though it's just for training purposes, the forces in each blow are felt by the surrounding. Russ swings his blade, but he announces that he will be attacking Tathid's side. As a result, the orc was able to block the attack despite its speed. Tathid responds with an attack of his own. He tells Russ that he will attack his head and throws his weapon to the young man. Our boy was able to dodge the lightning-fast projectile by the strand of his hair. At that moment, Tathid has activated his innate skill which allows him to control his blade from a distance. He informs Russ that his sworn friend, pertaining to his blade, will be going for his shoulder. Russ was able to react on time and deflect the blade, but he admits that it's becoming difficult for him to keep up, making him decide that he needs to focus on honing his swordsmanship. As the match concludes, we see our boy totally exhausted. He tells Tathid how vulnerable he is when he throws his sword like that. He suggests that the orc bring one more weapon with him for assurance. However, Tathid states that a warrior considers his weapon as a sworn friend, and having another weapon is like betraying that friend. However, Russ comments that Zalcather, the orc warrior that he fought way back, uses twin blades. Tathid responds, saying that Zalcather just so happened to have two sworn friends, or in other words, twin blades. He doesn't really intend on taking in another weapon. Russ just gives up the idea, saying that it's all too complicated for him. While they are talking, Tathid's pet starts to yawn, catching their attention. Russ comments that the wolf is really different when he's not in battle. Tathid feels embarrassed for his pet, saying that he's really lazy when it's a normal day. He then requests that Russ show him the aura thing one more time. Without any delay, Russ covered his blade with his blue aura, mimicking the technique of Sir Spirius. Tathid comments that he needs more time in order to receive the warrior spirit blessings. Russ states that it usually takes decades to do so, to which Tathid comments that he will have to be older than 10 then. Our boy then recalls that the orc is still just 9 years old. Damn, he took Pewedipai's 9-year-old bro army to the next level. He literally joined Rifen's army at 9. Tathid sees Russ' pained expression and states that they are of same age when it's converted to human years, so there's no need to feel bad. Our boy says that he's aware of it, but still, the orc wanted to move on with the conversation and asks Russ to have another round again, hinting that they've rested enough. As the two goes at it with each other, we see Cirrus observing them from the balcony. She comments that they are really all fired up and are training very hard. Cillian is out there somewhere working his muscles out. Boy, the expression on the kid's face really shows his motivation. I guess this is his punishment for himself for acting gay when Christine was around. On the other hand, Tilla is carrying out his mission, which is to supervise and support Carcass. We then see a man with long black hair saying that he still can't get used to this face. This hot dude turns out to be the charming prince. I guess bro will be attractive no matter what face he wears. Tilla tells him that he needs to get used to it in order to hide his identity. She states that if King Yuval or someone else finds out, they'd be cooked, including Rifen. Carcass says that he's aware of that and that he has no complaints about our hero's magic skills. The two made some casual talks, trying to be close with each other. Then, he asks the dwarf if she's not tired of keeping an eye of him all the time. Tilla states that she's not, remarking that she's probably the second least busy person in this castle. This made Carcass wonder who would take the first spot. And that question was immediately answered as we see our hero lying in bed in the next panel. Cirrus tries to wake him up with irritation, saying that he would gain weight if all he does is sleep around. However, our hero says that it would be great if he can gain weight by just lazing around a few days. This was the last straw for the elf's patience. She shouts for Rifen to get up, and our boy immediately recognizes the danger in Cirrus' voice. He thinks that it's unfair that Cirrus doesn't even accept his love, but she's acting so strict just like in his past life. The elf then reveals that she has already made our boy breakfast. Rifen instantly forgot about his sleepiness and went straight to the food, thanking Cirrus. He asks if the elf made all of the meal herself, to which she says yes. Cirrus states that everyone is busy doing their own work so she can't trouble them for Rifen's meal. Not everyone is rolling around in bed just like our hero. While munching the food like there's no tomorrow, our hero contemplates if he's really been slacking off that bad. He then comments that the place has settled down a bit, so it's about time he gets to work. He informs Cirrus that he has to go find the world tree fragments in order to plant it in the elven forest. He adds that the one closest to them right now should probably the Blue Heaven's staff, Gerenting. Cirrus naturally became curious about the staff, asking if it's something like the Nylon, all while holding a bottle of wine. Our boy continues munching the bread as he says that it's a similar relic that holds the world tree's essence. The elf then comments that she really did like the Nylon. Rifen then apologizes for using the Nylon as catalyst for the world tree, so he tells Cirrus that he would create something like it for her next time. This made the elf curious if our boy can really make it. Our hero becomes serious and answers yes. It should not be hard for him if his mana can hold up. After all, he is a 10th circle mage in his past life, enough to be called the Demon King. On that note, our hero remarks that he does have to raise his mana. This current body of his is terrible at raising mana. Despite Megrim, it is still only enough to be considered as a 7th grade circle. He then asks Cirrus if she can bring everyone in here, saying that they will depart today. She asks where their destination would be. Ryfin reveals that it would be at the southwest of the Settlard Mountains, the Motto's Highlands. That is where the Celt dungeon with Gerenting is. It will take them about a week if they go through the Daemon portal. 3 days later in Zarad, inside a certain pub, we see Teslan, realizing that the person they are looking for isn't around. His attendant informs him that a merchant told her that the person left 3 days ago, saying that he'll be gone for about a month. She then asks Teslan for their next move, questioning if they should wait here until our boy returns. One of their comrades then badmouths our boy, expressing his discontent for missing the Martial King. Suddenly, an old man walks up to them, saying that he doesn't know what's their problem is, but they better watch their mouth. The old man reveals that he knows they are talking about the renowned Martial King, and he warns them not to berate him. The ponytail dude then says that he isn't here, so there's nothing to be afraid of. However, the old man states that the Martial King is the renowned hero who has stopped the civil war within the Kraven's kingdom, and he has very skilled slave subordinates who contributed huge during the war. There are quite a few young people these days who began worshipping the Martial King, so he's worried that a fight might break out because of their words. The blonde dude irks, knowing that the rumors are turning to our hero's favor. Suddenly, someone asks them if they want to know our hero's whereabouts, shocking Teslan and his female companion. The unexpected guest is none other than the giant woman, Christine. She introduces herself and shows her interest in learning that the party considers Ryfin as their enemy. All of them were shocked by her sheer height, but Christine didn't pay attention to their reaction and states that she knows where our boy is headed to and she can share the information if they ask. Teslan isn't dumb though. He knows that the woman won't just give them information for free, so he asks what Christine wants in return. The giant then lets out a sinister smile, saying that she wants to join them in finding our boy, claiming that Ryfin is her enemy as well whom she wants dead. Teslan states that there is no reason for them to reject her offer, saying that seeing Ryfin dead is what they all want as well. 8 days after our hero departed the Antares County, in the south of the Settlard Mountains heart of the Celt dungeon, the blizzard is brewing violently. Inside the dungeon, we see Russ and Tathid cooperating with each other to fight a terrifying monster. Russ gauges the monster's strength and weakness, and upon learning them, he tells Tathid to follow his lead. However, the monster won't go down without a fight. It shoots a powerful breath spell towards the two in hopes of eliminating them. Fortunately, Tathid and Russ were able to dodge them. They were able to figure out the monster's attack pattern by battling it for a long time. It is as if they are playing Dance Revolution. Cillian praises the two, saying that they are fighting very well on their own. Ryfin comments that it should be a given since they already know the enemy's attack pattern. While the warriors are busy, Cirrus and Ryfin are busy looting the place. Suddenly, something ominous happens to the monster. It suddenly started gathering its energy. Ryfin immediately warns Russ and Tathid that it's almost time for the monster to go to its second phase. Our hero was able to accurately predict what would happen. The monster indeed moved on to phase 2, increasing its power and defense. Russ cannot hide his amazement towards our hero, saying that our boy is never wrong. He heard that Ryfin learned all of his knowledge from his master. He also heard that Sir Gerard was an expert in dungeons, but our boy's information is way too precise. He can't help but wonder just what kind of a man Ryfin really is. Meanwhile, our hero started chanting spell, saying that he will not cut the monster's mana flow. He then casts his magic, Lion Force Destroyed, cutting off the pulse of his enemy. Our hero's spell disabled the monster's ability to heal itself using its environment. He then orders the two warriors to finish it off. Upon hearing this, Tathid and Russ smiles, knowing that there's nothing to worry about now that our boy is supporting them. In a flash, the two skilled swordsmen made mincemeat from the lizard-like monster. It started crying, saying that he cannot die. He cannot die a miserable death like this. Unfortunately for him, our boy has had enough of his nonsense. He punches the monster with his aura-imbued fist, telling him to just die already. He stands tall before the corpse of the monster, asking why is he acting like he was the victim when he was the one harassing weaker beings in another dimension. Suddenly, Cirrus goes up to Ryfin excitedly, asking if the relic she just found is the one they are looking for. Our hero looks at her and nods, confirming that it is. Cirrus then hugs the wooden staff, knowing that it is the Blue Heaven staff, the Gerenting. She becomes excited about the thought of having their new world tree in their country. And with that, we end this episode. Thank you all for the support as always, and expect the next part once new chapters are released. And of course, I wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Stay blessed and stay tuned for even more exciting content going forward. Until next time.